Oh,
Yeah,
that's
that's good.
Liam
You did it.
is
You did it.
here, back straight from the finals of the DLC into more Lorcana. How you
I
been,
was
bro?
gonna say, like, Lorcana never stops. I feel like I was just like in the booth with you yesterday, and it was pretty close to it in the finals of DLC Indianapolis. But you know, there's more invitations to be had, and there's one on the line today. So we're headed to CCQ, and we're gonna see who gets the next invite to the North American Championship.
Absolutely. We got 8 rounds of Swiss coming your way with a very brutal top cut to 8 as we have a room
There's no
packed
room
full
for
of
error, right?
no room for any mistakes, no room for error, as we will see who will punch their ticket to the Disney Lorcana Challenge North American Championship. This is also core constructed, Liam. We spent a lot of time in the Infinity
not ready.
format, and now we're going to have the opportunity to see what the meta is shaping up in core. We kind of have some ideas of what those can be, but we're going to find out here today in this tournament. So excited. And about this tournament, Liam, you've had a lot of opportunities to participate in the DCI before. Can you just quickly run down for everyone who may be tuning in what is so special about this tournament? What makes this tournament different than any other Lorcana tournament in the community right now?
It is different than I think any Disney Lorcana tournament, and frankly, most TCG tournaments that have ever existed. Because this is a community-run event. This was started here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area to service the community, and the entry fee has always been and will always be a 12-pack of Diet Coke, and that's it. There are reasons for that, but really the important point is that the barrier to entry is so incredibly low. The prizing is also really, really great, and so what you see at the DCI is this great mix of players who are competing for some of these big prizes, like this invitation to the North American Championship. But there's also so many players who probably wouldn't spring to throw their hat into the ring if you were paying a significant amount to get in. But because the entry fee is so low, there's so many players who are like, you know what? I think I want to try out what a big competitive event is like, throw my hat in the ring with some Golden Mickey winners. And so you have a really great mix of experienced players here. The Dallas-Fort Worth community is very, very talented, but also some players who are playing in some of their first competitive events.
Absolutely. I'm telling you, I heard about this event for a while. It is becoming a staple. It's becoming an institution in the Disney Lorcana community. And when I had the opportunity to be involved with this, huge shout out to Kirby, huge shout out to yourself, huge shout out to Courtney, and everyone else who has allowed me to be a part of this. I just wanted to be a part of it because this is pure community at its absolute finest. And the gameplay will be nothing less than stellar, I'm certain, because like you said, this community is very talented. But I believe round 1 should be starting right now. So you guys get your seat backs up into the upright and locked position. Let's jump on in. This is round 1, Disney Lorcana action taking place. We're jumping in to a game already in play, as it looks like we have a little bit of Ruby Sapphire versus Emerald and Sapphire. I'm feeling it, as we got Fly Like Dumbo not playing Dumbo and Sorrowfully playing a little bit of that Emerald and Sapphire control.
Man, it's a bit. You hinted at this earlier. It's a bit of a switch for me that I had to flip in my brain because I've been living in the Infinity world for the last 3 weeks, and now coming back in and seeing what's going on in Core Constructed is a ton of fun. But yeah, these are two decks that have been around quite a while. The Emerald Amethyst or the Emerald Sapphire deck over there is doing what it wants to do with all of that ink built up in the inkwell. On the other side, another deck that likes to ramp and build up our resources, but a little resource low over on Fly Like Dumbo's side of the board. We do that Robin Hood Sharpshooter in there, but I don't know. It seems to me like the game is right now. Sorrowfully has it well in hand.
Well in hand with the Clarabelle already established this Ruby and Sapphire strategy. Based on that Robin Hood that we see there, Robin Hood Sharpshooter, it really leans to believe, or it leans to me that we're playing that very action-based strategy. It's like Olaf, you're playing a ton of action. You get the Olaf down for cheap. You're able to start to storm these actions together as Buzz Lightyear is going to enter the play. And now you'll be able to get an action back from your discard pile, and then you can start to cycle and get a little bit of generation there. As whenever you play an action, you can gain a lore as well. So a little bit of reach with this Buzz Lightyear. He's not iconic though. So
yeah, not iconic. It's sad to say, but still fantastic art. Both are by Coney. Which is a lot of fun. And yeah, so there's a really interesting add to this deck. You know, Emerald Sapphire has been around for quite some time, and there's different ways you can build it with bends and ink geysers and things like that. Buzz obviously making an appearance here in Wilds Unknown, and I like seeing it added in here. It gives you just that little bit of extra reach. And when you're in the end game here and you have all this ink available, this ginormous hand size, you have a deck that can dig for more actions. It's a way that you can close out that last couple lore. I'm excited to see what it does here. On the other side, we are digging, we are looking, we're doing what Ruby Sapphire likes to do and kind of power through that deck to find the tools that you need. We did get a trigger. I was looking at other stuff. I think we got a trigger off that Robin Hood there. I didn't see what we found.
It might have been that Firefly Swarm. Yeah, as Robin Hood will According to the rules of the game, all those actions in the discard pile will be able to trigger the unique conditions of those Firefly Swarm and all those different cards coming in from the set with Atlantis, as Lilo will be able to ready the Robin Hood again. You can't quest to trigger Robin Hood's ability for a second time. However, this is going to be a way for you to catch up. We apologize for that glare. We're going to work that out between rounds as we are just
it's round
getting
one.
this thing
Hang
started.
with us.
You know,
We'll get it taken care of.
It'll be a little bit of this, a little bit of that in due time. As maybe Fly Like Dumbo might have some copies of Pirate's Life, because you are kind of losing this lore race a bit, as now your characters also can't challenge very effectively either. And you also have to be careful. You see a card like Buzz and you see this card like Moana, you have to watch out for the very painful Ink Geyser, which can also be a card that is Sorrowful might have access to.
Yeah, and Sorrowful, indeed you will be if Ink Geyser is played against you. Over here, another card you love to see in these decks, Malicious Mean and Scary, combos well with the Prince Philip, but can also do work just cleaning up the board. It looks like it's going to be sung there. And there's that Prince Philip coming in. You know, when Be Prepared rotated out and we lost the board wipes, people said, you know what, maybe I can assemble one, and they did. And sometimes those board wipes wipe the board. Sometimes they wipe the game because Fly Like Demo is scooping it up and saying, you know what, I don't want to rebuild again.
I've seen enough. One-sided board wipe, the Prince Philip Malicious Mean and Scary combo. And unfortunately, or fortunately for those of you who may be tuning in now, that is a strategy you're going to have to deal with for the next 2 years, as it will be a part of our core constructed. Those cards are not being rotated out. We are going to lose the 3-cost Prince Philip, the Explorer Prince Philip. So you won't have that reliable shift. Even though there are other Prince Philips you can shift on, it's going to be a part of this game for a while. People can continue to build their strategies around it, as quick game 1 taken by Sorrowful here.
Yeah, it's actually kind of a fun thing. You know, one-sided board wipes are great. They give you a comeback mechanic. One-sided board wipes are even better. The thing about Malicious Mean and Scary and Prince Philip is you have to earn it. You know, you do have to dig. You do have to find multiple combo pieces. You do need a decent amount of ink, and there's plenty of ways right now in Disney Lorcana to pick songs out of hand and kind of like prevent that strategy. So I kind of like this assemble your board wipe mechanic, because it does feel like there's ways out of it if you know it's coming. So
and you can, like, great point, Liam. You can also tend to play around those types of things as well, depending on what character you put into the board. Maybe retain an answer into your hand to a Resolve Prince Philip. A lot of times they will be pot committed. Once they have gone really deep into the late game, they now have pulled this combo off. They're going to be resource depleted. And now if you have an Hades the Infernal Scheme in your hand, or Let It Go or something like that, put the Prince Philip into the inkwell or into the discard pile, and then you pretty much have a fair game if you've managed your resources that way. So it is very powerful, but it is not completely game defining, as I've seen people pull that combination off multiple times in a round and still not come out on top. So there is counterplay, I would guess. Fly Like Dumbo's posture, he's super relaxed, absolutely unfazed by that.
He's ready. I actually like what he's doing in his deck. It's kind of different, and he's brought back some cards actually which will be rotated out very soon, like that Robin Hood Sharpshooter. But he's brought in some fun cards that I think all of us looked at when they were revealed and were like, hey, this card could be good, like Robin Hood, like Lilo. And even though they've seen a little bit of play, Lilo is sprinkled into some decks. They weren't like meta staples.
Right.
And so to see Fly Like Dumbo find the action similarity between those and work them into this deck with probably, I'm assuming there's Maui Sharks running around in there as well. I'm kind of excited to see what this build can do. I imagine it is probably kind of high rolly, where if you get some of the key pieces and you get it popping off, it's like amazing, but it can probably... there's probably plenty of ways for it not to find those lines. But I really hope that we get to see a game 2 here where he shows us exactly what he was trying to do with this build.
Right. This deck it's usually designed maybe to go against more of the aggressive strategies. Some of the Lord of the Realm stuff, they play a ton of grab your bows, and the Lilo causing uproar. It's quite nice at challenging as well. And to your point, Liam, I think that Lilo causing uproar is a character that I don't think really had its fair shot in the Sunshine. And I'm sad that card is going to be rotated out of this game, because I think it had a ton of potential, and it never really had its chance to be at the forefront of a metagame, like a meta-defining card, which I think had the potential to do that. And we were kind of getting there towards the end of this set. But now she's going to be rotated out. I'm certain there could be more cards that come in and have a unique ability like she did. And we'll see, maybe Fly Like Dumbo can put it all together. This deck, when it pops off, it can really, really snowball some serious advantage. But against Sapphire and Emerald, it might not be the best matchup for this Ruby Sapphire strategy.
Yeah, I agree with you. You know, Emerald Sapphire has so many different control options. You have targeted removal that can get rid of some of your key combo pieces, like that Robin Hood Sharpshooter before it can sit and quest. You also have the board wipe, where if you do manage to go wide and get a lot of those engine pieces there, it can take you out. Perhaps it's running Ink Geyser. And then against this deck, in which you want to play multiple actions a turn in order to, leverage things like Lilo causing an uproar. If you're running one of those, like one of Bend to My Will to just absolutely devastate your opponent's hand, then it can just shut down this entire deck. So probably a bad matchup, but we are on the play now, so maybe we'll get things clicking.
Anything can happen in game number 2 as Sorrowfully just starts out with an Ink Clarabelle, play Clarabelle. You love to see it. A little duplicate action there as the gum rate is picking up a little bit of steam, the chewing pressure there. Fly like Dumbo, meaning you don't have a 1 cost. Let's see if the theory is correct. Whenever that pace picks up on the gum, there's no 1 cost.
That is right? That's what we call an indicator in the business,
It's an indicator. Olaf. And it still has the right seed. So you didn't have a 1, but you did have a 2, probably the best 2 you can have. You're still ramping on 2. Tipo down to Inkwell. We're going to work that glare again for everyone at home. Please tune in and tell your friends that DCI is underway.
Yeah, it's 8 rounds coming here, and then what was that there?
That is the inner strength.
Strength coming out. Just cycle, get a card.
Yeah, just get the action in your discard pile and set up for a very cheap Olaf Snowman of action in due time. As Milo Thatch is into Inkwell, do we have ramp on 2 as a rebuttal? And we do. We got a game here, Liam.
We do. These are the setup turns, right? These are the ones where you all kind of take a deep breath. You see, just have to figure out if we have the ink or the ramp or not. And now the game can actually get started here as we get into turn 3 with 4 ink over on Fly Like Dumbo's turn over there.
And really quick little quest for 1. These little lore pieces add up as both of these decks are going to try to get a bit into the late game as we will establish our Robin Hood on curve. Things could get experimental for Sorrowfully. Do you have an answer for this, Robin Hood? I don't even know if you do in your curler group. Maybe sometimes you can play a Mother Knows Best, but I don't know if you want to lose that amount of tempo as Visions of the Future will be deployed here. Checking 5. We can get a sneak peek.
There we go. We do have that You're Welcome there, which would be an answer, but no ink to play it now. And I didn't see what he snap grabbed there. Didn't spend much time thinking about it. Kind of quickly put that into his hand there, and it is a Tipo. So we're going to get the old double ramp here.
Just trying to kind of keep that acceleration. Maybe it was that Clarabelle light on her Clarabelle light on her hooves, I think was a snap grab. So now you are threatening an under the sea next turn if we can't. But if Robin Hood can reveal a grab your bow here, this game might be long in the tooth for Sorrowfully. That's the card you need to see. If you can pull it, and it looks like you cannot. We have a distraction.
Oh, it's such a bummer. It's something, at least.
It's Vision of the Future, so now you still can play the Vision of the Future for free, and now you can potentially find it and use your ink to play the Grab Your Bow. As a little bit of confusion there, as we're just checking to make sure.
Double checking, Robin Hood Sharpshooter. It says reveal an action card with 6 or less and play it for free. Put the rest in your discard. So I think what happened there, so you're so used to putting them under your deck, and that's what happened there. So the judge, I think, must have been standing by, really quickly caught that, hey, those cards go in your discard rather than the bottom of your deck, which when you're playing this deck and you want to leverage your discard pile with cards like Olaf, that's actually better for you. So somebody coming along there and correcting me, saying, hey, actually put those where they're going to help you out a little bit.
Yeah,
so they're going down there.
You're doing yourself a disservice by
putting
under your deck. And
that's right.
I think, but sometimes Robin Hood can, unfortunately, run you out of cards and deck you out. So that's a fine line that you have to walk. So we did not get to that grab your bowl. So we will be playing directly into a Shift Clarabelle Under the Sea, Shift Clarabelle You're Welcome line, which is very much available for Sorrowfully. So let's see if Fly Like Dumbo is going to continue to add more under the seeable targets to the board, or will we kind of take it slow and try to get another Robin Hood activation? Or something?
Even a Shift Clarabelle coming in and cracking into that Robin Hood at this point feels really bad. I think you want to establish these engines, these action engines and things, and so Fly Like Dumbo would love to have that stick around. And we're but no, this is not a terrible response. Lilo causing an uproar coming in here. Oh my goodness, what just happened? Lilo, is that a triple Lilo?
That is a triple. You're seeing triple vision.
My goodness.
That is what the power of this character can do.
Happened?
You met the criteria, you played 3 actions, and now you can just storm all 3 Lilos into the play for free. And you're able to ready a character. Actually, you must ready a character. Okay, this is not an option. And now the board is quite massive and large as we got that.
if you were to script like an opening for this deck, scripting the Robin Hood into a triple Lilo is probably one of the most high rolly moves that you can pull off in this deck. Very rare though, because to draw 3 of a single card is bonkers.
And that is some serious lore pressure too, Liam.
My goodness gracious.
You got a line that under the sea. Your under the sea gambit did kind of backfire a little bit on you because you did draw into another under the sea. It actually almost might be value to just sing this under the sea now to try to get some more cards because you are kind of bricked unplayable. And I think Sorrowfully agrees, and we will deploy this under sea. You cannot allow that Robin Hood to use his ability anymore.
And that one will go under the deck. But yeah, that's a great point. And there, as if reading your mind, Starfleet there, I'm just getting that single card off the board, but there's Lilos left kicking around here. And let's see if there's anything. If there's no ink left, there's nothing else available.
I mean, you could. I believe you still are owed an ink for turn, so you could ink that malicious meaning scary, and that's probably what Starfleet's thinking about. Yeah, we're going to put that malicious meaning down to the inkwell now just to try to gain some more cards, and you aren't even able to. I think you're able to just draw one due to that huge Lilo spam from last turn. So played around multiple things, and then we want to dig a little deeper.
Dig a little deeper.
I love that.
Find the card you need.
I love that.
It's a great card. I mean, dig a little deeper. I think it's look at 8, find 2, correct?
Look at 7.
Look at 7, find 2.
Look at 7, find 2. And keep 2 in your hand.
That's pretty good.
On a song is pretty nice. But you now have to play these Clarabelle games, and now that you've used your Lilos to sing, you won't have enough challenge power to take down that Clarabelle. So now you have to make sure you're putting these cards into the field of play, either inking or playing, to ensure they not get more Clarabelle value. I like the little gamesmanship by both of these Lumineers.
Yeah, and it's a great point on the hand size because Starfleet, as you pointed out, all he has left in hand, he had the Under the Sea and whatever he got at the end of the turn there. So under a little bit of hand pressure, still wants to ink a little bit more, needs to find some of his big combo pieces. And so the last thing you want to do is give him anything off that Clarabelle. And you won't be giving him anything else off that Clarabelle now because I think that was a Firefly Swarm coming in there, a card that's growing in popularity.
It is so good.
Taking care of that cow.
That's going to be around, Liam, for the next 2 years as well. I'm looking at these cards because as we are getting it back into core from our soiree into infinity, we're going back into core format. And now you really have to, as we're getting closer to the end, as we get into the next set, Attack of the Vine is coming out. You really have to start to think about what cards are going to be here the next 2 years of this game. And Firefly Swarm is going to be a card that you need to remember that one. It's going to be around for a time. As the board is completely clear, and this board is looking nice. 8 lore being represented by Fly Like Dumbo. And Starfleet only rubbing 2 cards together. I don't like this spot at all. I think 3 cards there, Milo Thatch in hand.
Yeah, I mean, at least it's something you can establish on board. But it's just, I mean, at this point, what you're playing towards is that Malicious Meaning Scary Prince Philip combo, and you don't have the shift target, you don't have the ink, you don't have the cards. There's just so much setup that has to be done to pull that off, and you've got about 2 turns to do it. Right. So any other removal is just delaying things a little bit. We will play the Milo Thatch, and Milo Thatch allows you to discard a card to bounce a character to hand, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. That Under the Sea is probably the best thing you can do with it at this point.
It's not doing, Under the Sea is not doing anything for you, but I don't think you can trigger Milo's second ability. Yeah, you don't have another card to send it to the discard pile, so you're not going to be able to draw Lamb. That is unfortunate. You'd love to get another resource there from Milo Thatch because now you're ink starved here at 7, and you have lost your Milo Thatch. I believe that is a B-King Undisputed. We're going deep into the bag there.
Way back.
I love that one.
The Wayback Machine.
B-King coming in from set 4, but also came back in with Fable. That card is going to be around for some time as well, and I think that card might be super playable going into the next set. But came in strong there, getting through that ward at Milo Thatch.
It's another card that I think could, again, be more popular in Core Constructed after rotation because, like, B-King, back when it was introduced, was played quite a bit, actually, in these removal-heavy, these control decks, Ruby Amethyst, etc. And then not really a need for it in the Core Constructed meta recently because there's other tools and there were difficult ways to winnow down your opponent's board. And, of course, when dogs are running around that go incredibly wide, a card that says, your opponent picks and banishes a character, not terribly great. But it is a great removal card, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it, be more represented.
It seems like Ward is going to be a really powerful keyword in the next few sets, as Robin Hood will reveal another Firefly Swarm. This is powerful. Now Firefly Swarm will be able to trigger there, and you should be able to banish this Buzz Lightyear because you now met its unique conditions based on how the bag works.
It's fascinating because Firefly Swarm works perfectly with Robin Hood because it says if other cards were put in your discard this turn, banish chosen character. Now, what I think the judge call is we're looking at the bag, as you said, and we're trying to figure out, do we resolve Robin Hood's ability and putting those cards in the discard pile, thereby allowing Firefly Swarm's second ability to activate. And so that's the discussion here. And I do believe that you do resolve Robin Hood's ability, and then Robin Hood plays the card, but we'll see if that is allowed.
I'm fairly confident. I think the lore guides are there, but I'm fairly confident that Robin Hood's ability should resolve all the way through, and then you gain the lore. His effect all resolves, and then you would resolve the Firefly Swarm. But I believe there's no discussion needed. We're just going to go ahead and scoop it up and get on into a game number 3 as Fly Like Dumbo really had an opportunity, Liam. You asked for it, and he had a chance to really showcase what that strategy is all about and what it's trying to do. And he had a pretty nice curve along the way to get there.
Yeah, and again, like we talked about, I think earlier how this deck seems like, as it's built, it can be very high rolly and do really busted things. It also has, hands which are probably pretty bricky, and so that's the thing about this format is there are dogs. One of the reasons it's so popular is because even that it's like low impact hands it's a very consistent deck. Even if you get the not ideal draw, you can still play games. Whereas with a lot of these other decks, you can have openings which just almost give away your game.
Absolutely.
And so we saw one of the strongest openings that can probably have last game. We'll see what he can pull off in game 3.
Ramp on 2 into a Robin Hood. That's super ideal. And then you have multiple actions into a Lilo Soiree into a Clarabelle who can't draw. I mean, that's just je ne sais quoi. I mean, I don't know how to say. That's just actual perfection. So now you're going to be on the draw now, and some of those lines are not going to be available to you. Looking at Sorrowfully, he looks very confident there in this spot, as now you can go for your turn 1 Clarabelle, or maybe get a Clarabelle shift, sing your welcome, Clarabelle shift into an early under the sea, and potentially put this thing away early. So a lot of cool things can happen. Both of these Lumineers had the opportunity to demonstrate what their strategies were all about, but now here it is, the patent pending game number 3 to start the stream off. This is the DCI. This is round number 1. And again, I want to thank you guys all for being here. We're locked in. We're laser focused. We're going to be here all day. We're live on Twitch, but also we're on YouTube on the Illumateers. That's right, the Illumateers. If you're not over there on YouTube, make sure you hit them with the subscription. Make sure you follow the program, and make sure you lock in. Also, on the Quest World, you guys know what time it is. If you're here, make sure you tell your friends and let them know to join both. The real ones are watching both. I mean, it's just a simple tab. Let's get the word out. Let's let people know what's happening here at the DCI.
Yeah, and something else. I mean, thanks for the plug.
We're gonna do that all day, Liam. We're plug team over here. We support the homies for
you're
sure.
The best. You're just the best. JD's the best. If you haven't met JD, and I'll say this about all the other commentators too, like you see people on camera and you're like, oh man, they can't be that amazing in person as they are on camera, and it's 100% true.
Stop,
it's 100% true. But so DCI, like obviously you're here, you're watching, tell your friends. There are some 2 things. One, there are some very, very talented players out there. We have Mo Shamblin out there right now, who's a top 8 player in the world last season. Lost to Zach Bivens in the top 8 of the first Disney Lorcana World Championship. Christopher Baxter's out there, who took down a very spiky CCS prior to Worlds last season on brooms. And the Dallas community itself, the Dallas-Fort Worth community, is incredibly talented. You have players here like Stephen Mejia, who won Hunter Burton a couple years ago. And so you're getting to see today a showcase of some of Texas's very best. Central Texas very best, as well as some Worlds competitors, Golden Mickey winners. We also have a player here from New Zealand coming in just for this. Ace, making the trip.
Australia or New Zealand? He's from I think it's from Australia. He's from New Zealand. Okay, yeah, he's from way out there. I think he's been on an absolute rampage throughout the realm of Lorcana. He's been traveling to the UK. He's been traveling to North America. He's been to the DLCs, and he is just actually on a journey to conquer this game. And he's a phenomenal player. So that just shows. I mean, this community this is for everyone, and I'm glad that this tournament is finally getting the recognition that it deserves. And there's so much love behind the scenes. You guys have no idea how much dedication and care is going into this. As Helping Hand is into discard pile.
Cute card.
Helping Hand, I love to see it. Just another action, Liam, that you can just stack up for that Olaf Snowman of action as you're trying to get out for cheap, and also just allows you to draw a card. So a little bit of support as we are going to go ramp on 2. Do we have it? It's Tipo, the growing son, who's out. Not going to miss it very much myself personally.
No, not going to miss Tebow?
Not going to miss Tebow.
All right.
Okay, he can go.
See something different?
Yeah, you can leave.
Yeah.
You're
I think Garrick, I was talking before the stream and making the joke that soon all of Sapphire players are going to have to rediscover what turn 3 cost cards there are in Sapphire.
Right.
It's just an ink color that they ignored for like years.
That's a super funny skit. I think you should do that.
Solid joke.
That's a funny skit.
Solid joke from Garrick of Podcana. But now we're back on the other side. We're going to see if we do have the turn 2 ramp over on Fly Like Dumbo side. And he's thinking about this pretty hard. Usually the turn 2, you know exactly what you're doing. You're snapping that card down. You're doing one of 2 things. And when a Sapphire player thinks extra hard about turn 2,
something is going off script.
That's right. It makes me curious. Sometimes you are debating between the Azurite Sea versus the Tipo. Do I want to establish a body, or do I want to get that extra card? There's pluses and minuses to both. We are going to do the Tipo, though. Okay.
The little Tipo soiree on the draw feels a lot better than on the play. But if I have Clarabelle in my deck, I don't mind as these two Tipos are staring down. Keep in mind, I believe one of these Lumineers is also an alumnus to the great University of Texas, I believe. We are on Texas campus, University of Texas at Dallas, who were so kind to allow us to use their facility to host this tournament. It's a wonderful venue. And I believe, I don't know which one of these Lumineers, Fly Like Dumbo is actually an alumni here. So shout out to them as well. Alumnus? Alumni?
Alumni.
Alumni?
Yeah.
Okay.
Alum.
There it is.
Yeah.
Okay, there
Alum.
it is. I think of vision.
Visions of the future. It's true. A degree will help your future, so will visions of the future as you
I see that.
dig down through here a little bit. And a couple of combo pieces there, a couple of control options. You do have the Prince Philip there. He could take and store away for later. I think that's a Prince John Silver as well. I think we kept the Philip. So we'll see. We'll get a look there. But I think finding that combo piece, and Starfleet, having seen last game, those Lilos just go absolutely nuts on the board. Probably wants to try to find both the Malicious Fiend Scare and Prince Philip as soon as possible, just to have those in his back pocket.
His arsenal, yeah.
Because cards like Lilo and Olaf can all of a sudden just explode Fly Like Dumbo's side of the board, and so Starfleet wanting to be ready for it.
And we are playing this Sapphire game as well, as you were able to successfully ramp twice. I think that is a huge benefit, getting to your win condition a little bit sooner, just trying to outvalue your adversary through the Inkwell, and then try to get this Clarabelle down as soon as you can to really start to storm some of that value. So you are threatening a Clarabelle next turn. I don't know if Fly Like Dumbo has any way that you can play around it. You can get your own second installment of ramp in as you're going to play Till the Other AC. A little bit of counterplay there.
Yeah, that is. And it's interesting because I don't think that this is necessarily Dumbo's game plan. I'm willing to bet this is not designed as a 2-4-6 deck, although when you're doing it with an action that fuels your discard pile, like it's certainly not bad. On the other side, though, Starfleet, so when you hear us say like 2-4-6 as commentators, that's because some decks are designed or have lines where they really want to ramp on 2, and then ramp on their 4 ink turn as well. And so you're ramping basically 2 turns in a row, and you can do that with various cards like Cinderella. You can do that with just another Tipo or an Azurite Sea in order to very, very quickly get to their 6 ink turn. And so they're on their 6 ink turn on turn 4. And so when you see a commentator use the term 2-4-6, that's really what they're describing is that double ramp line. Emerald Sapphire is a deck that loves to do that, to get to those Clarabelles as fast as possible. Usually not. You don't see that quite as often from Emerald Sapphire or Ruby Sapphire, although there are some decks that do it. I'm just wondering if this is one of Dumbo's ideal lines, or if he's trying to smooth out a rough opening.
And I think that there's also some good benefit of, he only had a 5 ink as we were still a little bit far away. I just want to get my hand depleted so I don't get completely outvalued by this Clarabelle Ladder, who's another card that I'm going to miss desperately when she's rotated out. Maybe there's a chance she can come back into this game, because I thought she provided a lot of unique interactions to this game. But we're still 1 ink away. Now we're going to set up this Moana Curious Explorer. A lot of explorers in this Emerald strategy, and we're going to be able to ink from our Inkwell. Very unique card coming in from Winterspell. It's going to be around for a while. Get used to it.
Yeah, it's a really fun card because it just sits there, and every single turn allows you to get bonus ink. And really, it functions kind of as card draw in a way. So it does allow you to ramp and get multiple ink per turn, but also, in most of Lorcana, you want to take advantage of that ink every single turn. And so this basically allows you to keep whatever you're drawing and kind of fuel your hand. So a really fun card, and Starfleet's just going to have that sitting there for the next bajillion turns if he can. Just fueling his Inkwell.
And just continuing to build and build and build as we have full combo in hand, Liam. Oh, yikes. So that is a super game clock happening as Moana will ink the Vision of the Future from the Inkwell. We now can go for 6. It's the John Silver.
Oh, no.
The Space Pirate. He has the most tags. Hopefully another character does not get more tags than John Silver. I think that would be so inappropriate, as he is a pirate. He's a Storyborn. He's a villain. He's an alien. And he's a captain. I believe that has to be the most.
He has all the things. He also gives a character Reckless when he comes into play. It's some anti-aggro, but it also shuts down characters that want to quest. So that Robin Hood Sharpshooter wants to quest this turn to find an action. It cannot. Because Fly Like Dumbo, Starfleet did give it Reckless. And so that Robin Hood will have to find something else to do, like sing a song. Otherwise, it's going to have to go either run into a Moana or just, give a little plink on a Tipo.
That's an interesting question on that Tipo. I think I would have left that Tipo ready, if possible, to really force some interaction with that Moana on this Robin Hood. Got a plus value there. And I think that's a very interesting quest. Maybe you wanted this setup to set up maybe your Prince Philip no song. That could be a reason why you didn't want to.
It would be really fun if that's the interaction here.
That could happen. I mean, I think next turn, are you threatened? I can't tell with the Inkwell. My
1,
vision.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah.
You can ink from the Inkwell and deploy Prince Philip and keep your malicious mean and scary. I think if that's a line you want to take, because we're going to take another quick voyage across the Azurite Sea, and now we have a few ink left. Interesting.
So could ink again here if we wanted to. There it is. Add that Tipo out of the Inkwell. So you do follow normal inking rules with that Moana. You can only ink once per turn. It's just ink from your Inkwell instead of your hand. But because Sail the Azurite Sea says ink an additional card, we can pull 2 cards out of the discard pile. And there's that Milo Thatch. Plenty of cards to discard. We will have a card discarded here, and we will return probably that Robin Hood is my guess. Okay, they're ready Tipo. Okay.
Okay. And if you wanted, you could, in turn, start challenging these characters, or you could just quest these glimmers. Now that Milo's still drying, you can quest up again and just continue with this Reckless campaign, which kind of worked out quite nicely for you on the previous round. And I believe that might be what we're electing to do here. Yeah, gain that lore and give Reckless his Robin Hood again. Great play coming in from Starfleet.
Yeah, that's it. Just shutting down. Not afraid of the lore gain right there off of that Robin Hood, and is just making sure he shuts down Robin Hood's ability, because again, Robin Hood wants to be questing. He don't want to be challenging.
Yeah.
And but to your point last turn, now the options for challenging over on that side of the board are a lot more scary. So Robin Hood going to have to run into something unless it can find a song to sing.
There is I think the songs you have available to you. Maybe there's a world where you're playing like a bird, and it's not like excuse me, like you're playing the. Man, I'm sorry, my mind is blank. But there is a song that can be played in this strategy, but I don't know if you have it right now, as it looks like we are going to go for a dangerous plan here. This is a risk. This is risky, but sometimes when your back's against a wall, you will be able to draw 2 cards and randomly discard one.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's not the best one you needed, and it will be dig a little deeper.
Okay.
You didn't have the characters in play to sing it, so that's probably the best choice for you right now.
Yeah, probably don't feel bad to get that out of the hand at all, I think. It is another action, and you can't play it. You'd love to sing it. What you don't want to do is spend your entire turn spending 8 ink on it. So probably the best option, honestly. I don't know what else is in hand, but I can't think of something else that he'd rather be discarding.
Oh, it's B King Undisputed. That's a card he can sing. My bad.
Oh, there it is. Yep, there it is.
We're back.
Solid. You're back.
Then we're back. Okay.
And if he finds that's not all of those characters you'd love to get off the board. On Starfleet's side of the board, so he does find it.
There it is. I did see it off the vision, so I did cheat a little bit. I did see it from the vision, so he did grab it off that visions, and he was able to find it and keep his Robin Hood around for a little bit longer. And the Firefly Swarm is going to take out the John Silver. So a little bit of Wombo combo from Fly Like Dumbo, who was able to preserve this board, but you still have those damages around, and I think it might be time to send this Prince Philip. Galloping Galoot, come on in.
You could, but you also have just a straight up challenge available from that Robin Hood if you wanted to do it. And instead, why play the Prince Philip if you can just banish the Tipo there? And
interesting.
No,
we had damage on there already. Interesting. I would have kept that malicious mean and scary there for a time, because the characters already had that 1 damage already, and that's 3 lore that I would have loved to have that Milo quest for there.
But it does
give you more cards into discard pile except Milo?
Milo does say discard, right? It doesn't say cards put in your discard pile, so the discard has to trigger it?
No, it could be any card goes into the discard. He only discards to bounce on play. But when you have a card, 2 cards or enter your discard pile, then you can trigger.
Okay, so it's enter your discard pile. It's not discarded.
Not discarded,
okay.
Correct.
So that may be part of the calculus, is trying to make sure that that was triggered. Yeah, you're right. Putting your discard. So exactly right. So the malicious mean and scary may have been a calculus to get that card into the discard pile in order to trigger Milo Thatch's ability.
That could be what it is. I don't hate that in either way, but it looks like we have another Milo Thatch is in hand, and this Maui Half Shark look very tempting as a Milo Thatchable target, discarding one of our superfluous actions we have in hand, and we will deploy the Milo Thatch discarding, and the fist bump is issued. Fly Like Dumbo goes down, and sorrowfully will get it done in round number 1. Well played to both of these Illumineers, and what a great way to start off this tournament. As I like it.
Yeah, no, that was a lot of fun, and I do understand the fist bump there. Obviously, it wasn't closed out yet; it was only a matter of time. And Emerald Sapphire is just one of those decks. It does have the board wipe, and once you get into a position where you're playing 1 character a turn, there's so many single removal options. You used to run the Basils, which can bounce. Now you run like the Milo Thatches. You have your welcomes, and in a deck that you can dig, it is a pretty sure bet that you're going to be able to find a single removal card every single turn. And so if the Ruby Sapphire deck's not in a position where it can drop multiple characters on the board, it's just the writing's on the wall.
And we saw that line. That was a very optimal line they took in game number 2. They weren't able to find anything like that on the draw in game number 3. And I think the advantage just started to snowball, snowball, snowball. And the Robin Hood was kind of stifled in his tracks. He wasn't able to just start generating his advantage. So these kind of things do happen. And I did think at the beginning of that game that the Ruby Sapphire strategy was kind of fighting an uphill battle. And I think they managed to kind of negotiate some of those treacherous obstacles, but it just wasn't enough to take down that Emerald and Sapphire deck. And I really like that Emerald Sapphire strategy. I'm not sure if that's going to be able to maintain. They lose a lot of their power going into rotation. I think that is the deck that's hit the hardest so far with rotation, that identity. But we'll see how it shapes out as we have a lot more coming your way. Maybe we'll see more of that happening here in this tournament.
Yeah. No, it's a great point. Like we're going to talk all day. You're going to hear us talk all day about rotation because it's coming.
Yes.
And it's going to be massive, and there's a lot of cards that we're going to lose. And so it is fun to kind of watch over the next few weeks kind of the last hurrah of some of these decks that we have known and loved and or hated, frankly, depending on your point of view, for the last few months or year even. Sapphire decks, it's interesting because you talked about some of these ramp cards getting rotated out. Those decks and their turn 2 ramp, which some of these decks are built completely around, them losing that turn is going to be really interesting to see how they adapt going forward.
They got to change it up. I mean, unless there is some very powerful reprints that happen, they're going to have to get into the lab and they're going to try some new things. Just like I'm pretty sure there's some players who are still trying some new things in this tournament right now.
Yeah.
We are still in the last one of the last few tournaments. There are a couple of tournaments left as we are rotating out, but a lot of the focus for the last few months has been on the Infinity format. And a lot of times people go into the DLCs because in Dortmund and also Indianapolis, those were the major focuses. So a lot of the community shifted to Infinity format. Now, maybe someone was holding some stuff back for core, and they were now going to unleash it here at the DCI.
That's a good point. Yeah, well, actually, that's a really fun point because of the focus has been on Infinity. So some of these players just like have been cooking for like the last month, and they're like, I'm ready.
As soon as I get
core.
my chance, as soon as I get my DCI, they're just Xing off the calendar. As soon as I get my chance, I'm going to unleash this thing, and boom, it could happen right here or right now. So that's, I don't know, I think it's going to be a great tournament. I'm excited to see how the whole thing shakes out. Hopefully you guys are at home are enjoying it as well and liking what you see. Again, share the stream, share the vibe, let people know what's happening wherever you may be. It's not only me, but it's also Liam. We got Garrick from Podcana. We got Katie from the Lore Keepers Inn.
They're right there.
They're literally right here. I mean, we're going to get them in here soon. We also have Courtney from the Enchanted Chatters and maybe more. So we're going to keep you guys.
Maybe more.
Maybe more.
But wait, there's more. Yeah, no, just give me, and there's some great players out there that you all know, and I can't wait to introduce, if you haven't watched some of the tournaments here in the Dallas Fort Worth area, some of the players here that they're going to get to showcase some of their skills. So yeah, it's gonna be a fun day.
Nice long day. That was a quick round, and we also are going to try to work a secondary match. We just we didn't get there yet. We're going to get there in time. Don't worry. As the day goes on, things are going to be happening. So that was a fast. How many? That was a fast little round there.
It was like 30 minutes.
That was pretty quick.
25 minutes.
25 minutes.
That's production over there.
Shout out to Kirby, by the way, who's on the wheels of steel, holding it down, keep you guys rocking and rolling all day. But it's gonna be great. I'm excited. I don't know if we have the ability to interview. I don't know if you want to talk to. You know what? We're gonna cut. Not right now. We will. Okay, that's gonna happen as well. Okay,
yeah, that's a good point. We are, it's interesting when you watch some of these streams and stuff, if you haven't been and seen like the production side of things, because every single time you do these events in a new venue, like you have to build up the whole production and there's cameras and wires and all this stuff, and then you tear it down, you build it up and tear it down, and I know you've gotten pretty good at that. You are always on the road.
I'm trying.
Cooking.
This is what I do. But this here at the DCI, there is a lot more stuff than what I'm used to, and we kind of put our heads together and we came up with something that is cool. So hopefully you guys enjoy it. And it's been a blessing. It's been a blessing to be around this community and being able to go to so many tournaments. And even when you told me, hey, there's an opportunity to be involved with this, and I jumped on it immediately.
I think I messaged you and you responded within like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Like, yes. It was the funniest thing. It was like, yeah, 100%.
Without a doubt.
I've already got plane tickets booked. It was really funny.
I'm there in a heartbeat. I am super, because it's really nice. And like I said, you go out there, you see the whole all of the different Diet Cokes that are out there because that is the entry fee to this event.
Yeah.
Usually, I'll be depressed if I don't see the throne. I don't
Oh,
know
it's
who's
coming.
Okay, whoever's gonna the
coming.
throne is inbound, so we'll get images of the throne in here, so you
We're gonna
guys
get a video of the throne.
yeah, of all of us sitting in the throne. I want to take a chance on
We're gonna,
on
you know
a
what I'm
little
gonna
bit
do?
of
Here's what we're gonna do later. This is why you stay tuned to the stream. So here's what I'm gonna do later. I'm gonna get my video camera out.
Okay.
Between rounds, we're gonna have each one of the commentators and maybe a few other folks. We're gonna do our best like DCI throne pose, and then we're gonna have you all vote out
There you
there
go.
on which commentator occupies the throne the best. Because there's things you could go with the laid back approach. You know, this is my favorite. Or you can go with the Iron Throne. You know, the lean forward.
One of
There's all
those?
sorts of options. But the thing, the DCI is like a vibe because you know there's all sorts of different tournament series and each one has their own identity. The DCI, obviously you have the throne out there, you have the Diet Coke, but like these jackets, the pins, there's Diet Coke. Like it is a whole thing. And so if you haven't been here before, like I don't know,
come
check it out
next time. Next time we're gonna. I believe they do this once every 2 sets. I think is the timeline.
They actually do it whenever Kirby runs low on Diet Coke. Is the thing. So you never know. Stay posted. You know, stay tuned in.
Absolutely.
Because yeah, it's fun. It's a fun event and great. And again, great players in this area.
It's been really nice. It's really nice. So we have core constructed. We have infinity format. We have rotation. We have attack of divine. We have card reveals. Also have been starting to come out for the next set as well. So there's so much to talk about. There's so much to unpack. We have great gameplay. The vibe is out there. I hate being away from the action. Usually I like to set up right in the and I can hear people, the chatter as the enchanted chatter has just walked in. Hey Courtney, how you doing over there? It's been a really cool thing. So we're going to kick it here for a little while, and then do we want to throw it to a break? No. Do you want to throw, or you want to?
We at some point I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm here to vibe.
Okay.
We are going to do it because we don't have a transition tree yet. We're going to do it like a quick be right back at some point to rotate the casting team.
Yes.
And set up, and then we're going to come back. So like when you see us, here's the thing. Okay. Here's the thing, folks.
Lock in.
If you have never watched,
I'm talking to you out there.
Yeah,
get in here.
You know who you are.
Yeah.
You're looking at your screen right now, and if you're not, you're about to because you're. If you've never watched a JD stream, JD does not like Be Right Back screen. So if we ever go to Be Right Back, like we are all committed to keeping it as short as possible, and we just need to do some cast rotation. So if you ever see that happen, like don't go anywhere.
Yeah, we're not shutting it down.
We're coming back.
Yeah,
we've got bits. There are Uncrustables out there. There's all sorts of bits that we're gonna do. So
we're gonna be here. We're gonna be here all day long. But I would want to get, you know, I don't want to take it away. I see Garrick over here. He's off cam. I see Katie over there. We want to get them in here too.
Yeah.
And really showcase what all is happening. But I really do appreciate this. Again, I love being here. This is so much fun. I'm extremely excited for the things that are going to be happening today, and it's going to be great. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
We're just having fun.
Sorry.
We're just having fun.
Sorry. Lock in. We're professionals over here.
We're
professionals.
We're good.
We're professionals.
We're good. This is the vibe. All right.
No. All right, no, seriously. We're gonna take a super quick break.
We just gotta rotate people.
And we're gonna rotate. We're gonna come right back.
You don't want to see us do that. There's lab mics and stuff.
Keep it locked. Don't touch that dial. BRB here.
hear us loud and clear.
I remember. And welcome back. It is me, Katie and Courtney. I checked our names are right. We're here.
We're here.
We're at the Diet Coke Invitational, the DCI CCQ here in beautiful Texas. Now, are we in Fort Worth, Dallas, Richardson? Thoughts?
So I feel like I can't give real thoughts because I'm not originally from Texas.
Okay.
So I'm just like, it's DFW. We're fine.
Yeah, is that we are in the DFW metro area, and it's exciting. I will say that JD was talking about how he really wanted to do this event, and I am in the same boat. As a caster, there are banner events that I'm like, I would like to go to there, and this is one that's on my radar. And JD was like, or sorry, Liam reached out and said, hey, would you like to do it? I looked at my calendar. Not a good idea, but I immediately said yes. I said, I have an event the weekend before and the weekend after, but I'm free that weekend.
And you're a Diet Coke lover, so you needed to be here.
I am. I've been drinking Diet Coke since I was a child, getting ready for this. Could I have been 5'7" if I didn't drink it?
Maybe we both could have been 5'7".
But instead,
Nope.
we were hydrated and living our best lives.
Living our best.
But yeah, we are here. We just finished round 1. We have a total of 8 rounds today.
8 rounds today, and then we cut to top 8 tomorrow.
Yeah, and then there will be side events from what I hear.
Yes.
So tomorrow it's not just like, hey, 8 people come back, everybody else, I hope you have Sunday plans. No, come back. We're going to have side events, and there's wonderful raffles. I probably will be typing like how to buy raffles.
How to buy raffle tickets? Yeah, I am really hoping to snag the Merida. Then
just that, okay.
Just, you know.
She just wants the iconic. Her needs are so, I asked for so little.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
It's just, you know, I've been here every DCI so far. What's
yeah,
an iconic?
Come on, have you pulled an iconic yet?
No.
Me neither. And I think, great Illuminary, I've seen what you've done for other people. Can I please get one iconic for the one time?
I do ask the Lorcana gods pretty regularly if I could
Yeah.
just have one.
I light a candle at the Great Illuminary and I say, I've been good. I've been good. But yeah, I am very excited about core because this, okay, full disclosure, Courtney, you're going to have to carry me. You know, there'll be 2, instead of 2 sets of footprints, there'll be 1 because
There's
you're going to
one.
be carrying me across some of these core cards because I have studied them, but I haven't casted a core Wilds Unknown tournament. I've been only doing Infinity, and I've done like 5 tournaments since Wilds Unknown come out, all Infinity.
All Infinity. So you're ready to be back in core world.
Yeah, there's a lot of things going on. Like, I'm looking at the meta breakdown right now. The good news is, if we could have dogs mirrors all day, I'm golden. If we have dog mirrors, I'm ready. I know it. But the number 2, tell the folks at home, this was surprising.
So we have Amber Amethyst as our number 2 most played deck today.
And I think we were talking about this offline. We'll take this offline. We talked about it between rounds, that this is surprising and not surprising because there's different builds of it. Anytime there's a deck that you can kind of hedge your bets and be like, well, I'm hyper aggro and other people are going to play, you know, an evasive mid-range strategy, then that could be, you know, then it's 10 and 10. But that was just, yeah, it's the second most popular in the room. The guess that wasn't surprising. You know it, you love it.
Our good friend Blurple.
Blurple. The Blurple. That's Amethyst Sapphire coming in at number 3. And then our number 4 was also surprising to me because it is Amber Ruby.
Yeah, you know, the toys. We have some people that probably want to play some toys.
And fair. And I think that's very fun. That we've talked about that at great length on other, you know, avenues where we discuss Lorcana. There have been other archetypes where we want it to pay off. Like, for example, there is about 30 people in the world that every set comes out, they're like, is Grandpappy a thing yet? Is Racers a thing? And the answer has been no, largely.
Also Brooms. Brooms, rest in peace.
Brooms dusted, lightly dusted the meta. It won a CCS, Charlie's Collectible Show, and that was very, very cool. But that was it. So then they like the brooms are gone. So all that to be said, I think you can see the energy when people said, "Wait, toys," and then they played. Are like, "Oh, toys."
It actually works.
It does, and I think there might be maybe some other. I'd be interested to see if it is all toys because there's 12 people.
Right.
And so there
So
could
I'm
be
sure
some-
there could be some spice in there and
Yeah.
leaning to some other builds.
Yeah, and then yeah, we go down the line. I mean, there's a lot of different decks here. I don't. I'm trying to see. Is there any combination that isn't here? That's like a more fun thing here.
We do not have Emerald Steel.
Emerald Steel's not here. Sorry, folks. If you were an Emerald Steel fan,
We will not
play
be-
Infinity.
Yep, we will not see that today.
Yeah, but other than that, I mean, it is a veritable cornucopia of Disney Lorcana today. And yeah, if you like Sapphire, well, you got Sapphire with everything. You might say, Sapphire and Amber, surely you jest. I don't.
No,
I do
there's
not jest.
two, not one, but two.
Yeah, 2 people got together. And there's, of course, Sapphire Steel because we're contractually obligated to have 2 Sapphire Steels. I'm rooting for the Rust or Ruby Steel because those are Diet Coke colors.
Yeah.
And that is.
They were on theme.
Yeah. Are they on meta? We don't know.
Hmm.
More to come. But yeah, we're getting the round. Has round 2 pairings gone up yet?
That's a great question. It looks like we do not have round 2
Cool.
pairings
We're
just
vibing.
yet. So we're just vibing. I will say the other thing about the meta for this event is this is a really like entry level friendly CCQ.
Yes.
A lot of people, when you go to a CCQ, you go to a larger tournament, you're going to be spending a pretty penny. And today you just had to bring a 12-pack of Diet Coke, and that is a pretty manageable entry fee. So we have a lot of players that maybe are bringing some local spice or their local league spice to a bigger tournament. So I think that will probably lead to some interesting matches.
Yeah, it's a culmination of factors because we have the fact that, like you said, this is like you said, more people locally being willing to do high level or premier tournament level play. And then rotation's coming in 3 weeks. And then it's kind of been the season of infinity.
Yes.
So all these things together make it where I do think people are going to be like, it's now or never for certain decks.
Yeah, let's test it out. Let's throw it out there. Ooh, we just got a note from production that pairings are up and everybody is getting squared away.
Yes, so we will get some featured matches here. And I walked around there, our faces where you're like, what are you doing, you such and such? I just saw you in Indianapolis and you're all the way down here in Texas. Well, listen, frequent flyer miles can take you far in this life. And
Yes.
now I don't know. I wonder what percentage of these people flew with Diet Coke. Carry-on checked. It's a liquid, I'm guessing. Maybe they bought it locally. We'll see.
Yeah.
We can maybe poll people and see how they got it to the venue.
We do also have the throne built. It has been constructed.
Oh, wow.
Hmm.
Wow.
And it's looking pretty good.
I love that very much. Have you noticed at grocery stores so like when we were younger, they would make these like little like motifs for
The
like super-
designs.
Yeah, but now they're
Yes.
like paper. They'll like
That's
they'll
kinda
fold it
sad.
in. And fair because if one of those fell, it could be obliteration. And so
Mhm.
maybe it's a responsibility, a safety thing. But yeah, we have round 2 up, and we have 132 or 143 players,
Correct.
which is remarkable. And all of them, like you said, they didn't pay. Someone's going to get to be qualified for nationals.
Off of a case of Diet Coke, which is just pretty wild.
It is. It had to be Diet Coke. I saw someone walk in. They had Coke Zero. They were turned away. They said, "There's Target. Come back." I don't know
Yeah.
if that happened, but it is a Diet Coke. That is it's what it says on the label. But yeah, we're getting those pairings up. Have we already picked the featured round? Or they?
We did, but I am waiting for them to get to the table.
Cool. I'm excited and a little nervous. Like I said, if it seems like it's like, Katie, what are you nervous about? Well, let's be honest. If it is, there's a couple decks that I am curious and haven't had a chance to see, and that would be Toys, and the other ones I'm feeling pretty good about because a lot of them is Echoes. But I will say that people have been very eager to put in the newer cards from this set. I haven't seen Eliza Maza.
She's my favorite.
I haven't seen her in action yet.
Oh.
And I know she's anti-dog tech.
Yep, I've been running Ruby Amethyst in core, and that card just feels so good to put down when you're playing dogs and be like, you no longer get under the sea.
Right? It's like, calm down. I know what you think you're going to do. Not with me. I got
Not today.
and it's Eliza, or is it Eliza? I feel like it's something not, because I know that
My brain goes to Eliza because I've seen Hamilton one too many times.
Eliza.
Yeah.
And Peggy. But I do know that somebody said everybody gets it wrong, and my brain screenshotted what they said mentally. Delete right away. It went into the temporary access memory. Unfortunate. However, there are some mainstays. Amethyst Steel, I don't think has received a lot of high octane upgrades. I think it is still 1, 2, 3, Sing on 4.
Yep.
I am hoping to see Emerald Ruby. I think Emerald Ruby
So
is very
I think
spicy.
your wish might be granted.
Really?
This round.
Wow, that's really fortuitous for me. Because this is a deck that we got to cast at the Lorcana Challenge, and it fundamentally isn't too different as a core deck, which is very, very exciting. Some decks just can't really function the same once they went from core to infinity, but this one is very, very similar.
And I believe on the stream for Indy, the player that was featured with that deck also is here today.
Because I know Kendall Burnett played it.
Oh, Kendall played it because I know.
Yeah. Oh, there's another one too.
Yes, Keaton. He was the other player that played it.
So, all right, we'll be going over the match in just a little bit. In the meantime, everybody, it's Christmas. It's Christmas in June, and people have called this deck Christmas. I don't think anyone does that anymore because it doesn't feel very Christmassy. It's a very, very, very action heavy and some nefarious things. So we're going to go straight to that match here. And like you said, we have Grod.
G-Rod.
G-Rod, not
is,
Rod, okay.
He is a local player here, so I have some fun color commentary for both of these members of the DFW community. So Candace is also a University of Texas at Dallas alumni. She's a really great player, and she is going to be on that Emerald Ruby deck, and G-Rod is going to be playing Blurple. Both really great members of the community. G-Rod is actually a local police officer, and he collects bulk to hand out to kids in the community at his at his police department.
That is very nice. I think it is very fun. I do go back and forth on whether it's nice to give children trading cards because it's like, on one hand, oh, but on the other hand, you've just locked them into a life.
But you've locked them in on Lorcana cards.
That's true. That's true. You're like, listen, if you're going to play Lorcana, let's get you on.
If you're going to use your money for something, use it for packs of cards instead of other things.
Right. And so now we're going to go ahead. We're doing our answer. We talked a little bit about this Sapphire strategy in round 1, where it is imperative that you have that beautiful ramp onto. And that is because you want to do the cool stuff faster, because in this Ruby Emerald strategy, you will be doing cool stuff, but much slower. It's very action heavy. So for a few turns, it kind of feels like you're doing not a lot, but Grod, right off the base, is able to play a character. So we got Rafiki here, who is going to be able to he's good in the dog meta, because if there is something on the side of the board, he can easily respond. In the meantime, he can just stand there or quest. We have a Baloo down in the Inkwell, which is kind of an interesting one.
It is.
But he's down in the Inkwell. We don't have to worry about him yet, but he does play that underdog card of Liquidator, which is a good response to having Rafiki, because it's kind of you go first or I go first, but both of us are going to be here menacing in the meantime.
Ooh, and got a Tamatoa into the Inkwell there, and a pretty one at that.
Yeah, Tamatoa can be one of the card draw engines in the deck. That's one of the important things with a lot of these decks, is how will you keep refilling your hand? Now, the good news, the answer is Amethyst. We don't have to work too hard with that Tamatoa, but there will likely, that does show that there will be items at some point. You don't need popsicles if you have that Tamatoa. However, we're going to go ahead and ink a Wasabi, because at this point he's like, okay, I don't think I'm against Snow Fort, but we'll see if he regrets that later, because that's usually a card you only have 1 or 2 of. But moving over, here is our first action. We have Inner Strength rather coming in. We're chosen character gets +1 strength this turn, draw a card. A lot of these actions, they're only in it for 1 or 2, like they don't need all of it to feel good about it.
No, it really is. Let's get those actions out there and get our good friend out on the board, Mr. Olaf.
Right. So in this case, he is just. I say he, like Milo is doing it, but Candace is playing 2 of those Inner Strengths, where now we have +2. It only lasts during the turn, so that's over. But you got to draw 2 cards, keeping your hand full, and filtering towards the most important card in the deck, which is that Return of Hercules. But in the meantime, G-Rod, which I want to say Grod, but
I know.
Grod is going to draw a card. So both of them are able to keep their hand size nice and ample as we pass back to Courtney, or Candace. You're Courtney. That's an interesting one. We have the Retro Evolution device in here. So I was wondering if there would be any items in this deck, and we do have one. Now, we didn't play it, but it is one where you can banish a chosen character of yours and then play a character for up to 2 cost or more, then banish character for free. This is kind of a funky one, but if we're trying to do big characters later, this might be a fun engine for it. But in this case, Candace does opt to say, it's better as ink. Let's just keep driving this train forward. And having, ooh, this is an interesting play. We have Lewis coming down. Now, Lewis will go ahead and give Reckless, which is a very nice way to deal with characters that you know they plan on investing. Generally speaking, Genie doesn't plan. I mean, he wants to get that tool, or he's evasive. He wants to be free and clear, but now he has that Reckless. So we're gonna need some kind of sub plan if we want to avoid it. There are some opportunities. There might be some rush coming in with Elsa, or maybe or Rafiki could go in. So we have to decide how we do that, but it does make it where Genie, unfortunately, no matter what, just can't quest.
And it looks like we're going to get a Hades to try to manage that liquidator.
Yeah, looking for a deal. Saying, how badly do you want to go ahead and let me draw cards? It's either we're going to go ahead and put that liquidator at the bottom of our deck, or we keep it on the table and we say draw 2 cards, and just like that, G-Rod is 2 cards more rich. He does go ahead and take that trade with the Rafiki. That Rafiki has served his purpose, and that gets rid of a very large, formidable 4 strength on the other side of the board. And now it's just that liquidator standing alone. However, if I am G-Rod, I am still a little nervous because this deck has access to some pretty punishing removal. I'm wondering if we'll see it. Generally speaking, people run this in combo specifically for the Leviathan of it all, but we need a few pieces, and this Gaten Moliere is a great way to get to those pieces.
Absolutely. So evasive 2/5. Whenever this character quests, you may draw 2 cards and then choose and discard 2 cards.
Now, a lot of times when you have characters that don't get their ability to the next turn, you're kind of bummed out about it. In this case, that's exactly when you want it. You want to be feeding your discard with his ability. And the reason you want to go ahead and feed your discard is because of all the other cards that say 1, 2, or more cards, like Leviathan, are putting your discard. At the end of a turn, if 2 cards putting your discard from Milo. So basically, the Mole Man, as I've heard him called, feeds the engine of all the other cool stuff that this deck can do.
Absolutely. And Candace there having to make the decision to give G-Rod some more cards to keep him out there and make sure that she is able to get some of those answers with his ability.
Yeah, and it's tricky because there's not really, the only thing I can think of as far as getting discard is that Baloo. We saw that Carefree Bear earlier. That does allow it to discard a card, but it's to the point where G-Rod has so many cards where Candace just has to probably at some point outmaneuver him because you're not going to outgas him, I don't think, easily. That Moliere can go ahead. We're going to draw 2 cards, discard 2 cards. G-Rod doesn't have a ton of lore pressure on the board, but I am sure she is eager to get to that piece. Like we said, Return of Hercules is going to be the very, very, very important thing because then you can go ahead, if 2 cards are put in your discard, which that first condition is met, then you are able to go ahead and play Leviathan, and 10 strength or less combined, you can banish those characters, which right now, that'd be everything on board. Unfortunately, you have to have it in your hand. You have to have 5 ink. Her cards are safe. There isn't a lot of like sniping cards like Mowgli, Bare Necessities, or Ursula. However, you still have to get to it, which is why this deck is heavy on drawing and discarding.
And we're going to play that
Hufflepuffs and
Weasels.
Weasels.
Woozles. And apparently I'm extra tongue-tied today. So chosen opposing character can't quest during their turn and gets to draw a card.
Yeah, this one is, refilling that hand.
Yeah, refilling that hand and cycling through to those cards that we're looking for.
And as we've seen, not being able to quest is a nice way to slow down the tempo, and all of that to be said, it fills that action pile, because as we know, that Olaf Snowman of action, the belle of the ball recently, is discounted quite deeply by each action, and that's why you'll see that discard pile placed the way it is, because it kind of serves as a second inkwell. we see our third Retro Evolution device go ahead and go in discard. She says, we're not doing that this game, but we are going to do a little improvisation here, plain improvise on that Liquidator. Now I'm interested to see she's paid all her ink. We also have the Queen, Devious Disguise. This character came in with a huge splash last week at the DLC.
It absolutely has, and I think it is going to be a very prevalent card in core.
Yeah, because, I mean, it has a double ability. So when you play this character, you may draw a card. Now, your opponent will gain 2 lore, but you're kind of counting on, well, I'm going to get to the control side, and they're never going to gain lore again. And then while they have more lore than you, she gets to quest for 2. So it's kind of, you're giving them lore, but it's like it's called, it's a jealous heart, evil scheme. It'll pay off. But speaking of evil scheme, we have the Infernal Schemer coming down and saying, I don't care to see any of that.
Mm-hmm. Straight to the inkwell.
So not the worst thing. Ink is good. Candace, like we saw, is trying to really work on that resource game. But in the meantime, G-Rod's board is getting quite ample. We do know that Leviathan board wipe can happen. But like I said, that is something where we have to meet 3 conditions. We have to have Return of Hercules. We have to then also have Leviathan in hand. And then it's that 10, right? So right now we have a total of 11. So we'd have to kind of pick where we go now. We can't do a true board wipe. But 3 characters isn't bad. But I'm sure at this point we are kind of getting towards the math of he's having a lot better time in this match, getting up to 7 with a pressure of 6 on board. And then let's see here. I think she goes ahead and does like a 10 Moliere and making sure to discard 2 cards. This, like we said, keep going ahead and meeting the conditions. If she does go ahead and play a Milo or Leviathan, that will definitely come into play. Any action you put in your discard could potentially come back if we go the Maui Shark route. This deck can be a little bit difficult to pilot because of that. Things have to be sequenced very carefully. A lot of times you're playing actions and trying to get as much value out of it and making sure that you're not just throwing them away for the heck of it. We do see the Leviathan in hand. She discards it, so I wonder, does that mean she have 2 or she's just going off that plan? Only time will tell, but we will improvise here.
We will improvise, and I do think, I always love, you see Candace here pointing at the table, kind of counting things, thinking through her plays, because to your point, this does have to be piloted very well to see success.
Now she does go ahead and put down a Whispers in the Well character of the Headless Horseman, which some people call it Brawl on a Body, because it will go ahead, anything 2 strength or less you can go ahead and banish. Then it's also important because it has that gathering strength. So now if you go into a challenging mode, whenever an opposing character is banished, each of your other characters +1. So that it does kind of have an augmentive effect, which we saw here, where now the characters can get a greater benefit from challenging in. So this is a very, very powerful card, but he is fragile. He's only a 4/2. So if there's any damage moving around, we need to be very, very careful because that Headless Horseman, the horse has 4 legs, but he's only standing on 2 of them. Then, oh yeah, here we go.
I was like, we saw Sven come down and take out our mole man. I will say, though, last turn, Candace did a really good job of kind of managing G-Rod's board there, but hopefully we can get a few more players, cards out on Candace's side so that she can have some more gameplay here.
Now this is a very, very powerful play in the late game. It's that Junior Woodchuck guidebook, which sometimes people will delay and say, I don't want to necessarily redeem it the turn I play it, but he is just trying to keep his hand very, very, very ample and doing a very good job at it. Gonna go ahead and play Sail the Azurite Sea. Rather, he might just be, or no, I think he just inked it in this case. So just making sure it gets down into the inkwell. No ramping where we're going, feeling pretty comfortable. And now he's at 10 lore, so Candace does need to get some response here. Now, Summon of Action could be good here. Like we said, it discounts, and it will drain the lore a bit. That is a very, very powerful thing to do in a control deck. But in the meantime, we're just going to strike a good match. We'll keep doing the action deck. There's nothing more appropriate than playing actions in an action deck. Now, she is making a little bit of a decision here. She's still been shaping her hand because that strike a good match, draw 2 cards, choose and discard a card. So you are netting a card there. He is doing a little bit of audit, saying, okay, what actions are we dealing with? I'm sure in the back of his mind, he is wondering there are some other actions he hasn't seen yet. Could there possibly be a Be Prepared? That is
I would hope not.
Right?
We are in court today, So I hope there's no be prepared.
Courtney, I need to tell you right now.
we would have
Pick me
bigger
up.
problems.
Carry me. See, this is you carrying me. Only phone footprints here again, because yes, that'd be pretty crazy though. So they don't have to be prepared, but we do have Milo Thatch, who's, he's going to get his hands dirty here. Now he has Ward. However, the most important thing is that when you play this character, you may choose and discard a card to go ahead and return a character to the hand. Now this is interesting. They're all characters I don't want to return to hand. That Schemer seems pretty scary to send back. Now it's an expensive card.
It's an expensive card and gives her resources. So I think that's a little bit
true.
of where we're headed towards and thinking about. You can't target Milo, so it would be the Headless Horseman that gets targeted there. So, I think weighing the outcome there feels not as bad.
That's true. And that Milo Thatch, as we know, has Ward, so the Schemer can't scheme on him. And the Headless Horseman, he's already turned sideways, so he's in a fragile predicament anyway.
Exactly.
So it's a heavy decision to make, but not so bad. Now, the one thing that can be very frustrating about playing against this Amethyst Sapphire deck is it's all pretty intense cards at the top end. You look at his hand, you're like, wow, that's just a various combination of cards that can be pretty punishing. In this case, he's going to try out his own Ward.
Our good friend Scuttle.
Yeah, Scuttle here. Birdbrain has, he's just 5/5 quest for 2, a French vanilla, if you will. Doesn't do a lot, but just having Ward is enough. Its ability so nice, we'll do it twice with this Merryweather coming down. So now with this Ward, some things, so it's important to note we talk about board wipes. So Be Prepared was a card that's legal in Infinity, not in Core. It targets everything. If you're not targeting one specific thing, it targets everything. Ward is so good against something like Leviathan because now 50% of his board is not targetable. If Candace went ahead and met the conditions to play Leviathan, you cannot target 2 of the characters on the board. That is a very powerful thing to do, and something that I can see why these Sapphire Amethyst players are using. We're going to keep the action storm a-going. That'll make sure to activate Milo Thatch's ability because, like we said, if at the end of the turn you 2 or more cards are put in your discard, you can draw a card, which is very, very important for her strategy. However, there we go.
There we go. There's
she's
our good
investing
friend.
in herself.
Our good friend Olaf, who likes warm hugs and helps Candace back into the game here by bringing G-Rod down to 8 lore. So really kind of restarting the match a bit, I feel like this Olaf does by taking down 2 lore as he comes out.
Yeah, 2 lore twice. And I think that this Olaf, she's doing a very smart thing here because one of the things that while I said they have very powerful cards in Amethyst Sapphire, what they have a hard time doing is true board wipes. They have to challenge into everything. And these are 2 substantial characters at a 4/4. It's going to be not easy to challenge into them. If we have something like a Demona Scourge or the Wyvern Clan, he's going to possibly lose a lot in that melee. So very, very, very smart for Candace to build her board up. The wider she goes, the more problematic it'll be for G-Rod to deal with it.
Yeah, and absolutely. And I believe this was the first Milo we've seen in play this game. So ways to recur those Olafs as well.
That's a good point. Because yes, you can go ahead and at the end of your turn. Oh yeah, so if you play another one, yes. Yeah, bouncing that back to your hand. And that's such a good point because a lot of times you're like, oh, of course I'd want to tempo my opponent. But like you said, any kind of on-play ability is going to be very valuable. This is the third time that Hades has been looking for a deal. In this case, she's thinking about it. She takes I guess she refuses the deal and goes ahead and puts that Olaf on the bottom of her deck. And there is that 5th Spirit. Olaf, you just got here. And I can see why you'd want to get revenge. You lost 4 lore here, so now Elsa can go ahead and exert him. And now we're just doing the math. Anything that exerts, the minute it's exerted, the ward magic kind of wears off. And there we go, getting rid of that Headless Horseman with the Hades, looking for a deal that was previously played. And a clean challenge in with Merryweather. And she is able to go ahead and just take 4 damage and survive to tell the tale. Scuttle will go ahead and do a nice little clean quest for 2, and now it's like nothing even happened. We lost both of those Olafs. They have now one on the bottom of the deck, one has been discarded, and now J-Rod is looking at a quite ample board. But like I mentioned, the 2 characters with Ward are now exerted, which means they are in a precarious position, because Ward is very cool if you're trying to avoid removal through actions, but it does not prevent you from being challenged.
And it looks like we got a Return to Hercules in hand on Candace's side. So need one piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, and it's, like we said, a little bit tricky because the wider it gets, the more the math is not super in her favor. And that being said, the Elsa, the Sven, and the Hades that are over there, they all are going to meet that Leviathan criteria. We're getting 2 cards into the discard. It's good for the mile. And there we go. It's finally time for Return to Hercules. Now both players will have the ability to pay a character. I don't think because what generally happens is you ask to say, hey, are you going to be playing a character? So he will go ahead, play his Infernal Schemer. Now he gets a chance to resolve. So what happens here is, so she is saying, I'm playing Return to Hercules. We both get to play a character for free. So G-Rod can play a character, and she can play a character. And then Leviathan's ability is going to say, you can add up anything less than a total of 10 strength, you can banish. So a lot of times people will not elect to play a character because they know it'll immediately be banished.
Yep.
However, I'm not sure, because then he goes ahead and uses the trigger on that Hades on the Leviathan, which I don't know if that's truly in play yet. But that's more to come. But I mean, it looks like that's what they went with here, is using that Hades Infernal Schemer trigger on the Leviathan that came into play, which is a very, very, very big play because he does quest for 3. However, now we have this Milo who's feeling a little bit more free and clear. He is able to go ahead and quest and not feel that pressure from that incredibly large board that G-Rod had amassed. Candace still has a lot of questing power on the board. We have 6 on board right now. And then I'm not sure how many, it looks like she has at least 1 card in hand, but G-Rod now just has to re-establish his board. He took a great loss with that Leviathan play.
Yeah, and with the Blurple deck, it is hard once you lose your board to build that back up, just because so much of what you have in your deck is high cost. So now it's kind of one piece at a time back to that large board state.
Yeah, and that's why, I mean, here we go. We can go ahead and get down that Elsa Fifth Spirit, which will go and challenge him to get the 10 Millier, and that will leave only that Olaf Snowman of action. And now we are seeing the predicament of when you have 2 control decks against each other. It's very, very, very swingy, and each player is going to keep doing their most powerful series of events over and over again. And generally who wins is the person that has the larger characters and card draw. In this case, Candace has a little bit of card draw and some big characters. This Milo will help get that card at end of turn. But I don't know. I mean, G-Rod can refill his board. If he gets something like a Junior Woodchuck guidebook, then he can easily crawl his way back into this game.
And it looks like here Candace is saying, I like the card in my hand. I don't want to discard it to bring back a character from my discard.
Yes. So that is a good point. It's not something where you're just going to get to draw a card. You do have to go ahead and, or rather, oh yes, so when you play it, sorry, those 2 abilities. But she does get to draw a card at the end of turn for his second ability, because I do believe she played 2 actions. She's been playing a lot of actions. She's been doing quite good at making sure. Now there we go. We have another Hades. That's the one thing about this deck, is it feels like it's oops all Hades. And that is going to be another Infernal Schemer, immediately turning another card into ink. But now the good news is we're at the point where if we have Leviathan, we might not even need to do Return to Hercules, because we're almost at 10 ink just through the gameplay. Oh, wow. So she does go ahead and pass, which makes me believe she might actually have a Return to, or that Leviathan in hand. So all she needs is an ink, which means it's either something not inkable. I'm trying to think what else could be in the hand at this point with 9 ink that she can't
I'm also
or won't
curious
play.
as well.
Which would be funny if it was 2 Leviathans. All the other actions you'd think she'd be pretty tempted to play. Now, that being said, Leviathan's not just to play it for free, or rather play it. You want to get 2 cards. So if she has Leviathan in an action, she might be saying, okay, I need to have an action that draws a card that's inkable, and then another action, and then I can do Leviathan. You see her looking through a deck here, adding up, because there are a lot of little actions in here through songs and actions, but at a certain point she's been playing, like I said, enough every turn where I kind of stop keeping track, but eventually you do run out. There is another Milo Thatch, and she flipped that pretty quickly.
I saw Return of Hercules.
She might have the puzzle pieces here. Like we said, it's about sequencing in the right order. So I don't, if she plays as Milo, like we said, I don't see her discarding anything, knowing how little cards she has in her hand at this point in the game. She's thinking here, so yeah.
Oh, so we have the Leviathan and Return of Hercules.
Yeah, and I think that's why she's just kind of like, well, this is kind of a bummer, because she is able to go ahead and get Return to Hercules counts as one card in the discard, but that's only one. So unfortunately, unless she finds a way to get a second one, then this Leviathan will just come down, just be a 10-10 for 10. So it looks like she is... Oh, no, she discarded. Wow, okay, I read that wrong. She discarded the Return of Hercules to go ahead and return Hades to hand, knowing that that Milo has Ward. So difficult choice there, but like we said, she doesn't have the ability to get that trigger off of the Leviathan. And so knowing that, she just wants to go ahead and get the most questing power off the board possible. However, we still have 3 questing power on board and that Dumbo breaking history and making records abilities where we can generate cards and generate lore at the same time, starting with that Elsa, getting a lore and drawing a card. So if I'm Candace, I'm getting a little nervous right now.
Yeah, she has a little bit of room to breathe, but not a ton here.
So now we are just keep filling that hand. Like we said, these Milos have wards, so it is something where we would need to have something with Rush to go ahead and get into that Milo Thatch. So if we have another spend, that could be something that might matter. Otherwise, I mean, she has nothing. You can't really ignore the fact that she has 6 questing power on the board. Especially if a Leviathan comes down, even if we don't get the ability triggered, it's still a very, very punishing 10-10. He doesn't have infinite Hades, although it does feel like if you keep bouncing into the hand, it's kind of like having infinite Hades. There is that Tigger coming in. He won't get any of those cool triggers unless he returns his own character back to his hand. He opts not to, just going wider and saying, I don't think you can get the Leviathan off. You don't have enough cards in hand to take full advantage of that Leviathan combination. Getting a quest in here with Tipo, and he does have Gale on board at this point. He just needs one more turn, so now Candace truly must respond to this board. Now, the 2 characters on the board of Elsa and Dumbo have evasive, so we can get rid of the Tipo in a challenge, but other than that, we are really hoping for something like that Leviathan, which would be so perfect in this scenario, but like we said, with 2 cards in hand, we can't really easily get cards to the discard because that discard ability only happens on play, and at the end of turn, you really can't do it in the middle. We can go into challenge, like we said. She can easily challenge into that Tipo. The Queen, that will go ahead. I don't think she'll take the card draw because you don't want your opponent to draw game 2, or she does, because she needs cards that badly, I think. So she will let him get up to 17 there, I believe. And so I am interested to see. She passes. So I wonder, did he take that? Did she draw and did she take that trigger? I saw him write something down, but I didn't see his lore total go up.
Yes, I missed that as well.
Because if that's the case, that's very, very not good. But we are still able to get that quest. So she is at 13. Now G-Rod absolutely has game on board. It is now or never for this Leviathan combo. If I am Candace, I'm a little nervous. By little, I mean very, because he keeps being able to draw cards with this Dumbo's ability here. And things are looking very, very dark. And yeah, we'll go ahead, challenge in. That Tigger is able to take care of one of the Milos because there's 1 damage already from the Tipo. There's just 1 Milo left standing. On the other side, we have a total of 4 lore on the board, and definitely enough for G-Rod to win. So now it really is, can she get to a Leviathan and 2 cards being put in the discard? I think it's very unlikely, but that is her out here. Just choosing to go a little bit wider, saying, try to deal with all of it.
Deal with all of this.
And the thing is like that even with the Leviathan we talked, it's based on strength. So she can't get rid of everything right now. The Dumbo and the Hades alone are at 6, and then everything else has 2. Now, luckily, Rafiki is that's a free banish. Unfortunately,
Yep, and we're
she
gonna
does
go to
not
game
have it.
2.
Yeah. So interesting decisions here. I do think the fact that Amethyst just gives so much card draw makes it where Candace is kind of on a back foot there. But we did get to see the fun interactions there with Return of Hercules and Leviathan. I just don't think she got to do the Leviathan in the way that she was hoping for. So in the meantime, they'll go ahead and shuffle up for that game 2. Now, we've said it before, I'll say it again, I'm hoping to see Candace, we go to a game 3. Now, the hard time is that this is a control mirror match, and in a control mirror match, like we saw, it is kind of you start building your little engine, and then they just fire back and forth. Liam calls them just exchanging haymakers, and that is a great term for it. So there's these huge power play after huge power play. But there were some things we didn't get to see her do in that round. We saw a Baloo that she never was able to take full advantage of. We saw Clarabelle in hand. We never saw her play that, and Clarabelle could be very punishing against an opponent who is drawing a ton of cards. But I don't think she has the ability to shift that Clarabelle, so it's possible that might be an alternative plan for the Return of Hercules. But I'm interested to see how this game 2 goes, because now G-Rod knows what he is up against, and Candace played a lot of actions early, but it made it where later when she actually got to the time that she wanted to fire off the combos that require action, she couldn't find any. They were all gone.
They were all gone. So I think she's hoping for a little bit of a different start to this game so that she can kind of manage some of those low-cost actions to be in hand when she's able to play that Leviathan.
Yeah, so now we are going to go ahead and do our alter phase. It looks like at this point she will be going first, so she is possibly sending back 4 here. On the other side, we have him sending back 5. So both of them just trying to get that hand exactly where it needs to be for this game. With G-Rod sending back 5, I think he is looking for some early lore advantage. I think he knows if he gets some characters out, she probably doesn't want to spend too much time on Liquidator, and other than that, there wasn't a ton of things going on. So if he can go wide early, he might be able to take advantage of that time where we're not having that combo play out.
Yeah, and you are correct, because a Liquidator is our lowest cost character in Candace's deck. We don't see any other 1-drops.
Yeah, and because of that, she is just kind of, feeding the discard pile. In this case, it's kind of anti-intuitive because she inks the Olaf, who wants to be fed off that discard pile. So he's in the inkwell and now can no longer do anything but be exerted for ink. We have Tipo right into that Rafiki, and the pressure is on because now G-Rod already has more characters on board. However, we did see that there is some response that she is able to do. We saw that Lewis being inked this turn, and there's a Liquidator. I said she probably doesn't want to do it on turn 2, but pressure is pressure. It's something where if that Rafiki chooses to be exerted for any reason, the Liquidator is happy to challenge it and receive 0. And worst case scenario, if Rafiki challenged into him, it is not too bad. So it's just a little bit of insurance on Candace's side. Go ahead, we hit our ramp on 2. Wasn't able to play any other characters, but we did get to go ahead and draw and ink a second card for the turn with Sayla Azurite Sea. Now we're back to Candace, who is starting the party with Strike a Good Match. Liquidator, he's known for challenging, but he also can sing a nice little tune here. So we will get to draw 2 cards and then choose and discard a card, and still have our ink free and clear. In this case, inking our second Lewis that we've inked this game. Now choosing what it looks like she does still have some improviser, Strike a Good Match, other little tools, but it'll be interesting to see if she goes the same route she did last game, where she used a lot of those really quite early in the game. But she will use an improvise here, paying 1 ink, and then also get out a second Liquidator, just putting the pressure on.
Yeah, because right now, trade Rafiki, then you still have something on board.
And I think, as we talked about, G-Rod wants to take advantage of knowing that Candace isn't doing a ton early in the game, and this is a great way to put the momentum down. He does happily take that trade, leaving just 1 Liquidator left on the board, who cannot reach where Dumbo's evasive heights are taking him. So Dumbo will be free and clear to quest in front of that Liquidator for now. But we will just keep drawing cards here with Strike a Good Match, which is kind of, like we said, this is what she does earlier. There's not a lot she can do with her ink, and she needs to feed that discard to get out an Olaf. We are at our 4 ink turn here, and it's fun to see that Liquidator sing, because chances are Dumbo doesn't want to deal with what the Liquidator's putting down. So it's kind of a nice free and clear sing for that Liquidator. Inking Catan Moliere, and there we go with the Queen Devious Disguise. That will give 2 lore to G-Rod. Candace will go ahead and get a card. However, it is kind of a sneaky little trap, because the next turn that Queen can technically quest for 3.
And it's been really interesting to see this card get played more frequently in both this deck, and we've seen it a little in the Dogs deck. I really like this card, and I think initially when people saw it, they're like, I don't want to give my opponent lore. And seeing it make play and kind of see the power that it can bring to the game has been really neat.
It is, because it was a very, very slept on card that was revealed. And one of the things I like about her also, she challenges for 5. That's like not something that you can ignore in any kind of matchup, especially as we know Dogs is the most popular deck in the room very often. There are many of them at the top tables. And being able to just challenge for 5 is something that is very, very valuable. You even see her in the Dogs deck, because not only can she challenge for 5, but she's an excellent singer for that Sing Together Under the Sea. But now it is time to go ahead and say, I know what that Queen can do. We will use all hands on deck, exerting with Elsa Fifth Spirit, and then Dumbo going into challenge mode and saying, get out of here, leaving just an Elsa Fifth Spirit left on the board.
And definitely see G-Rod wanting to control that other side of the board, but it is interesting to use that Dumbo to take out one of those characters and then lose out on the draw power, because I think a lot of that power that Dumbo had in the last game really helped him close out the game.
Yeah, I tend to think of Dumbo as just kind of like the engine in the middle of a deck. It's similar to Rapunzel Gifted with Healing. That is like the engine of the card draw for Steel Song, where you're not going to win the game by playing a Dumbo, but he can fuel the things that do win the game.
Absolutely.
But he is now not going to be doing that. Now, that makes me believe there's some other kind of card draw mechanic he has, whether that be a Junior Woodchuck guidebook or another Dumbo that could come down and Elsa could immediately go ahead and add a card to the hand. Meanwhile, Candace, you guys might say, what's she up to? Well, she's out there. She's striking good matches, just feeding more cards into the discard. Eventually, you can play Olaf for free if you have 9 actions there. In this case, she is thinking about discarding a Milo. Milo did some work last game, but I think ultimately she's just debating whether it is worth it in this current hand she has.
Which I think,
a second one.
Yeah, we have a second one. We have, and we are actually going to end up discarding one of the retro evolution devices.
Yeah, retro evolution device. I've heard people talk about this, and I need to. Okay, it's turn into dinosaur. Exert 1 ink. Banish chosen character of yours. Play a character with cost up to 2 more than banished character for free. So yeah, I guess it is like it's able to get out characters. I just have never seen it in action, and maybe I never will, because it keeps getting discarded in ink. So it could be, it's just tech that you'll love when you're older. But there we go. There's that Dumbo that I was like, maybe he has, because yes, when you play that Dumbo after you already have an evasive character on board, then it is a wonderful pairing, getting that card out right away. In this case, she inks and passes. So she is in a terrible state right now. 1 card in hand, 6 ink. There is not a lot you can do with this combination of cards, and you don't want to be playing one card at a time against a deck like G-Rod's. It is miserable when you have Let It Goes and Hades Infernal Schemers. So if I am Candace, I'm trying to think of a way I don't get punished by the fact that I am going to be very, very exposed by the deck I'm against.
Yeah, and right now this is just a great board state for G-Rod. He's got Ward character now, and then Elsa and Dumbo to sing and draw, trigger Dumbo and just keep drawing and filling up his hand each turn.
So yeah, I mean, all things are online for G-Rod right now. We have this Milo coming, as we talked about. He's had, middling effect here. Like we said, she can discard a character, return to hand. But I mean, it doesn't look like she had to go ahead and discard that Leviathan. So I mean, it is just trying to stay in the game. and any character that G-Rod's able to keep on the board is just going to be incremental advantage. There's another Dumbo coming down and being able to leverage with that Elsa right away, getting to 6 lore, drawing a card. It is looking like a very, very unfortunate math situation for Candace right now.
Yeah, and it's interesting, this tech of the Tamatoa. I'm intrigued to see what items, if any, we have besides the guidebook in this build.
It's an interesting point, right? Because, I mean, the guidebook, I mean, it is a nice way to recur it because you can go ahead, get it back, and then if he quests the next turn, you're able to go ahead, redeploy, keep drawing cards. I think both cards are good enough on their own and inkable on enough where it's like, if it pays off, it does it.
Yeah.
But to your point, yeah, I mean, as I have my infinity brain, I'm like, popsicle. No, we're going, we don't have such luxuries. But now we have a nice board for G-Rod and just Milo sitting there over by his lonesome. Candace does finally find an Olaf. However, we do have to control that scuttle while we have the chance, because here comes Leviathan time. Now, it just has to be cards put into your discard. So the fact that Milo was banished in that challenge does make it where he was put into the discard, and then Return to Hercules counts as putting a card in your discount card. So the conditions have been met, and that would mean that, oh, did she not write the conditions in there?
No, I think right now G-Rod is deciding whether or not he wants to play a character, and it looks like we play the Rafiki.
Interesting. Because, yeah, it is, Return to Hercules is in May. You don't have to play a character, but he does say, get it out of here. So there we go. That Leviathan will go ahead and banish the newborn Rafiki, just put on the board and immediately banished. And then while we're at it, we have an Olaf. So that was quite the turn. Like I said, I don't want to have 1 card at a time against this deck, but 2 is not so bad, because if he has a Hades Infernal Schemer, you got to pick. And he says, I will.
I will, and I will pick that Leviathan.
10-10, get out of here. Very,
We don't
very
need
fair
that
response.
energy in this game.
So unfortunately, Candace spent so much time and energy getting to that Leviathan turn, where I am concerned about her future. She does have this Olaf out there, and there we go. There's that blue where you are able to choose. Either each player draws a card or each player chooses and discard a card. I don't think she would like to discard in this current moment. So in this case, I believe she says, let's just make sure we have cards. You already have infinite. How bad is 1 more? The answer is pretty bad. He has a lot of really kind of nefarious things, including that Let It Go. So that can be sung. He could play it, but in this case, it is just trying to use as many resources. He might be afraid to go too wide against this current matchup, but if I'm him, I'm happy to just get rid of his characters when I have the chance.
Well, and that's what I was thinking. I understand the fear of going too wide here, but also you see she only has 1 card in hand. She has 2 cards on board. We can deal with one of them right away. Just pushing your board state out as much as possible and saying, you have to answer this. You have only 1 card out. You have only 1 card in hand. We're just not going to get as many answers as I am.
Yeah, and where my wish has been granted. The retro evolution device has been deployed. Now, she has no cards in hand, so that is a problem, because you don't get to play it from your discard or anything. You have to play it from your hand. So she does need to get some cards in hand for this to truly work out to the most beneficial mathematics. Now, she is going to be able to give 2 lore to him, to G-Rod, because she will draw a card off of the Queen. And they're kind of hoping that the Queen will survive this time. But with the Demona on the other side, I am feeling a little nervous for the math. But here we go. We will go ahead and pass the turn. And there we go. Awarded. Whoop, nope. He said, I regret that. And Isis Vanderchill. And this is a good move. Going ahead and exerting the Queen, which will be something he can easily challenge into with.
But it's deciding. I think it'll be interesting to see what we decide to challenge into that Queen, because she does trade well.
But Hades would be able to.
Oh, Hades.
He'd be
live.
happy. Yeah, he would be kind of beat up a little bit, but he can live to tell the tale of the time he took down the Queen. And she only has that 3 willpower, so he does go ahead, take the invitation here. Now we have just an Olaf out alone on his own, and that Scuttle, who still is warded, but now is questing for 2. Things are looking very, very good for G-Rod. He has a total of 6 on board. That is not game, but way closer than Candace's.
Absolutely. And I'm trying to think of what our outs are to get back in the game on Candace's side.
Well, I mean, the good news is this is Olaf's Nolan of action. That can go ahead. It's kind of rough because the ways back in, you can't have it all.
Right.
We know there's that Return of Hercules and Leviathan line, or even play some actions and do a Leviathan line. Now, another thing to note that Retro Evolution device could work with Olaf. You could have banish chosen characters and put a character of Leviathan in. But then you lose your Leviathan in that, and I don't even think she has it. So your way back in is not is paved with not great choices, and especially because he has the Tamatoa, which, like you said, can get a Junior Woodchuck guidebook back, and the Demona. I think he's checking to see. Do I even have that? He does have one. No, he stops at it. I do. He heard us. And so yeah, it's just there's not favorable. This is not great choices here for her to have to make. We have a Lewis on there, which will add a little bit of slowing down, saying probably that Hades will need to challenge into Lewis if we don't have something like a Let It Go to sing. But at this point, we'll get started. The Tamatoa, so shiny. Oh no, happy as a clam. Well, he's so shiny,
He's
but
happy,
he's happy as a clam.
Yeah, he's so shiny that he's happy as a clam.
So we'll be able to get the Junior Woodchuck guidebook, play it. And does he have enough ink to redeem it? He does. So he'll go ahead and crack that book open. Same turn. There's a character we haven't seen all game, the Cheshire Cat. He has just been, I know people play him, haven't seen him inexplicably. And now we do have to do those trades, even if we don't want to. One of them will have to go ahead and challenge him because I do not think he drew into a Let It Go.
Yeah, and I think you're correct. I don't believe he has. And now just deciding how we want to clean up the board.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate because there's not really a way. I mean, if he had the Cheshire Cat, he could have moved some damage, but unfortunately he didn't get into that Cheshire Cat until after he'd used most of his ink. Still, all that being said, he now has game on board. So Candace, she no longer has access to that Retro Evolution device technology as nice as it would be with Olaf, because Olaf is now no longer on the board. We can get this Milo out, debating, and we'll go ahead and send the, oh, that's a vicious here. So she does go ahead, send the one back to hand, but unfortunately she had to discard a Leviathan. So that was kind of her out at this point.
Yeah.
It's just, I think, biding her time. I don't think there's a way to win, but she's just trying to stop him from winning as fast. He'll just keep doing it because, yeah, that Tamatoa, he is able to get that effect. That Junior Woodchuck guidebook feels like infinite books. Call Bell because we have a whole library going on. So we can go ahead, pay 3 for the Cheshire Cat. That will move around damage. And now, I mean, that Milo
We've
has,
got
yeah.
a good game.
It's one of those things where, like, you look and you're like, oh. And Candace went ahead and passed. But, yeah, unfortunately, I would call her Ruby Emerald deck a combo control deck. And without the combo, it's not a great control deck.
You are correct. I think without the combo, it's just really hard to keep that control of the board. And that Blurple deck was just really able to answer a lot of her pieces and get them off the board.
Yeah, so all of that to be said, I do think that that Ruby Emerald list has some potential. I think it is something where the science, it did well at the DLC,
Yes.
and there's not that many differences. I think I will be interested to see at some of this tournament and other tournaments, how the lists differ, because ultimately there's some cards that were included in there that we just didn't see. We didn't see Clarabelle. We didn't see Maui Shark. Would the games have looked different if we got to see those cards? Was it the matchup?
Yeah, and I think that you bring up a really good point because that Maui Shark brings back some of those actions that she needed later in the game. So it would be interesting to see a match where we get to see that Maui in play and get to really see this deck cook well.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, I mean, a combo deck, sometimes people talk about it like the one-turn win, like monster combo deck. And this is a combo deck of a different kind. It's kind of a combo to do a cool thing. And as we saw, it's just precarious. Those actions are very cheap, but yeah, like you said, without the engine to get them back into your hand, once they were gone, they were gone. I mean, the Retro Evolution device, we saw at one point there was a game where she inked 2 and she discarded 1, which means there's at least 3 in her deck. Is it a valuable enough card to take up that many spots where there's some action she could have put in there?
yeah.
And so, all that to be said, that Blurple deck was doing, it's been a classic. Ever since rotation, it has been a darling.
It's been doing its thing.
Mm-hmm. So, I don't know. I think that I'd be interested to see, because both those decks, I'm interested to see how it would do against the big dog in the room. I believe dogs, looking at this, is what percentage here?
26%.
Yeah, there we go. 26%. So a quarter of the room is dogs. Now, we didn't have it on round 1. We didn't have it on round 2, but that means at some point
We've made it through 2 rounds without it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and so both those decks, like we saw, if the combo fires off, it could be very, very good. But dogs can definitely get under Blurple. But as we know, if you are on the draw, you can run into a situation where they get to Demona and they just absolutely annihilate your dog plan.
And I know we see dogs a lot in our local meta here in the DFW area. So I'll be interested to see, I know a lot of the Blurple players in the area tech for dogs. So seeing some of that tech and if it pays off and can kind of help them with that matchup.
And that's a very interesting thing about the dogs meta is you can bring dogs, if you're very interested in a top cut, then statistically speaking, dogs is the right deck to bring, and that's Emerald. However, it doesn't necessarily cut through the top. So I mean, if you're only trying to look for, like, for example, at a Disney Lorcana challenge, you just want to get the invite, then maybe it's the right deck to bring. But in this room, if you know there's going to be things that absolutely do great into a dog's deck, then you might be a little bit more hesitant. So I am, as far as like what else is in this room, I mean, I do think that Ruby Emerald deck can do some pretty devastating thing against a dog if they get to that Return of Hercules on turn 5. That can be very hard to come back from, but I don't know. I'm very interested to see how this translates into the top cut. We have truly a smorgasbord of ink combos.
Which I think is great
Yes.
because I know as a community, I think a lot of people are sick of seeing dogs on stream. So hopefully today we can get some of that spice out there and have fun watching stream and not only watch dog match after dog match.
It's the dog days of summer.
It
And listen, every dog has its day and every dog has its meta, and it's this one. And I mean, like, we know, rotation's coming. Tramp, get out of here. You're not being banned, you're being promoted to infinity.
Yes.
So I don't know what that will mean for core. I mean, I do know what it means for core. It's time for toys. But maybe we'll see a toys deck. We do have 6 more rounds of Disney Lorcana coming, so we're gonna probably go to a quick break and then get the boys. Get some boys in here.
We'll let the stinky boys back in.
Yeah, so I believe we will have Garrick and someone else. So you guys will get to see a very, I feel like Podcana. Stay tuned. But to the break.
Okay. Okay. Hello. Testing. Oh, we got something.
Yep,
We got
we're
something
good,
there.
we're
Okay.
good.
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right.
All right, everybody, we do apologize for that, but you got to see me sitting here silently for a minute, which was, I'm sure, a lot of fun for you. But we are back here at the DCI CCQ, and we were just talking about how the core constructed format, very different from the Infinity format in terms of the overall decks that are out there. We know that the Dogs deck is still going to be the primary deck that is being played out on the floor, as it is so powerful. Essentially, what people were playing at the Infinity DLCs was basically a core constructed deck with a couple other cards mixed in, so you know that people are going to be playing it in core constructed. But it's really interesting to see all the old cards mixed with the new cards in this core constructed format that is Wilds Unknown.
The Wilds Unknown format, what's going to go down in history as one of the most underexplored formats in the history of the game.
Yeah.
Maybe there's some things that we missed, and we're going to find out. But in the meantime, in between time, round number 3 action should be coming your way here in just a few minutes as the players have already started. Again, thank you guys all for being here and joining us on a DCI CCQ round number 3. Again, the entry fee to this great tournament is only a 12-pack case of Diet Coke, and that is all it takes to get in, and you can potentially punch your ticket to the Disney Lorcana Challenge North American Championship. Look like we got a bit of Sapphire Amethyst, a little bit of Blurple mirror match, as Lucas's dad is going to be represented here on the right side, while Matt Ortiz is trying to usurp. Actually, we're going to have a little bit of Amber and Sapphire there on that side.
Yeah, the Blurple strategy here in this current format, I think, is one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful. We talked about how that Amber Emerald deck has just been everywhere. It's obviously very, very good with Eleanor, the Queens, Under the Sea, all of that fun stuff. But if you are able to curve out correctly with this Blurple deck, you really can beat that Dogs deck pretty easily if you hit a 1-drop and then you ramp and then you get into a Tigger or a Merryweather, into an Elsa, into a Demona, into a Hades. They can't get anything on the board. They're never exerting 3 for their Eleanor, and they're definitely never singing an Under the Sea. So I think it is a great pick here as to the 3rd most represented deck out on the floor, though, which is very surprising to me considering how powerful it is right now. But Amber and Sapphire, a little bit of a rogue pick.
That's not a bad choice for it. If you think that a metagame is going to be Sapphire and Amethyst, maybe Samber or Amplifier, as people are trying to call this strategy. We're not going to say the other things, but we're going to keep it there, as Hades, the Infernal Schemer, will enter into play, and we will send this Miss Incredible down onto the Inkwell. I think this is a sneaky pick because I don't know how this deck would fare against the very aggressive Amber and Emerald Dog strategies, but if you could face yourself against some of these more mid-rangey, slower decks, decks, this could be a high-quality pick. However, Lucas is kind of losing this very aggressive race. We have this Miss Incredible who is dual mode. She can become evasive or she can quest for 2. We have this Meriwether who is a warded character, so it's kind of hard to get these characters off the board in a timely manner. Maybe you're going to have to get to that Raging Storm.
I love this Mrs. Incredible, super stretchy. Like you said, she is very flexible, no pun intended, but in the amethyst color here, she's able to gain additional lore or become evasive. So I like how you can do that. And it looks like we do have the Horseman Strikes in the hand for Lucas's dad. So if that character ever does become evasive, then he can use that on his turn to banish her. We are going Hades on Hades here. We're looking for a deal, and we're going to let our opponent draw 2, valuing the Infernal Schemer on the board right now. Cannot get rid of that character at this point if you're Lucas's dad, but that might be a little bit of a tell.
Right.
There is no Raging Storm sitting in his hand.
Yeah, that's a very clear indicator. Typically, this Amber and Sapphire strategies, typically the deck is going to deny Hades more often than not because they're trying to play this very long game. They're trying to drive this thing into deep, deep, deep terrain, and maybe they have Black Cauldron in their strategy. Maybe they have a ton of Raging Storms. They got those Surfer, Stitch in the deck, so usually giving up those cards in this mid-game kind of feels bad as Hades onto your own Hades. So 2 of a kind, 3 of a kind there as Hades all over the place. As we see, we're going to get into a little bit of villainy season next year. Just trying to get a little ahead of the game on that.
Whenever I play Blurple, and I've been playing a lot in the set championships this season, one of my favorite things to do is play that Hades looking for a deal, offer my opponent a really tough decision, and then they let me draw 2, and then guess what? I sing Let It Go with my Elsa, or I play a Hades, so it didn't matter anyway. You just let me draw 2 cards for free, and we just saw Matt pull that off beautifully there with the double Hades, as we do use the Horseman Strikes here. But it looks like we did not give Mrs. Incredible evasive, so she quested for 2 on that pass turn, and we are going to put Moana down and ink that card that we just paid 3 to draw 1. And it looks like we're going to get out of here.
Quick concession coming in from Lucas's dad, who really just came out of the gate a bit too slow. Like you said, had that Horseman Strikes, not being able to take down the dual mode evasive Mrs. Incredible. She wasn't probably in her evasive mode at that time. But yeah, I think the questing, I think Matt recognized this matchup and just said, I'm going to get as aggressive as possible and just start questing with these characters and get the game over with. And I think that is the path to victory. So Lucas's dad, now the cat is out of the bag. You know you're playing against another Sapphire-style deck. You got to try to take it long. You got to try to stabilize. Maybe we got cards like Nakoma is in the deck. Maybe we're playing that Black Cauldron. Again, I spoke so highly about that Black Cauldron. I know at least before we took this soiree into infinity, that was a card that I know a lot of Amber and Sapphire players were kind of leaning on to help set up these very late game pushes. And with the enhancement of the Inkwell given to you by the Hades from the Sapphire Amethyst player, maybe some Let It Goes, that could be a great tool to lean on.
Yeah, it's a really interesting matchup, this Amber Sapphire going into the Blurple decks, because Amber Sapphire does have the ability to wipe the opponent's board that Blurple doesn't have. They try to build it with Demona, but traditionally, Blurple decks have struggled into decks with that board wipe, and normally that would be something like Ruby Sapphire or Ruby Amethyst, but now that Be Prepared isn't in the format, Raging Storm takes the place there, and we're taking a look at Lucas's dad's hand. We are playing Mono Sapphire, at least to start off, and that's not typically what you want to see when you're playing Sapphire decks. Sapphire is usually the support system that supports all of the other characters and the other ink that you are playing. Like in Blurple, most of the characters that you're playing onto the board are Amethyst, and most of the characters that you're playing onto the board in this strategy would be Amber.
And it's not even the Sapphire you want. That's a ton of spooky. I mean, those sites are very, very spooky over there. There's 3 copies of that card. And notably, this Sapphire and Amethyst strategy typically does not play too terribly many cards that are even affected by a spooky site. And if you were able to resolve a spooky site, you typically don't want to, because you're just going to give them an ink advantage. And a lot of times, this matchup comes down to who has the most ink in the inkwell. As we are going to take the opportunity to take a 1-cost, develop our brain. This is looking really gruesome and grim for the Amber Sapphire player.
Yeah, we'll see if they are able to find that ramp on 2. It looks like Matt does have that in the form of Tipo here. Thinking about our turn 1 ink, looking like the Junior Woodchuck guidebook. That's always a scary one to go into the inkwell because it is so powerful, being able to draw 2 cards for you later in the game. You can potentially recur it if you're playing that Tamatoa in your deck list. So putting it into the inkwell, you're not going to be able to get that back and use that card. So must be struggling for ink a little bit, or maybe he's got multiple copies in the hand, as we are going to take a vision of the future here instead of ramping on 2, and things just are not looking up right now for Lucas's dad at this point.
As we get into another uninkable card, I think you have to go with this Cinderella Dreams Come True, and hopefully your deck can bail you out a bit to get to that 4 ink threshold to deploy this Cinderella Dreams Come True just to fix your hand, because right now you are junked up and clunky. You also would like to keep this Moana as well so you can trigger that Cinderella again. So you're hoping your deck can bail you out for the next few turns and get something moving as Matt Ortiz, maybe they can recognize the scenario. As we ink another copy of Dream Woodchuck's guidebook, you know what I'm saying? I know the guy who revealed that card. And
yeah, great guy.
Pretty cool dude, man. Pretty cool dude on the Dream Woodchuck guidebook.
Handsome, strong,
intelligent,
charismatic.
Just a really, really awesome guy all around. I mean, just a solid dude as we get a nice little quest for 1 in. With this
ink
royal
pass here, though, is not what Lucas's dad wants to do. But like you said, the 3 spooky sights in the hand, I believe he has a Hades as well. He's just trying to get to that 4 ink turn to put this Cinderella down and then play Moana on the following turn. But it looks like Matt just going as quickly as possible here. We're going to get Tigger down onto the board, not returning anything to hand. And there it is, the Sail the Azurite Sea showing up at the worst possible moment as Cinderella is going to try and make dreams come true and get that spooky sight down into the equal, at least 1 copy of it at this point.
And this is not too bad. If you can find, and you have the Moana next turn, so that's 2 more opportunities to ink to get to the Hades. I think you can save this position here with Lucas's dad, because playing the Blurple deck, it does kind of come out of the gates a bit slow. It takes a bit of time to set up. And now if you can manage to keep this Cinderella around, maybe you get an Elsa here, and that's kind of the last thing Lucas's dad wants to see. You want to keep this Cinderella around for at least 1 more turn so you can go for this Moana as Hades. You got to give him the 2 here. As painful as it may be, I think you got to send 2. Because you need this Moana into another spooky site to get to that deep water, get that Stitch online. And we're going to give it up, though. Interesting.
Yeah, we put the Cinderella there to the bottom of the deck as Matt gets to questing here. Interesting decision going for the Hades rather than the Mrs. Incredible, who could have got you a little bit more lore, but potentially thinking about that Horseman Strikes that he saw was in Lucas's dad's list. So we'll see what he opts to go for here. It looks like the Moana is going to come down. We're going to ink Vision of the Future and pass our turn. This has just been so slow and so anemic at this point, but Matt's only at 6.
Yeah, taking it slow. I think sometimes taking it slow is going to be a very fair approach, as we have this Tigger and this now Royal Guard should be strong enough to engage with this Moana now, based on how many cards you drew from hand. He will gain a card. He'll gain a challenge for each card you drew that turn. I believe he got the full value 3 there. Lucas's dad all jammed up with these uninkables, unable to benefit from that Demona Scourge of the Wyvern Clan at all. And the questing campaign begins for Matt Ortiz, who is, again, way out front. We need to find that Raging Storm.
Yeah, we are so far ahead at this point, and there is the Horseman Strikes. That is not going to be something that is going to be able to help you out here, but we can ink and play Hades to get rid of the Demona, putting that into our opponent's inkwell to potentially slow them down a little bit here. Thinking about what we want to get into the inkwell, there is the Hades, the Infernal Schemer. So maybe we can slow things down to the point where we can eventually get to a Raging Storm and remove this board, as everything has only been questing for 1 up to this point. So we're almost halfway there, but not quite, despite the fact that Lucas's dad has really done nothing this entire game until this turn number 7.
Yeah, he came out of the gate super bricked and unplayable, but has managed to kind of make a game out of this situation. And a huge shout out to Lucas's dad, by the way. Lucas's dad, Lucas himself, his son, I would assume, they met each other in the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Indianapolis on a bubble match, winner go on, loser go home, and he had to defeat his own son to make it to day 2. And it's like that sometimes. But Lorcana is a family affair, as I always say, Garrett.
Yeah, it's brutal. I mean, hey, when the kid is ready to beat you, he'll beat you.
There you
So you got to let him
that.
know. You got to get the wins while you can.
Actually, sweep the leg, because there's going to be a day you're not going to be able to beat your son, and you got to make sure those days are very, very far away. As we are going to look for another deal, and a deal denied again, as Hades the Infernal Schemer is now tucked into the bottom of the deck, and the questing continues. We're at 12. We're going to need a Raging Storm on top of this deck here soon. I mean, I know we keep saying it, Garrett, but it's just a matter of time. Can you find it? And you cannot. Horseman will strike again.
No, might have to just cycle here a little bit, draw some cards. We do have the Surfer Stitch in hand, but not super useful at this point outside of just being a pretty big body. Potentially thinking about playing Spooky Sight here, but it's only going to get rid of 1 card on the opposite side of the board. You got to do something. I think we just need to cycle these Horseman Strikes and try and draw into the Raging Storm before things get too
we're seeing
out of control. But
that feels,
Spooky Sight for 1 is just not going to be enough here.
Yeah, that felt like something you just didn't want to do, just to try to give yourself at least another draw step. I did like the idea of going for a Horseman Strikes and just kind of cycle maybe both of those Horseman Strikes, but now you're just giving more ammunition from your adversary. You're taking down one Tipo Growing Sun, and that's it. I would have loved to just maybe try to cycle some more cards there, as now you see the Evasive Genie enter play, and your your Horseman Strikes now looks a bit, I guess, better, I would assume. I guess you did keep one. So you can send that on to that Genie Wish Fulfilled.
Yep, as we are going to use our third copy of the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook here. Draw 2 additional cards. I believe we found that off of the Genie Wish Fulfilled. Right now, Lucas's dad, again, the only thing that's going to get him out of this situation is that Raging Storm, as we continue to just quest for 3 all the way up to 15. We are presenting game on board. However, we do know there is one answer in hand for Locust's dad at this point in the form of that Horseman Strikes.
Yeah, so we will be able to take off that Genie at least, and maybe there's a world where we can get to a Raging Storm here. Maybe there's a card you're playing at least 4 copies of. Scuttle is not bad, but he is still a bit too slow as well. As we're going to go ahead and play this Bird Brain Scuttle onto the board. 5/5/5, quest for 2 with a ward. And the stare down commences as we're looking at our inkwell, looking at our hand, and hoping we can find that Raging Storm at some point. Is there a world where you just want to keep inking here, and maybe you can get a character down and a Raging Storm potential, or a Raging Storm and then a character as a follow-up?
Yeah, I think at this point you just ink the Stitch. The Stitch is never going to come down and draw you cards right now. I mean,
Yeah.
we opt to not ink, keep the Stitch, keep the Ohana Means family in hand, which is probably going to be able to draw you cards next turn. We're going to quest up to 18 for Matt here. We can challenge into the Scuttle, draw 4 off of the Tigger.
Yeah, but still, you need to find maybe a series of Let It Goes as well, because now each character that is added into the field of play will result in more, more things you have to deal with on that following turn if you cannot find this Raging Storm here. So if we can get to the Raging Storm as this very next card, I think you actually might be able to slow this game down enough to keep going, but Matt is still holding on to so many hand cards that they will be able to rebuild after this first Raging Storm. So it's still looking pretty bad for Lucas's dad. Can he pull off a miracle here, or will this be a long will this game just kind of end here in the next following turn?
Yeah, I mean, I would have liked to see more ink go down into the inkwell consistently throughout this game. I know he did have the uninkability issues early on, but we have to challenge in with the Scuttle, see what we can draw. Maybe we can get game off of the board some way, somehow. We have 5 ink remaining. We're going to take a look at 4 additional cards here from the Scuttle being healed by the Ohana Means family. And we do have a Let It Go, so that can take Mrs. Incredible off of the board, but we're going to opt to sail the Azurite Sea instead of going for that. I mean, even if you did it, you still have double Hades on board, which is going to be able to quest, but we can double ink with the sail, still use the Let It Go.
Oh, that is
a Moana.
There we go. That's the one. That's the one, as the Let It Go is going to be deployed here, sending that Miss Credible down to the inkwell. Do we have any more ink that we can use? It looks like we don't, and the handshake should be coming out here, and there it is. Lucas's dad goes down. Matt Ortiz is going to be your round number 3 winner in 2-0 fashion. Sapphire Amethyst is back. I heard you guys talking a little bit earlier, and that might be one of the better decks here in the core constructed Wild Unknown metagame.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see multiple Blurple decks making it into the top 8 cut, and I wouldn't be surprised if it won the CCQ. I think it is an incredibly powerful deck. Like I said, I've been playing it this whole set championship season. I was able to get 4 Woodies and a playmat with it, going up against a lot of different Dogs decks, beating it consistently. If you have that curve, there's nothing they can do to stop it. Even if they were playing Chromacon, you have characters in your deck that have that ward keyword, and Chromacon can't target them, so you can't even get those off the board. You can't reduce their strength with Della's Moon Lullaby, or with Rhino, or the Mickey Mouse Expedition Leader. So they stick onto the board. It's honestly a pretty tough matchup for the Dogs deck to get around. They can't even hit or place damage on your warded characters with Eleanor.
How many Woodies did you win again?
4.
4. Okay. Flex on him. And a Matt, too. Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys got to listen to what Garrett's saying. He's actually, in 2 weeks, by the way, we're talking bang, 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 bang in reps this session. And I really do appreciate that at least people are continuing to play Sapphire Amethyst as a strategy going into the next rotation. I assess that it will kind of take some steps back. Purple will still be rather strong. There are a ton of great cards that are still available to that color combination, but I assess it will take a step back, or at least I know a lot of YouTubers and content creators say everything has changed. Everything is different now. And I really do feel that. I believe everything that you think you thought you knew in this regular standard core format is now going to have to change a little bit. The lines of play are going to be completely different, but I still believe that there are so many tools that are still available to this Sapphire Amethyst deck that it's going to allow it to always be a persistent threat to the metagame. Ever since Fabled, it's been a perennial all-star. I think it's going to maintain its position as one of the best in the game.
It'll be really interesting to see what happens to Sapphire decks during this rotation, because they're going to lose Hail the Azurite Sea, they're going to lose Tipo, barring any reprints or any additional turn 2 ramp. They're going to have 1 jump ahead. They might have to lean on that turn number 3 a little bit harder.
Yeah.
They're used to doing that, at least back in the day. If you're an old head, if you're a bald head like RMB, you played Fishbone Quill on turn number 3, and that was how you really, really accelerated your Inkwell. So they might have to get back to the drawing board, start doing that. Detective Mickey, other options that have been added to the game that start to ramp you on turn number 3. You can't just go 1, 2, 4 anymore. It's probably going to be 1, 2, 3, 5. So it'll be interesting to see what they do with the new ramp options that are available to them. Are they going to go more aggressive? We have the Mickey and Minnie Mouse theme card, which I think will be really, really fun to play.
I love it. But Garrett, I think we have an interview. We're going to try this. No, we got another match. Oh, we got more match. We got more round 3 action. But I really do think that there is going to be a great future. But we do have another round. Here we go. Shout out to the production. We came through in clutch and we got it done. Look at that. Hard work does pay off. As we have Do Our Hearts Deceive? Is this a Ruby and Amethyst mirror match? Where to take me back? Take me back, set 4, set 5. Here we go. As it looks like we have, yes, this is Your Eyes Do Not Deceive. This is Ruby and Amethyst. And that's one thing I really do enjoy about this tournament. This is kind of blending very highly contested competitive play with community play. Like everyone is welcome here at the DCI. It is not, sometimes these events, the bar of entry is so high, people may not be willing to make that type of, commitment. It's $50, $60. I've seen $80 entry fees sometimes. This is nothing but a 12-pack of Diet Coke. So you can come in, you can try whatever you want. If it's good, it's great. If it's not, you're still going to have a good time. And everyone on the floor is having a great time as well.
That's absolutely true. I got to think that Diet Coke in this region is very, very sought after. That it might be a rare commodity. You might have to buy some from some scalpers on the street. I need that Coke to enter into the CCQ.
TCG player, I have a graded pack of Diet Coke. I know what I got here. PSA 10 Diet Coke box. Please, no low balls. I know what I got. You want to play in the DCI? Come and talk to me. I think that's kind of what is happening here in this North Dallas region. I adore it so much. As Chelsea got the ears on and the face sprinkle. Who do you think is winning the drip off? I don't know if I have to ask. I think Chelsea's actually.
There's no question. There's no doubt. Chelsea has it locked up very easily here with the sparkly sleeves as well. We got what's up with the sapphire sleeves, everybody? You trying to throw us off?
I think that's what it is. I think
throw some amethyst, throw some ruby on those
Fight
cards
back,
like they deserve. Shout out to Ruby Amethyst super fan Lorcana villain in the chat. Hopefully this is an amazing match.
Baker, the actual Lorcana villain, is actually in the chat right now.
He is.
Yo,
Tinkerbell is going to come down on turn number 1.
Kirby says hi as she's fangirling out from the production studio. Big Baker fan running the stream right now.
As we all are.
As we all are, but I don't think we can match wits with Kirby in this situation. As we got Tinkerbell on Tinkerbell. When the last time you seen a Tinkerbell followed by a Tinkerbell, Garrett?
I do like how Chelsea had the character down a little closer to her inkwell and then moved it up after drying. I like that. Scrooge McDuck coming down onto the board there. No confusion happening, and I think we might see a Scrooge McDuck coming down on the opposite side of the board. I really love this Scrooge McDuck. I think it is one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful Ruby card that has been introduced since Fabled was released. If you can go Scrooge McDuck into a 2-drop on 3 and then boost your Scrooge, that is such a powerful line. We'll see if Chelsea has that, as these two are really in a true mirror match right now. Tinkerbell versus Tinkerbell, Scrooge versus Scrooge, and she does have it. The Lumiere comes down, and we're going to boost up our Scrooge and probably pass.
Look at that. And I had Scrooge on my tier list as best 2-drop. He has replaced Smee, the bumbling mate, as best 2-drop in Lorcana. And I'll debate anybody on that fact. He is uninkable, but it does not matter because this guy can actually just work up the curve himself, as we're going to play another very quality 2-drop. Jebediah Farnsworth, we call him Cookie. He's on the board as well. Reckless and evasive. Great combination. 3-3 stat line as well. Quite powerful and punctual, as we got this wide boards are massing as we're setting up for a giant Demona play from one of these Illuminaries to the other.
Oh, absolutely. Chelsea, in her hand, looks like she has another Scrooge and an Yzma, as does Evan. So this mirror match is amazing at this point, matching each other 1 for 1, going very, very similar plays, as we are going to put a 3-drop down, allowing us to boost yet again the Scrooge McDuck, gaining an additional strength and additional willpower. Right now sitting at a 6-5, thanks to the 2 cards underneath plus Lumiere.
Yeah, this is a nice spot. I really like that Genie Magical Researcher as well, him being a way to just close this game off. So if you don't have a way to engage with these ready characters, which in the metagame there's just a limited amount, especially right now, we see that B-King Undisputed is a card that a lot of Ruby Nemesis players have been teching in to kind of hope that you can kind of clear some boards, clear some things up. But with this board so wide, that Genie Magical Researcher kind of just sit back there. Maybe if there's no Be Prepared in this format, and now you boost him, boost a Scrooge, and that's almost a certified win condition.
Evan coming down with a different 3-drop here, opts for the Cheshire Cat, Inexplicable, which I think in this situation probably a little bit stronger than a Genie, especially when Demonas are going to be involved. Elsa, the 5th Spirit, could come down at any point. It looks like Chelsea does have that Isis Vanderchill in her hand, though.
You got to force some interaction here at a certain point, because now we have this standoff stalemate situation, and you have to bend but don't break. And let's see who Chelsea elects to pick as the Isis Super Vanderchill. She is a villain, but she is still a super. More super synergies to be explored into the next rotation, as well as Chill Out. That's a really cool ability name, I would say. Chill Out, chill. Remember Mr. Freeze?
Yeah, chill.
Chill. Remember that? That's Isis Vanderchill, right? Chill. As we are going to get that inexplicable Cheshire Cat, and we will go ahead and challenge and banish. Now you have a problem there for Evan, as that Cookie, who is reckless, will have to engage with this Scrooge. But you will have to give up your Scrooge, though.
Yeah.
So interesting game from both Illuminaries' perspective.
Really tough decision there. I think maybe I would have gone Genie into the Cheshire Cat there, as Lumiere would give him the requisite strength required to challenge in. That way you can keep your big Scrooge to challenge down their Scrooge, but you might be losing yours any moment now.
Yeah, and then now will be more damage that is now floating around. Evan, though, keeping a nice, healthy hand as well. Chelsea could be trying to lean into this Demona. Maybe she's either has Demona or she's selling Demona, and let's see if Evan is going to be attempting to buy, because we're getting into that very tumultuous Demona turn. If we can get a big spam here, Library, we're going to miss that location when it is rotated out. And looks like Evan is buying on what you're selling, as Tinkerbell is going to jump into that Library, take down the Scrooge, and gain a card. What a game.
Oh, Demona was under there, as was Eliza Mazza, the card that is in these Ruby Amethyst decks to counter the dogs. She prevents your opponent from reducing your character's strength, as Evan puts his own into the Inkwell. I think these Illumineers here are on very, very similar lists, as he might be rethinking that ink there. But Chelsea, loses her Scrooge McDuck to the Tinkerbell, which is, again, why I probably would have just went with the Genie, because look at how big Evan Scrooge is right now, a 6-6, and he's going to continue to grow as the game continues to go on. It's really the Scrooge wars that rage between these mirror matchups, and she says Scrooges.
Let's double up.
I've got them in bunches.
We'll go double dip the chip on these Scrooges, only able to boost one, or actually we're going to go after the boosting on the Magical Researcher here, and maybe you think that if I could just continue to boost my Genie Magical Researcher, maybe I can try to put some real pressure together with this thing, but this Scrooge is getting out of hand. And also, there's an option for Evan to potentially boost his Scrooge back in hand. There are some cards and glimmers in this strategy that can potentially do that. We're talking about the Magical Maneuvers. That's a deck this card that can be played in this deck. Also, Olaf is another card that can send the Scrooge back to hand. There's a tremendous amount of resources that Chelsea just absolutely doesn't want to have happen.
Oh, the Ice of Vanderchill coming into the hand for Evan here is a pretty nice find. We can get rid of this Lumiere and make the characters on the opposite side of the board a little bit easier to remove, as that Lumiere is giving them additional strength, which is why that Tinkerbell and Isis were able to take out that library very cleanly. But Chelsea does have the bigger board at the moment, as we are going to opt to challenge into the Genie without Isis coming down onto the board. Could go for Yzma here.
We do have to make special note that Scrooge should have 4 damage on it because of the effect of Lumiere. So if we can get a lore guide involved just to make sure that everything is above board, because those, when you're talking boosting, you're talking a little bit of damage here, a little bit of damage there, it all starts to add up. And especially when you're trying to clear this guy off the board. Right now he's sitting at a 1, 2, 3 plus 4. He's a 7/7 on your side, so this Tinkerbell could potentially trade in to that Scrooge on the next turn, either way, because of the boost. But just to make sure that we're all above board, as Evan now is thinking about what the rest of this turn is going to look like.
Yeah, really interesting taking out the Scrooge McDuck there rather than the Lumiere. The Lumiere, again, putting that additional strength on every one of Chelsea's characters other than himself. Thinking right now, if we want to ink Yzma and get a Scrooge down onto the board, that's going to be all of your card draw. But no, doesn't want to do it. Wants to value the Yzma higher than the Scrooge onto the board right now. And I think Chelsea just drew one off the top.
That's Elsa right there. Elsa Fitzspirit coming into play now, and we're going to slam it right away. But unfortunately for Chelsea, she is in top deck mode, and we are holding out hope that we can find something moving and grooving to keep this board narrow. I believe Evan still has a few hand cards left as we're getting into this knockdown, drag out scenario. This is now sitting at, I believe, like I said, he has 1, 2, 3 with the boost. 3 plus 3 is 6, right? So he's a 6/6, I believe, with 4 damage. So you can get a trade in to the Scrooge right now. It almost might be worth it just to get him off the board before that bounce can
Yeah, I think you do. I was going to say, I don't think you go into the Scrooge with your own Scrooge. Let's take a look at what was under here. Demona as well.
Another Yzma.
Under Evans and an Yzma and the Eliza, as we mentioned. The Bee King Undisputed right now is looking so bad in Evan's hand. It's been sitting there forever, and Chelsea just not giving the opportunity to use that card, as we're thinking about either inking or playing the Olaf. He does go into the Inkwell. We can get Scrooge down and Yzma down onto the board, which will start fueling our card draw, as there hasn't been much card draw in this Amethyst Mirror just yet. But speaking of which, here's the library.
There's a little bit right there. You can start to move some of your glimmers into that library right now, and maybe they can fall, or that Bee King Undisputed, like you said, it could probably get some value here. If you want it, you can use that Yzma to sing it and just get it out of your hand while you're waiting for these Demona Wars to wage on, because it's just a matter of time before Chelsea finds one. However, she is hard stuck at 5 ink, excuse me. So even the Demona off the top might not even get it done. That is Elsa the Ice Artisan. We got a little bit of cookeration happening there on every side of the board.
Yeah, you love to see that. These are really, really interesting lists. We are going to put that character into the Inkwell right now, considering playing this Bee King Undisputed, which I think is a good move. Get this out of your hand. It's been stuck for so long. Elsa is going to go, as we are going to draw a card for Chelsea and now refill our hand. 3 more cards thanks to Yzma.
Yzma, the conniving chemist, looking good, looking better than ever. Beautiful and enchanted, coming in from that sale, the Azurite Sea set. A lot of people aren't a fan of that brown. It's grown on me a little bit, especially this Yzma card. It has a lot of character and flavor there with this villain, as we're getting ready for this Rules of Villainy in season number 3, and you have the ink available to deploy some more threats to the board. It's Lumiere. You have your own matching fire with the opposition Lumiere, questing for 1, or excuse me, challenging to put 4 damage into the library, 5, excuse me.
Yeah, Chelsea right now is in a difficult position. Despite having won the board early on, she has run out of cards, and the Yzma sticking on Evan's side of the board and able to draw him additional cards makes it so he is not in that top deck mode that Chelsea has been in for the past couple turns, and she finds her own Yzma Conniving Chemist, which could even up the odds here. You can go ahead and challenge in with your Scrooge to remove the opposing Yzma, which I think at this point you need to do. You don't want Evan drawing even more cards on his turn, and you could potentially force the other Scrooge to come in on a challenge regardless and
Chelsea,
trade there and get a nice 2-for-1.
I think Chelsea agrees. I think that's a solid heads-up maneuver for damage, as both of these Lumineers are still embroiled in a nonstop mirror match.
Yeah,
Lumiere versus Scrooge. You got to be in heaven. You were a big Ruby Amethyst guy before you switched over to a little bit of Ember and Steel and Sapphire and Amethyst. Ruby Amethyst is in your heart, so you got to be stoked to see these two grindy slugfest of a matchup. Looking at the hand, though, we are Demona
Good
time.
hand, yeah. We can ink an Olaf play, and Olaf play Demona, draw 3, remove the Yzma on the opposite side of the board. It was the perfect card for Evan to draw off the top of his deck, and here she is, the Scourge of the Wyvern Clan, exerting Yzma, exerting Lumiere, drawing 3 cards for Evan, 2 cards for Chelsea, and it looks like he found another Demona in his hand, and a Tinkerbell is going to come down onto the board.
Painful, but you also are going to give Chelsea a few more cards to work with as well. So sometimes that can be a double-edged sword from time to time, but you have all the initiative. You have the command and control of the board right now, and you can decide the trades, and that is usually how these Demona wars will kind of work out for themselves. And maybe if Chelsea can find her own Demona this turn, you can put Evan's Demona into the Stone by Day and not allow it to be ready, and maybe get a little bit of this board back, as the trades are aplenty, leaving nothing but a Lumiere in play alone.
Yeah, curious if Evan maybe missed the Lumiere again there. He went to challenge into the Yzma on the opposite side of the board, and Chelsea was like, hold on, partner. This is a trade here. I wonder if he wishes he could have taken that back. Instead of play the Tinkerbell, boost the Scrooge one time. That way the Scrooge sticks onto the board for an additional turn. At the very least, as Cookie is going to hit the inkwell here. Chelsea finally getting to 6 ink, and look at Evan's side of the board. So much ink to work with. That is going to be a huge advantage as well, as the Cheshire Cat comes down the Inexplicable onto the board. It's a really good card in the mirror match, but right now, no damage to move because we can't move damage off of the location, and Eliza Mazza is going to join him.
You got to just continue to flood the board. I like that approach from Chelsea a lot. Just get as many characters in play as you can and hope your Demona can bail you out. We see that Evan is holding on to another copy of Demona, and if they really want to put this thing away, you can kind of send that Demona here and now as well. If you can flood your hand enough, I think it might be worth it just to kind of clear this library, clear the rest of these threats off the board, and then continue to propel yourself upward and start some questing. We are still knotted up at 0. Excuse me. Evan's at 0. Chelsea's still hanging tight at 5. But I think it might be a worthy include to just send this Demona now. But I guess not. Or we could just play the Dumbo and Scrooge and then boost the Scrooge. That's also a high-quality line as well.
Yeah, Demona can always come down later. I mean, you're not going to get really too many great trades at this point. I think it is wise for Evan to develop his board a little bit more before the second Demona comes down, and he does agree, as Scrooge McDuck is going to come into play here. Thinking about whether or not he wants to get Dumbo down, I think it is a pretty solid move at this point. He's going to go for Demona. Interesting.
I'm telling you, Eric, I don't actually hate it. I mean, I do not hate it. I think with this Demona, if Chelsea were to find her own Demona, she could probably do some significant damage to your board.
Yeah.
So you want to get as much value out of this board as you can before you could potentially lose it. I don't hate it. As we bounce the Tinkerbell back to hand, now that one is interesting. Maybe you need some high quality ink that you can put down to your inkwell. But I would love to keep this challenging campaign happening. At least get that Cheshire Cat Inexplicable off the board. And yeah, we go. As Demona will challenge and banish the Cheshire Cat, setting herself up with 3 damage.
As we do challenge with the Demona that just came into play, but we'll just pretend that the other one just came into play. No big deal.
Personally, as a pet peeve of mine, this one is dry. This one is wet. They came in. They are themselves, okay? Don't be out here mixing up.
Individual glimmers here, but we do ink and play the Tinkerbell, so that I believe that leaves Evan with 2 cards in hand, so his Demona will ready on this next turn. But Eliza has that Stone by Day ability, so she should not have readied on Chelsea's turn.
Yeah, we might have to halt that because she was exerted. If we can get a judge, I don't know if there's a lore guys at the table, but we got to make sure that Eliza Mazza is not ready. If we can pause We got another. It's all happening so fast. Lord God. And as long as she doesn't challenge. Oh, she's challenging. Oh, and we got to put 3 damage on it. No, Lord God. Lord God. They're doing it. They didn't stop. They did not stop it. It's still happening. Oh, turns are going by. No. No.
Yeah, the Eliza Mazza is a gargoyle, so she does have that Stone by Day ability, so that challenge should not have happened. We'll see if we can get a lore guide over there, but we're moving damage now, and everything is going so fast that it probably is not going to be able to come back at this point, but we might just have to let it rip as Dumbo is going to hit the board here for Evan. He did use that Cheshire Cat Inexplicable to move 2 damage off of his Demona onto the Eliza on the opposite side of the board.
Yeah, at this
and
point,
we are going to just pass over to Chelsea, so we are just going to keep things moving at this point. It's just too far gone, and I don't believe it's going to matter too awful much, as we're just going to continue play here.
Yeah, at this point, I think it's pretty much it's gone. I don't think there's anything we can do about it. I think we just have to let that one go. And we know the vibe, though. I'm glad that we all kind of caught it. The players seem fine with it, and it is what it is. But double warning, okay? That's what I'm saying. Everyone's getting warned. I'm kidding. Everyone chug a Diet Coke right quick. Everyone at the table, every time you get an infraction, as Dumbo, ninth one in the universe, will join Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern Clan. And let's see if we can play some more cards. And maybe we can continue to bounce something back to the hand to keep these Demonas exerted, I would hope.
Jumbo Jr. does hit the board, and this card is really, really good in the mirror matchup, especially if you have Jebediahs down early. You can start using them to draw cards, but Chelsea not able to find them as of yet, as it looks like we are going to sing Be King Undisputed. Oh. Evan goes for that 1-cost Tinkerbell. Feels perfectly fine doing that. Could have challenged into the Demona with 1 damage and taken a plus there, but the Cheshire Cat on the opposite side of the board is going to make things even more difficult. I think that was going to happen regardless, but look at this. Lumiere in hand for Evan, which is going to boost those Demonas up to 6 strength, 6 willpower characters.
6 6s out there on those Scourge of the Wyvern Clan. We'll hit them with a quick takedown, a nice, easy challenge, but that is also banished as well because of the Lumiere. A little bit of Lumiere tactics from both of these Lumieres. These Lumieres are causing a lot of strife. Now the question is, are we going to exert this Demona Hades looking for a deal plus Demona together? I think you might have to give up the cards. We're giving up the Dumbo, it looks like. I think
we need that Dumbo to draw cards for Chelsea, but you'd be giving up cards to Evan. That's what makes this Hades so good. He puts you in really difficult positions a lot of the time, especially through the mid game, where what matters in a Ruby Amethyst mirror is cards in hand and the board state. Lore is pretty irrelevant post rotation. Like Madam Mim and Merlin Goat are not in the game right now. That is how these Ruby Amethyst decks would close these matches out. They don't have that available to them anymore. So really all that matters is board control. You see Evan challenging every single turn. He hasn't really been questing at all, because once your opponent has run out of resources in their hand and cards on the board, then there's nothing they can do, and you can really start questing and end the game in 2, 3 quests, something like that. So that's what we're going to see in a mirror match like this. Instead of trying to get exerted and gain lore, we're going to get exerted to challenge, as even though there's only a Lumiere on board, we don't want to risk that Chelsea will be able to draw cards off of that library. We get it off the board with Demona and Hades. We draw a card off of our Dumbo, and we give another deal as she immediately says, get this Lumiere out of here. I don't need him.
That's a complete command and control of this board. I mean, that's exactly a textbook scenario. The board is super wide. There is no be prepared. Maybe Kelsey can find a Monstro. Maybe we saw there's some Finders Keepers in the deck as well. Maybe you got to find some time to just gather more resources. It looks like we're going to set up this Maui half shark, who is going to hopefully slow down the board just a little bit, but the actions in your discard pile aren't as juicy as you'd like in this scenario. I mean, you get back another Be King Undisputed, but that's only 2 characters maximum, and your Maui is going to be very vulnerable to a Cheshire Cat on the crackback. So this feels pretty bad for Chelsea. Not gonna lie.
Speaking of finders keepers, Evan able to find one off the top of the deck, and there is that Elsa that you talked about. We draw 3, we find double Elsa, Hades, and we also have Cheshire Cat sitting in hand at this point. It'll be interesting to see what we decide to do with the Maui Half Shark. We can take it off the board, however, it would cost you both your Elsa and your Dumbo, but it might just be worth it to
No,
do
you
it.
really only it would only cost you your Dumbo because you got the opportunity to go for a boost with the Cheshire Cat on that Demona. Dumbo's
Oh, that's
4,
true.
yeah. So you
But
can't.
you're not going to have enough ink because you have to exert the Maui.
You have to exert. So that's yeah. You send them both in. I guess you could do that too. That still feels a little bit bad as you don't mind because you're winning this card advantage game in such a stark fashion. As we're at 13 now, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in play. This could be game imminent. Can Chelsea find a way out? It's just a library. I don't know if that's going to be enough to get it done.
Yeah, library not going to be it. And there is the handshake as Evan is able to take this mirror match in the 2-0. I think they're discussing what happened with the Eliza there earlier in the game. It didn't end up mattering. Evan was able to go plus with his Cheshire Cat on that play, but I love to see that. Both of these players playing a lot of similar cards, but we did see a few different tech options there for both of these players. We have the libraries on Chelsea side as well as the Maui Half Shark. We saw Be King Undisputed for both players, which is a blast from the past. That card has not been seeing a lot of play, at least since rotation happened. So really happy to see that. I hope Baker was happy to see that mirror match happen.
Tune in. That might be one of the last times you see that mirror match, probably in the history of this game.
Stop.
I'm joking. But no, post rotation, this deck looks like it's got a lot of tools being added into the Attack of the Vine. Some of the releases we've seen so far are very nice Amethyst and Ruby cards and characters. I'm looking at that Peter Pan and Tinkerbell. Looks like they're going to slot right nicely into a lot of the different decks that we have available to us. So Ruby Amethyst is going to be back alive and well. It's still back and alive and well. Let's not forget that Ruby and Amethyst did win that CCS event that happened a few weeks ago. It was a stellar tournament, a lot of dogs in there, and I believe historically Ruby and Amethyst does have a pretty decent Amber and Emerald Dogs matchup, which is what it takes to be a deck that is quite viable in this metagame. So you have options. It's not over. Ruby Amethyst back. Best deck? Make the video, Garrett.
Best deck? It's the best deck to attack the meta if the majority of the room is that Dogs deck, and I believe we're sitting at 23% of the room playing that Amber and Emerald Dog strategy. So if you can bring a deck that a quarter of the time, a quarter of your matches, a quarter of the room is favorable, bring that deck.
Bring it, and you could have some success. I believe we have about approximately 200 Illuminaries showed up to this event today here in Richardson, Texas, just north of Dallas. It is the Diet Coke Invitational, DCI. It is becoming an institution of the Disney Lorcana community. This is my first time being a part of this. I've had a stellar time so far. I can't wait to get out there and walk the floor and engage with the community a little bit more. Garrick, how you feel about your first DCI rep, and what do you think about this tournament?
Yeah, the tournament has been great so far. I'm a really big. This is my first time in Texas, period.
You're kidding.
So yeah, no, it is. It is.
You're kidding.
My first time down here in Texas, and I'm really enjoying it. I mean, Kirby and the whole team here has been so welcoming, and yeah, I'm super appreciative to be here. And out on the floor, all the players seem to be having a great time. I love the facility that we're in. It's very nice and cool in here, despite the Texas heat outside. There are some awesome raffles going on. Just seeing all of my fellow casters, it's always a great time to come out to these CCQs, and I'm really interested to hear your take on the current meta and how you would play into something like this, where we've seen metas before in the Bucky era, when Ruby Sapphire was at the top of its game during like sets 5 and 6, where it was most of the room in terms of the most played deck, right? Over 20% of the room playing that deck. Are you a player that likes to play the best deck, the deck that's going to be most represented in the room, try to win in the mirror match, or are you more of a player that likes to attack the meta and bring a deck that is going to beat the best deck, but not necessarily have the best matchup into everything else? We know that Edmund Chu used that strategy to win the North American Championship. He brought a Ruby Amethyst deck that was simply not going to lose to Ruby Sapphire, and he played it all day, and he beat it all day, and was able to become the champion there. So What side of the fence do you fall
For
on?
me,
See
for
it?
me personally, I typically would not want to join this tournament to play the most represented meta strategy
Mhm.
because my fear is the level of player that I am. If I engage in a mirror match with a superior player and they're playing the same deck that I'm playing,
Right.
I'm going to be at a tactical disadvantage, and I don't want to do that all day because I know myself. I know I have a lot of room to grow in terms of my X's and O's and my inking and playing decisions. Playing against a mirror match is absolutely out of the question. So I'm going to always try to play a rogue deck or always try to play a deck that will be able to counteract what the main strategy, main line meta is going to be and try to attack them. And then if I can get them uncomfortable, have them seeing lines that they're not used to seeing, then that could put me at an advantageous position. So a deck like this, I'm looking at a deck like, you're going to hate me for this, but I'm looking at Sapphire Steel. I think Sapphire Steel has a lot of great tools to go after the Amber and Emerald Dogs deck. You may not believe me, but there is a deck that does exist. If you guys know, you know, that can really combat the Amber and Emerald Dogs deck, but it just hardcore loses to Sapphire and
Blurple.
Emerald. And you have a pretty decent game into Blurple, but you will lose to more of the more control-your kind of decks. Also, I think maybe even going for a Blurple. I think Blurple is a tried and true strategy. It is, you know, the lines aren't as complex and convoluted as some of the other strategies in the metagame could be. So maybe that could be another choice that you could take. What about you? How do you feel? Are you a front runner or are you a counter picker?
Yeah, I've really never been a front runner, especially in Disney Lorcana. I got started in the game during the era that Bucky was reigning supreme during Ursa's return. That was my first ever set championship experience, and I played Ruby Amethyst. I played the Sisu Empowered Sibling, the Emboldened Warrior, and I had a lot of fun banishing a lot of different Buckies and Floodborns that were on the board. And during Seattle, Ruby Sapphire was the most played deck, so I brought Ruby Amethyst. During Milwaukee, Blurple, the most played deck, I brought Amber Steel. During Richmond, I brought Amethyst Steel, despite the fact that it wasn't the most played deck. It was close.
It might have been number one.
It
Number one or
it
number
might
two?
have been. It might have been. And then in Indy, I just played Amber Steel, where Dogs was the most most represented deck. So I try to do that the best I can, but sometimes I think we all have that moment where it's like, this is the best deck. I know how to play it. I feel comfortable into every strategy. Why not give myself the best opportunity, despite the fact that I might have to play some mirrors out there? Now, I will say the mirror for some decks are just, they're not fun because of the way that they play out.
You can say it. The Amber Emerald Dogs mirror match.
Whoever finds the Under the Sea first, and I never played Bucky. I never played that deck once in my entire life, but I heard during that time that it was a pretty miserable mirror as well. It came down to who's going to get the Bucky down onto the board, who finds the Diablo first, right? And things can snowball out of control. But I do love Amethyst mirrors. I feel like those are always fun, whether it's Amethyst Steel, Ruby Amethyst, even Blurple. They're all very back and forth, and none of them are very snowbally. We saw how back and forth it was in that match between Evan and Chelsea, where they started off with the same turn number 1, same turn number 2, a very similar turn number 3 as well, and things went back and forth until they were able to get those incremental advantages like we talked about. Evan didn't really quest until the game was sealed in his hands because he had most cards in his hand, most cards on the board, and I love that. Trading characters back and forth, taking those little advantages that eventually will garner you a victory instead of, well, I found the one card that wins me the game on the spot.
And that happens too. I mean, but sometimes that Sapphire Amethyst mirror match can get a little snowbally. If they can hit the right curve before you, they're ramping, they get into the Basil, the Elsa stuff, take down your card, they play the Genie, Elsa, Demona hurts sometimes, but to your point, I really do agree that the Amethyst, that's probably why people rarely complain when it gets very purple. When the metagames get very purple, it seems like the game gets better. You know, when the game gets very amber, and the games get very emerald, that's when people, the boo birds will come out because those are the play patterns that become very quote unquote toxic.
Have we ever asked for an Amethyst card to be banned in this game? Seriously.
I mean, people have mentioned Elsa, but not like for real. I'm like, she serves the point. She serves the point. Like, when Genie, people did kind of ask for Genie a little bit.
But never to the point of like Flaversham or Bucky or Tramp, right? I mean, people might complain about it a little bit, but get better in the mirror is my advice.
When the game gets very Sapphire, people go to Time. When the game gets very Emerald, people whine. Okay, there it is. When the game gets very Amethyst, people are Not pissed. Can I say that? Okay, we'll throw that in there. But people are fine. Okay, well, there's a rhyme in there with that. There's a rhyme in
The
there.
games are crisp.
The games are crisp. There it is. We'll figure it out now. But amber, I think amber now is becoming that new color that people are looking at. Like, all right, amber,
Oh,
listen,
brother.
I need you to relax. I think
It
Willow,
is
we got
interesting.
Dale, we got all these other things that are coming in with this amber color group, and they're drawing cards now. They're reducing costs now. They're singing now. They're doing too much. Amber.
Yeah.
Go back to
They're
your.
doing it all.
Go back to your relegation. please.
Emerald,
You have to
Emerald
get
as
this right.
well. I mean, Emerald does it all, but that's
Yeah.
like literally, it's flexibility. It's
Yeah.
supposed to do everything. It's supposed to deal damage, draw cards,
Yeah.
and gain lore. But they put that on one card,
Come on now.
which is really, really strong. But yeah, we talked about it the other day. We were trying to rank like what are the best sets that have been released in terms of competitive cards that have been injected into the game, and we took a look at sets number 5, set 6, set 7, set 8, and we were like, where are the Ruby cards?
Yeah.
There were like 3 really strong Ruby cards printed in those 4 sets, and I think there are ebbs and flows to that. Right? We're seeing now in these past 4 sets, it's like Amber are getting a lot of really, really strong cards set after set after set, which is why we're seeing the Amber decks become some of the best in the game. Amber Steel in Infinity, Amber Emerald in Infinity, 2 of the strongest strategies that you could deploy. And then when we saw like Ruby Sapphire, for instance, which won that DLC, most of the cards that we saw in that strategy were older cards,
Right.
which is really interesting. So you see these combinations between the new and the old coming together and sort of evening things out across the board. But right now, in the game as it stands, the Emerald cards and the Amber cards are so powerful from the past 8 sets or so before we hit rotation that we're just seeing everybody want to play the Dogs deck.
Yeah, and we did do this. We went through every single set and we did the work. And turns out, Reign of Jafar is the worst set that we've had up until this point. I mean, we're never wrong. So go ahead and check it out. Reign of Jafar. Look through the card pool and see what you see. But Reign of Jafar.
Yeah, leave your opinions.
Yeah.
We'd be interested to see what
We-
you say.
and
But
we-
the set we said was the best.
Chapter 1,
The first chapter, they nailed it.
Right
Those
out of the
first
gate.
4 sets were so well designed, and super shout out to the early design team for Disney Lorcana that came out of the gates really hot with some really powerful cards, some really cool strategies, a lot of variety. I think people really enjoy those early cards, not just because of the nostalgia factor, but because they're genuinely really good. They hold up to this point. Why was Ruby Sapphire so good in that tournament run to the finals? We have Maui, Hero to All, still one of the best cards in the game, able to stifle aggression, make value trades, be prepared, of course, one of the staples of the game. So I love those first 4 sets, but these last 4 sets have been absolutely incredible and have really, really reinvigorated this game, starting with those new cards that came into Fabled. We got the Dumbo, of course, the 9th one of the universe. Whispers in the Well, which we think was the
Is number 2. Yeah.
second most powerful set in the history of Disney Lorcana. I love that. All the legendaries in that set, you felt so good opening any single one of them. You were like, oh, I got a Hades, I got a Demona, look, I got a Goliath, I got Cinderella. It was so good. And then Winterspell into the 2 most recent sets, the most recent set, Wilds Unknown, just absolutely knocked out of the park.
They've been going plus ultra on
For sure.
not just the gameplay, but also the thematic design. It's just been really nice.
I don't think
to
there's
see.
a game.
No.
I don't think there's a trading card game with more flavor wins across the board than Disney Lorcana. Like you take a look at any single card that you have in your collection and really think about how the character works within the story of their movie or their television show, their series. Look at what the card does. Does it make sense? It always does.
Yeah.
And I really love what they're able to do over there. So shout out to them for that. Every time I look at a card, I'm like, flavor win. I've never seen a flavor L in the game.
Not yet. Not
Not yet.
And they will keep fingers crossed. I think they're going to keep it
Knock
going.
on wood.
But I feel they're going to get another round coming for you guys. We just finished round number 3. You guys are not missing anything. We saw 2 matches in round number 3, and maybe, just maybe, we can get the interview booth rolling. I see Liam beside. Maybe we can grab one of those microphones, throw it over and test the interview room. It's right outside. If that's something we can do, that would be really cool.
We can interview Katie.
To interview. No, she's in the dojo. She's in the lab. If that is something.
She's playing solitaire.
This is also a problem here. I don't know why that just popped up there. We got 54 seconds until we can try it. I think it's ready. We tested it before, but we just need the sound to come on through. And also if we can get the remote for this as well. as Liam is coming on through.
We're doing it live.
We're doing it live.
We're doing it
gonna,
live.
Yeah.
we're gonna do this. But we do need that remote because we got 36 seconds until hey, this
The
TV's
TV's
gonna
going
go
to turn off.
on. I'm sure we can figure
We're
it out.
26 seconds to midnight.
We're 20.
And then we'll still be here, but
Yeah, we're gonna,
Yeah, you'll still see us, but
All right.
we won't see us.
yeah,
so.
that's all. That's fine. That's fine. All right, we're gonna see what happens. We're gonna see what
We're going to
happens.
send it on over
It's
to
at
the
the
lounge.
lounge. We're back. Sorry, no.
We're back.
No, I'm sorry. I'm throwing curveballs. My bad. We're doing this thing. We're
3, 2,
2,
1.
Nice knowing you.
Happy New Year.
This is so cursed. This is cursed.
I'm gonna go to the BR back screen.
Okay,
Sure.
okay. All right, Garrett, throw us to a BRB.
All right, everybody, we will be right back as we take a look at a couple different technological issues. We're going to try to send it over to the lounge with Liam and Katie. Don't touch that dial. We will be right back, the DCI CCQ.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm so. Oh.
Like physically? All right. We're here in the lounge because JD said we are, and I say let's do it because we're gonna interview each other. Liam, we're about to be live on a round. And how you feeling?
I'm feeling great. How are you?
I'm
I'm lounging.
Don't know how to sit. I sat a little too far because if I sit over here, this is simply too far from you.
That is too far. This is
Simply
actually-
too far.
What is optimal distance?
Let's
on the
just
couch, too?
let's just
Like
get
maybe-
comfy. Yeah,
maybe right-
yeah.
I think this is pretty
We're
good.
lounging.
Yeah, we're lounging in the
What are you guys
lounge.
doing now? If you guys don't know, we're in a room by ourselves. There's no stimuli in here.
No, that is true.
There's no stimuli. There's just three men staring at us.
The funny thing is, like, there is no way for us to know to prove whether or not we are live.
No, they
So
could stop.
they could
start.
completely, like-
We don't know.
Yeah. Okay. They
Does
say,
chat seem
They say we're
happy?
good.
How's chat? Tell me how chat is.
Chat, are you happy?
Are you gonna just walk here?
Oh.
Get in here, Garrett.
Get in here, Garrett.
You made us do this, so you are now
This is
a part of this.
and we're lounging. This is the lounge.
So no
this is
one
the
told
live
you
drive that I
life was
want.
gonna
Really,
be
what I
this way.
wanted, I wanted a place where we all can kind of coalesce together. Okay, where we're Courtney, get in here, Courtney.
We got space.
I mean, to be fair, we could make space on this very couch.
That is true.
Wait, okay, well, all right. Yeah, I didn't know which way we're going.
Bring it in, bring it in. What else can I do? I make roses and rows of roses.
know what's happening.
Luckily, I'm travel size for your convenience.
This feels nice. This feels right. Okay, now it feels really good.
It does feel good.
The vibe is immaculate.
And,
Yeah. How is DCI for you all? What are we feeling?
I've had 2 Diet Coke so far. 3, actually.
5.
All right.
Checks out.
What are your guys' numbers? Garrett, how many?
I've had 0.
Fake fan.
I don't drink caffeine really.
Really?
If we had a Diet Coke, no caffeine.
That's how I do it. After 5 p.m., I'm doing.
It is
Is this bad?
it is now my mission to
Oh, is
see.
it bad? Okay, good. Okay, I was like, uh-oh, what did we do?
How many have you had?
I've had 1 Coke Zero so far. No Diet Cokes. I'm gonna go crack one right now. BRB.
Oh, no, we're all
Bring
kind of.
Diet Cokes all around.
Bring 5.
My goal now
Oh, yeah,
is to
bring
see
five.
what Garrick is like if we can get a little caffeine in him and get him
Honestly,
to be around
Garrick is
caffeinated.
so corruptible by anything. Like, I think, like, yeah, like, I have stories offline, but. But Garrick, he's kind of like the kind of kid that, like, you give cotton candy to. You're like, he's gonna be up all night. He's gonna be up all night.
Who gave Garrick cotton candy?
Who let this happen?
Exactly.
Oh, come on, guys.
Okay, I'm a water drinker. I don't drink coffee. I don't drink caffeine.
Time out. The first ingredient of Diet Coke is water.
That is true.
That is such a good point. Carbonated water and caramel color.
It does.
Let's get a nice crack on this.
Oh, hold on. Ready?
Oh, wow. Okay.
Hey, cheers.
I got a nice French toast for everyone.
Yes.
All right.
Bread, milk, cinnamon, egg.
French toast. Cheers.
Cheers in French.
We'll let you have the dad jokes today.
I know, we let you have the space, but now we're taking back that space. You know, you
Reel,
create the space.
reel it back in.
See the microphone
Yeah,
real quick.
talk to him. Oh, it's cold. This is a very cold.
I just wanted to do that in the mic.
It is very cool. I need a
So
koozie.
we have another round coming up, and I'm excited. I suggested a person.
Okay.
We don't know if they'll be picked though.
What did you suggest? Is it
My hands are so cold.
But no.
Who has a very, 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 very minor share of the meta today is undefeated.
Oh, we got to get him in.
And
Get him not banned. Get him not
and when
banned.
I say minor,
we do that
one
here.
of.
Rusty boy?
Can get. Oh, Rust is cooking in Core Constructed.
How many light the fuse?
I don't know.
Memorize it. Get back to me. Get back to me.
If there is a
Guys
color,
out there in a wig.
if there is a deck that is appropriate for this tournament, it
Guidance.
is Ruby Steel.
We gotta show it. Well, I wonder what that deck is looking like. We saw Ruby Steel at the Enchanted Citrus Clash, and it was playing like the Omni Droids. You're playing like some super stuff. Maybe we could see a Mushu sighting. I know Garrick's a big Mushu fan.
Oh,
He actually
huge
adores
Mushu head.
Mushu man, if you will.
Mushu man.
Macho. I call him a macho mucho man.
Mushu man.
Yeah, do not question to me. Oh, you have let it go? All right.
How do you feel doing this whole interview into the face of these three gentlemen?
I love those guys. They made the
Mushu
calculator that
man.
everybody was forced to
Oh
use.
yeah, and it's been $100 and it stays $100. Inflation can't touch the T. It's a TI-84.
If you guys aren't up to speed, the Texas Instruments.
Is that really them?
That's them.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I ask about how they out inflation with the calculator? I'm curious. Because it's been $100. I remember in high school, it's like, wow, mom, I'm sorry, but I'm taking calculus.
I can't afford it. I gotta take a loan out
Yeah,
to get
I'm
this
sorry,
calculator.
mom, but I have to do a derivative.
Everybody has to buy one, yes.
But I think they make them with color screens now for that.
They probably have Tetris and Snake on there, and
But speaking of color,
just the classic TikTok.
TikTok.
You have to have just the classic Pokemon Go.
Yeah, Pokemon Go to the next round, which is coming up here soon, and I'm very, very excited. Is time up in round?
Yes, they're doing the raffle.
Oh, so yeah, we can do a quick
Raffle.
little be right back. Otherwise, you watch us all try to stand up at the same time.
is that Merida
But
still
now we
there?
got this going though, so this is something we can work.
Yeah, we'll be
That's
back.
true.
In fact, you can't stop us.
Looks great.
You can't
This is
stop
the coldest beverage
music.
I've ever held.
My hand is
It's
my hand is
so
freezing.
cold. It's just me.
Koozies.
Anyway,
I'll go set it up.
We need some Diet Keys.
and
I want to be
break.
a Mushu man.
BRB?
Wait.
Keep it locked. Don't touch that dial. Round 4 coming your way soon.
And
Round 4 soon.
For the latest iteration of the DCI, the first Hey everybody, welcome back to the DCI. Now, we're getting ready for the next round, but before we do that, I think we're going to try to show you a quick tour of the venue, because that's something we always like to do, is try to bring you here and show you what it's like on the ground to help you visualize it. So,
Close your
let's see if we
eyes
can-
and then open them, and you'll
yeah.
be here. And shout out to Liam, because Liam is so good. Like he's like, you know what we should do, guys? We should do a little walkthrough. And then he's like, I looked, he was editing it, and he's like, it's ready.
Yeah.
So we're vamping. If you guys are wondering, I thought we were gonna go there. This is vamping. Now name your 10 favorite things about Diet Coke.
It's cold. We'll do it after.
Okay. So
Let's do it.
hold
It's
on.
better. We're gonna
It's a
we'll do
bonus
that afterwards.
feature.
Well, that's the thing about pre-recorded videos. Once you get them loaded up, you can play them like whenever, which is super fun.
That's
So we're
true.
gonna share that in a bit. But now we're gonna go into round number. Gosh, are we already round 4?
It's
My goodness,
4.
It's gonna be halfway through the day here. Yeah. Well, it's. I think we're gonna get rid of the tables. There we go. All right.
Yeah, now this round here, I am excited because as we've already kind of hinted at it, in the room there is I've used the term veritable smorgasbord, cornucopia, a wide spectrum of players, but one of them, of all the ink pairings in the room, there's only one that has just one person, and that is Dane. And that is something we wanted to see because we don't know how Dane's day will end up. We are going to go ahead and get their little their total loaded up as far, I believe they're both at 2 and 1. But yeah, who knows what Grex is on, but Dane we're very, very excited about. We're excited for both, but we did specifically pick it because Dane is a trailblazer.
Yeah. We one of the spiciest decks in the room. It's super fun, and I've no idea how this color pairing is going to play out. On the other side, I want to highlight Grex of the Inketeers, co-founder of the Inketeers, a player here in Dallas, and one of my favorite people in the Lorcana community. Prolific on Twitter, and just a really fun player who I see at a lot of these events. So 2 players that I really like, and we're gonna see how this goes. Here we get to see the die roll. 5 is not a great first number. Dane taking it down, so Dane will most likely be on the play unless he's a mad lad who wants to go second. But yeah, so we should. Have you mentioned the ink colors that Dana's on?
So I actually didn't know the name of this ink pairing for a while, and somebody said rust, and I was like, yeah, it makes sense because it's like red and like metal.
I love
then,
it. I've been waiting for that.
But then I realized it's ruby steel. It's canonical. Blurple is not canonical because it's not blue and purple. It's it's sapphire amethyst. But this is rust, ruby steel.
It's a thing. We're gonna make it a thing. Yeah, so interesting about this ink combo, like, there's a number of different ways that you can take it, and as JD and Garrick pointed out last time, we saw one go for a bit of a run at a CCQ out in, I think it was Enchanted Citrus Clash, so the people have been trying to make it work, but I don't think there's a community consensus on like the right Ruby Steel build in Core Constructed right now, so it's always fun to see what players have cooked up, and yeah, I'm excited to see what he does.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, I mean, when you say it's going to be Blurple or Sapphire Amethyst, you're like, okay. You have a 99.9%.
Yeah, I know the list.
Because the archetype's pretty established, but this is not an established archetype. And I'm excited and I'm scared because, listen, as I mentioned, I haven't casted Core in a while.
Yeah, right.
And this is Core, but funky. So I am excited. We're all going to learn together, and we're all going to go on a little bit of a quest on this round number 4 of the DCI CCQ here in beautiful Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas. And I already know we're up to no good because I see Liam turning his head sideways, which can mean one thing and one thing only. There's going to be some locations, but we can already see them here inking an Agrabah and passing.
One of the first locations ever revealed in Disney Lorcana. Agrabah and the Inkwell. So yeah, we're up for some location shenanigans, and it's interesting to see whenever you see locations. Sometimes they're worked in as a few of in order to be a finisher or for some sort of utility purpose, like when you see Seven Dwarves Mine or you see cards that make Dark Manor. And sometimes you find decks that are built around them completely. And so we see another location there that looks like the island of Nomanazan.
Noman is an island, but there is also Mr. Incredible Bob Parr. I will say during round 1 of the DLC, I said Bob Parr 40,000 times because I couldn't stop. But there is another location. Everybody knows, everybody loves this, Castle Wyvern. So all of these locations are going to have their own. So like locations are good for 2 reasons. Number 1, it's just a problem. It sits there. The location like that just was played has the 4 willpower. Oftentimes, you don't even care about moving characters to the location, so that's going to be very interesting to see. Is he trying to cash in on the benefits? For example, Castle Wyvern, his characters gain Challenger +1 and Resist +1 while here. So will he do that, or is it just for the fact that, listen, you have to deal with this. You only have 2 challenging power on the board. Deal with it. He's going to automatically get that lore at the beginning of each turn now.
Yeah, it kind of starts the clock, and that's the thing with locations because the relative power level of a card is determined by a few things. One is lore, willpower, strength, and then your ability, which determines kind of the relative power of that card at a particular ink total. And with locations, because you don't have strength on it, the only other way to like moderate that card's strength is by increasing the lore total or by giving it a strong ability. But what it tends to mean though is that a lot of locations are very well statted. They have very well high willpower for their particular place on the ink curve. So when you're playing locations on curve, generally they're going to stick around for a turn or two. And if your opponent is relying on character-based removal, it's going to take them a little while to get rid of them. We do see 1 lore off that first location, that Castle Wyvern there. So Dane ticking up to 2.
Another thing to note is, I mean, he played Winterspell, which has that ability where you can't, your location can't be challenged until starting next turn. And another thing to note is that Greg's missed a turn 2 play. So he had his turn 1 Bob Parr, Mr. Incredible. He had Eliza Maz on turn 3, but he didn't do anything on turn 2. So even with having kind of the slower start, or rather having a location with no characters, Dana's doing pretty good. Also getting out a little baby Jack Parr, which this one is at the start of your turn. You may put the top card of your deck into your discard if it's this card type, and then it's a choose your own adventure from here. So it's going to be location. You get to banish a chosen character, and then characters +2 lore, action or item +2 strength or +2 lore. So it's a choose your own adventure. We can't wait. And he got action.
Yeah, there's an action Winterspell, another version heading down, or another copy heading down to the discard pile here. And Winterspell, a really fun card to see in this deck. It is just a 1 cost. It just basically cycles a card because you draw a card off of it. But it's a card that can be used to insulate your locations early, but it also serves as a finisher for this deck because even if your opponent has gone incredibly wide, if this game goes long enough, I'm assuming Dane can drop several locations on the board, play a Winterspell, and basically just sit and wait for his opponent to pass over and let the game end when those locations tick his lore total up. So kind of indicating probably one of the ways that he can finish the game here. As we see what else he has in store. It's a second
Jack-Jack, which I love the fact that, I mean, like Garrick was saying, huge flavor win here because Jack-Jack, he's getting his powers, and it's going to be based on, like we said, what that top card is. And it's very funny because, I mean, that Yzma, generally speaking, she needs to survive a turn to get her full potential of exerting her to draw more cards. But in this case, Jack-Jack, if next turn we go ahead and reveal that card, then we could banish both his characters, which is a very, very fascinating interaction I've never seen before. But this is a very location-heavy deck, so it might happen.
Actually, that's a great point. I was just like kind of as you were talking through Jack-Jack, thinking through the implications, and yeah, I mean, we've already seen multiple copies of locations. If there are 4 ofs in this deck, and we assume some others, then high likelihood of flipping those, and just at the start of your turn, banishing 1 or 2 of your opponent's characters. It feels pretty good, and I don't know. I don't know what the game plan is with this deck, but I'm seeing some fun stuff already.
Right, I think we're on an adventure. Baby Jack-Jack is having us choose adventures. There we go, and there's a character. So the character, like we mentioned, it's going to be +2 strength. So now Jack-Jack is a 6/4, but
both characters, yeah.
So if I am Eliza Mazel, I'm suddenly a little nervous about that giant baby on the other side. However, we still have some other funky stuff in hand. So this deck, I mean, it's hard to say 100% what the game plan is, but I think like most decks, it's going to be establish some kind of draw engine. That's very, very critical that you don't run out of gas. We saw the dock, which is going to be very, very important for that draw engine, but you do want to empty your hand first. And I do think you might have discarded it.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet. I mean, if we are going for location heavy finish, which is one of the ways I think this deck can go. Oh my goodness, and we're getting back that Castle Wyvern there, that 1/5. I think that Jack-Jack and his character removal is probably one of the things you're looking to do at this point in the game. Kind of keep your opponent's board thin. I'm hoping to hit some of those locations, and that way you allow yourself time to build up this location heavy board. Castle Wyvern, just a reminder, when characters gain Challenger +1 and Resist +1 while here. So that character there with Resist.
It synergizes quite well with Beast because he has that whenever this character challenges. If he's at a location, he takes no damage from the challenge. So yes, he has just 1 willpower, but he looks really happy about it. He's sitting in a castle just throwing snowballs. Normally it's Angel, but in this case, Beast is enjoying.
He likes castles. He has his own castle.
Yeah.
Sometimes he visits other castles. And here, this castle in the sky.
And I think it's wise here. So he's playing here this Louisa Madrigal. I think he might switching to a kind of go wide strategy because if I am now at this point in the game, I'm like, okay, you're up to some funky stuff. I don't know exactly what your game plan is, but most boards are the wider the better. So we have Isis exerting one of those very, very, very powerful Jack-Jack pars.
Yeah, and one of the reasons he's trying to go wide here is you've had that Yzma on the board for several turns, and Yzma says you can draw to a hand size up to 3. But Greg's not being able to take advantage of that yet because his hand has been fairly healthy. So trying to dump as much as possible onto the board into the Inkwell to make use of her ability while she's there. Looks like I think we're probably considering getting rid of that location to get rid of that beast and stop that clock. But at this point, maybe reconsidering putting those characters at risk. But one thing I will say, Katie, like Greg's, I'm sure prepped for this tournament. Like all of these players, his deck is called No Dogs Allowed, I'm told. And so prepping for that matchup. Did not prepare for this matchup, I'm willing to bet, at all. And so trying to navigate through what this deck's trying to do, and 2 characters again, no locations yet. And so both those Jack-Jacks will get +2 strength.
Got it. So the mechanic there is not that you reveal the card. It's basically you're revealing it to show it. So sometimes you're revealing the card to kind of, you're going to draw that card. But basically, some people call it like burning the card. Like with Namari, you'll see people just go and immediately discard a card. But you're trying to get the ability, getting it in your discard. Now, we saw with Get to Safety, you can play locations from the discard. In this case, he will elect to play Sleepy Hollow, which does also synergize with Get to Safety. Immediately getting Beast into the Sleepy Hollow, so he has that ability. And yeah, we're just slowly trying to get advantage here. Jack-Jack does have that challenger because we saw another character. I want to see him get a location. I want that Jack-Jack to fire off, but this is still pretty good synergy for him.
Yeah, Sleepy Hollow, we see him leveraging its ability there. It does say whenever a character quests while there, you can banish this location to gain 2 lore and give that character evasive on the start of your next turn. So 2 lore burst there from that location coming into play, immediately getting banished. But that, again, we're seeing more and more indications of some of the reach available in this deck where you can leverage cards like Jack-Jack to gain +2 lore by surprise, or play a Sleepy Hollow from hand, immediately leverage stability to close out games. So there's a lot of different ways that this deck can close out the last few lore. I think it definitely, though, is a type of deck that wants to be gaining incremental lore throughout the game, because it probably is not, unless you can draw like a significant number of locations and protect them from Winterspell, it's not good for a giant lore burst. So I don't know how excited Dane is to see a thin board here while only sitting at 5 lore.
But we do have Mr. Incredible coming on in, and he's somebody that wants to have a wide board with him because he gets that +2 strength for each other character in play. So this is something where I think if I'm Dane, I'm also getting nervous because my locations become a little less exciting at this point.
Oh,
he cannot find a location to save his life off of this ability. He found 2 characters, a Beast and that Pocahontas, who is the Steadfast Traveler, which we saw in the pre-release kits. He will play one of those Steadfast Travelers, and that is whenever she quests, you played another character this turn, return a location card from your discard to your hand. So there's more synergy. So there's a lot of recursion, a lot of getting value from your discard, but it is very funny that he's had 2 Jack-Jacks in play for about 3 turns now, and yet we just cannot see that synergy that we really hoping to see.
Well, and I do think that's a huge part of this deck's game plan. I think curving into a Jack-Jack and hitting a location on at least half of your turns with even a single Jack-Jack is kind of where this deck wants to be, because it doesn't say, your opponent picks and banishes. It says banish chosen character. And so at the start of every turn, if you can banish your opponent's biggest threat, if you can banish the thing that's threatening your locations or something with an ability like that's threatening, like that's huge. And the fact that he hasn't managed to hit once yet means that he's either running fewer locations than we. But here's the thing, Katie. Like in a deck that with this much location synergy, whenever you have like Steel Song, for example, you're running about 18 to 20 songs to hit on that search every single time and to trigger. So I would be surprised if there weren't about 20 locations in here at least. And so missing every single turn is just bad luck.
Yeah, it makes you go, well, that's just statistically unlikely.
That's statistically unlikely.
Yeah, because you could say it's bad luck, but then you start being like, no, it's not even luck. It's just not. I guess bad luck is the right word for it. But there we go. We have to send 2 into the Jack-Jack par. We're not going to get to see any more Jack-Jack shenanigans. And kind of so sad that it had to go this way. But now we have 2 pretty incredible characters. Well, that's a weird word choice. But 2, we have an incredible character of Mr. Incredible and then Demona, which means that anything that comes down, most locations will be easily dealt with from this point forward. But there's Jack-Jack again. So Jack-Jack par, it's your chance. Just stay on the board. Unfortunately, I think the top end for Grex is a little bit more intimidating. So I do think it's going to be an uphill battle from this point forward. We see Firefly Storm, like we saw with Demona. If there's any other friends on the board with Demona, it's very, very, very punishing. So if I'm Dane, I am trying to get my deck to fire off very soon. He only has 3 cards in hand. And we know that the draw power is just also on Grex's favor.
That's what I was going to say. I mean, Grex is bringing to bear a lot better card draw in the form of like Demonas, in the form of Yzmas, and there's probably a couple. Could see a Dumbo running around. There's all sorts of options in Amethyst, and Dane's draw, a lot of it comes from recursion from the discard pile. We've seen a little bit of it. We're seeing it here with Pocahontas pulling a location back, but we're doing it in onesies and twosies, and when Grex is able to leverage that card draw burst, he's going to be able to fuel his hand a lot better in the late game here. So it's just, I would be a lot more. But a Gantu coming in play here. You love to see it. Yeah, anytime a Gantu gets played.
And you have, the biggest and largest collection of Gantus in all of the Northern Hemisphere. But yeah, this Gantu, this one is very interesting because I think people generally want to play him early because at this point, if you have no cards in hand, actually, so you do want to play him late because you have no cards and you can't. But in this case, he does have cards available to play, and he knows he can get him back with that Pocahontas if she stays around. So interesting inclusion here.
Yeah, you can save him because it says choose and discard. So there are other cards like Madam Mim which say like do this or banish this character. Gantu just says discard a card. So if you manage to play him with an empty hand, he just sticks. But clearly Dane, protecting something in his hand that he wants to leverage for later.
Did you see what just came down on the other side?
I did.
A horse is a horse, of course.
Of course.
And this is Maximus. We got to see him in round 1 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Indianapolis. It was in a Sapphire Ruby build by Jack Shadows. But this horse is fascinating because it's taking advantage of that Bob Parr synergy, where at the very least, if you have something with 5 lore in play, 5 strength, you're going to get 2 lore. But if you can synergize fantastically with that Mr. Incredible, then you can gain 10 lore. But you can't because we finally got a Jack-Jack to work.
Finally got a Jack-Jack to work. And Dane's saying, finally, I'm able to get this off the board. That was good for 5 lore next turn because Bob Parr would be seeing, or Mr. Incredible would be seeing those 2 other characters, and he is at 10 strength right now. So a huge lore burst avoided there by that Jack finally triggering. And I'm going to keep harping on that because like this deck I think is designed to leverage that Jack in the mid game, and this is a very different game right now. If he'd even hit 1 or 2 more times off those Jacks, he would have been able to insulate a lot of his locations, and I think that's what this is really designed to do. And now all of a sudden it's swinging back the other way. We have locations in play, which Grex is going to want to deal with, but either one of those characters now vulnerable to a challenge. The Gontu is just a 3/3, but he pairs, easy to pair with another character to get some removal. And let's see, we're going to banish that location. We're going to give Jack evasive until the start of the next turn. So that was a great sequence there.
Yeah, this is very, very fun because, I mean, it's oftentimes, for example, we talked about Blurple being a very linear deck, and it's very hard to be surprised watching someone play Blurple. But this deck is filled with surprises, especially with the modularity of cards like Jack mixed with the fact that these locations, you're getting a lot of stuff back out of your discard. In hand, it does look like he has one more that I haven't. Just a fat cat. It's more than just a fat cat club because it is a 6 willpower, 2 location, which will be a problem. But it's also very inkable. People have been saying. And so instead, we're going to get down another Sleepy Hollow. He's using it to great success.
And here we go. But here's what's going to happen. So Pocahontas, when she quests, she can pull back a location. So now we're going to banish Sleepy Hollow, send it to the discard pile. Pocahontas, we'll get the 2 lore off of it, give Pocahontas evasive. We're going to trigger Pocahontas' ability. Pull back a location, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, as long as she has. Well, you had to have played a character this turn.
That's true. That is true. Did we not play? We did not play a character. That's right.
Yeah.
That makes me sad. I was really excited.
I know.
I was like, here comes the location back. It's all clicking. But no. But this is a card that you hate to see. It's Maui Half Shark, and all of a sudden, anything you leave vulnerable, including locations, become really unpalatable. Firefly Swarm going to follow now. We're going to see somebody get banished. And it's interesting here because
it might just go back. Well, I guess you're right. Well, is anything eligible to get banished?
No, I guess we didn't have the locations for it, or the other cards played this turn. So
right.
Yeah, so just sent to the discard pile to fuel the Maui and perhaps pull back off a Maui attack. Oh no! And there comes the location finally clicking again, and we're gonna get that Maui off the board.
Wow. I mean, these are not plays you see all the time. You rarely ever see someone do a Firefly Storm just to get 1 lore. You definitely don't see a 7-Dwarf Mine causing a Maui Shark to get banished on site. But we're seeing it here. Jack getting over into Sleepy Hollow, questing, getting that evasive. The evasive challenger on the other side of Maui Shark was banished by the location that was revealed. So everything is synergizing. Dane is saying, have you ever seen Rust look like this before? And the answer is no, Dane. I have never seen this.
Negative. None of us have. Another Castle Wyvern coming into their play here with its 5 willpower. And once again now, that's, I think, part of the end game of this deck is I'm just going to drop a bunch of different threats on the board, and the locations are so well statted. Sometimes we have some pretty well statted characters on Grex's side of the board who can deal with it in 1 shot, but there's just a lot more to deal with. The other thing that occurs to me with the Jack is there's so much location recursion that part of what he's doing is fueling your discard pile with those Sleepy Hollows. And so, again, I think one of the reasons why Jack is probably the key to this deck is because not only is his ability great, banishing all of that, but you're putting the Sleepy Hollows in there. And Dane has gotten, what, 8 lore or 10 lore off Sleepy Hollow so far?
Yeah, it's just been a spectacular show of how these cards that a lot of people just flip through, put in a bulk bin, can be put together to do some pretty devastating things. Now this Jack, we're...
Oh no, it's another one.
Bad baby. Bad baby. So he does have to decide here. He can't get rid of his own dad. That'd be crazy, but he does because that one does have a lot. All 3 of the cards besides Louisa have a lot of things they can do when they work together. We get another Jack, infinite Jack Pars here. So we're going to get a little bit of lore with some questing. But that was a very, very explosive turn.
And the biggest reason to get rid of the Mr. Incredible, I mean, yes, he's a strong challenger, but it's trying to avoid that Maximus lore burst. He's going to be sitting at 10 strength probably for the whole game, and at any point, Grex can drop a Maximus on the board and get 5 lore out of it instantly. And so just getting that off the board and that looming threat feels pretty good.
Another thing to note is we said, like, oh, I wish Jack would hit a location. But if we hit an action, then the game is also over at this. I mean, mind you, there's enough on the board where it's a problem all around, but that Jack gets +2 lore, so he absolutely has to get rid of those Jacks. he has to engage in challenging. He easily can because he does have some good challenges on the board, and that Sleepy Hollow, the Horseman here will be very, very good at helping your other characters get value out of the challenge. But what an uphill battle.
Yeah. Yeah, so we will banish that Gantu there. And yeah, again, both those Jack-Jacks, we have 3 lore on the board right now. We need to banish something else. Let's see, going into that Pocahontas there. So that will leave, once we remove her, just those 2 Jack-Jacks on board. And as you pointed out, Katie, excuse me, hitting an action with any one of those. Oh no, Firefly Swarm coming in, okay. And it does have the actions to fuel it, so now we're down to the 1 Jack-Jack, but still,
That is
one
enough.
chance to flip an action. I think Dane's just saying not a character, not a character, not a character. It's a location, okay, so it's not game, but we will get to banish a character. There's that Demona heading off the board. And now, okay, dropping that location down, and I think
There we go. This is nice.
I think okay, he's gonna take the quest there. And, oh yeah, I forgot, it's the Sleepy Hollow, so we're gonna banish Sleepy Hollow, give Jack-Jack evasive, and that should be game, unless I'm mistaken.
Because he gets 2 lore off
Yep,
Sleepy Hollow?
that's it, 2 lore off Sleepy Hollow.
Wow.
Wow, okay.
And that is new science, fresh off the presses. Has
You watch
science
us
gone too
navigate this
far?
thing.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so we're getting an indication of what this is trying to do. It's fascinating. So there is no like strong end game plan that we've seen. Really what this is, it is incremental lore gain, but looping the Sleepy Hollows is probably one of this deck's primary ways of closing things out. You do just need 1 in the discard pile, but every single time you manage to recur it, because you can activate it the turn you're played by moving a character there and questing with it, that means every single turn you can get not just the 2 lore off the Sleepy Hollow, but you're getting whatever the character quested with. So let's say a minimum of 1, and then because of the evasive that character will get, you're insulating that character the next turn. So it's basically 3 lore a turn every time you loop a Sleepy Hollow. And Jack-Jack not only serves as some removal, but it's allowing you to seed your discard pile with that Sleepy Hollow, which you want to recur. So to me, like if I'm trying to think about the key lines in this deck, you do want to get something on, some characters on the board early, but it's fine to Jack-Jack.
Yeah, Jack-Jack is so vital. I mean, we
Yeah.
saw that there really isn't any downside with the 3 options. Now, in this deck, I don't believe he has a ton of actions. I think 8, because we saw the Winter Spell and they get to safety. There could be, I doubt there's strength knowing that there's that little characters. But all that to be said, either he's going to be able to burst the lore with Jack-Jack, he's going to be able to do spot removal, or Jack-Jack gets huge and is a 6 challenger, which can get rid of many, many things in this game.
Yeah, and keep in mind again, like that's not terrible because so the downside he gets through like, hey, I'm gonna have to quest him and then I'm gonna lose him, but not if you have a Sleepy Hollow. You throw Jack-Jack in there, you quest the Sleepy Hollow. Now you're getting 5 lore, and Jack-Jack has evasive till the start of next turn.
Protected the baby.
So
yeah. Now on the other side, we've been, it's hard to not get a little worked up and excited about what Dane did. But Greg's is also doing something we haven't seen a lot, and that is the Maximus Strength Matters kind of deck. It is looking into trying to get also uninteractable lore gain, like you mentioned. That I will one day not call him by his government name.
I know,
Mr. Incredible.
you got me doing it too.
I know. So Mr. Incredible there, he, like you said, it represents this ominous threat that if he is on the board at any point, Maximus can appear, and then you have a problem. Because 5 lore per turn, that is a 4-turn clock. It's very rare that there's a game that could be decided in 4 turns, but it could be if you have Maximus and there's nothing you can do about it. So I am excited to see, because I know that Amethyst Ruby has a lot of other tricks up its sleeve, and Grex was definitely ambushed by this deck. I highly doubt that this is a deck that he studied and was like, oh, when I play against the Meta Breaker, Ruby Steel Locations deck. So I think Grex is a little bit more prepared, but still I couldn't be completely prepared. This is a funky deck.
Yeah, but definitely if you're going to play a location-heavy deck, having Liquidator, well, he's always on the play, never mind. Having Liquidator on the draw is great. Liquidator on the play, still like to see it next turn. But yeah, so this is not, I think, the traditional Ruby Amethyst build either, and I'm kind of excited to see which way he chooses to go with this. I think Maui Shark probably the big finisher here. A lot of control in the mid game, as we usually see with Amethyst. But yeah, the big key for him this game is he needs to get some strong challengers out early. That 4/2 Liquidator is pretty big for banishing some pesky locations, and needs to be able to answer the locations, and also has to find some card draw and be able to go wide, because if those Jack-Jacks get clicking, he's going to need plenty of characters on board to prevent Jack from keeping his board low.
Being a bad baby. But we also have this Mulan, which I love any deck that takes advantage of drawing and discarding and uses your discard as a second hand. In this case, he's put two Zootopias into his discard. But as we know, the discard is just a place you're holding cards for later, especially with that Pocahontas that we saw put in a ton of work in the last game. So big excitement for me about seeing this Pocahontas. As I mentioned, she was in the pre-release kit, and she was one that people kind of speculated, like, well, if location decks become a thing, she will matter. But instead, we're going to see Gantu. Another card will go in the discard, but like we said, it's just a hangout spot. But now we have a little bit of challenging power on the board, and he's actually going to quest saying, if you want to liquidate your liquidator on my Mulan, be my guest.
Come on in. Yeah, and that's the thing. So Disney Lorcana and other TCGs, cards oftentimes are printed with these, they're giving you a benefit, and then they also have a drawback to balance out that ability. And some of the best decks are ones where you can take a downside to that card, in this case, the discard off the Mulan, and turn it into an advantage. And so it feels pretty good to draw a card and to get to find certain tools that you need. It also feels pretty good in this deck to discard a card and start seeding your discard pile. And so, Mulan doing double duty there. That liquidator did, in fact, get liquidated by challenging into that Mulan, trying to keep her off the board. And I do think that's the right call in this deck. I did say he wanted to go wide, but part of the problem is there's a lot of locations that benefit from moving characters there. Zootopia, a perfect example. I move a character here, I draw a card, discard a card. And so even the most innocuous characters can give you a benefit off locations. Now that Scrooge McDuck coming into play, Ghostly Ebenezer, this one, a card that became very popular in Ruby, boosts for 1, and you can boost it every single turn to give it +1 strength and +1 willpower. So it just gets bigger the longer you let him hang around.
Yeah, and he normally hangs around for a while. I was trying to see whether I can think if there's anything that would return that Scrooge to hand, and I don't think there is, but it's one of those things that if he does get banished, like we saw, that discard, it just puts it in there, and you can go ahead and get some goodies back from your discard later. We have the Eliza Mazza, which we've seen in a couple matchups now, which is nearly, I don't want to say useless in this matchup, but certainly she is not teched in for this specific one. We've seen Grex kind of play a little bit off plan. That Liquidator is probably something he didn't want to do on turn 2. Eliza Mazza isn't the most powerful turn 3 option. Oh. But here we go. We are gonna
grown a little bit.
Because now it's starting.
Hollow. And I think if this deck had like a script, if we knew the script to this deck, it's like step 1, do this, 2, 3. Like step 2 or 3 is find Sleepy Hollow, either by getting it in the discard pile or by playing it. That's literally that's the deck I think has to find it. And now that we've found it and we have it in the discard pile, it is available. And you're going to see a lot more synergies start to like work and click. So,
yeah, it's so fun watching the puzzle pieces come together. We have a Alma Madrigal going inked, and there we go, the powerhouse of Amethyst, Elsa Fifth Spirit, coming in and finally saying, yeah, I'm going to get a little interaction as a treat. Only dealing 2 to this Ghostly Ebenezer and taking 4 back, but I think Greg is just going to take advantage of removal where he has it.
Yeah, and this Elsa, should be safe until the next turn. Nothing with Evasive or Mundane side unless he loops that Sleepy Hollow. But he'll want to quest with that Sleepy Hollow anyway, so you can't, never mind. Because if you quest, you get Evasive and you can't challenge. And anyway, yeah, so bottom line is nothing to answer the Elsa. But if he did choose to quest with that Ghostly Ebenezer, it would be vulnerable to the Elsa. But now, Steel always has the dock when it needs it, and with an empty hand, drawing 2 cards, courtesy of Bold Knight.
Yeah, and we saw what happens when you try to use those card draw advantages not to its full advantage. He exerted that Yzma, and he was only able to draw 1 card, and now she's very, very vulnerable, and there she is, challenged by that Gantu, so that's not a ton of value, just getting 1 card off of that character. But he was able to get the full retail value of 2 cards off dock. He probably doesn't have anything left to play this turn, but I think oh wow, he is going to go ahead and challenge, and then that goes into the discard, and like we've seen, we might see that card later.
That high likelihood, it is available now, and now boosting this other Scrooge with that. One of the things about these boost cards that I really, really like is I call them ink sinks, and it gives you something to do with your remaining resources if you haven't managed to fully utilize your inkwell every single turn. And the funny thing is, even if you're not going to use that card's ability, and Scrooge is always good to boost, but even on cards where you only need 1 card under them to leverage their ability, putting more cards under there doesn't hurt. When there's always the possibility that it gets bounced back to your hand courtesy by one of your opponent's effects, or by discarding it or by having it banished, you put more cards in your discard pile that will fuel your deck later.
So now we have the Cheshire Cat, inexplicable, but I'll explain it. You're able to go ahead and move around 2 damage when you do the boost. So that's unlike the one-time boost that we used to see. This one's multiple times. We've also seen a few times that Alma Madrigal going in here, which I'm very fascinated by. I'm trying to figure out the science there, because that one just has to, I guess she goes well with that Louisa, because she has the ability, if you have another magical, so that's playing it on curve. So funky little lines here, but either way, we are now boosting up our Scrooges as high as they can go. We now have a Scrooge who is a healthy 4/4 and a 3/3.
Be a 5/5 and a 4/4.
Math.
Yeah.
There we go.
But and also like pointing out the shifting of the Cheshire Cat, that now we know why, part of the reason why he chose to challenge into that other Ghostly Ebenezer, get those damage counters stored away on his own Elsa to leverage that Cheshire Cat when it comes into play this turn. And so, Cheshire Cat is great, not so great when you don't have damage counters to slide around, but storing those up like a little bank there and sliding those over. We're going to see him slide more over here, so that's 4 onto that Ghostly Ebenezer, and
Yeah, I'm gonna
challenging in with the Elsa. No?
I believe so. Well, Elsa, I think she either requested or she helped challenge in there. I think with the 2 damage, I'm not sure.
I'm not
She doesn't
sure.
have damage on her.
That was it should have been a 5/5 with the 2
yeah,
cards.
So she might have swung in and then.
But so either a misplay there or we missed something. I'm sure chat's telling us what we missed.
I know the challenging math. While I'm still trying to figure out the Alma Madrigal of it all, because I'm fascinated by these play lines. He's got these like little fun. Both of them have built in these little things, nuances that is very interesting to see. Here is another nuanced play line that we haven't seen in this deck. 2 7
Oh,
dwarfs
goodness
mine.
gracious.
That is the first time you move a dwarf there, you can deal 2 damage. Now you do have to pay to do that. That was part of a knight.
1 damage for any character, yeah, and 2 damage for a knight.
Yes, and we got one. A bold.
We got a bold knight there.
So.
But Firefly Swarm, we're going to get rid of that
Yeah.
knight. Of course, the Dock and 7 Doors Mine combo, any player who's been around Lorcana is very familiar with, courtesy of the Diggy Dig Hole variant of Amber Steel that Brennan DeCandio made famous after taking down a CCS. That's where the world was introduced to that fun little interaction, and worked in and out of the meta. And I certainly wouldn't describe it as in the meta now, but Dane trying to bring it back.
Yeah,
And,
he said we still have
smart.
time to play with the knights, the dwarf in their knight form. In the meantime, I mean, while we're talking about the mines, Greg's building up a very, very, very powerful board, and it's going to be hard to deal with because we saw that, yes, Baby Jack Jack, his name isn't Baby Jack Jack, but Jack Jack Bar can do quite a lot of fun removal, but he can only do that if he's on the board. He can only do 1 at a time. So at this point, the scales are tilting towards Greg's deck. And if I am Dane, I'm happy that I have some things to do, but I don't see a path forward with a board this wide. He's going to need to get some more synergies. The clock is definitely ticking. I mean, we have a total of 5 lore on the other side of the board. And the minute he gets out something like a Maximus and maybe even a Mr. Incredible out, it's going to be very, very untenable.
Yeah. But, the upside for Dane is now there are 12 willpower worth of locations there, now even more if Sleepy Hollow sticks around, which it's probably not going to, because we're going to do the old, oh no, okay, we're going to get rid of that Yzma. That seems pretty good. She draws 3 cards, and you don't want to fuel your opponent's hand there.
Yeah, with 1 left.
So that feels good. But now, okay, so that Sleepy Hollow sticking around, that's 12 worth of locations plus Sleepy Hollow, which is 6, so 18. And that's a lot to deal with. And your best challenge right now are your cats, but you'd rather not send those into things if you can avoid it. But now, speaking of challengers, this one actually can take out pretty much anything in the game in 1 shot. Mr. Incredible getting +2 strength for each of those other characters. Now 6, so he is a 12 strength machine.
Yeah, and ironically, Jack Jack is on the art there. So Jack Jack finally has entered play, but not in the way that I think Dane wants. So yeah, I mean, the narrative is firmly shifted to the Grex having the driver's seat. He's going to just decide, because as we've seen the locations, yes, it's an off turn. You don't get any lore for challenging into these locations, but once they're gone, you don't get any damage back. So he's kind of taking a turn off, knowing that these locations can't really bite back. They will gain 1 lore here off of 1 of the mines, but other than that, not too scared.
So it's interesting here, like choosing. So Sleepy Hollow is definitely one of the things that fuels this deck, and choosing there to prioritize the 7 Doors Mine over the Sleepy Hollow, partially because I think he's insulating it from Mr. Incredible from a couple characters dropping down and sliding over there to those locations, perhaps. But yeah, and now we're gonna find an.
He's like, let me look through my real estate guidebook here on which location I shall get back. Like you mentioned, this is a powerful puzzle piece, but it's certainly not going to win the game by itself. You can draw for turn, and there we go. It is Jack Par going, Papa. But unfortunately, the power of Jack doesn't come into play until next turn, and I don't know. With all the exertion that's able to be pulled off in this deck, that Alma Madrigal, when she comes into play, because Louisa's in play, we can exert a chosen character. There's that synergy that I was like,
There we
I
go.
have to explain this. I just figured it out. And so now it is not looking good for that sweet Jack Par, who is able to be challenged this turn, will not get the ability for the next turn. There we go. Elsa will take 4, only dealing 2 into Jack, but there are other friends that are willing to challenge into him. Oh, just moving the damage.
Yep, Cheshire Cat shifting that
Ooh.
over. And now Mr. Incredible is going to go wreck house on one of these locations.
Exactly.
Let's see what he's tearing down. Is it a mine or a sleepy? It's the mine. He's just in there like throwing mine carts around and tearing down that entrance. Dwarves fleeing out as he's just wrecking shop. And Dane left with 2 Sleepy Hollows in play. That's okay. They're still good for 2 lore. I think we should tick up to 10 here.
Yeah, it's tricky because I mean
No, I'm sorry, no lore on the Sleepy Hollow.
Yeah, right. And because you can get lore, right? But you have to meet the like special conditions of having something there, and then going ahead and banishing location. So he's just not able to do it all. It's a pretty ink anemic deck where you only have 5 ink and you can't do a ton. Oh my goodness! And there's more exertion with Isis Vander. Chill.
This is why you play. I mean, one of the reasons you play Amethyst is its control-heavy core here in the mid-game with Elsa's and Isis and Cheshire Cat sliding damage counters around and all that. It's Amethyst doing Amethyst things, and this is challenging more damage counters sliding over. We do see a Fat Cat's Club underneath that Scrooge, and at this point, those Sleepy Hollows, they're fantastic. I think they're one of the keys to making this deck run, but they required characters on board, but more importantly, characters with dry ink on board, and Dane just hasn't been able to get anything to stick for several turns now.
Yeah, I would say at this point, you do not have to scoop. However, I can't imagine a series of cards that are going to quickly get him back in this game. Because he needs to draw cards, he needs to have board presence, he needs to control his opponent. At this point, he can only do Winter Spell just to draw a card. He draws in to get to safety. We're going to need more safety, unfortunately. That will get a location back. But I do fear that this is just delaying the inevitable. Because like we said, he doesn't have infinite ink. He can't, even when he draws cards, he has to be very patient. But he does choose to put 2 more locations, even knowing in the face of so many very, very ready and able challengers on the other side. But that to the other point, though, a location does kind of make it where they might challenge in and take some time off the clock that way.
It's true. If they're challenging, they're not questing, and Dane trying to keep Grex off game as long as possible. But there's Mr. Incredible, fresh off of destroying a mine, runs into Sleepy Hollow, starts tearing apart bridges, and residents fleeing, and just crushes that town in one fell swoop. And now we have a couple other characters going and take down Castle Wyvern, and all of a sudden Dane's board empty again, and Grex taking his remaining characters to go on some quests and get him closer to victory here. And I haven't added it up yet, but I'd venture to guess we're 1 Maximus away from closing this thing out at this point on Grex's turn.
Yeah, we have 8 lore just on the board. And like you said, if a Maximus comes in, you don't even need the Mr. Incredible because, I mean, well, I guess you do because that would be 5 or greater. But yes, he's definitely 10. So the minute Maximus is played, it'd be game over. He cannot win this turn necessarily, but he is very, very close. And we've seen that Dane simply does not have the tools to respond.
I thought it was a Maximus.
Yeah.
I was like, well, there is.
Maximus here, and it's gotten to the point where he's like, I can go ahead and tear down the island of Nomanasan, or I could just quest for 8, and you have to deal with me now. He's sitting at a clean 18. He did draw, let's see here. What is that card? Is that next stop Olympus?
It is.
All right.
Yeah, next stop Olympus. Ready chosen character. They can't quest for the rest of the turn. Or the next time they challenge another character, gain 1 lore, but no characters available to be challenged, so it doesn't work on locations.
Yeah.
But dropping a couple more on the board here, Zootopia and Sleepy Hollow making it in, and looks like we're going to go on to game 3.
So we have now seen both players have teched their deck to catch their opponent by a little bit of surprise, and I loved watching both those matches. We did see the power of Jack Par. Without him and the Sleepy Hollow loop, the deck did feel a little bit like it just didn't have teeth in this game. because I think otherwise, the thing that Dane really struggles with in his deck is card draw and removal. And Jack kind of solves that with like the Sleepy Hollow. You're like, well, I don't need to draw cards because I keep replaying these cards. And Pocahontas was another one that's like, yeah, I'm not going to be drawing cards, but I'll get it back out of my discard. So it did really feel like the absence of Pocahontas and Jack Parr made it where his deck just didn't do explosive things.
To me, like if I'm trying to diagnose like how this deck or identify how this deck came about, it almost feels like it is built around Jack. Like you looked at that card and you're like, how do I make maximum use of this character, both his upsides and downsides? And in this deck, flipping cards off the top of your deck is a good thing. Getting the lore is a good thing, but more importantly, being able to banish one of your opponent's characters every single turn is a great thing. And so, I think we're seeing the impact of not getting that into play early. Of course, this deck, otherwise, I think, locations are a lot of fun. It's a great element to have in the game because it allows you to pursue different strategies rather than straight up, character questing strategies. And as I mentioned earlier, they're very well statted on the willpower side based on when you can play them on curve. But the downside is, and the reason people have always, the biggest reason people don't play them and the biggest frustration with them is they don't really establish like board presence. And by that, I mean, you can't impact your opponent's board at all. And even with characters on board that your opponent is forced to challenge into and remove, at the very least, your characters are damaging them back, and you can impact your opponent's plan that way. But locations, like, although you can generally drop them out on curve early and get 1, 2, maybe 3 lore out of a given location before it's banished, once it is banished, you're left with nothing for that investment, and your opponent has managed to push their board state.
Yeah, and I think so much of Disney Lorcana is how do you retain value? How do you do the most without doing the least? And Dane is spending a lot of time, like we said, putting these locations into play. And then you get to the point, there's this critical, like turn 5, where after that point, locations don't seem scary anymore. I really was so... Yeah, sometimes I see cards and I'm like, I know there's something to be figured out, which is why I got very excited by that Alma and Luisa combo. Because especially in a room where you're knowing that some percentage is going to be dogs, in this case, I think 26% of the rooms is dogs, having that turn 1 Luisa and turn 2 Alma is just such a fun combo to be like, hey, you know that lady you're keeping up, right? You know that thing that you said, don't let me touch? You have to. And the deck is doing that turn after turn because now we have the Alma line into Isis Vanderchill, into Elsa, into Demona. So it's constantly saying, whatever character you're trying to protect, I'll be coming for it. And even with that evasive that Sleepy Hollow can provide, nothing really is truly safe in this deck.
Absolutely, but here we go again. Turn 1, there's that Gantu. Have to discard a card. Going to discard that Fat Cat's Club there, but a well-statted character on the board on turn 1.
Yeah, as when this card was revealed, there was lots of debate on how good this was. And the answer is, in a deck where you don't mind having things in the discard, it is not too bad. There we have this one, the card that gets me every time. It is Mr. Incredible Bob Parr, which now I'll try not to call him Bob Parr for the rest of the game. That is his government name.
Yeah, it's true.
I feel like I'm going to have to cause him to relocate. If I use his name too much, then Mr. Dinker is going to come
along and
say, Bob, we have to move you. But there is Scrooge McDuck. And he is used to great success in both decks. In this case, he is just going to sit and we can quest freely. That Bob will not be questing or shifting for a little bit. He's just hanging out.
Yeah, and there's Mrs. Incredible heading to the discard pile. A second Bob Parr coming out here. Just trying to get some board presence out here to deal with locations when they come into play. But yeah, Dane now able to quest. Greg's going to have to spend both characters dealing with either one of these, Scrooge McDuck or Gantu. But I do think it's important that Dane find ways to accumulate lore slowly throughout the game, because I think that's what this deck wants to do. It's 2-3 lore turn, and there is a steady clock that it wants to be on, a steady stream, a steady path,
yes.
A race.
Yeah, it's got
a race walk.
A race. Is that, am I
don't know.
am I getting the bit? I was like, oh no.
No, there's no bit.
I'm going to grab it. I'm grabbing the football. I don't know where I'm going. But yes, to your point, it is a choreographed routine. And if he stumbles, it is just very hard to get on track, because I think Greg, and there we go. There is that beautiful shift. There's only a shift 3, which I was like, it has to be higher than that. But no, it's shift 3. And now he has a nice, healthy heat 4. Because Mr. Incredible Bob Parr helps Mr. Incredible super strong.
He shifts very. He's practiced. He's been doing this for years. you know, going from secret identity into superhero like that. He puts that suit on lickety-split and did it here to remove this Gantu. And now setting up that Maximus for some great lore gain. But here we have Dane. Finally, speaking of pars, there's a little Jack par coming in here, and that's exactly what Dane wants to be doing on this turn. So we're going to get to see what this deck's doing when it's clicking. And the Scrooge there going into the Mr. Incredible, getting him off the board. That feels like a great turn for Dane.
Yeah, it's a ton of value lost by Grex on that because, I mean, that was a huge investment. I mean, 2 cards. He had 2 turns that he used to try to get that Mr. Incredible on the board. And like you said, if a Maximus comes, that would be very important. Also, if he's able to get a nice Vanderchill, it would have been very nice to be able to get rid of his own child here. But we'll go ahead and ink Yzma. And what will he do here? I mean, he can go ahead and play a 4 cost. But in this case, no, he's going to do a Cheshire Cat, which is a little bit down tempo. You want to be, like we said, you want to use every single inch of ink you can per turn, and this is just rough because there's no damage, and even if you had damage, you need 2 for this particular boost cost.
But he's setting up a really...
Ooh.
Oh, no. I was about to say he's setting up a really nice turn next turn because he does have the Elsa in hand to exert the Jack challenge in, and then pair it with Mr. Incredible, but you gas barricaded because we're getting a second Jack par, and this is what we saw game 1.
Yeah, I'm calling this deck Jack Attack. Because it truly is, if your Jack starts swarming, it is very frustrating. Now, that being said, Grex has a nice, ample series of cards in his hands. He just has to outmaneuver Dane, who only has 2 cards in hand. The card draw is absolutely in his favor, although he is inking here this Junior Woodchuck Guidebook, which is a little bit scary, but Elspeth's Spirit, so I think he's going to send 2 into 1, which shows how much he does not want to be around 2 incredible babies.
No, that would have been absolutely impressive and almost impossible to overcome because now that Elsa is very, I mean, here it is. That Elsa being removed from the board off with that Sleepy Hollow. And he would have loved to have that cat sticking around, but it doesn't matter now because the Elsa with its damage counters are gone. And critically, putting that Sleepy Hollow into the discard pile as well. I can't remember if we saw another one yet, but now that Sleepy Hollow is available to recur, which is part of this deck's game plan. Again, it feels like we're seeing what Dane wants to do.
Yeah. He is firing on all cylinders. Now, he only has 1 card left in hand, but it's a perfect one to have left in hand. I was like, oh, wow.
Only has 1 card left in hand. It's the Doc.
It's Doc o'clock, and we're all clocked in. He is able to get, I think, arc or possibly. He has a location and another card here. And there we go. Zootopia. Try everything. And by that, I mean drawing and discarding a card. And there we go. He will draw and discard right away into an Agrabah, which feels like those vanilla locations are just kind of backup. We haven't seen him really use it at all. But I think they feed the Jack. The Fat Cat Club feeds the Jack.
Yeah, it's one of the 2 lore locations here, so he uses a closer perhaps in some matchups. But yeah, so Jack here. Again, this is exactly what this deck wants to be. Sleepy Hollow's in the discard pile. You've hit the Dock, at the appropriate time. Jack is being fueled. Let's see if that Yzma sticks around. We're about to flip the card. This is fun. Every time the card flips, I'm like, what are we going to do?
It's a mini game. I mean, normally flipping a card, it can be heartbreaking, right? Like with Oswald, with, I'm trying to think, like Mulan, you flip the card and it's bad. With Jack, it's always fun, but not for Greg. Grex would say this is a really not fun game. I hate it. In this case, you won a character. So now we have a big baby. So fortunately, that doesn't really matter too much because we have that Yzma upright and not ready to be challenged. But we have more locations in hand, and we also have Get to Safety.
Oh, no. Get to Safety, a card that was built specifically to work together with the Sleepy Hollow, I feel like. Pulls a location back, puts it into play, and if you have a 3 cost less into play, then if you have a location named Sleepy Hollow, which Dane does here, you get to draw a card. And then we're going to see this loop happen here where he gets a card out of this Get to Safety. And we're going to slide a character over there, most likely. We're going to quest with a character, get to lore, give it evasive, and we're going to start seeing this cycle over and over again.
We're pod racing right now. This is very, very fun because poor Greg, the Jacks were devastating to his mid game. Now he has this Yzma, which, yes, if he can empty his hand, because generally you play your deck where you're trying to get to the bigger characters. So, like, emptying your hand is harder the longer the game goes on because you're generally, like, favoring Damona's or Elsa's. Meanwhile, Dane is just creating problem upon problem. He's questing here. We have 2 questers at Zootopia. Ooh, and then we also have 2 locations over here. And like we said, those locations, the Sleepy Hollow does not by itself gain lore, but the other locations will be gaining lore. And it is just a very, very dizzying math equation here.
Yeah. So now, I mean, so I see analyze there. Is that I'm trying to figure out what that middle card is. I mean, a sleepy horseman would be great here, but no, we're gonna get that gargoyle into play here, and she's fairly well statted, can start knocking out some locations, but not for another turn. And yeah, it's a tough spot.
Now the Nomadisan is kind of like a juice, like it's like the sequel to the Seven Dwarfs Mine. Now, if he moves a character there, or no, rather, you move a character there and then you banish another character while it's there, then you are able to go ahead and deal 2 damage to a chosen character. So he could inevitably move Jack Jack to No Man's Land, challenge into Yzma, and then deal 2 damage to Mr. Incredible, if he so chooses. But first, let's play a mini game. We're gonna go ahead and get a character. So now we got Big Baby, and now Jack Jack can definitely take care of that Yzma. I'm interested to see how he plays this one.
And that was probably the best possible outcome for Grex there. The best thing he can hit for you, I think, is a character.
Yes.
And then getting that Jack Jack into the discard pile rather than in play feels really good. So a small consolation there. But that beast now will slide over to that island, as we talked about. And
now that is going to give 2 things. It'll go, your robots get +1, strength and whatever. But it's once during your turn whenever a character banishes another character in a challenge while here. So in this case, he does go ahead.
No.
That beast has that rush ability. Wow.
And two for one there. Talk about synergies and that.
It's a lot. I mean,
Yeah.
he's able to do so much with so little. And now there's that Sleepy Hollow recursion. He's going to get Jack Jack there, give him evasive, get rid of Sleepy Hollow, gain 2 lore. Everything is coming up Dane and the rusty Jack Jack deck.
Yeah, and what a combo here. Like that beast taking no damage because of his ability while he's at that location and getting to blast another character. That feels really good. And again, Sleepy Hollow now being cycled, Jack Jack questing. And again, like this deck I think built around really this interaction between Jack Jack and Sleepy Hollow. But all these other fun synergies like the beast and the No Man's End.
Yes.
And it's it's interesting to see what he's managed to do with this.
Yeah, because we were talking about Seven Dwarf Mine, and we're like, oh, well, it has to be a knight, and there's only one. But it really is showing that you only need to get a little bit of value. But if you're getting a little bit of value of all the cards, it's this huge wave. Where he's at 13. Poor Grex, sitting with 1 Eliza Mazza, only 0 lore. 2 cards in hand. He has been responding over and over to this combo deck that's not even a control deck, but has successfully controlled him. This is a little bit of a tempo swing here. Both of them are going to draw cards. He needs this because he needs answers just as bad as Dane does.
Yeah, has
But he
to
can't
do
play
his
more.
locations. I know, that's it. That's the downside, and one of the downsides to Demone, I mean, it's a fantastic card. There's a reason a lot of Amethyst runs it, but again, if you're fueling both your and your opponent's hand, and your opponent gets to respond first with whatever they draw, that feels pretty bad. And we're gonna get to see some challenges here, and that's probably it as it goes back over to Dane, who's gonna get some lore off those locations immediately, and then getting closer to closing things out with this quest. I wouldn't be surprised if to see that Jack Jack slide over to Sleepy Hollow. And at this point, Dane's like, hey, can I get, even an action's great. And he gets an action for the Jack Jack.
Cow.
Oh no.
So that means Jack Jack can now quest for 3. He
And
gets 2.
that's game. That's game right there off that action. Oh my goodness gracious.
And there we go.
There's only 8 actions in this deck,
There
and
is.
finding it there to close things out, and that's going to be it, because Sleepy Hollow will banish here, gain 2 lore. Grex nodding his head, saying, I can do the math. You got it. And my goodness, shaking his head. Look at Grex. Like, what did I do?
Dane. Dane's also like shocked as Grex
He's
is.
like, what did I just run into? Says Grex. That was wow, fascinating matchup there. And I didn't have Rust location on my bingo card for today.
You know, we talked about this, that, we've been living in an infinity world, and I will say, game 1, I'm a little scared, Liam. I was like, what is this? But as we got on along, and as we got into game 2 and game 3, that was very fun to cast, because I'm like, I see it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Greg was seeing it too, and he was going, I don't love it. That wasn't fun. But I think, even he smiled, because, how fun was seeing Jack Jack Parr be a crazy escape baby.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
And again, like one of the downsides though, like if you're thinking of running this deck, I do think the games you don't find Jack Jack are really rough.
Yes, we saw the second
like,
game.
Really rough,
Yeah.
you know?
The baby does a lot.
Does a lot. But when he's clicking and when he sticks around for a few turns and manages to banish some of your opponent's biggest threats, like it's It feels really good. Any game where you can start any match or game where at the start of your turn you can banish your opponent's biggest threat, like each turn.
Yeah.
I mean,
a free Dragonfire at start of turn
Yeah.
is incredible. Because, I mean, we even see with Firefly Storm, we saw Greg's play it to basically only gain a lore, I believe, at one point. Because he had a Maui Shark out. He's like, whatever. But Jack says, just give me a location. I'll do it for free. I don't
Yep.
even have to sweat. I don't have to exert. Just do it. And then you still get the benefit of, well, I'll get that location back if you have Pocahontas. So I love the way that deck was built. I think that is very fun. And I think, I mean, for those at home, this is the #1 deck in the room was Rust Location. Just kidding. No,
Yeah.
it's the only deck. There's only one ink combo that's in the room where there's only one. And you just saw it on stream.
Yeah. Now, to be fair, I think he's X. I was.
Yeah,
he's
he's
the
lost
X1.
one game. So he's not undefeated.
Right. But this is and
He's
this is one of the
undefeated in our
things-
hearts.
That's true. But one of the things about Disney Lorcana or any TCG is sometimes, if you're a player who goes to League Night regularly, you play around the kitchen table, yes, it is fun to win. Yes, it is fun to find the deck that is the most meta relevant, where you just crush your opponent every time. But sometimes you just want to play a deck that is competitive, right? You have a chance of winning, but that does fun things. And like playing Jack and flipping a card every turn, and then you've got the Beast and the No Mana Zen and all this stuff. Like, it's just fun. And so here's a fun little deck you can build, probably relatively affordably. To be honest, I kind of want to build it now.
I know. Now I kind of want that Jack Enchanted. Have you seen that one? He's got like a little gold baby hand. It's very cute. I don't really love like the Incredibles, like where I'm on like I gotta get enchanted, but that one he's got a lollipop and a little gold baby hand, and the flavor win. I'm very excited, but also shout out to Grex.
Yeah,
for
shout out to Grex too.
Maximus, because that we have Villain in the chat. I think we can speak to great authority that not everybody's Maximus gaming out there.
Mhm.
I wonder if Greg saw what happened at the DLC in round 1 and was like, maybe he was it two people that believed in the horse at the same time? Was he inspired by Jack's shadows to be like, now I believe in Maximus? It's also so fun as we're at the end of rotation to see people go back and say, it's time, and they pick the card up and they're like, it can do something.
Here it is. It's good.
Woo.
And it's these cards are fun. Like, what makes Maximus threatening as a card in the deck, or one of the things that makes it fun if you're playing it is it's one of those cards your opponent has to respect, because at any given time, if you're sitting there with a Mr. Incredible, even if he's not powered on at the moment, if Mr. Incredible's on the board and you're running Maximus, any single turn you can top deck the right thing and immediately gain the quest off Mr. Incredible on your turn, plus the Maximus burst.
Go Maximus.
Yeah, go Maximus. And so once your opponent establishes that Mr. Incredible, it changes how you play, because what previously is just a big challenging threat, now it represents 5-6 lore in the right scenario.
Well, we are going to get. I see that we have an interview. So we're going to get an interview with Zane and say, what are you up to, you crazy deck brewer? So we'll go ahead and throw it over to the interview in a few seconds. We'll just smile until it happens.
For the latest iteration of the DCI, the first one that's a CCQ, they've changed the venue and moved from where it previously was to the beautiful campus here.
All right, that was not an interview.
But it was a preview. After the interview, you get Liam.
So good. We've teased that 4 times.
I know,
now.
but how fun is it? And Liam's gonna be like, I'm giving away the Liam Factory. It's gonna be Willy Wonka.
That's true.
But to all that being said, I do see people debating how viable we're gonna go back. We are so ready. Never mind. Get out of here. Get to the interview, you crazy crazies.
And I have a question, man. What are you up to, you crazy deck builder?
Well, I will say I didn't build it myself. I kind of, saw it on Ink Decks. I think it's mostly Snake Chips deck, and so I just took that base and then changed out a few cards. But yeah, for the most part.
What was the thought process bringing this specific deck, the Ruby Steel? We've been seeing it in a bunch of different forms throughout the past couple of months. We saw it at the Ink Winterspell event. It was more of an aggro deck with Fire the Cannons, and then we've seen it recently with A Whole New World and Infinity. But here, completely different kind of play style. Was it just because Ruby and Steel are the colors of a Diet Coke?
Yeah, that's a good reason. So I have been testing it out for past week or so and just had lots of fun with it. I know this was a big event, and and there'd probably be lots of meta decks, but in testing it just did really good, and it's fun to play, so yeah.
Yeah, the Jack was doing a lot of work in that match. We saw in game 2, you weren't really able to find him. Is that the engine that really makes this deck work?
Yeah, I would say so. It's really always good to get Jack out, whether you're playing like Dogs or Ruby Amethyst. It's there's lots of locations in the deck, so obviously, well, the goal is for it to hit a lot of the time, and it does. So
yeah. I mean, you got to be feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
You're 3-1 in the event right now. I know we were talking before we started here, and you said that it was just something for fun. But do you think that this deck has the legs to get into that top 8?
I think so. I don't know if I'm a good enough pilot to get it into that top 8, but I think, yeah, definitely, you know, in the right hands and right matchups, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're being modest. That was very expertly played during that entire match. I had a lot of fun watching it. Do you have any shout-outs that you'd like to give?
Yeah, just my whole family. They got me into Lorcana, and yeah, I have fun playing with them every once in a while, so yeah.
Awesome, man. Well, congratulations on the runs thus far. We hope to see you continue to push forward and make it there into that top 8. You're the one and only Ruby Steel player out there. You're 3-1. Yeah, you're the only one. So you got to keep the torch, and you got to keep it running, because there's nobody to pass it on to. So hopefully you're able to keep it pushing and make it into that top 8. Core Constructed. It's super wide open right now, despite the amount of dogs out there. Actually, I do have one more question. Have you played in any set championships this season?
I actually haven't. Hopefully I'll get to go to one tomorrow, but yeah, I haven't had a chance to yet. So.
Well, you won't be going to one tomorrow because you're going to make it into that top 8, right? Right?
Hopefully.
Unless there's one to play after. But again, congratulations, and hopefully we see you and make it there into the top 8.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thanks, Dane. All right, that's going to be it from us over here. We're going to send it back to Liam and Katie in the booth.
Yeah, that was a good transition.
Yeah, thank you. But yeah, I love so much that to the chat, the point that people were saying is like, is this viable or not? And the answer is yes. There's always going to be decks that are dominant, the best in format, but there's also decks that are viable, and you can go and get top 8 at a set champ. You can like make people read your cards, which is such a flex, right? When you play a deck and someone's like, let me read that thing.
It's the ultimate thing, like when you know.
And his deck had us do this, where I was looking at my laptop and I literally went like this at one point.
That's true.
I was trying to
we were a bit, not gonna lie, we were a bit rusty on some of these cards as we watched this deck work over there, and yeah, we were definitely looking a couple things up as they were played.
Yeah.
But that was super fun. And but to your point, this is the kind of deck to me, especially since the price point's fairly low, probably that you can sleeve up, like throw in a deck or in a cube, and just like have it available for like you can get top 8 in a step chance with this deck. I guarantee it. Not that you will, but that it can.
You right now.
But they're also that it's just fun to have on hand because you get to do fun things, and most of the time your opponent's gonna have to read your cards. I mean, I just want to play Jack now.
I know. I think that's been the biggest thing. Is now I'm thinking about that deck, and I'm thinking about rotation. Obviously, we saw Doc, but we know that broke my schmolder, which feeds into the Jack action lore burst thing. Like, there's still viability, and I think that's been one of my favorite things about this tournament so far. Is it's a celebration of the cards before they rotate, and also an excitement, because I'm looking at all these decks and being like, what will you be in just 3 weeks? So
yeah,
and it's fun. Look at us, we're wearing matching outfits.
That's
we look
true.
like we're going to do a little jazz band concert, and we are after this video.
Yeah.
Was that a good transition?
That was an okay transition. Now, let's take a look at. I spent some time editing a video.
He did it like while eating.
Just for you.
He does it all.
That's
and
true.
For people that aren't here, tell them like why would they want like a little what will the video show? Should we give? Is there any intro needed? No
intro needed. I want to give you a tour of the venue and let you see what it's like here. Give you a taste of what it's like at the DCI. Let's check it out. For the latest iteration of the DCI, the first one that's a CCQ, they've changed the venue and moved from where it previously was to the beautiful campus here at the University of Texas at Dallas.
One of the things we always like to do in commentating is to take you inside the venue if we can and show you what it looks like for the players, the commentators, and everybody else, to kind of put you there. So I'm going to take you for a really quick walk and show you where the players are playing, where the players are hanging out, and I don't know, just what's going on here at the DCI. So as you may or may not be aware, the entry fee to the DCI is a 12-pack of Diet Coke, and that's it. Nothing else, no other type of Coke, but a 12-pack of Diet Coke. And at the very first DCI, somebody took that Coke and decided to make a throne out of it for the DCI commissioner. And it's become a bit of a tradition here to do that once all the registration fees have rolled in. And this is this year's throne. It's, I'm not gonna lie, it's not the most comfortable, but I don't know, I think I can pull it off. We walk this way through the entranceway, we'll come into the players area. So now I'm here at the front of the room at, I guess we'll call it the head table. This is where a lot of the pairing happens and everything else. And one of the fun things about the DCI is that the cost to entry is really, really low. So they do have raffle tickets that you can buy, and there's all sorts of incredible prizes. One of my favorite moments at the DCI is between rounds when they do raffles. They give away a bunch of prizes and everybody cheers and it's a whole thing. But I'll show you some of the prizes here this year. Okay, this is totally cool. I don't know who bejeweled this binder here, but I low-key love it. Not even low-key, I just love it. So that room is where the majority of people are playing, but there's another side room here where the top tables play, the stream tables, as well as the other players who are kind of in contention. I think it's the top 15 tables. Let's take a look. A wild Garrick has appeared. I'm actually going to follow Garrick now because I'm going to take you a little bit behind the curtain and show you where some of the streaming is happening. You know, these rooms are somewhat polished, but this is where the magic's going on. People vibing in there. That's kind of the break room, so there's snacks everywhere and all that, but that's it. This is the latest iteration of the DCI. It's always a vibe, it's always a great time, and I'm gonna go chat with some of the players and see how the latest round went. If you're watching now, thank you. Stay tuned, lots of great Lorcana. It's gonna be here all day. Don't go anywhere. Hey!
And we are here in our makeshift lounge, and we are kicking it. We're going into round number 5 of the Diet Coke Invitational here, as we have our entire broadcast team kicking it for a little bit of time. How are you guys doing so far?
Good.
Excellent.
Good.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Great.
Fantastic.
Ruby Steel.
Rust.
Ruby Steel.
Rust or bust.
Rust or Bust is underway, and it was coming out to play.
Out there.
It's still like ka-chow. Yeah, it's still in the running. It's X1. We could see it in the top cut. Maybe.
I think it can get it done. But anything could indeed. How about this? But in the meantime, in between time, as we have a little bit of time left before we get into the next round, I say we play a little bit of a game, huh? Thoughts?
It puts me on the spot, man.
I think you got this, Liam. We got this, Liam. How are we going to do this? The game is going to be called Back and Forth or Around the Horn, whatever you want to call it. Well, name TBD. How this works, I'm going to make up a category. I'm going to declare a category, and we have to all go in a row and fit something into that category. Whoever can't do it, they're going to be out, and they lose.
Yeah, right.
They are off the team.
They're off the team. We're gonna call them fake fans, okay? Fake fan.
I've got a great category because it's coming up in the new set.
All right, how about you lead it? Lead it off. Garrett's gonna start us with the first category then. Since you have a great category, let's hear it.
Okay. Yeah. No, it's from the new set, but it's a previous thing that is coming back into the game. Dual Ink Glimmers.
Dual Ink
Oh no.
We'll start with me. I'll say Trent, Street Smart Dog.
Oh yeah, okay.
The Troubadour, musical narrator.
My name's Katie. No, I'm not out. I'm not out. Lady Decisive Dog.
Lady Miss Park Avenue.
Rhino, I can't remember the sub name.
Power Hamster. Power Hamster.
Power Hamster, there we go.
Giant Cobra, Ghastly Serpent.
Give me a Mushu Majestic Dragon.
Light the fuse.
No. Bell Inventive Engineer? Bell,
we know the one. Ruby.
Yeah.
Sapphire Bell.
Yeah.
That triggers the memory. Beast has one as well.
Beast, the Ruby Sapphire one.
We'll go Lady Cluck, Sapphire Steel.
We're getting
Into the unknown.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Ink Geyser.
Oh man.
I'm dead. I'm cooked.
No, there's another one here.
Come on.
Wait, is this
Ding, 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 ding.
Flynn Rider and Rapunzel?
Delete it. It hasn't come out yet. Liam's eliminated.
You didn't say that in the rules.
Liam's
All right, hold
eliminated.
on.
Too good of a fan.
Yeah, that's right. I'm trying to think of colors that haven't been utilized yet. Hold on.
Uh-oh. He's running out of gas.
We're cooked. It's okay.
We got a judge.
It's a
timer.
It's a mutual cookie.
Yeah,
Timer.
that's.
I don't have one either, so you took one.
Courtney's out. We're out there. I'll keep it going. We'll go King Candy, the racer.
Oh no! Now I just came up with one.
I will go with Hades. Something Tyrant. I forget the first part of it. The Ruby Amethyst Hades. He's a 7 cost, uninkable, deal 2 damage.
Ice Spikes.
I'm gonna go Baymax.
We're done on the subnames.
Baymax, the shifty boy, armored companion.
Universal
You
Shift.
gotta give enough information about it to understand. No. That's fine. It's fine. I'll go Mother Gothel. The move damage Mother Gothel.
Okay.
I literally thought of like
Jewel
5 more after I'm
collar.
out now, which I'm so mad about.
Madame Medusa, the same one.
I'm gonna take that one. Wreck-It Ralph has one. Wreck-It Ralph from
Big lug.
Amber.
It's Big Lug.
The big lug. Big lug. He's
I
back.
know. That's why I'm so mad. I thought of it as soon as I was out.
back.
I was like, I forgot my
just-
card reveal.
Bolt.
Oh,
Yeah, he's got the one with like. He's like a
Quest for 4.
Yeah, well, he's like a Amber Seal.
I've got to speed it up. Pete Space Pirate.
Ooh, Pete Space Pirate's a good one. Emerald Steel.
You got to speed it up. Come on.
I think I'm out. I can't think of one.
There's a Merlin. That's Amethyst, a Sapphire. Yeah.
There's Nelsa.
There's also a Maui, Quest for 3, dueling Emerald and Steel.
Anna, devoted sister. I don't know. She's a sister.
Icebreaker, that's right.
Yeah.
Elsa Ice Maker.
Oh, Icebreaker. That's the one.
Mulan charging ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm eliminated.
Ice spikes. This poor person wants to go to school and they can't. The person just tried to walk into
like,
their campus and then saw this and then left.
Yep.
All right, so I get to pick the next category.
Oh, this is so bad.
Sapphire items. Fishbone quill.
Merlin's carpet bag.
I will not participate. This is not a color I play, and I refuse.
She says she refused, and then says popsicle. So
Did she really say popsicle?
that popsicle.
I'm going to say Basil's magnifying glass.
Hidden trap.
He was a little mean. Jumbo pop.
Maurice's workshop.
I don't participate in this color.
I do not endorse items.
Yes.
Blue smoke. Blue smoke?
Blue smoke. Yes.
Sapphire coil.
Ugh, worst card.
Sapphire chromacon.
Oh. I'm coming up with.
I just remembered one.
Yeah, take it.
He's out. Next.
It's just too much time.
What do we say?
The problem is I have toddler sleep brain, you know, or newborn
I'm done.
newborn brain.
Lucky dime.
Tiny Tim's crutch.
Oh, that was a good one.
Can I use ice spikes? Or does that not count?
Yeah.
Dual colored. Out.
Got sapphire.
Oh yeah. No, it's dual colored. Yep.
Fine. Darkwing Duck's armchair.
Katie's cooking.
She is actually jeweled collar.
She's like, I'm prepared with all of these in the back of my brain. They all exist in my head.
I don't want to play anymore. Gary's a freaking cheater. No, I'm gonna think of one right now, and it is. I don't like his attitude either. That's the problem. Is Garrick's this way, and he's not sorry. So I will lose, but Garrick didn't win. So you get to pick the category.
There you go. I like that.
Oh, this is a tough game.
Ink runner.
Ink runner is crazy.
Oh yeah.
It was right there the whole time.
All right, you won. You can have that. You get to pick the category then.
Yay.
Let's let live people. Let's live
Yeah, let's just see what Liam cooks. 'Cause it's gonna be something scary. It's gonna be like
Yep.
cards drawn by
Nope.
Coney.
Wait, I can actually.
Disney Lorcana artists.
Coney.
Let's just agree that Liam was going to win that one.
Kendall Hale.
John Moran.
Karen, I can't think of her
Nicholas Cole.
name. Karen H. She did the promo stitch, the steel stitch in.
Kirsten Hill. Kirsten Hill.
Yeah.
Kirsten Hill.
I'll take Ian McDonald.
Alice Pizzoni.
Matthew Robert Davies.
We're not gonna win this.
Oh yeah, you're too good.
Cookie.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
I'll take Coney.
I thought you.
Who said that?
You said Coney. Yeah, you.
Oh, okay.
You went too hard on the Coney.
We're cooked. It's okay.
And
Solo Nate.
the lead singer of, the guitarist of Good Charlotte. Does that do something?
Everybody. Luis Huerta. Samantha
I'm gonna
Ardini.
Dale. We're gonna go to a quick be right back, and then we'll have a rounds up. Okay? So we'll count you out.
I was so gonna cook. I was so gonna cook.
3, 2.
Hello? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. We are back and ready to get round 5 started. But
Yeah.
I think everybody's shuffling up, and we should have a pairing here shortly.
Yeah, this is going to be a really, really exciting match. We're bringing you one of the top tables and some very well-known players as well, as we just got out of the lounge with a fun little think of something off the top of your head game, which was very stressful and a lot harder than it looks.
Yes, and also I had to stick to my guns, which is I don't do Sapphire. It's just not in my wheelhouse.
Yeah, and you know what? So valid, and I feel the same way. The first time I played a Sapphire deck was this set with Blurple, because I was like, I don't want to play dogs, and those are like
fair.
the 2 best decks. I got to play one of them.
Yes, and we might have a confession for the stream. We've kept dogs away. We think we have a dogs match this round. So don't worry. We've got a little spice on the other side, though.
Yeah, which will be a lot of fun to see if the Dog Step deck can hold up against it. But it's going to be one of the best players in the world. One of the players that has been super hot during this season. I think you all should recognize them. And when we see them up on the screen right now, Josh there on the right side, traveling the world and playing this strategy everywhere, as we already have the Lady Decisive Dog out on turn number 1. Probably the best start you can have for the Dogs deck.
And on Justin's side, we see our ink pairings there. So we have an Amber Amethyst up into Dogs.
Yeah, this is really interesting because it is the second most represented deck here in the room today, which is something that I was not expecting, especially...
That was not on my bingo card.
Yeah, when you're coming into a tournament that you're expecting to see a lot of dogs in, they kind of suffer against Under the Sea because they rely on Dale so heavily. And Dale is, of course, a 0/4, meaning a lot of your other characters are going to have high willpower, low strength, so they sort of suffer to that. And they can't really interact with the Chromacon too well, as we're going to draw a couple cards here with the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook. But Josh, on his side, a really good start with the Tramp Enterprising Dog on turn number 2.
Yeah, really on the dog side, that is just exactly what you want to open up with, particularly into a deck that has a little bit of a slower start.
Yeah, this deck can start slow sometimes, as we are seeing that happen here with just the Will-o'-the-Wisp and the Lantern out. But the Lantern, as well as the Grandmother Willow, are so important in this deck. It's a very similar deck to Blurple, except they use the Willow and the Lantern as their ramp throughout the game instead of Sail or Tipo on turn number 2. If they don't find those, they can get in a lot of trouble, as Josh is not really worried here about a potential Dale coming down onto the board next turn, as we have Eleanor on the board for the first time today.
Yep, so we'll deal that damage, gain that lore, and draw that card.
Yeah, this card is so powerful coming into this set. Wild's Unknown. Shout out to the Slab Sharks for finding that, introducing it into the meta. But she does everything that you want. Literally. Dealing damage, drawing cards, and gaining lore. She's such a powerful card. If you're able to find her in bunches, as Josh has a second one in hand right now, it could become a problem for Justin really quickly. As we exert for here, do we have the Dale? We still have the Lantern available to us as well.
We do. The one thing I will call out, though, interesting tech on Justin's side, he is not playing any Willows in his build.
Wow. That is very interesting for sure. Opting to go with the Lantern there, maybe preferring something that can stick around on the board a little bit longer. Not a ton of item interaction in the meta right now, because most of these Dogs decks have cut the Chromacon, so a lot of other decks are therefore cutting the item interaction, as we're going to sing a Della's Moon Lullaby on Tigger here. Get a discount from our Aurora to play a free Aurora and potentially see another Eleanor come down onto the board this turn, unless we want to go a little wider, which is what Josh wants to do.
Exactly what we're looking at here.
Yeah, this is really interesting. Just flooding the board before we get that second Eleanor down onto the board. And there he is.
There's our Tramp.
Street Smart Dog here. And we can go find a really, really powerful Under the Sea and use it pretty effectively in this strategy, thanks to the Della's Moon Lullaby as well as Rhino.
Absolutely. And right now, that would feel very good. And it looks like we did find one and we are sending one to the discard.
Yeah, also Eleanor as well. Looks like we have another tramp, Street Smart Dog. So we're going to take another look here at the cards on the top of the deck. And what a powerful turn from Josh here. If he's able to find another tramp Street Smart Dog, Justin might just have to get out of here because things are getting absolutely out of control. We're seeing why this card is so powerful. We're able to flood the board so quickly with the strategy with the help of the Aurora, and then we're just able to play tramp after tramp for free. And then here comes Eleanor, who's going to draw us another card, gain us another lore, and deal an additional damage.
Yeah, absolutely here. This is just a perfect example of how powerful this deck really can be. And truthfully, on the Amber Amethyst side, we just really have very little answers at this point in the game. And it looks like we are going to scoop and go to game 2. And honestly, I don't blame Justin there at all.
Yeah, we saw the Eleanor in Josh's hand and we figured, hey, just quest him out, play another Eleanor, you're probably going to be in a pretty good position. But Josh said, hey, what if I played 3 characters with 3 ink and then a free tramp and then, oh, another free tramp on top of that instead of just a single character? And he gained the lore, drew the card, dealt the damage with the Eleanor he had on board anyway. And Justin said, this is just too much for me right now. And you got off to too hot of a start. It'll be interesting to see if no Willow in Justin's list ends up biting him in this matchup.
And it is interesting, he is playing some cards that help with that. So he's also playing Ham, which is another cost reduction card to help bring out characters quicker. But I think to your point, it really might be a little bit of a detriment to not have that lantern instead be a body in Willow.
Yeah, we'll see what Justin is able to do here on the play. Typically with these Amethyst decks that are going into the dog strategy, you want to do that perfect curve where you're able to get that 1-drop, play your turn 2 ramp, get that 4-drop out, ideally a Tigger, bounce something back to the hand, turn 5 Elsa, turn 6 Demona. If you're able to do that, the dog's deck can look really weak and you can beat them pretty easily, just as easily as Josh was able to get it there on the play. Justin can do something really similar if the cards line up.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. It definitely is. This isn't an unwinnable match by any means, but if you don't have that perfect line, it does make it a lot harder. And I think Josh really on that last game just saw every answer he wanted to right away.
Justin sending 6 back doesn't necessarily look too happy with that. Josh going with a more conservative 4 here. So happy with 3 cards in his hand. We'll see if Justin is able to get that ideal curve, that perfect curve that he wants on the play here, because it is something that he's going to need. Hopefully he's able to find an early Rafiki, an early Luisa Madrigal, for example, because the 0-3 Will-O-the-Wisp is not going to do much until that turn 4 or turn 3 if you have the ramp to get the Dale out.
Absolutely, I would agree with that. I think those are exactly the play lines that he's looking for this turn or this game.
We do put the Horseman Strikes into the Inkwell, not really useful in this matchup, and we do find the Rafiki on turn number 1, a 0-2 with Challenger 3, so can remove those decisive dogs if they ever get exerted, and there is the Lady Decisive Dog on Josh's side. Let's see what Justin here has here on turn number 2. We do have the ability to play Ham in this position. Like you mentioned, that is the card of choice over the Grandmother Willow to help us get those bigger, beefier characters out onto the board.
And it looks like we might not have a traditional 2-drop here. So I think we're going to play... Oh, we did have the Ham there. At first, I did not see him in the hand and thought we were going to get a guidebook out.
We do have the Ham, which I think is very important, meaning we can get Dale onto the board next turn. However, Dale not the greatest synergy with Rafiki. It actually makes him only challenge for 2 instead of 3, which is why these decks typically opt to just go with Luisa, who is a 0-3 that challenges for 2, but with Dale on the board, can challenge for 3, of course. We do play Bobby, discard an Eleanor Inc., a Bobby to play another one, and Josh does have the Emerald Chromacon in hand. We might see that come down on the next turn for him. as we do opt to get rid of the Nani here and pass to Justin. We do have the option to go for Dale here, which I think would be really, really powerful for Justin, especially if we can get to Elsa and Demona following up after that. But if Josh is able to get the Chromacon down, like I said, it could be big trouble.
Absolutely, because if we have those play lines with that Chromacon out, it makes it a little bit more difficult to manage the dog side of the board.
Yeah, so we do get the Dale down with the Ham. So now the Ham challenging for 3, Rafiki challenging for 2. There is the Emerald Chromacon. I think that is the one card that Justin was hoping to avoid, at least in this current matchup, as he does have a Raging Storm in hand, but it's going to be a long while
we're
until
not
we
we're
get
not
to
seeing
that.
that for quite some time, and that's never something you want to see this early on in your hand. That uninkable card is never your friend.
Cheshire Cat, though, is a pretty friendly card to find for the Amethyst deck, as we are going to exert Ham here and get on the board with the first lore of the game, as Eleanor comes into hand for Josh, and that might be exactly what he's looking for in this position, and it is. We can get to questing here, and that will force Justin to make some hard decisions, and the Chromacon will start returning things to hand as we do quest for 3 here. We're going to pass our turn, deal a damage to the Rafiki. We'll gain a lore and draw a card. Wow, Eleanor is so strong.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people were worried about Tramp. I mean, Eleanor feels just as strong and potentially lethal in this deck, and paired together, it's a sad day when you pair into it.
Yeah, I agree with you there. This card, like I said, does everything that you want it to. Ham does get exerted. There's Demona, and that is going to be great to get this Eleanor off of the board, but things are going to start returning to hand for Justin, so he needs to challenge in the proper order here. We can challenge with Cheshire Cat into Eleanor, quest with Dale, which would gain us some lore, but we opt to challenge with Dale.
And my guess is the line of thinking there is Dale potentially now has damage, still gives the strength increase. So kind of basically making Josh choose between that Cheshire Cat or bouncing Dale. And I think that was a very good play. And then we'll see another card bounce back to hand here and sending that Demona back.
Yeah, and there is the issue with the Rafiki there. The lady was free to be challenged. However, Rafiki would have only challenged for 2 there, thanks to Dale's ability, as we're going to get Nani down onto the board and find an Aurora.
And I think that's going to be our last Aurora on that side, or I'm now thinking of the last game, so just ignore me.
Yeah, Aurora's so powerful in this match now that she is able to discount not only Eleanor, but the Queen as well.
Absolutely.
And here comes the questing, and we're seeing the power of the Chromacon right now. On the opposite side of the board, 1 character remaining on the board, and it is that Ham. We can continually put Demona down turn after turn, but the odds that she is going to stick around are really, really low unless we're able to find something to get rid of this item, and I'm not sure that Justin has the answers for it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know of any cards playing in this deck right now that provide us with some item removal, and I think now we really need to manage the board to be able to build something back up and not basically lose the board every time you play a character.
Yeah, and that can be the issue with these Amethyst decks as well. They have trouble putting multiple characters down onto the board, as Justin is able to on this turn. 2 really valuable ones, one being Tigger, returning a card to Josh's hand, and the other being Cheshire Cat, who can help control the board very well. But a lot of the times they play 1 big character per turn, as a second Emerald Chromacon is going to enter play here, as Nani is finally going to remove the Ham from the board. Those discounts have been really, really good for Justin throughout this game, and we're seeing why he preferred that card over the Grandmother Willow. Just a little bit more resilient and does a little bit more damage.
Absolutely, and I definitely think I can understand that favor as well. But here, really want to probably find another Tigger. That Tigger is really valuable right now in this board state with those 2 Chromacons because it's not banishing the character, it is returning, so there's no bounce back on his side, which really helps out Justin manage Josh's board.
Yeah, and I think the Chromacons could be really, really good for Justin in this particular situation because if Josh ever does choose to return the Tigger back to hand, that's only going to end up slowing him down even further. But he does decide to go for that, so now Justin can redeploy that Tigger on this turn, return the lady back to hand. That will probably be the only character he can get down unless he has an additional 1-drop, because I do not believe that we have inked for turn. We are getting closer and closer to that Raging Storm, though.
Absolutely, and Justin with just really good play there, utilizing banishing before he utilized all his ink there to be able to then play that Tigger right back out and get some more power out of that Tigger.
We do have 7 ink on Justin's side, so the Raging Storm will be online next turn unless Josh is able to get a Mowgli here, potentially take that out of the hand. But Ursula is not going to be able to get it done as she only grabs songs. Josh thinking about what he wants to do on this turn. Lady Decisive Dog hits the board yet again, and we are just going to go ahead and shift as well, which will stop that Tigger from bouncing her back over and over and over, as we're going to grab a couple bobbies here and try to fix our hand a little bit on these upcoming turns. As here does come the Bobby, as we are going to get rid of the Lilo Escape Artist. One of the...
It's always the best combo I love having when you play that Bobby down and are able to discard a Lilo. That just feels really good.
Yeah, Lilo's so powerful, especially in this matchup. When you're playing against Blurple, you got to be careful with the Lilos because they can use Let It Go, Into the Unknown, Hades to put that into your Inkwell. The Amber and Amethyst deck does not have the ability to do that, as we are able to get the Lady Decisive Dog exerted thanks to Elsa the Fifth Spirit, challenge in with Tigger, and return the Elsa to Justin's hand.
Actually, I think we're thinking about whether we want to do that. Oh, we are. Okay, there we go. At first, I think he was questioning if that's the route he wanted to go.
And there is the library gift for Belle coming down onto the board, something that Josh has to consider.
And Justin's side, that feels really like a really good play here, knowing that he has the Raging Storm in hand.
Yeah, that is a classic combo, a board wipe with a location. Typically, we were doing that with Be Prepareds in the past, as we are going to put the queen down onto the board. So many Della's Moon Lullabies in the hand for Josh right now, as we are just going to ignore that location, I believe, and get to questing. Right now, for Justin, this might be the perfect spot to let that Raging Storm loose. Get this queen off the board. Now, the Lilos will be able to come back, but I think there's just too much value on the board not to use it, and
Absolutely.
there it is.
And there we see it, and really no negative value on Justin's side since he has no characters out.
Yep, the location still standing strong as the Raging Storm only banishes characters, but that also means that the Chromacons are going to remain on the board, as well as Lilo Escape Artist escapes the discard pile yet again and comes down onto the board. This is just something that is going to return over and over and over again, and it works so well with these Chromacons because you always have a target for your opponent to challenge into, and you can utilize those to continually return cards to your opponent's hand, as we might be seeing Elsa yet again challenging into that Lilo. Eventually, though, we're going to get to 10 ink, and Justin is going to be able to play Elsa, challenge, return that to hand, play Elsa again, and challenge.
Yes. I was just thinking the same thing, that, ooh, and we get a second library out there. These feel really good in this matchup because with 8 willpower, we're just not... The dog has nothing that can really answer these libraries.
Yeah, I mean, the queen does challenge for 3, and maybe if your board gets wide enough, you can use tramp to also do that, as Bobby is going to come down here, continually fixing our hand. Josh has played 4 or 5 Bobbies throughout this game, has pitched a lot of key cards to the discard pile that aren't necessarily super useful right now in this situation. We did just see him get rid of another Della's Moon Lullaby, and previously got rid of an Under the Sea. Is we're just going to try and go as wide as possible and hope that our opponent doesn't have another Raging Storm.
Which, and this can potentially be a little bit of a dangerous play at this point in the matchup, because now we're down to 1 card. What happens when we do find a Raging Storm again? It really is hard to jump back into the game, and with it being 9/9, it isn't necessarily going to be always the best to just go straight wide.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, because that Raging Storm can come down at any time, and both of those locations out means that Justin has put a clock on Josh. It's not the fastest in the world, but it is really solid here, as we are going to challenge into the Lilo. We'll see if we decide to return the Elsa, and we do. But we didn't ink last turn, which means we are not able to get up to 10 here. And there we have the Cauldron is going to get some work done, as Tigger is going to go underneath the Cauldron and be a menace, coming back to the board over and over and over again throughout the rest of this game, slowing Josh down and making those libraries even more threatening.
Yep, and with that value of those libraries and the clock that you mentioned, also having this Cauldron now in play just really puts even more pressure onto that clock.
Della's Moon Lullaby comes down. I believe he targeted his own Lilo there, and I believe he just drew a Tramp Street Smart Dog. So we can play that down onto the board for 2. We're going to take a deep look into the deck, and I wonder what he is trying to find here. Another Miss Park Avenue would be pretty strong to get down onto the board, bring some cards back from your discard pile. Of course, we're probably just going to send that Lilo into the discard pile.
Yeah, which the Lilo is a good card to find at this point. But I am intrigued to see, I mean, maybe that Tramp actually would have been good in hand to buff one of your other characters, and then be able to take out the library just to give yourself a little more room with that clock we've been talking about.
So we opt to keep Bobby in the hand. We draw and discard a Go-Go there. Really interesting discard strategy, but take a look. Right now, we were just able to play 3 characters on that turn, which means that our Lady Decisive Dog just quested for 3, and now Justin has a huge amount of pressure being put on him, and if he doesn't, he does have it.
He does have it. I was like, he has 1 answer here, and that is it.
Able to find the second Raging Storm right at the opportune moment. And for Josh, we can keep bringing these Lilos back. We know that Elsa is in hand. Finally, Justin able to ink. So now we'll be able to play double Elsa next turn if it does get returned to his hand. It looks like we are going to put Dale under the Cauldron. We did not return the Tigger, but I think that Justin honestly is in a pretty good position right now, because Josh has no cards in hand, which means he will be top decking. Are we going to play all 3 Lilos? And it looks like we do.
Which honestly here is a really great move. So now Justin is in the position, he has to answer all 3 of these, or at least 2 of them, because at 16 lore, those Lilos will get us to 20 very quickly on the next turn.
Yeah, we can go double Elsa here, as that Elsa is still sitting in hand, and we will be able to play her twice with 10 ink. There goes Lilo number 1, returning the Elsa to hand. We'll see if the Elsa returns to the board.
I hope we see that Elsa back.
Yeah, need to answer both of these, or like you said, at least 2 of them. Elsa returns to hand, so we're going to get 2 lore here. Justin is at 13 now, finally able to stick a character onto the board in the Will-O-the-Wisp. So potentially could sneak over the finish line if we're able to continually answer these Lilos over and over and over again. But the problem is you have to answer all 3 this turn, and we put down a Rhino with the Queen in hand, which goes into the Inkwell. Quest for 2, up to 18. Got to answer all 3 Lilos. We do have Dale in the cauldron right now, so we can summon him from the cauldron, return him to the board, but he is not going to be able to get it done with the Will-O-the-Wisp. We need to find a third answer here somehow.
Yeah, and this is going to be really interesting to see what Justin does here because, you know, choosing to pull back that Dale, it really takes up a lot of ink. It doesn't allow us to have the ability to play that Elsa twice. If we bring that back, it looks like we're going to quest with the Wisp and bring back Tigger.
Tigger going to bounce back onto the board and bounce that Lilo to hand. So there is 2 answers, but we just don't have enough ink to do it all. And Josh, I believe, is going to take this game in 2.
And really just a masterclass there in dogs. It was really great. 2 different, you know, skills there that we were looking at with this dog deck. We won the first game with our Under the Seas, the second with the Chromacons.
Yeah, that is the dual threat that these dogs decks can present, and it's an interesting decision. Some of them have been cutting down on Chromacons. Some of them are just playing 1. We see Josh utilizing 2 there to just prevent Justin over and over and over again from developing a wide board. Even though Justin was able to get to the Demona eventually, we saw that character came down only 1 time, and then continually we just saw the Elsas over and over and over, and the libraries did not put on enough pressure to get over the finish line as the Lilos were able to close out the game for Josh.
Yeah, absolutely. Those Lilos, I am a big fan of the zombie Lilos, as I like to refer to them, constantly coming back. That was just a great way to put the pressure on there. And it does sound like we are trying to get a second stream match, but that may take a minute.
Yeah, but I think that was a really illuminating match about what is going on with the dogs deck. I'd be interested to see if we do have more, which I'm assuming we will have more eventually, even if it's only in the top cut. I'll be interested to see what they are packing in their deck lists, because those 1, 2, 3 different tech options that you have can make a world of difference. And we saw that both of those Chromacons were really necessary to get that game won for Josh. And if he only had the single one, I'm not sure he would have got over the finish line before the Amethyst and Amber could.
I absolutely agree with you on that. I think the 2 were necessary, and it is interesting because we have seen those be pulled from the deck recently from a lot of dog players. So it's interesting to see that keeping some of that tech really is an important choice. And we saw that really got him the game.
Again, Josh, one of the best players in this strategy in the entire world, has been traveling everywhere. I mean, he came all the way from New Zealand here to Texas to play in this CCQ.
Which I say is wild to think about. This little tournament that could, and we have people traveling from across the world.
Yeah, he wants to get that North American qualification, and he's doing everything he can to get it done right now. Undefeated here at the DCI CCQ with the strategy we all thought would be one of the most pervasive decks at the top tables, and we're seeing why it is still so powerful. That queen that they added recently has been really interesting. I think when that card was first revealed, a lot of people were like, why would I ever play this card? But the Dogs deck showed that, 1, you can get it out cheaper with Aurora and Willow. 2, you're going to gain that lore back anyway. And 3, she's a great singer of Under the Sea.
Absolutely. And it is interesting. You know, we talked a little bit about the meta today, earlier in the day, and it is interesting that we see 26% on Amber Emerald. We did honestly think that was even going to be a larger share of the pool today, but seeing really a wide variety of decks today.
Yeah, I was talking to Josh about it earlier, and he's like, there's no reason this deck should be under 30%. It is so good. And the next 2 decks, he feels confident that he can beat over and over and over again. And we did just see it as Amber and Amethyst is going to take up the second biggest piece of the pie, followed closely by Blurple in this tournament, and he feels like he can beat those decks all day.
And it is interesting taking a deeper dive into that meta share. We see that of that Amber Emerald list, it is 23% dogs. So, like,
what are the other Amber Emerald
I know,
players
I really want to know.
What are you guys
what are
playing?
you cooking?
I'd be interested to see if
yeah,
they're
those
still at the top
3%
tables.
that
yeah.
aren't non-dogs. I am interested to see what's cooking.
Bring it to the light. Hopefully they're doing well, and we can see one of these decks come onto the stream a little bit later on. But right now, we know that the dogs are still really powerful. Josh did mention to me when I was talking to him out on the floor that he did play against a Circle of Life deck, which I guess that makes sense. You can still play that in this format. Prince Philip, bring back Clarabelle's, Stitch, Surfer, of course, is one of the greatest cards that you can bring back with that Circle of Life as well. So that is that might be the answer.
That may be the answer. But it is nice to see that we do have that variety. This is only the first dogs match of the day that we've had on stream. So being able to kind of see what the meta looks like as a whole and not just dog after dog.
Yeah, and we saw the Rust deck, the Ruby Steel deck, the Diet Coke deck.
Yes, the Diet
show
Coke
up
deck.
on the stream last match and was able to take that, which was super exciting. I think the format is more wide open than what the data is showing us,
Yes.
because this format I do not think has been explored to the levels that other formats have been, just because so many of the top players have been focused on Infinity thanks to the DLC and all the previous CCQs from the recent months being all Infinity as well.
And also, this set in particular has been shorter than other sets in the past. So we're already getting reveals. We almost may have all the cards by the end of next week, I think.
Yeah.
So it's like we were here and now we're gone pretty quick.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on the new set thus far? Are you liking the Iconics, the Enchanters that we've seen thus far? Are you excited for the team cards?
So I'm very excited for the team cards. I'm very excited for the Iconic because Beauty and the Beast is one of my favorite Disney movies.
Yeah.
So I am hoping, I haven't pulled an Iconic yet, so maybe this is going to be my set. Maybe the Lorcana gods will bless me. I really hope so. Because
The Lorcana deities.
Yes.
Hopefully it's not Hades who is scheming there. And
No, I want him to scheme my way.
yeah, okay, that's fair. That's fair. You want him in your corner.
Yep.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on it so far?
Oh, I love it. I'm a big movie guy, so when I saw that they were going to be movie poster themed, I was over the moon, and I love the two choices that they made, because while Lilo and Stitch, of course, is the name of the film, so it really makes a ton of sense to have that be one of the Iconics, and then Belle and Beast is the other one. I think maybe they could have broken the rule and named that card Beauty and the Beast,
yeah.
but what can you do? we have Belle and Beast, which I really love as well. So I think they picked the perfect two cards to really represent those films as a whole.
Absolutely, I agree with that. And I did just confirm that we have an interview, so we are going to send it over.
We are live from the lounge. Here I have winner of round number 5, Mr. Josh Wong. You may know him better as Ace, who has been on an adventure around the world in the name of Disney Lorcana. You have been going to tournament after tournament after tournament. And here you are in DCI playing the Amber and Emerald Dogs strategy here in Core Constructed. So can you just talk about that? Why dogs in this Core Constructed format?
Couldn't tell you why not is the better answer, I think.
Okay. Why not dogs?
Like, it's just the best deck. Has everything you need. Can go fast, can go slow. The addition of Queen has been huge from set 12. It's made all the difference. In the mirror especially, having a body that won't die under the sea.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like you were actually cooking with grease there, but you went back into some of the old tech and you brought Chromacon back out. And I know there is some debate around the top end of the dog community whether Chromacon is the way. You know, Queen, they have so many different lines available. Why'd you lean on Chromacon for this tournament?
I landed on Chromacon because I believe it's like an absolute must into these purple decks, especially the ones that are ramping. So that's Sapphire and Amber. They're playing Willows, T-Pose on 2. It's going straight into Tigger and Ilsa Demona on 3, 4, and 5, and I feel like one of the best ways to fight that back is to get a Chromicon down, start bouncing their guys, and play a long, grindy game. And yeah, that's what kind of just happened.
Right, and we saw that on full display. You got a quick 2-0 over an Amethyst deck, and they really didn't have really many options available. You saw them try to lean on those locations. Is that something that you've kind of struggled with, maybe some of the heavy location decks?
Yeah, I didn't really think about locations too much coming into the event, and I probably didn't respect it as much as I should have in that game. He was a raging storm away from winning, so that was a little scary. But yeah, I think in the future I can kind of use those tramp twos, one of the tools I'll miss when they rotate, to get some high strength characters.
Right on. I know we're going to get into rotation. We can talk about that in a little bit, but can you just talk about your motivation? You have gone to, we saw you at UK Game Expo. We saw you in Disney Lorcana Challenge all over the world. What is inspiring you to put so much effort into this season?
So I actually quit my job in February, right before Melbourne. And was going to start looking for another job. And after Melbourne getting top 8, I kind of had a little sniff of dogs even. And just booked a ticket to Taiwan and just kind of kept going into Sao Paulo. Winning a Mickey was enough runway to kind of stay jobless, to keep pursuing this a little more. And just my friends make it pretty amazing just to travel around the world, see all these different cities, countries with some cool friends, and yeah, play some card games doing it.
Nice. Okay. So you have been on this world tour. You have invitations in multiple regions so far, but I understand you do not have one in North America just yet, which if you can manage to win this tournament, you can secure that invitation to the Disney Lorcana Challenge North American Championship, or you could just spike a DLC and maybe you can go right to the World Championship, and I think you have all the skills to do that. But just really quickly, I just want to kind of get some of your thoughts on this set as we're in Wilds Unknown, Core Constructed. We have a new set coming out. What are just some of your ideas or some strategies that that you're kind of keeping your eye on going to the next set?
Into the next set. Still green yellow. It's all green yellow for me. I'm eyeing up that Buzz and Woody shift together, shift tag team. I'm not sure what we're calling this little subset of cards. But being able to shift onto 2 relatively good shift targets that are already naturally good in a green yellow toys package. Being able to draw up cards similar to Clarabelle's effect. That's kind of a nice way to replace the filter we're losing for Tramp 7. It can keep Under the Sea, which is probably going to be one of the better cards in the next set moving forward. So, yeah, green, yellow is one I'm keeping an eye on for sure.
So here first, Ace, one of the best players in the game, he's taking out the dogs, loading in the toys, and they're going to run it straight back. He's not losing a lot. I mean, the Queen and the Princess synergies are still going to be there. You have Under the Sea, which is still going to be there, and now you have these very powerful toys that are going to be there. So you guys tune in. Take him down. Maybe you can stop him and come up with those counter picks. Well, Ace, I want to thank you again. It's always nice to see you, man, in all these tournaments, and I really respect your grind and your hustle. But you mentioned your friends earlier, so as we start to wrap up, any special shout-outs you have to anyone out there that may be watching and who helped you get to this spot and who's helping you, motivate you behind the scenes?
All right, I'm so sorry to anyone that gets missed out, but firstly, Darian, I've been staying at his place in Champaign, Illinois.
Okay.
Little old town. That's where I've been staying after Indy and before Indy, after the Europe tour, and luckily, they had their one direct flight, one gate airport, straight here, so
nice.
I was able to get here nice and easily. Molstar Dylan, absolutely insane.
DLC champion, by the way.
DLC champion. He almost did it twice in Dortmund.
Okay.
I was rooming with him the first time in Melbourne, and yeah, seeing him and helping him out and him teaching me dogs, insane. And Justin and yeah, everyone, Tiago, Ed, everyone that's sitting around in all those calls all day, trying to teach me everything while I'm slacking off sometimes. So yeah, everyone in all the Discords, everyone helping me out, like all the UK boys that I met over there, and yeah.
All right, man. Well,
it's all for you guys.
Again, I want to give you a big congratulations on your performance, man. You're performing quite well in this event, and what we're going to do before I let you go to get back over to the tournament and prepare for round number 6. If you're going to play, maybe you start drawing and things like that. We're going to kick it to a straight be right back screen. Don't keep it locked. Don't touch that dial. Round number 6 action is coming your way.
And we are back here with some boosties.
Boosties.
Oh.
I'm watching the screen.
Echo.
We're gonna see if we can open some shiny cards and open some enchanteds, maybe an iconic.
Whoever opens the best card gets everyone else's.
I like
No.
it.
Ooh.
I like it. Pack battle. I like that, Garrett.
Me and Liam did trade one pack
We did.
to one another.
All right, I want to
First
see
pack.
those packs first.
You want to see this pack first?
Yeah.
This was a trade. Garrick and I said, let's trade a pack. Let's see what happens. It makes it more interesting.
What did I give you? Gadget?
You gave me Gadget, and I gave you Woody.
Cookie.
Does anyone track what they pull out of like what character packs?
Oh no.
I did before.
Do you see a legendary?
What? You feel something good?
Look at the back of that. No, look at the back. Look at the back. See that little?
Oh yeah.
What is it?
It's got a little mark on it.
Yeah.
Flip it.
Flip it.
Here
Let's
is.
see. Let's see.
What
Let's
does it
see.
mean?
Do you want me to just wham the last card?
Oh,
I'm
always.
I'm
You know
whamming.
my opinion.
So I see something on the back. I'm curious. I'm just gonna wham it right
Do
now.
it.
All right, let's.
3, 2, 1.
Oh,
It's
Garrett.
nice.
Oh, it's nice. It's
Ooh,
not.
it's nice.
I think Garrett
See-
loses there.
This
It's an epic.
this is the Merida
Liam wins.
that haunts my sleep.
I did get a Buzz Lightyear in here, though.
Oh,
That's
that's
really
sick.
nice.
That's really
Yeah,
solid.
that's
Just
really
just a
good.
Milo Thatch for me.
Okay.
I got
Buzz
Jack
Lightyear's
car.
Jack.
Why'd you make that? JD's a problem.
What'd you get?
No. Are you?
No.
There's something in there. I don't know what it
There's
is.
something in there.
You're gonna slow
Oh,
roll.
he's
We'll
got
slow
a
roll it.
slow
It's gotta be
Jingle
sneezy.
Joe.
Sneezy.
This is not a slow roll. This is the fastest roll of all time. Slow down a little bit. Strange things are happening to me.
There's a hero work.
Rare, second rare.
You gotta go from the
It's
bottom.
the
Go from the bottom.
quad. Oh, zipper! It's a zipper! Oh!
We did it. Well,
Cancel.
Wait, why?
Let's go.
and
Let's go,
that-
zipper.
And that was
We've
pack
got an
openings,
enchantment.
everyone.
And we're done.
We're done.
That's
That
it.
was very
It's
fun.
over.
Well,
Thanks, guys, for playing.
didn't even get
There are 2 boxes though.
Hold on.
We're
Let's
actually
see,
done
let's-
streaming.
Their packs are separate box than our packs.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Sorry, Garrett. Go.
So-
Wait, me and you are in the same?
We're in the same box.
Mm-hmm.
Different cases,
Different cases.
Okay.
different boxes.
So I'm gonna open packs. See what we can do.
Yeah,
I'm
go
gonna
for it,
battle
go for it.
these 3. Us 3 battle.
Oh, this right side battle?
Right side battle.
Right side battle.
Right side battle. Go.
All right. I don't see anything.
I'm going straight to the
Yeah, the back.
The good stuff.
good stuff.
All right.
Rares to the front.
Well, this is I'm just uncommon. All right.
Last-
Oh, just
Oh,
last card.
Okay.
Are you?
I am degenerate.
Is that how we're doing this? We're gonna go like 1, 2, 3, bam. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Ready?
One,
Sleeve.
2,
Sleeve.
3.
Anything?
Oh no, that's just
Yeah.
Buzz.
Buzz is solid. Buzz is
incredible.
This is a non-iconic Buzz.
Lord Dingwall.
Not even the legendary.
No. But
This character may exist to play an exit. This may character may enter play exit.
I've
To be the
got-
chosen character challenge. Oh,
I've
that was
got the
terrible.
Kita that haunts my sleep.
JD just starting off.
I'm so,
On
every
a
time.
heater.
yeah, that kind of ruined the whole vibe a little bit. I'll
Thanks,
say.
JD.
Yeah.
You're supposed to save for last,
Yeah,
man.
But if you could like seed that pack a little bit better next time.
Rares to the front.
Rares to the front. All
Rares
right,
to
all
the
right.
front because let's be honest, you
I
guys
actually-
have seen the commons and uncommons plenty of times.
That's fair. I actually don't know which one of us got the better end of that deal with the Buzz versus.
Close down. Pizza Planet.
I got a little.
We're ripping.
Oh yes, you
Jump
do.
off, fat
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Oh, zipper.
That's
Back to
something.
back. Back to back.
Could be a
Back
miscut.
to back. Zip recruiter.
I think I have a double.
Have you noticed the
Zip recruiter.
color just
So
like?
I think I have a
here's the
double
thing.
legendary.
One time Garrick he was doing it and he went like this. He's like, I don't feel anything. I was like, don't tickle the card. Like
Yeah, you can't.
I did not like.
PSA 8.
Yeah, he's like tickling it. He's like,
I got my fingerprints
I'm just
on
no.
it.
It's just like it doesn't like the little like. Just
I'm
a little.
intrigued.
So one of the things I've noticed in this set is on like epics or enchanteds or cards that are full foil. Sometimes they have a little like gloss on the back, like a gloss spot, which is how I noticed the epic.
Guy says that he can.
And we have
see.
one here. So I'm curious.
Oh, show it to me.
Show it to me, Rachel.
Well, you're seeing it. You're seeing
Oh,
it.
Oh.
oh,
Yeah.
it's epic.
It's an epic. Yep.
Wait, where's the little gloss spot?
So like on this one, see?
Interesting.
Interesting.
You see
Not
right
Cracking
there?
the code.
Oh.
Yeah, my epic had the same one. This one has a.
Yes.
Scratch on
so
it.
Sky says that he can tell. If
He
it's
can't.
I think this is.
Let him have
I think
this,
this is
okay?
double legendary.
Yeah, I would
You're
think
out
so
there.
as well.
I think this is double legendary.
You're
Hold on.
delusional, buddy.
Just on the back, just based on the back of the card.
Oh, he's
See.
in the top 4 of the set
Double
champ.
Oh no, super rare.
Super
Peppa.
into ledge.
Into ledge.
Ooh.
I'm gonna
This
save the rest of
incredible
mine.
versus.
It could be double edge.
Yeah.
No.
No. Well, Robin Hood.
Saving these 5 for a rainy day.
What?
is that?
What?
What? That's not what this is for.
That's
fun.
not what this is for.
Opening on stream.
We gotta open it. We got a lot of.
Oh, I thought you
stream
meant
left.
like you're gonna go home with them.
No, we got a lot of stream left. I want to savor this.
There's a lot of booster boxes
All right.
left.
There's
I have
also
4
a
packs.
lot of boosters.
And we have,
Yeah.
I mean, don't tempt me with a good time.
Yeah. So you're gonna set yourself. So you save those, and when you sit down, and I'm like, I need more cards too. Yeah, all right.
More zipper.
That was a 10 out of 10. And I'm a little upset I didn't come
All right, legendary into nothing.
Oh.
Frozone. Frozone.
We've got a little
Frozone.
rare action.
And Gizmo deck.
Come on, Courtney.
Come on, Buzz.
It's miscut.
Oh yeah, it's a miscut.
Let me see.
Look at that miscut.
Is that a misprint?
That's a miscut on all 4 sides.
I know.
That's
just
crazy.
wild.
I can't believe they're still printing those.
I'm
Miscuts.
opening another pack. You guys are holding back, but like you
I'm
can't.
not.
Oh no,
I'm savoring the flavor a little bit. Liam's going crazy over here.
I've got 4 left.
Come on, Buzz.
I only have 3 left.
And uncommon Mickey Mouse. Oh, that's a beautiful card.
Nice
though.
card. Nice art.
Coney.
Tony, shout out to Tony.
I got to meet her last week.
Just you.
She
Just you
told
got to meet her.
me, if you don't stop JD from eating my cards, I'm not signing that. I said,
Yeah.
I can't stop him.
Give me that Mickey. Let's throw him in the gullet right now. Yeah, Tony said do not eat any more of her cards.
That's a foil, man. That cannot be good
He
for the
seems
digestive
scared.
system.
She was so serious about it too.
All right, here we go. The Prince. I'm just going rares. Legendary Luisa Madrigal.
I'm going right in. We're not.
And Merida Iconic. Just kidding.
I would cry if you pulled it next to me.
The thing is Garrick Wood, he's kind of that guy. He's kind of like,
All right, we've got Hero Alert.
you know the song Dancing Through Life? That was about him.
Okay.
I hear she's good.
And
Yeah, she's
I
pretty
heard
good.
She's kind of good.
Pressure, like, take.
Throwing pressure.
All right. I'm an uncommon here.
JD.
I'll get one
Rare.
more. I'll do one more.
Rare and common.
We're cooked.
Woody.
That's a good one. Well,
Oh.
he does have an.
All right, we got
Yeah.
My
into,
cards are all upside down in my packs.
we got Rex.
that's funny.
Into, oh man, I spoiled it.
I
It's
wonder
bad.
how this segment is looking.
I'm looking at
Yeah,
it.
like people, we're doing this like people can see, and we have no idea.
I'm reading them.
Okay.
People don't seem upset.
Oh, we've got a Snow White.
Okay. A legendary into
good?
another.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, all 150
Real
of
ones.
you watching. You're the real ones.
153 viewers.
You're the real ones.
All right, we got.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Whoa,
Oh, we're
whoa.
going. What?
Going straight to the rares, bro.
This
You're
is.
manhandling that Buzz.
Yeah. Yeah. He got an epic or an enchanted. Now he's kind of sick with power.
Here comes remote. Shout out to Sky, his favorite card.
Yeah.
On that,
For like a week, he kept going, Syndrome's remote.
Syndrome's remote.
And I was like, what are you?
Bouncing Ducky and
Yo,
Joshua Sweet.
shout out Mr. Sweet, by the way.
Sweet card.
He's a great guy.
All right, Peter
Sweet guy.
Pan into Lyle into. Can I get freaking one enchanted? No.
Nope.
No.
Escape Plan
Yep.
into
Beautiful card.
Ariel, which is a wonderful card, into
Four Firefly Swarm is good.
That's gonna be good. That's a good one.
This is my last pack.
I will take a.
That's your last pack?
I dug too greedily and too deep.
Andy's
You
room.
do be going crazy. All right, Liam, what do you got?
I got Isabella.
Isabella Madrigal.
Isabella. And on the
Smart
foil
girl.
slot, foil rare.
The perfect goal.
Ranger Plane that we could have used in our challenge earlier. How come nobody came up with Ranger Plane?
Oh,
I messed this up. Lord
I
Macintosh.
I forgot this card existed.
Alien.
Solid. And
Jesse.
hey.
Jesse's
Jesse.
good.
Let him cook. Merida.
Buzz. Oh,
Oh, foil Sid. That is his max rarity, and that's a good card.
pretty
So
good.
We'll take that.
yeah, you take foil Sid all day.
Straight up. Rack Capone for Sid.
Diablo
Sit for
into
zipper.
You've Got a Friend in Me.
You got AFIM. They call it Casa Madrigal. Casita.
Casa.
All right, this is my last pack magic.
Come
We
on,
got
Pack Magic.
Ranger team up, which is not rare. Cindy into super rare. Fergus into.
Fergus.
Oh,
Epic keto there.
I'll take it.
okay.
Is there something funky on it? Nah, well, there's a little line mark on it, but not like the one you said.
Yeah, no, it doesn't have that gloss mark.
Well,
All right, these packs are
it's
not.
on to you, Liam and Liam and Courtney. Please bring us home.
This was solid.
Oh, got the queen.
Print line on the back.
And that's good now. That's a good thing now.
It's actually good now.
That's a snack.
Oh, we got another miscut. That's a misprint. It's Pegasus.
All right, well, bring us
Come
home.
I got one more after this one. So let's see.
have two
Firefly
left.
Swarm,
Swarm.
Ranger Plane.
Ranger Plane.
Loves
Can we
me,
get an
apparently.
enchanted, please?
Come on in.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Starting with
Mickey
one.
Mouse,
Whole news,
Expedition
man.
Leader, and Dunbrough Family Tapestry.
Can we get an epic one time?
Last pack magic. Let's see.
Last pack magic.
Tapestry.
There you go.
Come on, Buzz.
Courtney, come through, Courtney.
Come on, Courtney.
Come on, Buzz.
Syndrome's Remote.
Courtney, please.
And
Syndrome.
Syndrome's Remote.
All right, we're building a syndrome deck.
All right, I got my last
Mode
pack.
here for me. Into the Omnidroid version 10. Keep your eyes peeled for this Merida Iconic. Just kidding.
All right,
Metamorphosis.
here we go. What is this?
What else
Dumbrock,
can you do, JD?
Fat Cat and Voodoo Doll. Foil Dash.
Foil
Remember
Dash.
this guy Dash? We thought he was going to have a future. It might be bright, but
We thought he was going to have a piece.
I think super
Oh, the places you'll
he
go.
might be up. He might be coming up
are
next.
gonna.
All right.
Are gonna cook.
Is there really
My
only
last-
one pack left?
My last
I got one more.
for Garrett.
No.
Let's go.
Card Advantage. I got
as well.
none with these packs so far. Remote Inklands.
Okay.
Ooh, the Clot's not looking good. And an uncommon Ranger Team Up. Apparently I'm...
All right,
Need to play
JD,
Ranger.
last pack.
Where'd that come
Collective
from?
Trade.
No.
Where'd that come from?
Trade.
Where'd that come
Rip,
from?
dude.
Yeah.
You heard it here first. JD
Here we go.
scared to trade.
Because this is Merida right here.
Merida Farnsworth.
Good card. Let me show you
Cookie.
what you missed out on.
You know what tastes good?
What you could
Cookies.
have
I
had.
got Ursula, though.
What you could have had was Merida. No, but Mr. Incredible.
He's trying to
That
clear
would
it.
have been my second epic trade.
Well-
I felt something on it. I
We
was
get another one?
You couldn't have Merida because there couldn't be two Meridas in a box because Courtney gave me
Merida.
Merida.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
Pizza
it's Pizza Planet.
Well, that's the next best thing they say. All right.
Pizza.
Really bad
This
print line on
is-
this.
We'll see.
Audrey Ramirez. I love a machine that gets me on the action even faster. That's her
man.
accent.
All right, we got one. Everyone get one more, and then we're going to have to get ready.
I'm out
'cause
of
round
packs.
number
I'm out of
6.
packs.
I got one more. Here we go. Because this is
Everybody
totally
one
Buzz.
more. Include.
Is this Buzz right here?
That's it.
Yeah, it's
Buzz.
It's Emerald.
It's Buzz at J.
It went to
Quest for
Liam and then
Emerald Quest for
Courtney,
2.
hand it to Liam and
It's
he just
a
Pixar.
in this.
Emerald-
She was
Five
passing
cost
it.
inkable,
You're-
4/6.
Oh,
no.
uh,
It was crazy.
The witch.
Like
I
you
didn't
grabbed
know
it,
it
then
was
you
a
started going.
We were just cooked off the
all
start.
right.
yeah.
But we do have
All
to
right.
get ready. So again, for everyone
Last
who's
one.
just tuning in, we're not just ripping packs for fun. We're just kind of burning some
Yeah, we are.
time
What are you talking about?
as we are getting ready for round number 6. It should be starting here in just a few moments. So with that, we got Liam. who's
Before
got
we do
another
that,
pack.
I got a Buzz here, right?
Here it is.
Okay.
That's not
Ooh,
Buzz.
you got your super suit.
None of those are Buzz either.
You got a Prince Charming.
Solid pack though.
Is this the last pack that we have?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Actual last pack magic, everybody. The Queen.
We got to hurry up because the round is about to start. Let's get to the end, please.
So Garrick has never opened a pack
All right.
fast enough.
So with that, we're going to take a really quick break, and we're going to set up round number 6. Don't touch that.
From boosties to the booth.
Boosties.
We're back and ready for the next round of Disney Lorcana. Thanks for hanging out with us today, all of you out there. This is the DCI, the latest CCQ on the circuit here in North America. Katie, how's your day going so far?
It is good. I've had a lot of soda, and I am having, I feel like a little kid at a birthday party. We're ripping through boosties, and we're drinking sodas. Mom, pick me up. But don't pick me up, because we got 3 more rounds of Disney Lorcana. We have 6, 7, 8. And we've seen some fun stuff.
Yeah.
I'm energized by all of this. I mean, we have people from local. We had Josh from New Zealand. And we have Russ, which is...
running around.
Yeah, Ruby. I have to see. I actually should look up and see how he did last round. But yeah, I mean, how's your day going?
Oh, I mean, it's going well. The DCI is always great, and I said this in the beginning, but I know we have a lot of new people here. The great thing about the DCI is the barrier to entry, the cost to entry is incredibly low. And so you do, especially because this is a CCQ, and even at normal DCIs, you have players who travel from surrounding states because great vibe here. There are always Golden Mickeys in the room out there, Golden Mickey winners. We have a number of people who are already qualified for Continental Championships out. We have a previous top 8 finisher in the world out there. But at the same time, you have a lot of people who, because the barrier to entry is so low, and because they may not have played in many of these events before, they're not super confident paying, let's say, 30, 40, 50, or whatever it is to get into a normal tournament of this size. But here, when all it takes is a 12-pack of Diet Coke, they can come throw their hat in the ring and experience some top-level gameplay. So there's just a whole skill range of players out there, a whole experience range of players. The Dallas-Fort Worth community is incredibly talented. There's some wonderful players here. And it's just been a great vibe. A lot of great Lorcana.
Yeah, and I think for me and you, this has been very exciting because we're in core now. Me and Liam have
That's
been.
true. We've been living
we
in
have
another
been
world.
trying to observe every single card at Infinity. My first match I casted with Courtney, I was like, and at this point, you need to be a little worried about be prepared. She's like, you do not.
that is not.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's a valid point. You do not need to worry about be prepared. So it's exciting, but also there are still surprises. I think that this set in particular, I feel like I'm seeing the most new cards used in a competitive way than I've seen in a while.
Yeah.
There's a lot from set 12 that people immediately integrated into core, which has been exciting and intimidating.
So that's a really great point because Wilds Unknown came out, and a large portion of the competitive community shifted to Infinity because of Dortmund, because of Indianapolis, and even leading up to that, there were a number of CCQs that were all Infinity focused because of the current focus on that format, which means that I suspect that core has not been explored with new Wilds Unknown cards to the level that we've seen in previous sets when you have DLCs and big competitive events focused on core. And so there's a lot of room for creativity, and we're seeing some of that here.
Yeah, and I think we are almost ready. I think we're going to have our round 6. I think players are sitting, so I think we're ready to throw it on over to the match and discuss more Disney Lorcana. Now, there must be something here. These colors clearly switched because Melissa is a dogs player.
Yeah.
She would never. But that was a dual color card. So this is Melissa. Sometimes she goes by Lizard Kitty, and she is on Amethyst Sapphire, which is kind of a crazy thing. Across, though, is Earthquake, who does appear to be on her previously beloved deck dogs. There we go.
Dogs, yeah, the dogs are barking over on the right side of the table. And Earthquake is a player that I know from former DCIs. He also plays, I know I've seen him at Sharp as well, finished very well there. So both of these players very talented. And this is it's a bit of a change from what we're used to seeing Melissa on. But Blurple is a deck that is actually fairly good in the current core constructed meta. There's a couple bad matchups for it, but it can go toe-to-toe with dogs with the right draw, and so not surprised to see her bring it in here. But we'll see if she has the ramp here, and that'll indicate whether we'll have a game. But on the other side, Earthquake off to a fast start, so Melissa's going to have to start getting something online to kind of match his pace.
Yeah, the hallmark of Sapphire is obviously that ramp and getting to do cool stuff faster, I say, but this Amber Emerald is really taken ramp out and said, you know what, you can do that, but Aurora's going to get in these princesses. Grandmother will. I mean, this turn right now, we could see Eleanor without even inking, but he will go ahead and ink that Bobby Zimmerowski Spray Cheese Kid, and there she is, a renowned diplomat.
Renowned Diplomat, that is her coordinated efforts ability, is one of the most popular activated abilities here in core constructed meta. When people brought this card online, they said, wow, this is actually really good. This is Diablo drawing an extra card a turn, but better in some ways. There you see her ability. She does 3 things: gains Earthquake Allure, applies 1 damage to an opposing character, and draws Earthquake a card. But only when 3 characters are exerted. and that is why you saw them all go on that quest there. And it feels pretty bad when your opponent gets an Eleanor online on turn 3.
It is, because I mean, it is truly taking advantage of this exact moment in this Blurple strategy where it isn't doing a ton. Now, it can get pretty heated pretty quickly, and we have things like Sven, we have Isis, Vanderchill, so there are things that can put pressure on, but the wider that Earthquake's board gets, the more that Melissa might be getting stressed. And here's Merryweather, which is a fine card. She's got Ward, but I mean, I think if we can get up to a Demona turn, then we could be okay, but it is going to be hard for this point forward.
Yeah, the nice thing is, at the very least, Feisty Fairy is a good challenger, well statted, and she'll sit over there and be able to crack into something next turn. But in the meantime, it's not. Melissa needs to draw this game out a little bit more to get to a turn where she can get Demona online, where she can get some other bodies on board. And that Tipo, unfortunately, not going to stick around this turn if Earthquake chooses again to leverage Eleanor's coordinated efforts ability. So Earthquake at this point just wanted to go even more wide, and here we're going to do it, getting that Lilo down as well as that that Aurora, and not leveraging. Did we use? Yeah, we did. We played one of those for. Okay, yeah, we did leverage Willow's ability. I was just double checking.
Yeah, and it's something where, in theory, he could exert that Aurora, quest with Aurora, get that Aurora for free. I think it's just an economy of ink, maybe, because, I mean, you do want to make sure you declare those things in a certain order. However, it could be something where he just knows he's not going to be using those ink anyway.
Yeah.
But, yeah, keeping 3 cards in hand, and that's important, because if you do go too wide, I mean, there's no true board wipe. So, I don't know. I'm interested to see what's in his hand, because...
One of the other reasons you hold back sometimes just a little bit is to give yourself more options. If you do have a Tramp Street Smart Dog you're looking to play next turn, you can dig deeper and you can keep more cards in your hand.
True.
Yeah, but in this instance, I do think just trying to run underneath this Blurple deck is probably the move. Merriweather here going to remove that Willow. It always feels good to get that off the board. Hades now, I didn't see what we offered, but snap decision probably.
Yeah, I think he went after Eleanor, I'm assuming, and then, immediately. Although sometimes people will go after Lilo, because that is something you do put at the bottom of your deck, and so that can get rid of that Lilo, what I call persistent presence. That's, hey, persistent present, but I do think Lilo persistent present would also be good. So yeah, he's just going to go a little bit wider here. Bobby's and Mariski, you do have to pay the full retail value, but he could play this Eleanor now. He could put down quest 2 Auroras and then put down a second Eleanor. And when you have 2 Eleanors, that's 2 triggers. He doesn't do that, though.
Nope.
He plays a little tramp here.
Yeah, getting that strength augmentation off that tramp, it will give +1 strength to Rhino for every character on the board, and Rhino then fully powered to crack into that Merryweather. She's a strong challenger, but not strong enough to overcome the hamster and the dog. So we'll go on a quest with 3 characters here, activate that Eleanor, and Eleanor will go on a quest herself.
And I think this match is a really good example of why dogs can be formidable. Because we're saying, like, you could do this, you could do that. Melissa has a pretty linear path. Melissa doesn't have a ton of choices of how she plays this deck. It's pretty much keep playing the next big thing each turn. Meanwhile, Amber Emerald can really get funky with it. It can kind of jazz out. It can play a tramp instead of playing a second Eleanor. It really is something where there's a little bit more wiggle room because of how versatile the cards are. So now Melissa's at this 6 ink turn, and Hades can sing, and you could play maybe another 2 characters, but it's just knowing that Hades is the only thing on the board, and he can't both sing and challenge. I mean, it's going to be very untenable to get out of the situation, especially knowing that there is just a Lilo waiting to come back, even if you get rid of all the cards in hand. So it's a very, very rough math equation.
Yeah, it is. And you know, some of these dog lines, when your opponent manages to get that Willow and get that Eleanor out early, there's just almost nothing you can do when you're a deck that's a little bit slower like this. You know, there's plenty of options that Blurple has in the mid and end game to do some removal, but you're usually removing 1 or 2 characters a turn, and you need to get there. So we are going to do a little bit of control here. Hades going to crack in, get rid of that Lilo. We're going to boost the cat, slide 2 damage over. Looks like one of those Auroras heading to the discard pile. So that keeps Earthquake off game this turn. No,
yeah, all he does is have to
even
quest.
keep him off game because that's 5 with Eleanor as well. So yeah, that will be game. And it was fast.
And I think it's a very remarkable matchup because I was talking to Melissa out here after round 1, and something she mentioned is she's like, I played against somebody, they were playing dogs, and I was like, you were playing dogs? She's like, no, they were playing dogs. And so she said, and he did my favorite play line against me. And I think that's one of the things that can be hard about switching off your deck is inevitably you will face somebody playing your deck. And it's kind of like playing 2 games of Lorcana at once because you're playing your deck and you're like, he's going to do this. He's going to do this. And of course he will because that's why Archquake bought this deck. Melissa is one of the finest players you can have out there, so I assume she's going to show him why she brought this Blurple deck to this tournament.
Yeah, we're about to see it. Dogs, as you were saying earlier, is incredibly consistent. When we say consistent at TCG, sometimes we know what the word means, but in TCG terms, what we mean is there's a lot of decks that are sometimes we call them high rolly, but they have these draws they really, really want to play. They're draws that can allow you to run away with the game. Then there's also draws you have which you need to stay in the game, and then there's draws you have which will just it's unplayable.
Yeah.
Like you just can't win. There's nothing you can do. Dogs does not have any. Many, if any, of those, there is nothing you can do.
Yeah.
With the preponderance of its draws, it's so low to the ground that you have options. You have now multiple cards which can ramp you. You have Grandmother Willow as well as the Auroras you can play on turn 1 to smooth out draws which maybe you don't have. Maybe you have an uninkable problem. You have some early card draw with cards like Eleanor, which you can cheat out early. And so every game, you're in the game. And when you're playing other decks and you have games that you're not, I don't want to say throwing away, but you have games that you just can't play because of bricky draws, and you're playing dogs and your opponent's playing dogs, which they're not giving away anything. That's what we mean by consistency.
Yeah.
It's that you're just, every game's a game. You're
Exactly.
always in it.
Yeah, and then we have Disney Lorcana Challenge Richmond winner in the chat, Fungus, saying Infinity deck and core, and to a certain extent, kind of, yeah. I mean, if you look at these decks, there are some tech cards that make the decks different in Infinity, but these are 2 decks that are very powerful right now, even with these, league core standard cards. The only ones that are like Rapunzel, McDuck Manor. Trying to think what else is in the Blurple. That
Blurple runs the Popsicle with the Tamatoas.
Yeah, Popsicle and Tamatoa, but it's still fine decks without it.
And it's fine without it.
And this Royal Guard is a very powerful card. This card is only going to get better the more cards you draw. And Earthquake, inking a Tramp Street Smart Dog. We should talk about how that card is the cornerstone of this deck. A lot of the deck pivots around it. However, it's inkable, and sometimes you got to ink something early. It sounds like choosing what to discard. He hasn't.
I was like, I did some weird top end, like the Under the Sea. So, but choosing interesting there. So getting that Bobby Zamuruski to smooth out his hand a little bit, rather than establishing that Pluto early, which could have ramped into something else. So. Part of that is the Royal Guard there, threatening that Pluto if it chooses to exert. So great job getting early pressure there on the play. The problem with getting pressure on the play, though, against dogs, you want to get a first turn play. But when you're on the play with Blurple, that first turn card can actually, it's weird, put a lot of pressure on your hand. Now, the nice thing is, Melissa was able to ink with the Sail the Azurite Sea, which gives her an extra card instead of inking with a Tipa, which would have put even more hand pressure on. But that's one thing you're going to see is Melissa really needs to find some sort of card draw here in the mid-game to keep her going. Otherwise, her hand could get a little stressed.
Yeah, in the meantime, we are going to get those pseudo-ramp cards of Grandmother Willow and Pluto's coming in for free off of Grandma Wither's. I'm going to take the day off. You got to but we're now going to move on to Tigger, and this is a great. People started including this card specifically for this Grandmother Willow.
Yeah, I love this epic version 2 from Winterspell, and there's a lot of, one of the things that makes Blurple so fun is there's so many different cards you can put in the 4 spot, depending on what you're expecting to see. You've got Tiggers, you've got Meriwethers now, you've got Genies, there's a lot of different options, Svens, and so you can adapt a little bit depending on what you're expecting to see in the room, and yeah, Tigger, a great card against this particular matchup. There she is, back again! Grandmother Willow coming into play along with a Lilo discounted by that Grandmother Willow.
Yeah, and Pluto, all you have to do, you do have to exert him to redeem his ability. However, in this case, now that there is pressure on the other side, that Royal Guard is pretty much always going to be at least a 2/2, but can get much more. Oh, wow.
Tigger, sometimes he says he's the only one, but sometimes you got an extra one.
Yeah, take the song back, Tigger. You're supposed to be
right.
the only one.
That's right. The second one bounty. You never see the second one coming.
You don't.
It's canon. But Tigger coming back, sending that Willow back to hand again. Earthquake says, how many times am I going to have to play this card? But the nice thing about Tigger, too, is he's fairly well statted as well, at least as far as strength goes, able to clear out pretty much anything in the early game over there. So this is great because what you're setting up for now is an incredibly powerful Demona turn.
Yes.
If you can get to it. And if I were Melissa right now, I'd be feeling pretty comfortable.
I would, too, because, I mean, we talk about getting under the Amethyst Sapphire strategy. Earthquake hasn't gotten a single piece of lore yet. Anything he exerts, there is a response for on the other side at this point. And like you said, once you get to Elsa, Fifth Spirit, Demona, is very punishing. Now, this Queen, Devious Disguise, she's pretty cool because she does get you a card. And I did ask a few players, like, what happened? Like, we weren't running this. She gets the Aurora synergy as far as royal discount because she's a queen. And then the fact that, like, you have a 5-3 challenger. It's so hard to have a meaty challenger in this deck, and she will be able to do some pressure of her own at a 5-3 stat line. And then a little Rhino just for fun.
Yeah, it's a little versatility in here. And one of the things that dogs always struggle with, you know, the early days of dogs, back when you played Churna dogs, when you talked to those players, it was not uncommon for them, and it happened all the time, for them to win games with 2 ink on board. And that was it. And you think that's crazy, but it's not. The deck was wild. And that's partially because the deck wants to play all of its characters, and every ink is not going to board. As I'm talking about going to board, Demona comes out now and exerts Earthquake's entire board, and this is that powerful Demona turn that we were talking about here, with all of those challengers or those strong characters that Melissa's been setting up all game, now able to crack in and do some serious damage to Earthquake's board state, and yeah, some really juicy targets over there. But over time, Churna dogs did get some consistent card draw. They worked in Nani's, which they were really excited to see. A character that can establish, get a nice body on the board while drawing an extra card. She replaces herself. And then Eleanor came along and said, you know what, I'll draw you a card every single turn. And so now these dogs decks, rather than having to play this really tense game of, you know, trying to save every single card for the board, can be a little more loose with their inking, because there's a decent amount of card draw in here to fuel the game, to fuel longer games.
Yeah, and speaking of longer games, I mean, this Demona comes down. She is the Scourge of Wyvern Clans and the Scourge of wide boards. But this is what Dogs does best, is they say, wow, that was really cool. Do it again. Because he can just go wide. He went ahead, and any card he got off of Demona is not really a problem here. Now, the thing is, this isn't the world's most impressive board. This Eleanor needs exerted cards. So Melissa drew 3 cards off of Demona as well. So if any of them are Isis Vanderchill or Elsa Fisphere or another Demona, it is a problem. Instead, we see a Royal Guard, but she is counting out the rest of her ink.
And there it is again. You said do it again. Melissa said, I'm happy to oblige.
I love it.
And coming down here, giving card. But the problem, you know, and we're going to see some challenges here. We're going to clear up a bunch of stuff. The problem, though, is Earthquake knows this is coming. And so one of the reasons he's dumping cards in the inkwell, getting things on the board, is because he wants to benefit from that card draw. And, you know, because dogs run so low to the ground, you know, as you pointed out, you're giving them 3 cards and they just rebuild really quickly. But still, this feels like a really good place to be if you're Blurple, getting those Demonas down, cracking in, refueling your hand. And now Earthquake has, again, a board to rebuild.
Yeah, Bobby Zimmerowski, very, very good for a lot of reasons. Not good for winning the game by himself, but man, those are a good collection of cards with him. Well, because this Nani stage manager, she is very, very good at getting in little puzzle pieces. Normally, she can go in ahead and get Lilo and just start that going. The Tramp loses his power a little bit here because we don't have enough to boost him to make him super powerful. We only get to keep one of these cards. He has an Under the Sea stuck in hand. So yeah, we're just now going to make a little decision here on what is the best path forward with this 4 draw. So if it seems like it's just me for a little bit, that's okay. So he is now looking back and forth. This Ursula Deceiver is not necessarily the most powerful card that can be in this matchup. He knows there's a Let It Go in the deck, or at least I'm pretty sure he does at this point. But he's just kind of sitting. There's advantages to all of them, but I mean, I think it is between probably the Lilo or the Tramp at this point. But if he's still digging for something like, I saw a Mickey Mouse Amber Champion. He could have a piece of tech he's going for.
Yeah. Sorry, I had to step away for a moment. I'm back.
Yeah.
That was
a loud sound, and you investigate.
Sorry. No, my daughter's here, and she got bumped into a door and had to go.
The glass doors are very clean.
I know. I had to soothe some hurt feelings. But here he is, and one of the things about, again, dogs, it's just never out. And most decks, when you play 2 Demonas, you clear things out, you're bouncing things with Tiggers, you feel like you're pretty good, and they just find more things. So
now the things are kind of like, if you look at like a map and you're projecting, you're drawing out the strength. Melissa's just going higher and higher. Because while Earthquake is still responding, if you go beat for beat down the line, you're like, oh wait, these are all little weenies compared to what Melissa has on her board. He went ahead and got that Bobby Zimmerowski exclusively just to get rid of an Under the Sea. Sometimes the most powerful card in the deck is just trash in this matchup.
Yep.
So in this case, Melissa gets to have her turn. She's been drawing cards consistently off of Demona. it's not over for Earthquake, but he just has to keep fighting and fighting, and Melissa's going to give him problem after problem.
Yep, and here we go. Speaking of problems, here comes a fairly big challenger. We have Merriweather followed by the Cheshire Cat, and again, Melissa just going wide again. There are more Demonas in this deck most likely, and so I think one more good cleanup of the board would kind of close things out, but keeps pushing her lore here, and this is, again, really comfortable place for Blurple. I think Earthquake would be feeling a lot better if he had some like higher questers on the board and he was trying to set up like a really powerful turn, perhaps paired with Akita. We don't know if she's in here or not, but at this point, just sticking as much as possible out there. You know, I'd love to start stringing together tramps to get some higher lore questers, but got to get something going here because Melissa's managed to build a pretty stacked field.
And we can talk about what goes right in a match. That's sometimes easier, but I think it's also important to point out what's gone wrong. I mean, Earthquake has not had a Tramp Street Smart Dog. He has not had that early explosive start that we talked about that can be very, very, very powerful. He's just been responding over and over again. And when we talk about control decks, I mean, Blurple is a control deck. He can try to act as control, but he can't out-control Blurple. He can just try. So here's a little attempt. We can go ahead and add some challenging power here with this Triumph Decisive Dog. That gets rid of one Demona, but her sister's still here.
Indeed, still sticking around. So yeah, just a little bit of control, but now we're going to see the others charge into that Demona, get rid of that one. So it's a 3-for-1 trade here, which feels pretty bad, but just trying to slow down the clock here, draw this game out even more. And the thing is, you know, there are ways to hang around. It just becomes more and more challenging, and this feels pretty bad too, because all of your characters are going to fuel other synergies, like, you know, that Tramp Street Smart Dog and Earthquake choosing to protect whatever it was, probably that Nani, because it's the most well-statted character, and allowing Melissa to draw 2 cards after Hades offers that deal, and things are looking good right now for Melissa.
Yeah, because all she has to do is just keep outvaluing Earthquake, and it's not hard to do with this, because, I mean, as she whittles away at the board, the tramps become less valuable. Everything just becomes a little bit less easy for him to find a future in this match. So at this point, you look at the clock, there's 34 minutes. There's not really a reason to scoop. He still has answers. He's looking at that Lilo, because a Lilo Escape Artist can provide some sort of inevitability, but the better statted the characters that Melissa has, the more where it's like, okay, I can challenge 3 characters. I can afford it and still quest for a lot. So Earthquake will just keep digging and looking for an answer.
Yeah, and one of the other reasons you play this out, and people differ on whether or not, you know, you scoop early or not, but oh, by the way, that Mulan being established here, which can quest for quite a bit if she is augmented by cards like Tramp Enterprising Dog, but so it's a way you close out games, establishing that feels pretty good, but back over to Melissa. But one of the reasons saying that there are differing opinions on how quickly you scoop, you know, save yourself mental energy, all that. There's all sorts of reasons to get out early. One of the reasons that you stay in, though, is if you think your opponent is playing tech cards, or perhaps in this instance, you want to kind of get any indication about what's in that 4-drop spot in this deck. You've seen the Tiggers. Is there anything else out there that you need to play around in Game 3? Time is not an issue here. It is not likely to be an issue in Game 3 at all, especially with how fast Earthquake is looking to go. So it's one of the reasons you may want to stick around just to see, is there any other spice? Can I see anything else?
I like that you said was a spice, because wasabi is a spice that sometimes people include. So, I mean, if
That is
he's
true.
running a Chromacon, if he's running a Snow Fort, then that'd be something nice to sniff out in this. And it's something where a lot of players will play around that if they have a cool card, but some players don't. They're like, well, I'm going to keep playing. In this case, she's done a very masterful job of controlling and controlling and controlling, even if he draws into a Street Smart Dog. I mean, he'd have to pay full retail value and does not get to draw and discard any cards. No cards in hand. It is a very, very, very rough battle. Tramp just fell over, which is tragic to see. Tramp fell off her board as if to say, I feel for you.
Yep, and this is, and, you know, there's reasons to keep playing, and then there's, you know, a little bit of a sequence error there, bringing back that Lilo and then bringing back another Lilo. Definitely just trying to get something there, and I think Melissa's going to be able to close this out pretty handily. That Lilo will slow things down as Melissa probably gets it off the board just for, you know, reasons. And then we're going to move some damage counters on her, get both Lilos off the board. There it is, 2 damage counters on this Cheshire Cat now. Boost the Cheshire Cat, slide those damage counters over, cleaning things up, and plenty of questing to be done here. I say plenty, there's only a few, but
Yeah.
Earthquake just, drawing this game out as much as possible.
Now she can just go ahead and try to get as much value as she can on Junior Woodchuck guidebooks. Inking a Demona. She's at the point where Demona was so powerful earlier in the game, and now she's like, you know what? She's inked. Because she is just in the questing phase. She's done controlling, and now she can take off. That is a smiling of an Illuminaire that's like, I'm not stressed anymore.
Yeah, Earthquake trying to top deck a Raging Storm here. Not going to find it.
Yes.
They're not,
What?
but there's
A little Raging Dog.
yeah,
Yeah, Decisive
Lady
Dog.
Decisive Dog.
Pretty good here, but not really in the sense that she is a character, so I say she's pretty good. But yeah.
She's not an Under the Sea.
She is not,
That's right.
but not Under the Sea. These are very hard to sync characters, so she's doing the math. And you start to say, well, what is my time or my clock on this game? Right now, she has a total of 7, now 8 lore on the board, so she still has a few turns left. And she has taken her time getting there because there is, ooh, the spice.
See? And this is exactly what we're talking about. This is Luisa Madrigal, Confident Climber, is a new card from Wilds Unknown. And this is exactly the kind of reason that you kind of draw this game out is now, if you weren't calculating this in your game plan, that she could come around. Luisa is a fun card that shifts damage counters around and can be especially menacing in this matchup. In fact, I'm willing to bet that Melissa has that card in here specifically for this matchup.
I love it because, yeah, we talk about how, there was a card back in my day called Smash. You had to pay 3 ink to deal 3 damage, but this is just kind of like taking advantage of the fact that you will be challenging your control deck. You will have damage, and now you get to do some funky stuff with it. You are basically getting Cheshire Cat ×2. In this case, Melissa won this game. She was able to go ahead and inch her way towards that game 2 win by showing that sometimes the control deck can do what it says on the label and control.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, difference in this game, obviously, Melissa being on the play. Earthquake didn't have quite as an explosive an opening, but the Tiggers, 2 Tiggers there, able to interrupt the tempo.
Powerful.
And then we found the Demona at the right time. You need to find it on curve. And even with that first Demona, Earthquake was kind of battling back, and that second Demona closing things down. But that's kind of the key to Melissa here. You need to find some early board presence. Perhaps that Royal Guard is a perfect example. You need to find the ramp. Then you want to find something on curve on turn 3, which can do some work on your opponent's board. The Tigger is the perfect answer. And then once you've established that those characters to board, getting that Demona down to get a little bit of card draw, but more importantly, exerting your opponent's ready board in order to crack it open and crack in with some characters is the key. So that is kind of the textbook's answer to Dogs. Melissa finding it there on the draw or on the play, but now she has to face down Dogs on the draw, and that is always a challenge.
Now, I just took a look at Melissa's watch, which made me look at my phone. It's 5:30, which is crazy because time flies when you're having fun. Like, this day has flown by. So to everybody here at the CCQ and the people on the Illuminateers YouTube and the people on JDZ's Twitch, thank you for hanging out with us.
Yeah.
You're in round 6 of a CCQ, and I'm having the time. This is very fun. So very happy to have all of you guys hanging out with us today.
Yeah, appreciate it. Do the things. Follow the DCI.
subscribe,
Subscribe.
Share.
Share.
Call your mom. Tell her to watch too.
That's true. Pull up
This
both
is you.
streams. This is some great Lorcana we were watching today. And then, of course, add to your calendar, tomorrow morning we'll be getting the top 8. So you'll get to see the final battle for that CCQ slot. And should be some great games. And again, there are some incredibly talented players here. And you're getting an awesome follow-up to Indy last weekend.
Right. I think I'm very excited for this event because, when I saw there was an event right after Indy, I was like, there was no way. Katie can't handle that. I talk in third person sometimes. But I really wanted to see what Core's about, and I'm very happy I did because, like you said, we don't have much time with these cards. We have a couple more weeks, and then we are rotating. Okay, ladies, let's get in rotation. So very, very, very excited to see how this plays out. Now, as some people in the chat have pointed out, you are correct. This is very similar to Infinity, but that shows how powerful these cards are.
Yeah, that's right. Who's the Fungus there?
Yeah. There's just a few people like, wait,
Yeah.
is this Infinity? Because a few people came in during game 2 and said, wait, this is Core, right? Yes. But that just shows how powerful the cards from set 5 through 12 are.
Well, and it's a good point because at this point in Core, we out of all the sets in the game, we're only missing 4. There's
Exactly.
13 or 12. We're getting 13.
Yes.
12 sets out. We're only missing 4, so we have 2/3 of the cards in this pool. And so, especially with the power level that we saw in Whispers, it's no surprise that I think some of these decks run pretty close to their Infinity counterparts.
Now this is a good start, a decisive start, if you will, because that's Lady Decisive Dog. She can quest for as much. If we are able to get out a Willow and a Tramp next turn, she can go ahead and quest for 3. However, this Louisa is going to make that plan seem a little less tempting. She is a challenger of 2, I believe. And yes, so she will not necessarily be able to completely stop that lady, but certainly not something that he can ignore. Here goes down 1, so he has Aurora, so not that beautiful, beautiful Willow plan that I like to see, but here is that Tramp, which will go ahead and still increase the strength here. And not bad.
Add 2 plus the 1. Yeah, it's not terribly bad. And you know, this is a fast start, but it could be scarier, I think. And one of the fun things about that Louisa now, we do know we have that Floodborn version, that Confident Climber in this deck, and so on turn 3, she'll be able to shift. Something Earthquake will be thinking about is anything exerted this next turn will be susceptible to a strong challenge. At this point, we know what turn this is. This is turn 2. This is the ramp turn, and you really, really, really want to be able to get, you know, to that Tigger on turn 3 if you can swing it.
Tigger is a bounce card, which is very funny.
It is.
Tigger just bounce, and this one can bounce the card. In the meantime, we are going to go ahead and hit that. I think she's deciding between Sail or Tipo here. Electing to go with the Tipo, inking that Sail the Azurite Sea. The benefit of Tipo is if she has an uninkability situation, this is another way to get rid of a card. They're like, I don't have time for that. But in this case, she will go ahead and pass.
Well, so the other thing it does is Tipo is not a super strong challenger, but what we can do is get a damage counter to sit on him, which can fuel the Floodborn Louisa later. Because Louisa wants to make use of damage counters by sucking them up from your characters and then flinging them at opposing characters. And so it's fun. This character is not going to do much removal on his own, but he will be able to perhaps play into that game plan later.
So he will keep developing this board. Now we have that Aurora discount. I love that it's the Royal Welcome, and then she lets a queen or princess, either one, in. Now we have coordinated efforts. That's honestly just an excuse, right?
It's pretty good.
Any excuse for me to do it in a little accent, I'm taking it. So now, like you said, on this turn, she can shift that Louisa. The Louisa can challenge for 6, which is nothing to ignore. But instead, she elects to get this warded Merryweather. The ward is not super important in this exact instance, but the fact she is a 4/5 is pretty important because she can go ahead and take care of anything on the board right now. And now she's just deciding, do we want to send? Because, for example, she could send Louisa and Tipo into that lady.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
She's just making that decision.
I was going to say, very important to remove something here, because what it does is now this forces Eleanor to become exerted on Earthquake's turn if he wants to leverage that ability. And boy, does he want to leverage that ability to get those cards. So now that Eleanor will have to be susceptible to a challenge from the Merryweather. Another example of why playing that Tipo over that Sail was important, because it's going to force Earthquake into a difficult decision.
Right, because I mean, anytime you have a character that's that important, it's pretty rare that you see someone willingly exert, especially in the face of a control deck. Maybe in a mirror, you're not as worried. In this case,
oh no!
The Chief is here. Chief Powhatan comes in. He is not going to do any challenging, but my goodness, he'll do some blocking. Very important. Now, like you said, that Louisa, if she shifts,
huge,
worried.
Huge cards in this scenario. I mean, the perfect card here, because now he's exerted upon entering play. So not only does he come down and block any challenges into those other characters, but it allows him to turn on Eleanor to get rid of that Tipo, which is important, and protecting the Eleanor if Melissa does have an answer for the Chief Powhatan. And getting rid of that Tipo with that Eleanor is incredibly important, because now that Merryweather can't crack in and team up with a Tipo to take down that Powhatan. So just an incredibly impactful card here, and that feels really bad if you're Melissa.
It does, and it's kind of funny because, I mean, this is not, when we talk about dogs, this is not a card that is always like, oh yeah, people always run Chief Powhatan, this always comes out on this turn. It is definitely something that you can see the versatility. In fact, that Bodyguard just kind of gets around that fear. I think that's one of the reasons we saw Mickey Expedition Leader being added too, because it's just having something come in exerted protects the queen. In this case, though, we are getting to the kind of punishing top end, and there is the Under Cheshire Pressure Cat, and we will be able to boost after we do a little bit of challenging.
Yep, and now we have this really great card to play here. We have the boost ink, so now the Merryweather can challenge into the Chief Powhatan. We can shift that damage counter from Louisa over to the Chief if we want to, and then challenge with the Merryweather to get, again, that Eleanor offline. Now you'll have to sacrifice the Merryweather, but I think that's the line here. There it goes. Merryweather cracking in. Now this Louisa able to take care of that Aurora, and incredibly important because that Eleanor will be offline here unless Earthquake can find 2 characters to put on board with Bodyguard, which not possible right now. Great response there.
It was, and I think that is why this matchup, like there was a time where people are like, well, Blurple's just, it's not fast enough. But as we can see, you can still outvalue a dog's deck. Now, we talked about it at length of the last game. Dog decks can be down, but they're rarely ever truly out. He does have 4 cards in hand. Melissa needs to make sure she I'm sure she values it, but she finds a way to draw a card soon. In this case, the queen comes down. That actually will get Melissa a little bit of lore here, but that card draw is far more important for Earthquake. And like we said, this card, it's going to be a body that can challenge, and getting a card is so important. If Earthquake can outvalue Melissa, he can win this game, because I don't think she has any. Or it looks like she has some in her hand right now.
She does have some cards in hand, and the problem is, like, you can see kind of what's coming. You know, Melissa wants to go in. She wants to go into a Demona turn with a fairly wide board in order to then crack in and do maximum amount of damage. And the problem is that if Earthquake can now spend this next turn dumping most of his hand out, that Demona play becomes incredibly problematic, because not only are you refilling Earthquake's hand, but Melissa doesn't have a lot on the board to remove a lot of things right now. We do have a line now, I think, where you can, it's just a challenge. So
it is. And I think that kind of, you speak to the point of why Demona, it's like a catch-22. Blurple needs to do control, but Blurple wants to keep everything on the board for when Demona can be impactful. But in the meantime, you can't let it get under you. So it's kind of, you're in a very rock and a hard place position. Now we have just Cheshire Cat standing alone against the world. And he can go ahead and get some damage from this Eleanor, but it's just, you can't do everything. And it just depends on what the cost of the cards in her hand. If she built towards a higher curve where she only has Hades and Demonas, this is miserable. But if she has some smaller cards in hand, can go a little wide in response to the board, she could be okay.
Yeah, no, in another turn, we will be in Hades territory, and although it feels pretty bad against dogs to only remove 1 card per turn, what it does do if you can hang on long enough is swing board states. But to be quite honest, Katie, I just noticed right now that Earthquake is all the way at 10. So that just, it feels even worse.
Yeah.
Melissa digging here, sending 2 of her ink to basically draw a card, looking for some sort of answer. And, I'm wondering if it's just really top heavy right now with a Hades in there.
Right, and I think that's one of the things about control decks that can be very frustrating is you have ramp to get to these big things, but when you have your hand clogged up with big things, and you're against a deck that can go wide, it's not a favorable position to be in. Now, in this case, she is able to do a lot with a little.
Yeah, that feels really good play there.
Yeah, getting able to move 3 damage right off of that Cheshire Cat on to the Eleanor and get her off the board. The queen is a problem. She can challenge for 5, but...
To be quite honest here, I think I'm okay if I'm Melissa having that queen come in. At this point, I'm reading she is on at least 1 Hades in hand, which is probably why she didn't do much else. It's kind of clunky, and we are going to be at Hades next turn, and so the hope is that Earthquake doesn't establish just a bunch of little characters, that there's like 1 impactful character, like another Eleanor or something that he plays, that's right for that Hades. But this is kind of the key turn here. How much can Earthquake dump onto the board? Because the chances are Melissa will only be able to answer 1, maximum 2 if that cat sticks around characters.
I do think I see 2 under the season hand. And if that's the case...
I think you do. That's really
So
cool.
it's the congestion. It is a traffic jam right now at rush hour, and we have congestion all the way down. So we're inking a tramp.
Bad. That feels so bad, having to ink that tramp.
I think he might play it. He just counted. So yeah, he inked a tramp to play a tramp, and he has to do this because he has 2 unplayable cards in hand. So he is just going to go ahead, draw 3 cards, and get rid of 3 cards. But definitely those 2 under the seas.
An example of why we talk about Tramp Street Smart Dog and why it's so good. Now, certainly, in the old days, you pretty much had to find a tramp to get some of your highest roll openings. Now you don't. You can do a lot of busted things without it. But look what it managed to do here. Earthquake had drawn into, I think, 2 under the seas that were pretty much no good to him, dead cards. And by playing that card, he's not only established a pretty big body at 2/6 that can quest for 2 and close out the game, but managed to trade out 2 of the most useless cards in his deck for 2 that'll be probably pretty impactful.
Yeah, and that I think is why this card, you can't deny the power of this dog because yeah, like you said, I mean, he could pay it, or he only had to play or pay 5 to play it, or rather, he paid 4,
Mhm.
and then he was able to do so much. Like you said, that under the sea, useless. He would not be able to use it in this matchup. And now Melissa is at a position where she doesn't have any singers. She doesn't have any. I don't think she can go wide here. I think she has a 5th spirit.
She has a 5th spirit. She has a Demona. I didn't see what the other card was. There might be a Let It Go, but that feels bad. I mean, I was reading Hades, but we're not going to see that. It is the Elsa. So we're going to do a little bit of control here, and it's just a challenging scenario. It looks like we will get rid of the Rhino.
And that is, it's so funny because Rhino, we talk about him being like a powerful shift target. You're not even running him for that position. You're truly putting him in there just for under the sea synergy. In this case, where we're going, ironically, the board is under the seeable now because it just has that one Elsa. That's another
That's
reason.
fair. That's really funny.
But that is one of the reasons people put the queen in there. She's a great singer. But there is the chief. He is here to go ahead and, you know, like you said, devastate the plan. And there is a Mowgli just to get a peek. This is, I'd quest out now in front of it.
Yeah, and just a really frustrating board. That chief now is going to kind of lock things down. I think you try Hades maybe. It's a Dumbo. That's not going to do it. A Hades would have allowed her to take out the Powhatan, challenge in, and remove something, and then perhaps draw it out a little bit more, even though it would have been tight anyway. But just no removal there, unfortunately, and Melissa just chuckling. And you can leverage the Dumbo immediately, but with the ink you'll have available, there's not much to do with it. So just a challenging spot, and
crazy to see though. I mean, that Chief Powhatan we saw, it was played at CCS by Sky, who is in the chat. Also want to set champ today. And we saw him in Amber Steel being good, and now we see him in Dogs being good. And it shows that if you have a big bodyguard, it can be a very impactful thing. So in this case, this bodyguard is just going to sit there and thwart any kind of plans. You have to deal with him first. You don't have wide board removal. It is just a not fun position. And Melissa probably is not having the time of her life because, I mean, this is a deck that she loves. It's always hard to play against a deck that you love like this because, unfortunately, you know what's coming. And unfortunately, it's just a lot of value off of not that much. He's at 15 lore, so he basically has game on board.
yeah, and the chief is a really interesting ad here. Like you said, Sky, not only winning CCS with this card, and what it does in this deck, like one, because you can 5, 5, and 4 is no joke, and because of the ramp available in this deck, you can get it out even earlier, you know, on turn 3 if you play that Willow to guard things. But the other thing is, Eleanor is a card that everybody's running now, and if your opponent manages to keep your board under control, the worst thing, it feels really bad to have an Eleanor there that you just can't turn on a particular turn because you don't have the characters. And so if your opponent manages to keep your board under control, it takes you a while to set it up. Now, Dogs has always had the ability to scoot out the Lilos to give you one more exerted character, but now being able to slam a bodyguard down in an exerted position with 2 other characters allows you to leverage Eleanor, and perhaps even leverage Eleanor while protecting her. And I hear you gasp there, Katie, as another Street Smart dog comes into play, allowing him to dig 4.
And Melissa just goes, of course.
Yeah.
I'm surprised she didn't do the Office thing where she looks at the camera like, this is real.
Yeah, Jim Halpern's it.
Yeah, because I mean, she is doing such a good job trying to just stay in this. And unfortunately, the Dogs deck, once it gets this position where it's established value, it feels like it's just endless answers.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like Earthquake. So what we saw there in Game 3 is Earthquake have, you know, not his. There are faster openings. There are better openings on Dogs. There's even a point where we saw him with a really clunky hand that he did manage to smooth out with the Tramp, and he played through that game not having it. Melissa had to. The thing is, like when you're playing in this format against Dogs, you've got to have it. And if Melissa, again, this game, like she did previously, if she'd found the Tigger, if she'd managed to keep a wide-ish board while working towards that Demona line, if she'd had a Hades there near the end, but this deck says, you know, Dogs is able to smooth out rough openings. It's able to go wide. It has a lot of tools, and it says to you, you have to have
you have to have the right card on this turn. Now you have to have the right card on this turn. Now you have to have the right card on this turn. And if you don't find all of those cards in the right order, then you can't hang.
And you can't sit with us.
Yeah.
But shout out to Melissa. I think it is always very fun because in this game, there's a lot of players that you're like, they play this deck. You come to tournaments, you're like, all right, here comes. And it is exciting when you watch players that are at the top of their game play a different ink combo. Unfortunately, she's in a room with 26% dogs, so she had a pretty good chance of running into a dog in that room. I believe her only other loss was to dogs. So that is the only downside of switching decks is it's just like the universe speaks and goes, I'm so sorry, but I'm about to show you this. It's your deck, and it's good.
Yeah.
But either way, it was very fun to see her on stream. And shout out to Earthquakes for showing why Dogs is still a very good deck.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone doubted that.
No.
I don't think there's anyone in the chat that's like, is Dogs good?
But and again, like the interesting thing is like from a raw power level, there are other decks that can do more busted things with higher power cards and all that. It is just consistent. It doesn't generally give away games like ever. It can smooth things out with Tramp, Speed, Smart Dog. And, you know, I just imagine Dogs players, if you've been on this deck for a while, like again, way back in the day, you had to do it with very little ink. You had to be stressed about, do I ink my third card or do I keep this character for board? And then Dogs started to get card draw. And every time Dogs got a card that gave it some card draw in the mid game, Dogs players like gobbled it up. And they were like, okay, great. And now they've got enough that they can, you just see them just rolling. Like constantly. It's
honestly like, I mean, that's one of my favorite parts of following competitive Disney Lorcana is watching these decks evolve. I mean, when rotation happened, Blurple was very dominating right away, and Dogs was at its infancy. And then just watching Dogs, just every set get a little bit better, has been fascinating and scary. But I don't know, are we gonna have an interview? Are we good? Oh. We might go to the lounge, and we're not going to be chaos. We're going to sit, and we're going to restart. We're going to say, Walt Whitman's "Oh Captain, My Captain." How far do you think I can get in it?
I can do the title. How far can you get? How far can you
Oh,
get
Captain, my Captain, our faithful ship is done. The ship has weathered every wreck. The prize as you sought is won. The port is near. The bells I hear. The people are a-calling. But follow eyes the steady heel, the vessel grim and daring. But oh hark, 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 oh bleeding drops of red. While on the deck my captain lies, fallen, cold and dead. That's as far as I can get. It's pretty far though.
I mean, that was really solid. I
don't know why I know that. I was scared. While I was doing it, I was kind of like, what's happening?
So the question is, did you have to learn that for school or did you have to learn that for fun?
I don't know. I'm scared.
I love how you quickly look at chat and be like, how is chat going to react?
I know. I was like, chat, are you mad? How did that go? Flip that.
Whitman. Clip that.
Whitman, clip it.
That's what you're here for.
All right. Steinbeck, go. Blades of Grass.
Steinbeck. I'll do Shakespeare.
All right, we're going to the lounge.
We're going to the lounge?
So we will probably put a little transition screen, because otherwise you'll just see us scooting.
Yeah, don't.
Okay, you go to lounge.
Friends, I've got some good packs for us to rip now.
We've got some boosties on another level boosties.
We have...
This is not for people that just commentated the round?
Yeah, so I think if you were commentating last round, I think we'll split their packs?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, we'll split their packs.
I agree. Katie and Liam got to have the pleasure and fun of casting the round. We get to open Fabled.
I don't need a pack, but if you open a pack in front of Katie, like it's torture. It's torture.
Oh, I saw. Okay, so here's the thing. While I was casting, I saw a little squirrel digging through single players' decks. I won't say who.
Please.
No.
Let's know now.
So we were able to get some of the employees here hooked on Lorcana, and they got some single player decks.
There you go. It was for them. It was for them. It
was
wasn't
for
for
them.
these booster packs.
It was amazing. I watched, and you're sitting on the floor.
I think that
We're gonna do one at a time.
Come on, Mick.
I'm gonna do my Donald Duck impression. Is that good?
this is my booster pack. It's little and broken, but it's still good.
The light is getting really beautiful.
This is nice. This is like a golden hour.
Yeah.
I know, right?
Can you believe it's 6 o'clock? How did that happen?
How did we get here already?
Time flies when you're having fun.
And
I know,
you're all
I
here
said
with us.
that.
Good, great.
It remains true to this day.
It remains true, the legend.
What do you think you're gonna pull in your pack?
Am I gonna go first?
You are.
No, with JD's. What if he gets a chance again? We end the stream.
Yeah, JD can't open first anymore.
Yeah, that's why he's over.
Katie's going first.
You're going first.
I'm not going
We're
for it.
being-
Come on, wait, what do you want most out of it?
Pooh Honey Wizard.
Pooh.
Not
Come on,
Mickey
Pooh.
Mouse iconic. Okay,
Okay,
very
okay.
cool.
No, I want Pooh Honey Wizard.
Come on, Pooh.
Come on.
Mickey, he's cool, but give me that Pooh Man.
I really want to open another Honey Wizard.
I would love to open another
I would
Honey
too.
Wizard as
Can we
well.
vote to fire Liam? Oh, too short. Whoa, that was like an
Wait.
emergency boxing. But
A
yeah, the people-
booster
the-
box from heaven.
The absolute
Come on, Pooh.
crust.
Raise your hand if you've opened a Pooh.
Raise your hand if you've opened an iconic.
Yeah.
Anyway,
No
we
packs
got
for them.
Dolores,
No.
Atlantica.
What if you've opened
Megara, Metcupin. We got
Fired.
Tiana,
Tiana.
Anna,
Anna.
Bobby Zimmerowski.
Bobby Zimmerowski.
World's Greatest Criminal Mind into 4 dozen eggs. And then we
First
have
rare.
John Silver into second star to the right.
Here we go.
into. Oh, it's just a common. It's Eeyore, but I love him.
Good try.
I love every one of my children equally.
By Mariana Moreno.
Exactly.
All right, I'm number 2.
I'm a number
JD's,
2.
JD's
All right, here we go.
up next.
Wait, do you want Mickey or?
I'm getting iconic or eye to eye. That's it.
He doesn't swap packs.
We listen to each
No look.
Come
no
on,
look
Mick.
required. Here we go, Mickey. Get out of there, Mickey.
Never
Get out of there. Get out of that pack there, Mickey.
You're
Oh.
trolling.
Oh, I don't like the way you're treating these cards.
The abuse that's happening.
Okay,
with this
first-
card
the
board.
First rare.
All right.
Second rare is Jafar.
The abuse.
No.
No, we're
No,
good.
Bum bum bana.
Whoa, are you freaking,
Wait, that's a good.
are you jamboree?
JD's crashing
Yes.
out.
Chaos.
We're on stream. Okay, I was like,
Yeah.
He's about to make a name for himself here with the gamble.
what do you?
Is this the one?
Yeah.
It's the one.
This the one?
This is the one.
Come on, Liam.
What?
What?
Yeah. No. You doing it? Yeah.
Yeah, we kept her.
Come on,
We didn't
Liam.
let her leave.
All
All
right.
right, I gotta work my way into it because I love Fabled. I love this
The way
reprint
that
set.
JD treated it, he didn't deserve an enchanted.
No,
Well, no,
he
you
didn't.
didn't.
No, I got one. I got one earlier though.
You got
You already got
Bobby.
an
All right.
enchanted today.
Bobby.
Okay, here we go. First rare is a rare.
Okay.
Queen.
Queen.
Second is
Dumby?
legendary.
Dumbino. No.
Scar. That's not terrible.
Okay.
Come on, Pooh.
No.
Atlantica,
It's a
though.
location.
Love
Atlantica.
We'll take it.
What?
Under the sea.
I get to pick.
Yeah.
We shouldn't have done that.
I'm taking it eye to eye. Can you hold my mic for me?
I got you.
Up to my face.
Absolutely not.
Myself.
Open the pack, Garrick.
People want to.
Facts in a way
I
that
know
is-
that you'll understand.
Oh.
One time I watched the stream and you're like, all right, what do you guys think it is? Comment below, what do you think
open
it
the
is?
back like this.
There's like 3 people in chat.
This is why I've opened 2 iconics and you guys haven't.
Okay. All right.
If you open one here now, I'm going to lose it.
Pastor has to be voted on.
Hello, Minnie Mouse. Are you in there?
I'm ready to vote.
Rose Lantern.
To each other.
Pluto. Sudden Chill, because I treat them with respect that they deserve. Gaston. Come on, Prince Eric. Anna. Braving the Storm. She's so brave. Magic Mirror. Magic Mirror. Hey, hey.
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 Woohoo!
Food.
Oh, he's in the set. I forgot.
The Magic Kingdom.
All right, here we go. Getting into the rares.
Today, Garrick.
Anna,
Great.
True Hearted.
Great card.
Here we go.
Super rare. Ariel. Hold
Let's go.
on.
It might be Ariel back there. It's
No.
Okay.
Heal it has been the most beautiful, awful card.
I'm gonna ask for your assistance.
Yeah.
He's done so much.
The most beautiful, awful card.
Just get an enchanted.
Come on, Courtney.
Courtney, just do it.
Do you want to see the commons and uncommons? Should,
Are you just?
that would, I think that would
Commons and uncommons have treated us all
I think you
so
would
badly.
die
you
a
might
little
just
inside. Just skip it.
thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
All right. We've got the goof.
Goofy. Okay.
All right. You guys
Captain
did a
Hook.
lot more than that, Courtney. I'm going to be honest. All right.
Mickey Mouse though.
But that was a great time. That was a really great
That was
time.
scary. That was very scary.
That's a great card, though. Fun fact, that card was miscredited to Christian
Tried it.
Romero in its initial printing, and Fable, they corrected it to Mariana Moreno. So those of you who are like errata and correction collectors, there's 2 versions of Sticky Mickey you can go out there and get.
You're trolling.
That's not secret.
I'm sorry, I'm a standard bearer.
Yeah.
Oh my.
That's a very clean Mickey.
Yeah, that's true.
Would anyone like a Wilds Unknown?
Yeah, for
I
sure.
think I could.
You could open one?
I could twist
Come on,
my arm.
Buzz.
Okay. Here you go.
Oh, we got a whole nother box.
Let's go
give that one to Katie.
Yeah,
Katie.
So Courtney went to pass me a pack, and Liam grabbed him and just started. Oh, I was like, Courtney.
I was trying to save you from the bad one.
Courtney, help me.
Don't be upset when this is a.
I like how you got this box, and I feel like the instructions were don't let them open all of them. Control.
Who's gonna stop us?
We have the power. Me.
Oh, all right.
The commissioner. That's who. The commissioner has the power.
Arrows into Dunebrook, into. Okay, Minnie Mouse.
Beautiful card.
You're a good answer.
Good
All right,
answer.
Liam, get it enchanted. Just do it.
You can do it.
Is this?
Liam,
Is
you
it this?
It's yours.
I think the third pack from the bottom on the
Where's
left.
Mickey?
Okay,
What's
third
his
deck
problem?
from the bottom.
Yeah, I'm feeling
not
that
in the
one
set, dude.
for some
He's not.
reason.
There's Mickey's in this set.
Okay.
Is he? Oh yeah, nothing.
I think that's the one.
Leader.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you get that
I'm
one.
gonna take this one.
Yeah.
Maybe that means.
I'm gonna laugh
When in doubt,
so hard.
swap 'em out.
Yeah.
I just like the extra drama. All right. Look at the back of this one. Oh no, there's no indicator of any shenanigans. All right, first rare, Rex.
I love him.
I love legendary
legend.
action. It's Sid Phillips. It's a good card. And
Come on, Buzz.
full rare, Cruella DeVille.
All right. All
Really
right.
did.
All right, now.
Buzz.
Let's see what Liam gave up.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm gonna be so mad.
This is a fun game. What did Liam not open?
Yeah.
Behind door number 1.
It's a little discolored.
It was a little weird. Yeah.
Come on, Buzz.
Or nothing.
Let's see.
Isabella.
Ooh.
Oh, a little
Mrs.
legendary. And
Incredible.
oh, you faked me out with
Yeah,
the token
I
card.
did.
Scary
Oh,
me.
Just to hurt.
poor Hercules. He'll be good one day.
Super rare.
That's a great card.
Yeah.
People, Rust fans rise.
Yes.
Rust or
All right,
bust, they
all right.
say.
Rust or bust.
Someone who's open and enchanted already gets to go last this time.
I agree.
Fair.
Can I
Fair.
get an assist here?
Fair.
Thanks, Legend. You guys don't like to peel from the back?
I peel from the back. You just do it in a very deliberate way.
Yeah.
What?
You're very like. It's like you're peeling an orange like the.
One time.
I think you got this.
Ari was
That's a
opening
terrible
packs of
stick. Let me show you real techniques. How you do it. Can I get a pack real quick? Let me show this gentleman how it's done.
Look
Yeah.
at
One
him
at a
trying, look at him
time.
trying to skip the line.
One at a time. You don't get to skip.
Oh, that was so
I'll show you-
deliberate.
I'll show you when it's.
That was like my
Liam
grandmother trying to
or
save the wrapping
Liam
paper.
respects his packs like a woman.
Yeah. What Katie said. Club door. What else can I do? Monterey Jack.
Wait, are we going through the whole pack this way?
What?
No, he skipped to the rares. He skipped to the rares.
Yeah, I was scared.
Come on, Buzz.
Miscut.
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 All right. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Are you locked in?
I'm another enchanted for
But
sure.
are you laser focused?
All you do, you take
If
it.
he opens another one,
All right, but you have to show us before you look
You
at
see
it.
that technique? Take notes.
Everyone's got a
if
different
he
technique.
opens, I'm just gonna.
I'm double on your iconic pull.
That was not good.
Scissors. It's crazy.
You use scissors?
I pulled an aerial iconic and a Cinderella from Whispers doing the
There we
scissor
go. Easiest.
technique.
What?
Come on, Buzz.
I got Buzz
that a
already.
legendary?
Back to back.
Oh, for a second there.
Oh, I know. I felt it.
I need that for my collection, by the way.
Oh,
all
that
right.
wasn't even. Was it worth?
Man.
We have back to Katie.
All right, thanks. My salary.
Come on, Katie.
I'm not putting this on the W4. Oh.
Oh no, take her pack away.
You're bad.
I think you're making up these rules.
Her phone's broken. She can't have packs.
Yeah.
No pack.
Four now.
I'll take her packs.
All right, I'm gonna show you guys before I see, and you guys let me
I just
know.
want to see the back.
No.
No.
Don't be nervous.
Nah.
No.
We're cooked.
Ah.
This is a great card reveal, though. I feel like.
Yeah, it was.
Oh yeah.
If I look at
You
you,
know?
there's a chance I'm gonna go blind. It's
I
crazy.
was involved in that.
You were.
involved in it.
You were.
I was too.
Thank you. Both of you were. Yeah, it was fun. Thank you all for participating. I thought it was clever.
It was.
What does the translation mean?
Welcome to Atlantis.
All right. So what? What is happening here?
welcome to the-
For
no,
those that
Yeah,
are
for those
just
at
tuning
home,
in.
just
Something-
tuning in, this is not just chaos. We
This is
are
controlled chaos.
controlled chaos from the Diet Coke Invitational, the DCI, CCQ, players in the DFW area, and all the way from New Zealand have come here to Dallas to pay one 12-pack of Diet Coke to potentially earn their spots at Nats.
That's true.
It's been really nice so far this weekend. I mean, we've had a great day. We've seen some incredible matches. We've seen some. The meta has.
I'm gonna look at these while I'm sitting here. By the way, you all.
That's okay. We can.
alive.
I can't look at Liam. It's like looking in the sun.
Pizza pl-
The aura.
But it has been very nice. Derek has never been to Texas.
No, it's my first time.
It's
You
such a big
need
state,
you need a
it's
hat.
30 minutes.
You need a hat while you're here.
I do. I'm having a great time. I do need to track down some Whataburger at some point.
Yeah.
Oh, Whataburger is a good time.
Whataburger is.
Wait, did they have the mushroom Swiss? I gotta check right now.
I've never had
Ooh.
it, so.
Whataburger.
Whataburger-
But
Burger's fine.
Liam doesn't sound impressed.
It's high key
It's fine.
overrated.
It's fine.
because
It's
he's-
fine.
It's mid?
It's 'cause
It's fine.
he lives here.
Yeah, we can have it whenever we want.
Yeah.
So it's just fast food.
I've never had it.
It's,
no.
it's overrated. Don't let people
Should we
tell
just
you.
go to In-N-Out? That's what Katie said.
I know. I love it.
Ah.
What?
I'm not an In-N-Out
This
fan.
couch has got a lot of bad.
Special
I'm
treat. It's a
sorry.
special treat for me.
No,
I,
In-N-Out, so what do we eat? What is your burger?
I get it like once a year.
P. Terry's.
It's
an Austin chain.
There are a bunch of Wendy's people out here.
Right.
They're like never frozen meat, like the square never frozen.
We like it square, and I don't know. I was gonna rhyme something. I got
Oh, Wendy's burgers.
Wendy's are square.
Square patties.
I don't see any of the blemishes that indicate.
Ooh.
Ooh, nice pack.
Oh my
Good job, Courtney.
Take a little legendary
Oh,
there.
legendary and touch the
Super
sky.
legendary.
Beautiful.
We'll take that. We'll take that. We'll take
Yeah.
Can't open any of the brave enchanted.
Different one.
that. Come on, boss.
Speaking of card reveals, if you all are bored on Monday night at 9 p.m., we're doing our card reveal.
What time zone?
This is me?
Central, 9 p.m. Central.
That's
Tune
you.
in. It's gonna be a fun time, and yeah, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. And it's a fun card. It's a fun card.
All right.
9 p.m. Monday.
It's a fun card.
It's a fun card.
I haven't seen it, but
And
I'm
if
hearing
you
stories about it being fun.
want to
100%
see a
of the
good
people
card
here who have
reveal,
seen it say it's fun.
You have a card reveal on your channel as well.
I did post a card reveal yesterday. So if you're interested in cards being revealed and like a little mini documentary about Steel, Disney Lorcana, just check it out.
Nobody does it like Garrick does. It's kinda-
Alien, Leviathan.
No,
Oh, that was it. I was like,
and
Lord
that was
we're cooked a little.
mid climactic.
We're chat.
He's really proud of that.
You
seal.
almost hit the camera.
I know. He's trying so
It is
hard.
Buzz.
Buzz. Yeah.
Not the right buzz. Not the right buzz.
How about this one?
Oh, okay.
We're cooking.
Gizmo.
Yes.
We need a guest open.
We gas pack,
Guest Pep.
celeb shop.
Right here.
Not on your diet.
Not on my Diet Coke.
Or we gotta. Okay.
This is the lounge. There are no rules in the
we're
lounge.
No, maybe introduce who are you guys? Where can people find you?
That,
If they don't know by now, wake up.
If you don't know me,
You will never,
Whatever you want to do in your world.
Shout out to.
come on, boss.
Stuff. So we have Edna Mode.
Edna
when
mode.
this happened.
When you need help, just call. And a Milo.
Get her banned.
okay.
We trusted you. Melissa, we trusted you. Do one more.
Every bad pack that I don't open means that maybe the next one I will
Right?
open will be good.
That's like
There we go. I gave it a good pack smack.
Juju.
Yeah.
You gotta smack the pack on the back.
Oh,
you need a hit.
production. This one's gonna have it.
That's a PSA 5 Buzz Lightyear.
Yes. Yes, it is.
PSA 5. Hey, PSA 5.
All right, we got Woody into Bruno into Touch the Sky into. Incredible boy. I'm not affiliated.
Incredible boy. Go home, buddy.
I work alone.
Go home, buddy.
I work alone.
Honestly, Buddy is a little.
Buddy was being a little.
Buddy was a little
If
much.
he got hurt, like what?
Was Mr. Incredible in the wrong?
No.
Leave your
No.
comments down below.
Get ready for the next round.
I love that.
They're doing raffles soon.
Ooh.
Oh,
Yeah.
I do need to go to the raffle
Are a good
floor.
time. We're raffling off
20 tickets.
I did too.
an iconic Merida is the last
Marty.
I
raffle
should go
of the
buy
day.
some raffle tickets.
Hey, look,
Online.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, you buy them online?
That would pay.
I built the bridge. It
With
took me
Garrett
like
Bucks.
20 seconds.
Yep.
Yeah.
Can I play it with the Uber
Oh, no.
vouchers?
Oh, little epic.
Ooh, we have an epic.
Daisy Duck.
Easy.
That was.
I loved it.
That was.
We sound like Huey, Dewey, and Louie.
I do need to.
All right, we got Frozone.
Lock in, man.
Easy
We're doing
Kita.
impressions.
What is going on?
And Luisa.
Come on, Buzz. What are we doing here?
Label
Genuinely.
foil.
It is.
This is the last
Yes?
I do.
Can anybody post a link or can only
Yeah, you can anyone can post a link. It should, yeah.
Uh-huh.
There are cards everywhere here. Why are there cards over by that wall over there?
Oh, MySpace, you guys
I
are
do need to,
super over here.
Yeah.
This is all JD, okay? I've been very delicate.
All right, did we finish it? Is it over? Oh, wait, no.
No, we still have.
Box ain't even close.
I need to run to the raffle in a moment
Okay,
to give
okay.
something away. So
You should absolutely go running.
Yeah, one pack.
open one in my slot and see if.
We're not doing that.
Totally gonna open it for him.
More do.
Oh, I did.
Eleanor.
Eleanor, I'm as naked as a wee babe. Eleanor. She says. Forget, I'm naked as a wee babe.
We're quoting Eleanor, of course.
Quoting a Disney movie, and I'll be as so.
My good friend.
All right. How many packs are left?
Come on, Buzz. Plenty.
Yeah, a good amount.
Come on, Buzz.
Buzz,
We have entertainment for hours.
what if you
If that thing falls,
I'm gonna cry.
why do you
go next.
Oh, I needed this actually.
He needed a Peter Pan.
I need a Peter Pan.
You didn't have that? Come on, Dale.
Okay, we've got.
Let him cook.
I love it. It goes from like bad to great to medium.
All right.
Again. It's like when you're at Christmas and you have to like open presents.
Oh, actually, that's a great question. Do you open one by one your gifts
Yeah.
at Christmas?
Yeah.
That was my house as
Yeah,
well.
and like if you
my
go to a house where they don't do that, you're
my
like,
husband's house, and the first time I was there, I was like, "What am I
Everyone
doing?"
just
you're
gets into
ruining
it.
Christmas.
I was
is
like,
what feel.
"Everybody is opening it at the same time. This is chaos."
Yeah.
How can I appreciate your gift and no one's appreciating my gift?
Yeah, it's all one.
What do you guys want? One at a time?
We're one at a time.
Time
Oh yeah,
one
big
at a
time, one at a time.
Big time.
Everyone gets a one at a
You
time
have
to
be
really
like,
enjoy.
"Aw."
Yeah.
And a nice thank you goes to who gave it
Yeah,
to you.
yeah.
Exactly.
That's,
Well, shout out to Santa.
yeah.
I don't know who else is bringing gifts on Christmas.
I mean,
but
Santa, he's played out in my place. Santa gives the weakest gifts in my house, in my household. Santa, he
What's up
gives
with
something.
that?
You're like
I mean,
grouping
because
Santa somehow.
we got to make sure that Santa's like not getting too much shine.
Santa,
That's fair, that's
baby.
fair.
You ever
Or is
sing
that
that?
He's
song?
doing his thing, but he's not getting too much shine.
Sure.
Yeah,
This is
Liam's
Liam's pack.
This is
Don't have to
Liam's
present
pack.
in the Merida. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
Unless it's an
Great, we've
iconic
got
or an
a
enchanted,
Pocahontas.
it's Liam's pack.
We've got a Mrs. Incredible. and a
That's tough,
purse.
Liam. See,
yeah,
that's
that
Liam's
is
pack.
Liam's pack. So I'll open my pack now.
Yeah, easiest year pack of all time.
Yeah. Easy peasy.
Also, if you guys want to follow us, you can follow JDZ Quest at, I believe it's at Lorcana Layer on YouTube and at Podcana. You can follow Katie at the Lorcana Layer and Podcana as well as.
Eric is a funny guy.
Funny guy.
You gotta like and subscribe to get more jokes.
Yeah.
That's true.
Bouncy Ducky, a Buzz, not the Buzz we're looking for.
Come on, Buzz.
And then a Prince Charming.
He lost. He needs to wake up. Like
Bob
Prince
needs to
Philip
wake
is
up.
active,
This-
fighting dragons. This guy's just.
This
where
card
am
just
I?
makes me chuckle, like searching for answers. Typical man. always searching for an
Where
answer.
am I at? What's the deal with airline food?
No. Are you holding
Yeah,
it?
you've got to.
Did Liam like leave mic'd up?
I think he might have left mic'd up.
Nice.
Oh,
Saying anything? Chat?
I hope she's not. Who knows?
who knows?
You're right.
They're just hearing a side
He goes in there. Those idiots are what booster packs. I singles, you Lord Dingwall.
Come on, Zipper. I think I messed this up. These are uncommons for some reason.
Oh, okay, we're gonna.
Car, okay. Lenny.
Ooh.
Super rare. You got a friend in Merit Iconic.
All right, Dave. This is the last pack.
Is this the last pack?
Nope, we're not quite there.
2 packs left after this.
All right.
Um,
Here's your
The
mic back.
ladies.
Lady pack.
For the ladies.
All right.
Another
Here we go.
boosty.
Come on, Buzz.
Here we go.
Do you
we go.
believe in buzz after buzz?
He's really good at that. Gambit does
There it is.
Oh, that's like.
Oh, that's actually a very good.
That's good.
poll.
That's actually great.
not bad.
Ooh, we take those.
Clean with it,
But
Dave.
we got this here as well.
It's bad.
Version
Might-
10 Omni Droid.
Better.
Yeah.
Like it's,
Oh boy.
oh boy.
Oh, that was a nice landing. Kita.
Okay. Let's see what
You
you got.
wouldn't do Keita like that. Come on.
Second to last pack magic. We're giving Courtney the real last pack magic, but she's a gem, all right?
Oh, you're so sweet.
All right, I'm scared. Here we go. We have whatever her name is. Gyro, Salvage, Alma.
Come on, Merida.
Can we get it?
Come on, Merida.
Chant it one time?
You gotta
I want
help
Shannon
us.
in the box. I'm spoiled.
All right, hold on.
The box was spoiled. It's gone bad.
We have one more pack left.
This could be it. Okay.
Wait, what happened to your crack pack? Your little packet you said fell in the crack.
Oh, I opened that off stream. It was bad. It was. No, it had a Dale in it, but what I did was bad. Gadget hacking, right?
Mickey.
Please. All right, we gotta get in the box. No, we go next.
Jeez.
We go next.
We tried it, and we did
Well,
not get
So
there.
what are the top tables looking like? Are they all Amber Emerald at this point?
Oh, I don't know that part.
That's a great question. I don't have the breakdown in front of me. There were quite a few in the room, though. Quite
Yeah.
a few.
I mean, unfortunately, guys, it's a dog-eat-dog world out there.
It is
And
indeed.
I think it's a little bit more pervasive in this format than it is in Infinity, just because in Infinity you do have really powerful anti-dog measures in the form of Ruby Sapphire we saw do really well, especially with that Liquidator. Amber Steel, of course, a really strong deck in that format. Here, you're battling back with Amethyst cards, and sometimes, if they don't come in the right order, it's really difficult to get over the finish
Yeah,
line.
you've got to have that perfect hand to really get
Yeah,
there.
and it feels like the dog's deck, it can just, like we saw, Earthquake? Earthquake.
Earthquake.
He had 2 under the season hand. It's like, oh my gosh, and then he's like,
Yeah.
they're gone.
See ya.
It's like, you have 2 Hades in the hand, you just have to sit with that.
Yeah.
Through. And I think that, it is the most soft deck to, navigate around hard corners. Meanwhile, we saw Melissa, tank it because there's no wiggle room. You have to do the thing on the beats. So I do think it's a deck that, it's good, guys.
It is good.
But I do think that the thing with dogs is that it can make it to the top, but the bracket will matter very much.
Yeah, I think that the tiebreakers are going to make a huge difference. You want to be on the play in the mirror because you want to be the first person then gets the tramp down, finds the end of the sea, and uses it, or you want to be the first person to get to the Eleanor. And I think that has made a huge difference in the texture of how the mirror matches work because previously it was really just get to the under sea, sing it. If you could shift sing under the sea, that's a great way to get across the finish line. I believe we saw Zan do that against Josh at, which DLC was that? I want to say Brazil?
I think that's right.
And that was a really, really good way to get points back when you're on the draw in the mirror. Now, I think it's a lot harder because of Eleanor. I think that is the line that a lot of people are going for, and she can really make things a lot more difficult and give you 2 lines of attack, especially on the play.
How fun was that cheap power gen in a dog's deck?
That was interesting.
It was, just being like, guess what? Exerted body right here, and I'm big.
Yeah.
Big booties are good.
Big body, all right? I'm gonna objectify the chief.
My Infinity deck for Indy was I like big butts and I cannot lie because I put Prince Eric into my Steel Song deck.
The 3/6? No, the
6/7.
The 6/7.
Yeah.
Okay.
The 6/7 Prince.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the amount of people that tried to read him, and let me tell you, there's no
Nothing to
text.
read.
There's nothing to
The
read.
Vanilla Prince.
Someone picked it up and goes, "Why is she playing this?" and put it back down.
They said that out loud?
Yes.
Were you playing?
They were consulting the
Low, or were you
spirits?
playing Amber
She said Ember Steel.
Steel?
Yeah.
I like looking down. The sun's not. If I
Ember
could-
Steel.
It was a great,
Talk
hit
to me about
something,
that.
Rapunzel, and it was beautiful.
I was
But it
also on
pretty
Amber
funny,
Steel.
The look in the face when you
I had one card in my deck that was red every single time it was either inked or put on the board, and it was it was Donald Duck.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, good old banish an item. People would read it and be like, okay. And then they'd play a snow for it. I'd be like, did you forget about this guy?
Did you?
Have you heard about Donald Duck? He's leader of the club.
Yeah, that's gone.
One time, me and Garrick met Donald Duck.
That's true.
And now here's a story.
Took us
in
a
the
while to
story.
find him,
I told
too.
Brent and Kai the story. He's like, "Oh, the voice actor." We're like, "No, Donald Duck."
Donald Duck, the person.
The Donald
Yeah,
Duck.
the Donald Duck, the one that walks around. Anyway, and then Garrick went to go get a picture. And I said, "He can talk like Donald Duck." And then the character attendant was like, "Do the voice," and it was very funny for me standing back.
Yeah, so I had to do it, and
And he liked it.
yeah, he loved it.
Yeah, he didn't say a lot.
He was speechless.
He was speechless. That's fair.
Good for him. I had the voice to do.
When you meet a character, they go, and you're like, "That's fun."
I've never heard
You
that.
ever been kissed by one of the characters? I got kissed all
No.
the time.
Interesting.
I'm getting kissed all up by these characters.
Everyone's kissing you, huh?
Yeah, okay. When the character leaves, they go. Okay, anybody in the chat, have you been kissed by a Disney character of my own compensation? I think they kiss you.
That reminds me of Home Alone. You've been smooching with everybody. Donald, Daisy, Mickey Mouse. Home Alone 2, exactly.
I think they like me. Hang on, I'm waiting for chat. They'll be back. They'll help me.
They'll help you out.
No.
She's getting kisses from Disney characters. I've never been kissed by a single Disney character.
Or they go.
Never once has that happened to
That
me.
has.
Make the sound.
I don't know if I always hear the sound, but I've had like
Oh, you gotta
the
listen.
motion.
Perhaps I pay more attention.
Maybe.
To the Disney characters. You guys are like, "Bye, idiot."
You said,
I'm
what's
like,
that sound?
Oh, a kiss. A gentle kiss from a base character or a fur character. They're real.
Uh-huh. They're real, everyone.
Right? Someone's listening.
The 5'8" chipmunks live among us.
Yes.
Man, Lilo though, that's so scary. Like so obviously when there's a real life character, like a character is a human, they have a choice. Human or not.
Yeah.
Hiro Hamada briefly was a human, but obviously was an 18-year-old human. The vibes were weird, so they made him a fur character.
Okay.
Lilo, you can't have a child.
No.
He's a child. So it is a 5-foot Lilo. And
Yeah.
it's just like, you look and you're like, that's kind of scary. It's,
We gotta get them out.
Yeah.
yeah, it's not right.
I haven't seen that before. Oh, okay.
On a breakfast.
Okay.
He comes to your table. Maybe he'll kiss you if you're lucky. Maybe he'll get a little kiss.
They had a Sora at one point.
Oh, good.
Honestly, no one could hear that. That's very valuable.
Oh. Oh, I dropped my.
Oh,
Let me talk real quick about something.
can we hear her now?
Disney characters kiss me, and that's all I have. They've kissed me. They go. I can make that sound better now. If you guys have been kissed by a Disney character, let me know. One time I met Tarzan,
She's really, whoa.
and I went to
Hold
go take
on. Is this a guy walking around in a loincloth?
No, it was a man with a loincloth and chalcos, and I put my hand on him. That's just a man, because you like.
You put your hand on.
Oh yeah.
You feel his shoulders. That's a
when you meet the
sturdy
characters,
guy. Yeah.
All day you do like the I'm with a character, so it's like Tarzan. And I went, oh, it's a man. It's like
You couldn't tell?
In your defense, it was probably like, oh, every time I take a picture with a character, like I
it's
put
like
my
me
hand
and
around,
Sid.
and then you're like, oh wait, that's
sweaty human
contact.
skin.
I don't want to touch this
with his
person. I do
dogs
not know.
out.
Yeah,
It was crazy.
I respect that.
And like the thing is like
Dreadlocks.
yes.
Yeah, he usually does.
And the thing is like there wasn't a big line, so it's just a slightly half naked man, like 3/4 naked man with little chalcos standing in the animal kingdom. Want a hug?
They sometimes have him for Run Disney races because he's not always out in the
No,
park.
I can see why.
For Run Disney races, you get like rare characters, and I think we're almost ready for the next round. So we are going to cut to a quick break, and we will be back with some Lorcana action.
I like that transition.
And we'll be
When we are back at the DCI, we're going into round number 7 of 8 as Swiss is slowly starting to come to a conclusion. We're going to bring you guys more action coming down the tubes. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying the program all day long as we've had rousing, entertaining bouts to bring this tournament to where we are right now. I can't wait to see what is in store for us. Joining me for round number 7 is going to be Garrett. How you been, Garrett? How's your day?
I've been doing very well. We've been out there opening up some booster packs, talking about the meta, and walking the floor, catching the temperature of what is going on out there. It's a lot of excitement, especially with all of the raffles going on here at the DCI CCQ. I think people are having a ton of fun out there giving core Contructed a shot after playing through all their set championships. Now they're here and they can test their mettle in a CCQ to try and win a qualification to that national championship for North America. So it's been really exciting all day.
Speaking of those raffles, I wish there was a way that I can kind of show you guys what was happening over in the main room. It's just so cool. They got this huge projector up, and the spinning wheel happens, and everyone is cheering, and it's been a really cool experience. And I believe there is a few raffles left, but the main event raffle that is going to be the final conclusion, the true main event, is going to be that iconic Merida. The raffles for that are still very much open, and you don't have to be here to participate in that raffle. So if you are at home and you want to get some tickets to that raffle, make sure you get into that link. It is pinned in the Twitch chat, on the Twitch side, on the YouTube. Make sure you guys jump onto the Twitch side, and on the Twitch side, jump onto the YouTube side. You guys can find that, and you can participate in that Merida giveaway. So thank you guys, raffle, excuse me, and get your own iconic Merida. I think it's only like $1 to get a ticket, and you can do that and participate wherever you are.
Yeah, I mean, if everyone online and Twitch and YouTube is going to be grabbing up tickets, so my odds are going down.
Yeah, maybe why we
I don't know why you didn't just keep that to yourself.
I'm sorry, I should have kept it to myself. That was my bad.
Yeah.
That was my bad. That was actually my fault. I'm
Crazy
trolling. I'm throwing. I should not be mentioning that these things are open. But it has been an incredible tournament so far. And again, I want to thank all of the judges and staff for participating and helping support the DCI. It has been a wonderful event so far. And everyone watching at home as well on the Twitch side and on the YouTube side, we have been dual streaming all day. So if you are still around and you haven't hit the follow button on either of those programs, please make sure you do that. And while you're there, make sure you're checking out PodCona. Make sure you're checking out Katie at the Lore Keepers Inn. Make sure you're checking out the Enchanted Chatters. Also checking out Liam. And just support, because it does go a long way for all of us, because this is why we do it, for our love of this great game. And it's just going to be more coming down the pipeline. So thank you guys all for being here and rocking and rolling with us. Round number 7 should be starting here very soon. We just got a couple deck checks that are going underway, and we'll see how that goes. But any highlights on the day for you? How's your vibe here?
I didn't get to cast the match, but I love seeing that Ruby Steel deck. I got to do an interview with that Illumineer Dane. He seemed to be super pumped and stoked on the deck, so it was really cool to see Jack R popping off on stream. That has been a highlight for me. How about you?
I do agree with that as well. I was going to steal your answer as one of the coolest things we've seen so far. And the thing about that strategy is that deck is going to be very future-proof as more sets start to come out. We are leaning into this rotation. I know a lot of people are kind of preparing themselves for that eventuality when the new set comes out. Attack of the Vine here in a few short weeks, July 17th. Make sure you get over to your local game store and support Attack of the Vine, and it will kind of change this game around. But that strategy, location, Jack Parr deck, it seemed like there was a lot of potential there and a lot of things that you can do with that Ruby and Steel. Maybe that could be a heads-up meta maneuver. Also, just seeing a lot of the Sapphire Amethyst, the way they're building these decks, be able to combat dogs, just like you spoke about earlier. That's been pretty nice to see the dogs kind of not just running away with this tournament, even though they are secured around the top table.
Even though they are doing that.
Yeah, even though that is actually legitimately what is happening, it is still not happening as much as I would have thought.
Yeah. As far as you talked about the next set, you got any favorite reveal that has been revealed thus far?
Oh my goodness, Garrick, I think I'm liking this team up. Anybody that's teaming up, I'm loving all of the team ups. I think they're all very powerful team up cards. I'm liking that Woody and Buzz team up. Also that Peter Pan and Tinkerbell team up, as that could be a nice heads up meta maneuver. But on this feature match in round number 7, we got the Illumineer Whisper. I think he's coming in from the Pacific Northwest. I remember this Illumineer a lot. I've seen him around in my neck of the woods from time to time, as he was also at CCQ in Tacoma, which did exist. Garrick and Katie over there cyberbullying me about CCQ in Tacoma, facing off against Robert, who's playing that Amber strategy. Maybe some Emerald there as well.
Yeah, we have the, I believe it is Amber Amethyst is what we are going to see on Robert's side going up against the Ruby and Sapphire actions coming in for Whisper. I know this is a big strategy that you've been a fan of. Tell us a little bit about this deck and its win condition.
I'm liking it. I think this deck really is going to lean on the Maui half shark. You're just trying to storm these items, get the Maui down, gain a ton of lore. Also, you can play Olaf, Snowman of Action, for incredibly cheap. You can also pile on the Lilo, causing an uproar. He calls an uproar to your opponent's hitbox. But looking at this strategy, it's a little bit different. Garrett, I'm seeing some power line in this deck. What is Whisper cooking? It's kind of going, maybe it's similar energy there. Now power line can come down and sing, dig a little deeper by himself, and then be able to get more songs. So maybe this version is a bit more song heavy.
Yeah, I think I could be seeing a little eye to eye with him, as I do love Powerline and trying to make that card work for so long. You know, I made that Ruby Amber Singers deck a couple sets ago.
It might be time. You might have dust that bad boy off. Going into this next set.
Oh, for the next set, for sure.
That might be the way to go. You just got to listen to each other's heart.
Yeah.
And find you're never too far apart. And maybe, Garrett, just maybe, just maybe, it's the reason why. First time ever.
We've seen it eye to eye.
There you go. There you go. Finish the drill, big dog. Get it done. Get it done.
I think that will be a really fun strategy to get into there with all the new turning red cards, but we do have a little bit longer to wait for that. We are still in the Wilds Unknown as our players here have completed their altars, and we are getting into the game number 1 here. Robert, thinking about inking this Eilonwy. It's a pretty good ink, especially in a meta where there is a lot of dogs running around, as Eleanor can take that Eilonwy out pretty easily. And I'm not sure if Robert knows what Whisper is on.
Whisper, but that is a very interesting technique, though, showing both of your colors in that ink decision. Maybe there was some contemplation there, Robert putting that amber card into the inkwell, leading the amethyst card. So maybe Whisper will return favor and lead Sapphire into the inkwell with a quick pass. But Distract kind of tells everything you need to know about that strategy.
Yeah, Distract is a telltale sign that you are playing some Ruby, you're playing some Sapphire, and I would be willing to bet there's a lot of actions in there as we draw another Eilonwy for the turn. And it's interesting here in Robert's deck, we do see Ham as well. Don't see any Graham on the Willows in the hand. I'd be interested to see if Robert is playing that particular card, as it looks like Ham is going to hit the board here.
Basically a Grandmother Willow, but you will have to exert to use Ham's ability, but the ink ability is always going to be in the forefront of your mind, as Ham is going to be another card that is quite future-proof. But I got to take a quick pause here, Garrett, as we just got a huge subscription coming in from Snobby, legendary judge and illuminator in this community. Really supports the program and supports the third-party tournaments and the CCQs. I would be remiss if I really do thank you and appreciate you for what you just did, Snobby, with that huge subscription, man. So thank you so much, as it will all go back into the program, and we will be able to support illuminators all over the world with these broadcasts. So really appreciate you for that. As Whisper, just another quick turn 2 ink and pass. You actually hate to see it from Whisper, who looks a bit frustrated in this position.
Yeah, he did ink Nothing We Won't Do, so that is another big sing together song that Powerline can take solo there. So could be a pretty good card to find to sing again, as we are going to find Augustin Madrigal coming down onto the board. Big 3/6 with support.
Big, a little bit of a discount too, as well, with that Ham, as we just get another quest with this Will of the Wisp. Just a pretty steady one-cost character that can just gain residual lore over time. As Whisper is falling slowly behind the 8 ball, you haven't really established any threat. We are just chaining some actions together. Maybe we can find that Snowman of action to help stabilize this board a little bit, as we'll just kick another card down to the inkwell, or to the bottom of our deck. And the Lilo has hit the board, but she must ready something. I'm calling Lorcana there.
She's causing an uproar with JDZ here as we pass on back to Robert, who finds the Mowgli here. While Mowgli can grab actions out of the opponent's hand, there are probably a fistful of actions, so not going to be super useful at this point, as we are going to go ahead and quest, boost up the Elsa there thanks to the support ability, and challenge into the Lilo, removing her very cleanly questing for one with Will-O-the-Wisp.
Big wombo combo, a huge tempo swing as well. You really would have liked to keep that Lilo around so you can sing that grab your bow on the following turn, but now your singer has been neutralized and you have completely lost this board. Whisper needs to whisper to his deck to hope for a new card to come out on top. We're going to continue to develop our brain yet again, finding that Olaf. And we also have that young Hercules is in hand. 2 costs inkable. You'll be able to get a card from your discard pile if you play it. And do you find another Lilo? Maybe we can get that Olaf down right now.
Yeah, Olaf costing 1 less for each action in the discard. Right now, it looks like we have 6, maybe 7 there for the Olaf. So we're not going to go ahead and play him yet on this turn. We're going to just pass on over to Robert. And this is not necessarily where Whisper wants to be right now. Does have a nice 5-1 record, but finding himself behind the 8 ball a little bit here as Robert has a pretty significant board, thanks in large part to that ham.
Yeah, and that I believe this strategy is going to be, it does require some setup. It does require your deck to give you cards in an order. It's more of a combo deck, and sometimes it just doesn't fire on the cylinders you need it to. You're still in this game. You have a lot of lore that you can make up quite quickly, especially when you can send them the other way with that Olaf Snowman of action as the Demona Scourge is going to hit the board.
Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern Clan, just drawing us 2 cards there. We're not exerting anything on the opposite side of the board, but it is a way to gain lore much, much faster as she does quest for 2. And when your opponent's not really doing anything, you have to do something on your side of the board. There's no reason to hold that Demona in hand by any means. We need to get our lore up quickly as we find another Snowman of action. That's going to go into the hand. I think that is the right decision. Get this Snowman of action as well as his twin down onto the board and start singing some of these big songs that we've highlighted throughout the match already.
Agreed, and he hears your plea, and we'll just go ahead and upload both of these Olafs who will tumble and bumble their way into the board. And just like that, Garrick, we got another big subscription coming in from the Diet Coke Invitational is in here as well. That is going to be Kirby out there, I believe, holding down from the production booth and also supporting the Quest World in Twitch. Much love and much appreciation as we are rolling along. Thank you so much for your support and everything you're doing for this tournament. Without you, there would be no DCI, and we truly, truly do appreciate it as the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook has now been deployed as well. Look at this. Whose board would you take here?
I think I would go for Robert's board at this point, but the Snowmen of action able to temper that lore difference there, bringing Robert down to 3. Those are super important cards in this strategy, being able to get them down for so cheap, and in some cases, just get them down for free as we are going to go on a quest here with Augustin. We are going to support Olaf, which means we can sing World's Greatest Criminal Mind to remove that Snowman of action.
We're talking wombo combos. This Ham and this Augustin Madrigal have been looking nothing short of phenomenal. He's been putting in work, and this character a little bit, unconvincing. He's just kind of like a little guy. He's just a common 4-3-6 support, but he is looking incredible being able to give that 3 strength to your opposing character and take it down with the World's Greatest Criminal Mind. So now your board is very robust. You're leaving nothing but an Olaf Snowman of action, and you have so much motion on your side. You have to be feeling incredibly comfortable. No be prepared to be had. No board clear. No Sisu. But we do have these grab your bows, and maybe we can take a turn off to just start grabbing some bows, and clearing some of these characters off.
Yeah, grab your bow here would be really, really nice. Can sing that with Olaf, remove both Luisas, for example. Could play the second copy. I believe he has 2 in hand. Get rid of that pesky ham as well as either the Will-O-the-Wisp or Elsa. Elsa does have 4 damage on her right now, and that could leave a massive opening for something like Ohana Means Family, which would allow Robert to draw 4 cards, continue to have the Elsa challenge throughout the rest of this match. So you might want to get that off of the board as well. Could go for that plus ham plus Will-O-the-Wisp plus one of these Luisas.
And you got, I think, a nice combination of any 4 of those glimmers off the board here in this spot just to relieve some of that lore pressure. Your deck has kind of stumbled out of the gate, and you came out with this slow start, so now you have to figure out a way to stabilize. You now have these high questing threats. There are not that many threats, but you have that Demona Scourge of the Wyvern Clan with her incredible stat line and her ability to quest quite aggressively, and she can challenge as well. So that is a threat you're going to have to worry about on a later day. I just think you have to start to reduce the amount of lore on this board. Double grab your sword turn might be the play, but let's see what Whisper's thinking about. I can't quite make out the rest of those Whispers in hand. I wonder if they did it on purpose.
Yeah, right now thinking about this grab your bow play for sure. Considering an ink here potentially, we could start cycling more actions as this deck does love to do that. Dig deeper into the deck, find those Lilos, find those Olafs, and get them down for as cheap as possible. But we do go for the ink on the Thievery here, and we are going to sing Grab Your Bow.
Is that how that goes? I think that might be a little.
I nailed it.
I think you nailed it. I want to look at the lyrics again to do a lyrical breakdown. I know we did that before to really discuss how many bows and how many swords were being
We
grabbed.
did do that.
We did do that, and we went through some serious determinations there. As another snowman of action, Olaf is going to send 2 more lore back, and just like that, this position looks a lot more attainable. I think you need to just avoid an Ohana means family in this spot off this Demona challenge. But if you look at the hand, there's a Hades, there's a Will o' the Wisp, and a Cheshire Cat. Cheshire Cat also is a quite powerful card here in this exact scenario.
Yeah, could go for Cheshire Cat, move some damage off a Demona challenge, but we're going to put Hades, and we're looking for a deal. Can I draw some cards, or would you like this character to enter into the bottom of your deck, never to be seen again?
Now, interesting decision here. We are going to target the exerted one. Did he target the ready one or the exerted one?
Unexerted one.
The unexerted one. Okay, I thought he targeted the exerted one. That would have made that deal a little bit.
Oh, he doesn't like this deal as he puts his hands on his face. He is distraught as he says, Hades, not now. This is not a good time for me personally in my life.
This is a bad deal. I think it is a really, really tough deal to make because 2 cards here in this low resource game, you really need them all to count. And this Olaf has done, you really want him to sing. Maybe the hand is dig a little deeper. You want to keep that around as we will reluctantly give up.
Whoa, look at that. Another World's Greatest Criminal Mind coming into hand for Robert. We can do the combo yet again and remove him anyway. We were talking about this earlier in the day. One of my favorite things to do in Blurple is play Hades looking for a deal, offer you the deal. It's a card you simply cannot get rid of. You allow me to draw 2 cards. Guess what? I sing Let It Go anyway, or I play the Hades.
And the removal was there all along. But unfortunately, though, you don't have the ability, since you went in a challenge with that Demona Scourge of the River Clan, you don't have the singer available to use Augustine and the World's Greatest Criminal Mind this turn.
That's true.
So you will have to hold out hope, but still. And now you're in a situation where your Demona will not ready. So I think Whisper kind of got a good deal on that exchange, as now you'll be able to keep some of that lore off the board, and that challenging from that Demona will not be an issue on the following turn.
Yeah, maybe that was a little bit of a misplay on Robert's side because we could have opted to use the World's Greatest Criminal Mind, quest with the Demona, and ink a card. That way she would be able to ready on this next turn, but he decides to pass here, opting not to ink anything, valuing the cards in his hand and allowing his Demona to stay exerted, as we might see.
We might take a little dig.
Half Shark come down after,
Yeah, I'd go for the Maui and dig here. I think that's the way. I think that's the play, but we will.
Thought about it.
We will go ahead and dig here and now, keeping our ink well completely ready to go, so we can hold out hope and potentially play another card in time. What are we looking for? We got a Maui. We already have. I can't see the other card. It's Sail the Azurite Sea. I believe that is that Nothing We Won't Do card.
It is.
Which I don't think you can now sing that here and now. But if you can get that Maui established with that Nothing We Won't Do, that's a little wombo combo in itself with this Maui Half Shark, and that might be the piece you need to clean this board back up.
Yeah, Nothing We Won't Do is a sing together 8 song. It readies all of your characters, which would allow the Maui Half Shark to challenge in yet again. But the extra bonus that you get off of it is your characters take no damage in challenges for the rest of the turn. So that is something that is really, really powerful with the Maui Half Shark.
So that is, if you can find a Next Stop Olympus as well, you can get a little pseudo board clear with that card if we can get it set up. And there he is. The Maui Half Shark has landed. You just now have to avoid a Horseman Strikes, but we know that the World's Greatest Criminal Mind is already there. So this is going to be painful for Whisper, as you just can't see it coming. You can't play around everything.
Yeah, so many different answers in the deck. It's interesting that he decided to sing with that dig a little deeper before playing the Maui Half Shark. I wonder what he may have been looking for there to play down onto the board, maybe potentially power line, something like that, but plays the Maui after, misses out on a lure. Now, it is only a single lure, but this game can sometimes come down to a game of inches where you need that one extra lure, and it makes a big difference.
Yeah, I concur mightily. But we haven't just absolutely spammed this World's Greatest Criminal Mind just yet. So maybe there's something in Robert's World's Greatest Criminal Mind as we are kind of pondering exactly how we want to break this turn down. I really like to see Augustine get a challenge into the Olaf, which is very interesting. Just putting some damage up. Maybe, I can't tell if you have a way. Oh, Cheshire Cat could be the play.
Yeah, we do have that inexplicable Cheshire Cat, one of the best cards printed in the game. I think maybe it's time to say of all time, as this Cheshire Cat has been putting in so much work here since it has been printed in that Whispers in the Well set, as we are going to move 2 damage off of the Madrigal instead of the Demona, and we are going to sing World's Greatest Criminal Mind.
Whisper does have a little cringe there as he sees that World's Greatest Criminal Mind take out this Maui Half Shark. You were hoping and holding out hope that this Maui Half Shark could slow this board down a little bit. But Robert, now maintaining tremendous amount of speed, is looking to gain complete control. Ruby and Sapphire in this current metagame doesn't really have that board wipe outside of a Maui Half Shark. Return of Hercules, Next Stop Olympus combo, as I believe we get into a spooky sight. That's not going to be doing very much for you there.
Yeah, if that is a spooky sight, that's a sight that is not great for Whisper to see for sure. Might just have to get a...
it's a vision.
Oh, it's a vision of the future. Interesting. I don't know how we both saw the same card there, but we are going to get another Maui Half Shark down. We are going to give him some additional strength, draw a card on this turn. I believe that is Lilo, which will be pretty strong next turn. We can ready the Maui Half Shark, potentially take a couple things down here, get an action back, and try to get ourselves back in this game, but we might be making another really difficult decision.
But I think this deal is going to be snapped a lot faster. I think he's going to throw this looking for a deal Hades down. He's going to immediately draw 2 cards, and you're just going to hold out hope that there's not another World's Greatest Criminal Mind from these 2 cards. But this Maui is literally everything you got. Too fast. Quick two coming in from Whisper.
Yeah, too fast, too furious there. We can definitely get this Mowgli down onto the board with only 1 card in hand. I think this is the opportune moment to do. You got to think, it's pretty likely that I'm going to find something to take out of your hand, but he might be disappointed. I thought it was a Lilo, and it is.
It is a Lilo. So now you have to think, if I want to challenge, because this will offer up a character to be challenged and banished, and then the Lilo can ready it back, challenge again, get another action back. So these are the decisions that you have to live with. And is that Brother Bear the Nothing We Won't Do in there? It is not. So even if it was, you wouldn't have the ability to sing it this next turn anyway. And maybe, is it time to just quest and just leg it out? Maybe we can outvalue this Maui Half Shark with our massive board we've already attained.
Yeah, there is definitely the potential to do that. One issue would be that the Maui Half Shark would be able to take 2 things out. However, you're so far ahead on board, it might just be worth it to do that, as we do draw a card. I believe it is Sapphire here. It looks like Distract. We are going to use that on Augustin here. See if we can find something for Maui to sing. We're going to keep cycling these actions as they come off the top of the board. Keep going. There's the develop.
Hold up. We're getting there. Whisper is feeling the rhythm. Let's see if we can do another one. Let It Go. It actually isn't bad. Actually, Let It Go. You can sing with the Maui, ready with the Lilo.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll gain some lore or some ink value.
You don't get to draw, though. If you take the other action, you can cycle it again
and keep the party train rolling. Bird in the hand, 2 in the bush. I believe Whisper takes the road less traveled, I guess. Shout out Robert Frost, by the way.
This is a very poetic day, as Katie was reciting some poetry earlier, as Augustin Madrigal is going to hit the inkwell there. We get the free Lilo, ready up the Maui Half Shark, and pass the turn. And just like that, up to 5, and the Maui, still very threatening, has stopped Robert in his tracks completely and has decided not to do anything until he can get it off the board. We might see Genie. We'll see if this wish gets fulfilled as a Horseman strikes, or World's Greatest Criminal Mind could come off the top. It is Dale ready for a shot.
Dale's not that bad either. I believe this Maui, you have to respect the Maui. I believe he is a tremendous threat. Ever since he was first launched into this game, he's been an absolute blue chip powerhouse. So not disrespecting his game, but he cannot take that many hits. And sometimes you have to just go through it. If you can't get around it, you just have to go through it and maybe start exerting. But now as he's actually starting to pile up in the discard pile, the exert options are becoming less and less. But you are hard stuck here at 8 lore. You have to find a way to win this game in time. And time is still a factor. We are in round number 7, 44 minutes left in the round. So I don't think it's going to come up, but it could. And I think you got to make something happen sooner or later. We got 2 rows of characters over there.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Whisper, he's already used 3 of his Olafs at this point, and that's such an integral card, not just to reduce the lore on the opposite side, but he is a 9-cost character, and you have so many sing-together songs in your deck that you would rather just sing with the Olaf than sing with 2 characters. That I think it is going to be very detrimental to Whisper's game plan here. He needs to find an action off the top that can let him either dig into his deck or start cycling, and there it is.
There's one. That is probably one of the better cards that you can get off the top of this deck right here. It is the Vision of the Future. Check the top 5. Let's find something to keep this party train rolling. Look, we have a Helping Hand. We sell the Azurite Sea. We also have that Grab Your Bow. Now is Whisper going to take it conservative again, as you could potentially go for a Grab Your Bow to take some of this lore off the board again. That Genie Wish Fulfilled in the back row looking quite tempting. Also, that Whisper, Will of the Wisp, and you a Whisper. Maybe you can do that as well. So you have some options here. Let's see if we elect to take one, or do we just keep spinning the wheel here? And that's also an option, just gaining that lore.
Yeah, if it's me, I'm still digging deeper into my deck. Whatever gives me more cards, more lore. Grab Your Bow is just not good enough right now. So I'd like to see what the next card is. And there's Dig a Little Deeper. Let's sing this together. That's a good card to find off the top of the deck, as we are going to dig a little deeper and see what we can find. And I believe he does find an Olaf Snowman of Action. That can come down for absolutely free. And then if we get something else that can keep, like you said, the party train rolling, then Whisper will find himself in a pretty good position here. But Robert, not able to find the removal for the second Shark, as Whisper is in the tank.
I'm looking at that Olaf Snowman of Action, and I'm very tempted to grab that 9-cost character and hold out hope, because you can play that for free, and you will be able to reduce a little bit of lore. So that's definitely going to be one of my picks. And it looks like Vision of the Future could be another high-quality pick. You're going to be sending another Maui Half Shark to the bottom of your deck, so it's very important that you really I love how Whisper's taking the time to stack these cards, because you will go through this deck.
100%.
It's one of those decks where decking out is an option, and also seeing all your cards again. So putting those high-value cards to the top of that stack. Heads-up maneuver coming in from Whisper. Now, take another Vision. Let's look at it. Can we ready something here one time?
Yeah, Vision of the Future. Great card to find here off of that Dig a Little Deeper. And we are going to gain another lore off of the Maui Half Shark. I don't think we've quested a single time in this game on Whisper's side. We're up to 8 lore thanks to the Maui Half Shark's ability there.
As we are just doing a little bit of lore math, just making sure everything is up to date. Shout out to the lore guys. There's one seated at the table. And shout out to all of you for paying attention at home and watching along, as we are going to find another Dig a Little Deeper. We find a Lilo as well. We can ready, but I don't think there's anything to ready for, because you can't challenge. However, that Firefly Swarm is looking quite tempting as well. But dig into an Olaf is almost irresistible, Garrick. I think you might have to take it.
There's 10 lore on the opposite side for Robert. That is something that Whisper does need to keep in mind. He does have the option to get to a Pirate's Life eventually. If I'm Whisper, I don't really play this deck that often. I'm taking Dig a Little Deeper.
Yeah.
I'm putting the Snowman of Action down on the board, and we are digging next turn. I think that's what I would go for. Be interested to see what Whisper opts to do.
I would agree with you, but it looks like we took the Lilo causing an uproar, as we will put the Dig a Little Deeper probably closer to the bottom at that point. You won't be digging too much. Lilo causing an uproar. We're going to ready the Maui Half Shark and play the Olaf Snowman of Action. So we are kind of putting a lot of lore in place ourselves. That's 2, 4, 6, 7 in play. And if we can find some more action to keep this storm rolling, you can start to get out ahead, as now Robert is in a position where they need to start to make some money moves here sooner than later, as another Cheshire Cat is going to be deployed. We have the Demona, who is holding that damage. as well. So we can take an opportunity to get another boost in, or maybe go double Cheshire Cat, double boost, and take out that Olaf. I think he is a pretty significant threat to you.
Yeah, and I mean, heads up play by Whisper there. If that Maui Half Shark was left exerted, it could be removed here thanks to a Cheshire Cat boosting 2 damage off of Lilo onto the Maui, and then boosting 2 more damage off the Demona onto the Maui and challenging in with Genie. So he took the Lilo, readied it, making him safe.
I like that. That was a heads-up maneuver. He's actually cooking right here. But Robert still in a pretty – I still like Robert's position. I know we did an evaluation about 6 turns ago, and we both kind of leaned towards Robert's position. But if this were a chess game, I think the needle is slowly – I mean, I still heavily favored towards Robert, but it slowly start to lean up to Whisper as we're getting closer and closer to that checkmate position as we are paying 2 ink. Are we taking this? There's no cards in hand. I believe that's 3 for the Cheshire Cat.
Yeah, Cheshire Cat does cost 3. Dale costs 4. I'm not sure what that card is on the far right. Could be something like Ham, but it looks like we are just going to go for a boost here. I'll be interested to see what the target is, because we can just get rid of the Lilo, or we can move the 2 damage off of the Lilo onto something else on the opposite side of the board, potentially making them easier to clear. And we do go for the Snowman of Action, and we are going to remove the Snowman of Action, I believe, with our final 5 ink, as we are going to pay 3 to get the Cheshire Cat down on the board, boost again, and that will remove the Snowman of Action.
I absolutely love this play a lot. I think that Snowman of Action with this Maui up, you can get back a dig a little deeper and then just keep spinning that wheel. So now you're free and clear, not free and clear. Questing is still very dangerous to you, but I think that is a heads up play to at least get something going, as we are stacking some glimmers to challenge in to this Lilo to clear those off the board, going 2 for 1, but you're so far ahead of this advantage race, it doesn't matter. But look how problematic this Maui Half Shark is. He's completely stopped Robert from questing, and that is all you need is another turn.
Lilo comes into hand here for Whisper. Got to be a little bit disappointing there, as we are going to quest with our Lilo. Ready it up. We are getting closer and closer to 20 on this next turn. If Robert is still afraid to quest, and we find some Sing Together song, we find a dig a little deeper, we find an action and just start cycling, we can get over this 20 lore threshold, as these Lilos are going to quest for 4, taking us up to 15, and then if you play 5 actions in the turn, which is really possible, we can get over the finish line.
It's not that hard. I mean, especially off the top of the deck. With this Maui, you can just chain, and that is a viable winning condition. But Robert has been paralyzed here. He has not been able to make his characters exerted in any way. And I think at a certain point, you just have to leg it out and hope for the best. We're going to play that Dale, who is going to make all of his characters a bit more resilient to this Maui Half Shark. And is it time to start questing? I don't know what the right answer is, but I think you gotta start sending it and hope for the best. Maybe you can get there.
Yeah, I think if I was Robert and I was in his position, I would have just started questing with Demona.
Yeah.
You either have to go double Lilo into it, or you have to get rid of your Maui Half Shark, and that is going to stop things in its tracks. And look at this. Firefly Swarm is not what you want to see. I mean, it is an action, but it's not necessarily the one you want. You wanted one that drew a card, so you could start doing what we said, which is just cycle. And honestly, you would only need to find 4 actions this turn, and that would have been game over. But you can use it right now to get the Genie off the board, or the Dale, both representing 2 lore at this point.
How much lore is being present right now? I think that is probably what Robert's plan is. Let's just build
12 lore.
Let's just build a strong, rigid board and do 1 quest and not play this Maui Half Shark game. So drawing this Firefly Swarm to take out this Dale or even this Genie Wish Fulfilled, I think that's a high use of your resources here. And I think you have to do it. But maybe Whisper is thinking about also questing as well. I think that is something that they're thinking. He did not play it. Interesting indeed.
Did the math. Robert can't get over the finish line here on the next turn, but look at this. Demona off the top of the deck is going to turn things in Robert's favor. Yeah. Do we have enough ink to go Mowgli plus Demona here?
A mega punish, yeah. This is a mega punish, as your deck paid off in dividends as the Demona has entered the board and rocks the ship, and I believe Whisper might have seen enough. We're going to play it through just as you should, but man, oh man, now we have this Augustine Madrigal still in play. We can support the Genie, take out the Maui Half Shark, clear this board, and set yourselves up for a massive victory position.
Yeah, I think that might just be game, set, match at this point, as we can challenge into the Lilo, dealing 6 damage, removing her off the board. We can also challenge in with Genie or use Augustin to quest and support the Genie, but it looks like we are going to move 2 damage here onto potentially the Maui Half Shark, then trade with the Genie. Now we can challenge with anything, get rid of this Lilo, probably Augustin here. That way Augustin sticks onto the board still, and you have more damage to move. I don't know if you just want to give up your Hades here for free when you have a character that will survive the challenge.
I agree. I think that Augustine there might have been the play, and also hold some damage for that Cheshire Cat to bounce just in case. But I think at this point you are so comfortably ahead, it just does not even matter.
Could be,
You can just start questing very aggressively, really putting a clock onto Whisper, who has to be stunned here as this has turned out the opposite way you wanted it to go, as we were just doing a quick little count of all of our resources. And I think this one might be long in the tooth. Handshake inbound, but let's play it out.
Oh, that was really close for Whisper. If he just would have found a card that cycles, he could have got the cycle going, and unfortunately wasn't able to. Robert got to the exact card he needed, which was the Demona, and we are going to scoop him up and go to game number 2. What an amazing game number 1 between the Ruby Sapphire action deck going up against the Amber Amethyst Dale strategy, which is the second most popular deck at the CCQ.
Absolutely. I think it's a very phenomenal deck. I think this deck has a lot of the tools of the trade. The deck, but what do you think about this, though? I'm looking at the game board. As both of these Luminaries are having a very good time. I love the jovial, cheery nature, but we're showing the tech mid-match. We got games to play, Robert. Keep your secrets, big dog.
Lock in, Robert. That was not game
That's not
number
what we're
2.
doing. This is game number 1. You just got one lore star over there. You got to finish this story, big dog. You're showing your tech choices mid-game. Maybe that's a bit of a flex. Maybe saying, hey, I do got the pills. I do got the gear. I do have what it takes, but that is a bold maneuver, as this is still kind of an indicator of the vibe of this tournament. This is not a sweat factory. Okay, these Luminaries are very talented. They are quite good, but this is, hey, we entered with a pack of Diet Coke. Okay, we're here to have a good time. Everyone's laughing. Everyone's smiling. People are not sad, so that is not that type of vibe. And you can, if you want, show your opponent that you're what you're packing in your
some
strat.
heat, yeah, some heat that is custom made for Maui Half Shark in the form of a Horseman Strikes, as well as World's Greatest Criminal Mind, which we saw used to great effect in that last game, thanks to the Augustin Madrigal, which was very, very effective. Looks like he's thinking about keeping World's Greatest Criminal Mind in the opener here.
I don't hate it. I mean, we saw that there was some Ilanwi in there, and we also saw there was some Augustine and Madrigal. You have the support synergy, and also Whisper's strategy is just naturally beefy guys. I mean, Maui Half Shark does a clean answer to him. It can probably one support takes out that Lilo, and the Olaf, same thing. And that's pretty much the entire cast of characters in Whisper's strategy. We also saw there was that Hercules, young demigod, is in the deck as well, or Hercules, young rescuer, I believe is his name. He's in the strategy as well, and he's probably the only person that's not going to be affected by those World's Greatest Criminal Minds. I don't hate it as a keep. It's also some quality ink, too, an event that you need to.
Yeah, decides to keep the World's Greatest Criminal Mind, but that could end up biting you, as you won't need that until later in the game. Imagine you get into a situation where you're got a bunch of uninkables in your hand and you're forced to ink something like that. It's a very important card, but it's a tech card that's needed later in the game, not necessarily right off the rip. And it looks like we do have a bunch of uninkables in our hand.
Let's see if it pays off. I mean, you could be punished. Your altar. This is the part that a lot of players have issues with, myself included. I am a lot of players in this situation. The altar is just so critically important, and what you play and what you keep. And it looks like
Robert
we might
have 8 cards in his hand.
Wait, let's count one time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He is on the draw, so
okay. Whisper already inked for turn. I was like, did he just draw an extra card? Whisper put that.
Keen eye though, Garrett. Keen eye.
He put that card in the inkwell with the quickness, as we are going to go on a vision here. Look at the top 5. Oh no! Oh no!
That's not what you want.
We have 2 Olafs and we have Maui Half Shark in the vision here, and we got to send those to the bottom. That hurts.
You would love
if you're a
to-
Whisper.
Yeah, that's a lot of your meat and potatoes right there.
Oh,
You
yeah.
got a lot of superfluous glimmers in hand, and some of your actions aren't what you need. But that Maui Half Shark is a critical part of your win condition.
So are those
Olafs
Olafs,
as well.
yeah.
So tough spot here for Whisper, who is just going to take another turn off to ink and pass, probably trying to set himself up in a position to where we can play some actions to get this Lilo out next turn. And we do have 3 1-cost actions in hand. One of them is a bit of a gamble, as the Grandmother Willow is going to find her way into the field of play, inking the Dream Woodchuck guidebook. So yeah, Garrick, I think you might have jinxed Robert a little bit, as inkability is an issue.
Yeah, I mean, that is the risk you take when you keep a key inkable, only one of that is not necessarily super useful early on in the game, as Whisper is playing at a lightning speed here, trying to just put the actions there into the discard. Could potentially go double Lilo on this turn. That is a classic opener for this deck. You play 3 of those cantrips, or 1-cost cards that draw a card. That way you can double Lilo on turn number 3. It's a really powerful and really common strategy in the Ruby Sapphire.
And this is looking kind of nice, especially when you have that Grab Your Bow lined up. Oh, and by the way, we have a Dig a Little Deeper as well that can help fix your hand, because you are kind of broken a little bit over there as well. So if Robert can continue to play these 2-cost characters, or excuse me, yeah, these 2-strength characters, and the Genie is a 2-strength character, by the way, we can get this Grab Your Bow and get some tremendous tempo and value. Maybe we could take a Vision of the Future, find another Grab Your Bow, sing them both if you want, and clear this board. And now we are at parity.
Yeah, we're going for another Vision, and like you mentioned in game number 1, look at this. We got another Lilo. Is it possible to play this on this turn? He's checking his hand right now. It should be. That's action number 1. We ink, we play another action and sing Grab Your Bow. That's another free Lilo on this turn. You might want to go ahead and grab that up while you have the opportunity to.
Yeah.
But like I was saying, like you mentioned early on, those cards are going to come back to you in this deck. So we're going to see those Olafs. We're going to see that Maui Half Shark that was sent to the bottom, as 4 more go to the bottom and raise those up closer.
And we're going to do it, and we're going to be able to play this Lilo, and we're going to be able to sing this Dig a Little Deeper. We're popping off, Garrett.
Yeah.
And here it is. We are going to be able to grab our bow. That's our third action, taking out some very up-tempo cards. And now we play our Lilo for free, and let's get it. Sing together. We're Dig a Little Deeper. We're getting deep into this deck. Super combo. Robert has to feel the burn from that one a little bit.
Yeah, Mama Odie going deep into the bag here. We find another Lilo. We can play this on this turn for free. I think we take it, and we do. It's another Dig a Little Deeper. So
I don't think we can sing that one.
We can't sing it on this turn, but next turn, very, very nice to have. And how many actions are already in the discard? Is this Olaf coming down already?
It might be. We might be in Olaf terrain, as the dangerous plan is a little too risky for our dangerous plan.
Yeah, too risky.
These cards we have in hand are quite nice, as Olaf, Snowman of Action, sets you back down to 0. And this deck is doing exactly what you built it to do. This is looking incredible, as we have Dig a Little Deeper and Lilo as a nice follow-up. Garrick, that is a lore in play as well. You know, you only get 20 lore chips to work with, lore stars as it may be.
I might just rip this Mowgli here, man. You got 2 cards in hand. Let's take a look at what they are. But that might be risky. Might not have anything to grab there. You might want to go with a little bit of a bigger character that is going to affect the board a little bit, as Mowgli is a little 1/2, the man cub there.
I think it almost might be worth it, though, still. It is super down-tempo, but you got to do it. You can't allow another Dig a Little Deeper to be deployed here in this scenario. I believe Robert might be feeling. We also have some Grandmother Willows in hand as well. Maybe we can start to extend the width of this board a little bit more and try to get back into this thing, as you kind of got jumped out on advantage-wise. There's Grandmother Willow for 2. We got Mode for 1. We'll check it out, and we will snatch the Dig a Little Deeper. Not the end of the world, though, as we have Lilo causing uproar. Still can ready some more characters. Deck is filled, action-packed is what this strategy should be called.
Yeah, it is an action-packed strategy, and look at this. We are inking the single card that we kept, the world's greatest criminal mind. Again, I'm not sure if that was the right decision, but it's ink now. It's gone now. We'll see if it comes back to bite him as
It might.
Herc
because
is on the
the young
on the menu here.
The young Herc looking good, man. Young Herc, and we will be able to discard our hand, which doesn't exist, until the dig a little deeper. We'll get it right back. Thanks, Mowgli, for setting me up. And we got the pop off again. Pop off is happening yet again, as we will get a chance to check and pick 2 of these cards to be added to the hand. You'd love to see another dig there, but unfortunately, no Maui, no Shark. These are just those extra superfluous cards that you really don't care too much about in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, not the biggest, best dig a little deeper, but you know what it does? Send all those cards to the bottom. You don't necessarily need them. Find some, like you said, meteor cards later on here in the game. But look at the Herc, the young rescuer, one of my favorite cards introduced in Wilds Unknown, comparable to Doc, but in some cases, a lot better.
Yeah, he found his way. He literally found his way, as he's saying in the song, in the Infinity format.
He's going the distance.
He's for sure able to grip it and rip it and go the distance, as we saw him pop off, being able to get anything back from the discard pile as quick grab.
Grab your bow.
Oh, he snapped that up super duper fast, as Lilo's going to quickly sing this ballad, Grab Your Bow, as we take out
he sees the vision, yeah.
I like it.
It's like a grab your sword, grab your bow.
Grab your bow, grab your sword. You know, there it is there.
Yeah.
As Gaston hitting the wheelie on the pony there. And we get another questing has begun for Whisper. So this is looking like exactly what this strategy is trying to do. But Robert has access to something that you do not have, and that is going to be that board wipe. If we can manage to get up to that 8 ink threshold, you can reset this board, and now you have this. You will be able to generate your advantage a little bit easier. But this Maui,
can't play him.
You got to hold him. You got to hold out hope as questing has started. This is going to be more.
That's a lot of lore, as all of those characters, aside from Hercules, are going to quest for 2. Mrs. Incredible, she's she's super stretchy, but she's got a lot of villains to take down on the opposite side of the board. At least they're villains to Robert. From his perspective, he says she can't get it done. Let's pick them up and go next. I think that game was a little won and lost there in the altar phase.
The all-important game number 3, and you called it, Garrick. That World's Greatest Criminal Mind looked like it did. He had to drag that thing for so long, and then finally when you're able to get your support character up, it was just too late.
It only hits one character in the whole deck, naturally.
Any ink ability, you just needed your ink to get there, as your deck just kind of broke it down for you. So we were able to see what Whisper strategy was all about. Now Robert here is back in the driver's seat on the play. You have all of the initiative and momentum. Can Whisper get it done on the draw is a question that we have to ask ourselves. Maybe we can get one of those early Lilos into a grab your bow, slow him down just a little bit, get that Willow off the board. I think she's got to go. The Genie can't stick around, and I think that could be a clear path to victory.
Yeah, he just needs to do what he did in that game. I mean, it is I know it's easy to say that, but that is the strategy that the Ruby Sapphire deck likes to go with, without the Robin Hood, for example. That deck is a little bit slower. You want to ramp to the Robin Hood, play him on turn number 3, and then get things moving. No, not in this version of the deck. You want to triple action on turn number 3, free Lilo, and then you're off to the races. If you're able to do that consistently, then you can get out to such an early lead that it doesn't matter that you're on the draw, and the opposing deck is going to struggle a lot with that opening line. So we'll see if Whisper is able to get to it, as a Lilo is already in hand along with the Snowman of Action. Probably going to send that back. We do have Develop Your Brain, a Distract. So we've got a couple key pieces here, and Grab Your Bow is in hand as well.
You got to keep it. You got to risk it for that proverbial biscuit. And I thought the Robin Hood version was superior, because I really just like Robin Hood. He does have a lot of counters. He is a very feeble stat line, and there's a lot of exert effects, especially in this Amber colorway, which is a prevalent piece of this metagame. So now I really like this version that kind of gets away from the Robin Hood sharpshooter. It leans on the Lilos, leans on the Olafs, leans on the young Hercules, the young rescuer, and I think it's just a better deck, just jam-packed full of actions. And Pete's game referee in Core Constructed is probably the lowest played Pete I think I remember in the history of this game. Since that Glimmer came out from Shimmering Skies, Pete has just been an integral part of this metagame, and now he almost is non-existent because the action strategies just haven't been as prevalent here in Core Constructed. So it's a wide open field, and you can kind of do whatever you want, just play actions as much as you like.
Yeah, another really interesting altar there from Robert. Had the same question asked to him. Do I keep the World's Greatest Criminal Mind, or do I send it back into the deck? And was sitting there and debating it for quite a while. Gives a little tap to the back of the deck like, hey man, come on, we can do this thing.
Help me, he says to the strat, as I need some support here. As looking at the hand, we do have a pretty nice curve. Hopefully you don't have to lean on this dangerous plan to help your Lilo strat resolve, but it looks like we have a Sail the Azurite Sea, so it'd be interesting to see if we're going to go for this ramp either, as we did send that grab your bow back to the deck. So very interesting alters coming in from both of these Illuminaries. I think you're just trying to play it safe, keep it on the safe side, is Whisper, who has been playing a bit conservative, and it has been paying off for him thus far.
Yeah, Robert did opt to send that World's Greatest Criminal Mind back into the deck. The cards he decided to keep in the altar were Augustin, Demona, and that Grandmother Willow.
Grandmother Willow, I mean, if you could just get that thing rolling, maybe you could do exactly what you did in game number 1. Just get this board really beefy, really quickly, and Grandmother Willow is going to be a glimmer that can help you do that. Very powerful card. Probably one of the best cards ever printed as well. I know it's kind of hyperbolic to say it just came out.
It is.
But it is an actual powerhouse in a lot of these Amber strategies, really pushing them over the top.
We are going to Sail the Azurite Sea here, get an additional card, and we can ink additionally again on this turn. We do ink a Pirate's Life. It doesn't look like he is playing 4 in this deck. I haven't seen a whole bunch of them, as we did see it in game number 1, but I believe it was also just used for ink, as we are going to get Augustin down on this turn thanks to the discount from the Grandmother Willow. And this is the turn where we can start getting those Lilos down onto the board for free. But again, we have set up the Augustin support with Elsa that can take down anything that is going to come down on the opposite side of the board. So that's something Whisper needs to be keenly aware of, as another Pirate's Life is in the vision there.
That is a 1-2 punch. You remember Basil, Elsa? Well, let me upgrade that to the Augustine Elsa. 3 is just such a high number. This Augustine card, and I knew he was good, but I have not been following the core constructed metagame for a while. This guy seems like he has a prevalent place. Support is such a sleeper of a keyword, and especially when you have such a high willpower, and doubly especially when you have 3 as your strength. Also, that 6 probably carries a lot of water with this Dale as well. So you got so many uses. I'm really digging this character. In the movie, not my tempo, okay, in the film there. Not my tempo, but in this game of Disney Lorcana, I think this glimmer is quite robust, as we are going to take a time to look into the future one more time. What are we looking for? Can we find it? As Olaf's Nomad of Action and the Maui Half Shark are available, but I don't know how good those characters are right now.
Yeah, I mean, you bring up a really good point about support. I feel like in that first 4 to 8 sets, honestly, like, support was just not a keyword that existed in the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, people did not value the support keyword like we do now, and that is the great thing about rotation. Ever since Fabled came into the game, the support keyword has become so much more prevalent and powerful, and now people are really understanding that it is something that can be used to great effect, not only in combination with things like World's Greatest Criminal Mind, but support with Elsa has been a key combination in this game. You brought it up with Basil in those Blurple decks, and now with Augustin as well.
Yeah, this has been a nice little evolution of our game. Just as the card design team are really getting into their element, finding how to make these keywords have the most amount of impact. We saw how strong Rush could be. Evasive has always been atop of the list. Support now has, found its way. Bodyguard has kind of taken a step back, in my opinion. Maybe we can get something going with those bodyguards. As the Miss Incredible, super stretchy. She's super in play and a little bit early. Now, I like that with the Grandmother Willow. Getting a little bit of discount, playing this super stretchy, and now this Elsa and also Demona plays are available to you as well. As we saw that really, really take over in game number 1, it looks like that's what Robert's playing towards here in game number 3.
Yeah, it looks like we could be going for the Lilo Storm here, but we do send a Lilo to the bottom. We are going to play that third action for the turn. It is helping hand. Let's draw a card. A bunch of Maui Half Sharks in hand we have. There's nothing we won't do in hand, as well as 2 Olafs and 2 Lilos.
Yeah, so we are going to be actually in trouble there, as we are going to double Lilo, so you will be able to take out one of these, unless I believe we go into a Demona Scourge of the Wyvern Clan on this next turn, which would just be almost devastating. I don't think you have it. If you did, actually you do.
He does have it. He kept it in his altar with that Grandmother Willow and that Augustin, which both have hit the board here. I think he learned from the mistake in the last game. Don't keep the World's Greatest Criminal Mind. Keep these strong characters that you need to exert these Lilos when they come down early, but it looks like we're just going to go for the Elsa right now. We don't need to go Demona just yet.
Interesting. I guess you are not really worried about any songs that the Lilo can sing solo because your board is pretty resilient to a grab your bow. Let It Go still is a threat to you, but I guess it doesn't matter as much. And you really probably want to save this moment to get some value out. So I don't hate that at all. As Robert seems cool, calm, and collected. Looking over here on Whisper side, we have nothing but we have double Maui, double Olaf, and maybe there's a world where you can just flood this board next turn and play all of these characters here as the young Hercules, young rescuer is not going to be the card you need in this spot. You love some ink there, so you can ink play Maui Half Shark.
Yeah, and you got to be careful about slamming the Olafs here because of the threat of Demona, but he's going to do it as we're going to take away 4 lore on the opposite side. This is going to be an extremely punishing turn as Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern Clan, is going to come down and maybe put this thing out of reach before we even get started here.
Unless you're going to keep it going slow. I mean, there's a world where you can just send this Grandmother Willow, send the Elsa, and can you go Elsa or Grandmother Willow and Demona this turn? I think you might be able to, but we're going to take it slow. And this is a slow and low approach. I don't actually hate it. You're trying to get tremendous value from this Demona, but is this gambling here at this point? Are you risking it too much as you're trying to really get maximum use out of this Demona?
You got to be careful with your Mrs. Incredible here, though. That is going to be your Maui Half Shark answer right now. So when the Demona does come down, you want to make sure that you do have that Mrs. Incredible to challenge in. He's thinking about it. It's potentially on his mind right now. There could be a Maui Half Shark in hand as he already inked one. There's no way he's inking one without the second in hand.
Absolutely. That is a stellar point. We are questing, just giving some support, and Elsa will get a quality trade in with the Olaf Snowman of action. And now your board is super duper wide, and you're holding here, hoping that you can potentially, again, I don't even know what you can use to get out of this situation. There's really not that many exert abilities in this Ruby and Sapphire strategy. We saw Elsa Ice Artisan is something that you could potentially play, but that will specifically go after certain characters as he has finally landed. Just like you said, Garrett, the Maui Half Shark is here. What does this mean for Whisper, and what does it mean for Robert? I think Demona time is almost imminent next turn.
Yeah, I mean, this is the turn where he can really, really pop off and punish his opponent. Like you said, he's been very, very patient up to this point. He draws a Cheshire Cat here, can opt to ink it and draw 3 if he would like, or he can keep it on the board as we do have double Willow here, so only costs 4 to play the Scourge of the Wyvern Clan.
I think it might be time to send. I'm even liking ink and Cheshire Cat, slam it all and clear this board and let's say GG. But we're going to take it even more slow. There's no way we can go this slow as well. As we're going to send the Demona and keep the Cheshire Cat around, maybe to help heal some of your characters. I don't necessarily hate that either, as the Surfer Stitch is going to be the draw as well. So this Amethyst is a little bit more mid-range than I am even used to. Maybe there's not even any Raging Storms in the deck at all, as the support will be given to the Elsa, who now can challenge and banish the Maui. Mrs. Incredible is going to get active, taking down the Olaf Snowman of action, and we will be able to probably pass there, as it is a very nice turn from Robert.
Yeah, inking the Tigger here. I think maybe we can quest with the Grandmother Willows at this point. You've got a decent amount of ink, but maybe you want to hold off for that Carefree Surfer. But the odds that Lilo is going to challenge into these is probably pretty low at this point, as we have a bunch of ways to cycle right now for Whisper. We'll see what we decide to do, but a lot of your characters, a lot of your valuable characters have been taken off the board.
All right, I would like to see, personally, a use of a dangerous plan, and maybe we can find some new cards as we're going to take and develop our brain. Yeah, I'm getting dangerous here and trying to shake it up as we are continuing to cycle more and more cards. Let It Go is going to be in hand now. Let's get dangerous, man. Let's see this Let It Go and get a little dangerous there.
Yeah, we do have the ability to do that here on this turn, but Whisper's in a really tough position right now. This is similar to game number 1. Robert, like you mentioned, took it very slow. Elsa into Demona when he really, really needed her in that moment. Opted to keep the Cheshire Cat as well. We're going to take a look at our discard pile as Hercules Young Rescuer is in hand, so you can get anything back that you would like, but at the cost of discarding your entire hand. You might just want to do that at this point. It's not looking super powerful, and this board on the opposite side is so wide at this point.
Yeah, that's why I want to sing this Let It Go, I guess, and then get dangerous, and maybe your deck can bail you out a little bit as you're just holding out hope for anything at all. Let It Go is going to send this Demona Scourge of the Wyvern Clan down on into the Inkwell. And is it time to get dangerous? No, we're inking the Let's Get the Dangerous plan as we'll play the power line into the young Hercules. Now we're going to decide what action we want to get back. What character or any card at all. You can go for the Olaf or you can go for the Lilo, Ready Our Lilo, and get challenging.
I don't believe we played 3 actions on this turn.
We didn't?
I don't believe so. I could be wrong there.
I believe we played the Let It Go.
We did sing Let It Go.
We played the Helping Hand.
And what was the third one? We might have missed it.
It was. I believe he played a third as well. I think it was a Vision of the Future, I want to say. No, I can't recall, but I'm sure it was a third there being played. As the board is now ready, but we don't elect to challenge at all. We're going to leave those glimmers up and active. This Surfer Stitch is looking like a trouble, and it will be trouble as Whisper has a slight head nod. You have to hate to see that robust stat line, 4-8, staring you down, getting some cards, and questing for 2, really putting some pressure on there for Whisper.
I love this inclusion of the Stitch Carefree Surfer here. A 7-cost Inkable, got a great stat line, 4-8, works really well with Dale there, would become an 8-8 for all intents and purposes, and then it helps you keep your hand healthy as well, as we see the boards tend to get pretty wide, especially in this current meta. Barring any Under the Seas, it's hard to wipe your opponent's entire board consistently.
Agreed. And now we are in this almost stalemate, but it feels like, if I'm Robert, I think it might be time now to just start hitting the gas pedal. I mean, I think you have so much advantage. I think it's time to start questing. I believe that he agrees you will lose some material here. Maybe we just get behind this Mrs. Incredible, maybe make her evasive, and again, taking this slow and low approach. I really like sticking to it, being deliberate usually is how it goes, but never mind. We will get these Grandmother Willows going. They've already done their duty for you.
Yeah, I was about to say, maybe he took it a little too slow in that game number 1, because if Whisper had a couple different turns, as the Snowman of Action is going to come into hand, we're going to play that for free, but Whisper had so many different turns to absolutely punish Robert for sitting there and not questing for so long.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe he recognized that I need to put a little bit more pressure on. I don't want to just give up Augustin for free, but the Grandmother Willows could get hit with a Grab Your Bow at any point. So, like you said, they've done their duty. They've discounted card after card after card for turn after turn after turn. Let's start gaining some lore. There they go, but they did, like you said, get the job done.
They did exactly what you put them in the deck to do. You've got a tremendous amount of advantage. And speaking of advantage, more inbound coming your way. Whisper's going to hate to see this, as the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook is going to be drawn and will allow you to draw 2 more cards this turn, as that will get you closer and closer to your more control, more resources. You are kind of outvaluing the Ruby and Sapphire strategy immensely. We also have this Genie, Wish Fulfilled, is just more lore pressure as well. So this is looking all Robert's going to take a bit of a miracle for Whisper to crawl out of this one.
Yeah, but it's not impossible. You know, we could dig a little deeper off the top of the deck, get into a couple other songs that are extremely powerful, help clear this board off really easily, and then we can start taking control with the songs, the Maui Half Shark. Whisper can get out of this. He just needs to draw off the top of the deck better than he did in game number 1.
Yeah, I think he's got his top decks have to be a little bit more active, as Luisa Madrigal is getting her challenge into the power line just to clear this 2-cost Glimmer off, just in case there is some type of dig a little deeper into some type of shift sing scenario. I think that could be the punish that you are looking for, and the questing has continued. Surfer Stitch and the Miss Incredible have begun the campaign. We're sitting comfortably at 9 as the pressure is starting to mount. I don't know if there's a way we can get out of it, but like you said, anything is possible here. Round number 7 of the DCI. We got about 6 minutes left in this round as we have these two Illumineers going at it. Lilo causing an uproar.
No, that's not what you want. That's not what you want off the top of the deck. You need some cards to cycle. You need some answers. You don't need a 4/4 that isn't going to do too awful much, as Whisper is just distraught a little bit. We're going to do some challenging. Get that Augustin off the board. We are going to ready up one of our Lilos here, the damage one. And now that Cheshire Cat that we've been saving for a rainy day could come down here and make a huge impact onto this board.
Yeah.
This is the Cheshire Cat that you didn't ink when you had the opportunity to with Demona all those turns ago. I don't even remember Demona. She's been gone so long.
Yeah, and this is showing, hey, being patient. I think that's something that we all can learn, myself included. Sometimes you just got to take it slow, take it easy, hold your cards, and hope they bail you out. And this one is going to bail you out in a major way. Looking quite good, able to heal your Mrs. Incredible by 1 or 2 and send damage over to that Lilo. Was there any benefit of just sending 1 there, holding on to 3? Probably not. Not in this scenario.
Yeah, because you still have 2 to move with the Cheshire Cat, which is the maximum that you can move. As it looks like we are going to go on a quest here with Genie and Mrs. Incredible. Do we go for a challenge on this Lilo? We don't. We're just going to keep the pressure mounting as we are up to 15. Make that 16. Whisper, you need something off the top of the deck to help you out.
It's a sale. We got another chance. We're going to sell the Azrael Seed just to rip another one. Is it Vision? We can rip the Vision as well. What do we got? Maybe we can go into a dig. Hold on.
There it is.
We can just dig it up and just see if maybe we can find some Pirates' Lives and maybe some Grab Your Bows or something here as we are digging a little deeper just for the vibe. I appreciate the showmanship coming in from Whisper as do we have something?
Olaf and Grab Your Bow.
I mean, is that... I don't know if that's going to be enough. We can drop you down
grab
too.
your bow on both the Genies.
Hold.
Remove those. We take our opponent down to 14.
That's still 6 showing, though.
We challenge into Mrs. Incredible. So that leaves... Oh, you're right. He did take the evasive there, so...
She's super stretchy, super flexible.
She is, so we can still quest for, like you mentioned, at 6, but we can challenge into the Grandmother Willow.
Just to get some lore off the board. I don't hate that either, as I believe you have done enough to buy yourself another turn, and that's all you can ever ask for. Even if this Mrs. Incredible could go to 2 lore, you could, you know, that's still only 5, and that gets you up to 19. And I still think that might be, you know, there's really not a lot you still can do in that spot, but we were able to see that Whisper put up another fight and give yourself another turn. Anything is possible here in the realm of Lorcana.
That's true, and especially with this Ruby Sapphire Actions deck, if the cards come off the top in the right way, Robert here can draw 2 more cards with the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook. I think at this point you just want to put on as much lore pressure as possible, as we do find Louisa. That's going to help out, as well as Dale. Ready for his shot?
Dale and I believe that Horseman Strike, you know, no evasive characters in play for you right now. I think if I'm Robert, I am getting horizontal expeditiously. We're going to be questing. I'm not worried. I'm putting 19 on this board, slamming some more glimmers and saying do something about it.
Drop Dale, drop Louisa, and quest them out.
That's it. And don't even think too much, because sometimes you can overthink yourself out of a spot here, as we are boosting our Cheshire Cat, taking out that Lilo potentially, or are we going to stack some damage on someone else? It's the Lilo causing uproar. The one was already damaged.
We could have gone 1 damage there.
Yeah.
And kept an additional damage on our Mrs. Incredible for a rainy day.
Just in case you need to pile some more on, as Dale ready for his shot. And we're ready for some questing, as we're going for a nice little 5-piece, putting 19 on the board and seeing if Whisper can pull another rabbit out of the hat and keep another turn, and I don't think he can. Oof.
No, it's Grab Your Bow. That'll get rid of Dale, but unfortunately, we can't get rid of the Mrs. Incredible.
Yeah.
We would need...
Yeah, she is. Yeah, she's
evasive.
Yeah, she's evasive.
So we can clear everything other than Mrs. Incredible, and that is going to be the game. Mrs. Incredible, super stretchy, able to be flexible, get over the finish line using that evasive Whisper not able to find the cards in the right order, but Robert playing that so patiently, and I think learned a little bit from that game number 1 and game number 2.
Showing patience truly is a virtue. Sometimes, you know, you just want to put your cards in play, and sometimes you just want to try to get to your win condition as soon as you possibly can. But Robert showing some tactics, showing some patience, and having those choices pay off. Whisper now probably going to end your run. There may be some Illuminaires that can make it at X and 2, but this is a brutal tournament. This is a top 8 cut. We have over, I believe, 150 Illuminaires in the building today, and we're cutting this thing all the way down to top 8. So it is very razor-thin margins to make it to that illustrious day number 2. But this might be the end of your run. Still, I think you keep your head held high. It was a stellar performance, and the deck was actually doing exactly what you paid it to do.
Yeah, the deck performed really, really well, and we're seeing why a lot of the Illuminaires today are favoring that deck. We saw the flexibility of it, not just with the Mrs. Incredible super stretchy, but the ability to take a bunch of different play lines. You and I were discussing, you have the world's greatest criminal mind, you have the ability to support with Augustin, Elsa exerting things, so there are so many different choices to make throughout each and every turn, and Robert piloted the deck beautifully there in game number 3, taking it low and slow.
I like that. I think I'm gonna have to add that to my repertoire when I play, because I think that's what I do. Sometimes I play a bit too fast.
Yeah.
I will just try to rush all my cards into the board and play these Demonas, and boom, you can get those punishes there on the back end. But taking, again, nothing away from Whisper, I thought that deck was cool. And I think there could be something there. Looking into the next set, I know you're going to be losing a lot of those actions that you've leaned upon so heavily in the construction of that strategy, but maybe more of those low-cost actions can continue to come out, and this deck can stick around. Olaf is going to be there. You are losing Lilo causing uproar, which is a big one. You're losing Vision of the Future, still the Asbury at Sea. You're losing a lot of beef there, so maybe that's
Maui
right.
Half Shark, it's over.
Yeah, hang it up, hang it up. Yeah, you might be right.
But in Infinity, you can play whatever you want.
There you go.
Other than Flaversham.
Yeah. See ya. R.I.P. Don't say his name here. Okay, that is so sad. As it is going to be, I think that deck might have to wrap it up. And that's one of those strategies that came online so late here into this core constructed metagame, and I really am impressed by that deck. So much so I did play it a lot last set, and to see that as a part of our game, maybe that is a play style that can be added to. And more people need to continue to go out and venture out and try these unique strategies, these unique play patterns, just to keep the game fresh. It requires some very brave travelers to get out there and do that, to find those unique decks.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that that deck was discovered by whoever it was that put that thing together.
Yeah, if you're going to go out there and travel, be careful not to get caught in the Wildernot or, you know, you just make sure you're okay. Because Greg Tito, I heard, is still lost.
He's gone. I haven't seen Greg in weeks. He said, hey, guys, I'm taking a 3-hour tour out in the wilderness, and we never saw him again.
The Vine got him.
R.I.P.
Maybe we'll see
Okay.
Greg Tito created by the Vine.
the Vineling. Vineling Tito.
Yeah.
Vineling Tito.
The Floodborn.
Floodborn Vineling Tito. He will be back, I am sure. He's probably having a good time out there in the Wildernot. I'm going to get out there and find it myself. We're going to see you
Hanging out with Woody and Buzz. I'm not going out there.
You're going to get out there. We're going to go to the Great Empty Sea. We're going to kick it.
I'd rather way go into the Wildernot than the Great Empty Sea.
If you had to have a timeshare in one of the terrains, which one would you choose?
I think it would be that Wildernot.
You think you're taking the Wildernot?
Yeah.
You're going.
There's bugs out there, but at least like there's water.
I mean,
there's plants,
Torchlight Peaks is a little. I think it's a little slept on. I like a little bit of mountain, a little bit of sulfur and mountain.
That's your thing.
I like mountain.
I couldn't thrive out there. I'd be in the jungle.
You'd be the jungle guy. That's what I'm saying. See you out to the jungle right now. What do you guys think out there? Where would you like to get
You're
your
picking
time?
that Great Empty Sea. You are trolling.
I think so. But there are people who like the Arizona vibe a little bit there, a little bit of desert vibe. There's people who enjoy the desert. Maybe find a nice oasis.
Maybe a mirage.
I'm selling you on buy my timeshare.
I am not buying. I'm not
please.
buying. It's Wildernot all day. But I think there are probably a lot more creepy crawlies, creatures in the Wildernot that might get at you there.
In the jungle where it may be, as everyone is saying, give me to Hyperia City is where they want to go.
Yeah, of course, everyone wants to go to Hyperia, but that's
Come
not
on.
an option.
Get out of here. Dan, mark off, you're out of here. You're done. We're not doing Hyperia City. I said, you got 3 places you can go. You go to Torchlight Peaks, you can go to Great Empty Sea, you go to the Wildernot, and the Ink Dark. Well, that's not out. Leave your band as well, okay?
I'm out.
You're banned. Okay. We'll find out here very, very soon, man. But what a tournament so far. We have one more round of Swiss left. We are going into the iconic
Round number 8.
Iconic Merida, aka the Iconida draft or raffle is
Wait,
coming
that's
up.
happening right now?
It's going to be happening after the round or before? After the next round. So you still have time to sign up if you want. The tickets are about $1.50. You can have your opportunity to win one. You don't have to be here to do it either. If you want to play, the link is pinned if you want to do that. And it has been really, really nice.
You all should do it. I mean, the opportunity to win yourself an iconic Merida, get it done.
Yeah.
You're either going to pay a couple bucks and risk it all or empty your bank account.
Yeah, there you
go.
Yeah, there it is. You're gonna, if you want one, I mean, there's a good chance you can get one. All the proceeds will go back to help run these DCIs, and that is
because all the entries are
literally just Diet Coke.
Diet
okay?
Coke.
And I asked myself, I mean, I'm not a tax attorney, okay? I'm not anyone's financial advisor. But you look around, and you see all the things that are happening around here, and you can count the seashells a little bit.
You're not cheap.
I mean, I'm cheap. You're not cheap, okay? You got demands over here. This guy's hard to get into the venue. But you look around and you're like, okay, usually price of admission is going to cover the cost of the tournament. That's just, everyone kind of can put that together. But when a pack of Diet Coke, which doesn't trade very well onto the open exchange.
Unless it is that Beckett 10.
Unless you have a PSA graded 10 Diet Coke case, which is
we talked
black
about
label.
that earlier.
Gary's got one. I'm still trying to seek mine out. I mean, there is going to be some natural losses there. So I really appreciate that. And it just comes from the love that Kirby and her staff have for this community here in Central Texas.
Absolutely.
And it means so much to me. And I'm so glad that I can be a part of this. And I'm able to just come down here and help with the stream and bring this to life. I see the Diet Coke Invitational and what they've been trying to do and what they have been succeeding doing here. And I just wanted to be a part of it. So
same.
If you want to be a part of it, you have the opportunity. Get in that raffle, help support that. And maybe we can get another DCI, as we know going to that next season. If you tune into the Lorecast, Garrett, there's going to be a lot more CCQs.
A lot of
next year.
CCQs coming in North America next year. I can't wait to go to all of them, even though there's going to be multiple on the same day, I'm sure.
Probably.
I'm going to try to get to as many as possible as either a player, an attendee, or a caster. I absolutely cannot wait for season 3 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge season. It's going to be amazing. You're talking about you're cheap. These are real rubies.
Yeah,
these are not sequins, just so everybody knows. These are real rubies. This jacket, he said he wouldn't do it if he didn't get the jacket. It is about $10 million.
I asked for some Uncrustables. They came through with the Uncrustables. I said, hey, I need my Pellegrino, okay, sparkling water only.
You got that?
Okay, got
Controlling
that as well.
sour gummy worms?
I need this. I need the gummy worms as well. That's part of my contract, and they also came through with that.
Yeah.
The jacket was a non-negotiable.
Some Fabled packs.
Fabled. I mean, they came through.
How much is a single Fabled pack these days?
I can't even tell. I just open them so freely. Okay, we don't think about that. Two Diet Cokes. we got it done. But seriously, they've been an incredible host for us, helping us out, or allowing us to be here and be a part of this. It's been nothing short of stellar. So it has been a wonderful experience.
We've gotten a very warm Texas welcome, and it's not just the weather, okay? It's warm out there, but so are the hearts of all the people down here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and we are very grateful to be here at the DCI. So if you can support, get into that raffle and try to win yourself a Merida. I'm already in there, okay?
I'm not in there. As a matter of fact, I need to join the raffle myself, okay? I opened that iconic Merida. Did you? You opened it yourself.
It's
Kurt,
lucky.
Can I get cash in there? Can I buy this many tickets? Cash me up, please.
Cash me in.
If we can get,
cash me out.
If we can get.
That was the worst money toss I've ever seen in my life. He lost it.
We'll throw that over there. Okay, we'll get me into the raffle as well, and I'm definitely 100% gonna win. As well. So again, this is a really, really great time to be a part of this community. Really great time to be a part of this game. Hopefully, you guys are feeling well in the chat as well. We have been rocking and rolling all day on JDZ Quest on Twitch, as well as the Illuminateers on YouTube. And shout out to Liam as well, who is doing his duties as broadcaster, commentator, content creator, but also as father. Who is out here getting active in between rounds with his wife, Aaron, who is here. Shout out to Liam. Love Liam.
Shout out to Aaron.
Aaron clears, by the way. Easy. I mean, can I say that?
If you had to pick your favorite Illuminateer.
Clearly Aaron. it's so clear. Clear as easy. He's not even close. I'm kidding. No. It's just we haven't had a chance to see Aaron in a while. So seeing her back in the realm of Lorcana has been really nice. And seeing the bundle of joys walking around and Liam in his natural element has just been nothing short of stellar. So huge shout out to him and huge shout out to all of you. Please make sure you are there on YouTube. hit a subscription. It goes a long way. And drop a comment there as well. If you're on Twitch, you know what time it is. Hit the follow button and keep rocking and rolling the program. Thank you guys again for all the follows and all of the Prime Dog Nasties and gift subs we've been given. I do appreciate that. We hit a level 8 hype train earlier on the stream. So share the stream and let people know what's happening here so we can get more eyeballs out there because people might be interested on what is happening here at the DCI and spread the word. And maybe we can grow something and we'll have a DCI next year because, Garrick, I'm telling you right now, when these CCQs roll around and you have your own exclusive, only able to be achieved from a CCQ promo, I think we're going to go plus ultra. We're going to double capacity here at these CCQs.
I agree. The exclusive promos are going to be so awesome. The attendee promos are going to be amazing. I want to compete in as many of these as I can. You know, I'm a collector. I love to try and get out there and win some cool cards, especially if they're foil, especially if they are villain themed. I'm really excited to see what those are. I know they're keeping them from us for now, but we're going to see them very, very soon. So that will be really, really exciting to see what those are going to be.
And it's actually right around the corner.
It is.
Season 3 is going to be starting at D23.
Yeah.
That is going to be the very first CCQ right out of the gate, and we will get a chance to get a sneak peek of what that is going to be, and a lot of announcements are going to be happening there at the D23 event. Also, Gen Con is going to be the last one. As it looks like we have game? Yep. We got game. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to take a super duper quick break. We're going to get Katie into the booth as we'll say goodbye to Garrick for the next round, and we will bring you guys round number 8, the final round of Swiss coming your way. Be right back. Don't touch that dial. And we are back at the DCI here, going into our final round of Swiss for today. Joining me to close this thing down is going to be Katie from the Lord Keepers Inn, who's going to be here. These Illuminators are hot and ready, and they are getting started as we jump right into our final round. We're going to have a dog's mirror for you guys, a little bit of Josh Wong again, who is on the pair down. I believe the score is going to be a little bit wrong there. We're going to update that for you guys as we are in round number 8. Josh is going to be 6-1-1. Bobby also 6-1-1 as well, I believe.
Well, let me give you a little, So Josh is 6-1, but the problem for Josh is that he got pared down. I put that in quotes because it always sounds sad, but basically Bobby needs to play. Bobby took a ID last round, and so he's at 16 points. Josh is at 18. So Josh, if he was paired against somebody at his own bracket, probably could have ID'd, made it, but now he has to play this. And if he loses, he's definitely going to be on the bubble. But meanwhile, Bobby wants to win this too because he'll probably make it in the top 8 if he wins.
Yeah, that is a tough spot for Josh Wong, who is our perennial all-star. Again, if you missed the interview, he came all the way from New Zealand, has been on a Western or a Western Hemisphere tour of Lorcana, going to a ton of tournaments. We saw him at the UK Games Expo. We also saw him at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Melbourne. And now we're seeing him here in the DCI, trying to secure his last invitation. He has one in Brazil, he has one in Europe, but none in North America. And he is on his way to do that. But Bobby says, I will not be denied. And let's see if we can get our own invitation here to the Disney Lorcana Challenge North America Championship, as Dog's Mirror is going to be the play. Eleanor is established there for Bobby.
And Eleanor can absolutely be a mirror breaker because if she is not dealt with, she's going to keep getting that value that we've talked about many times at coordinated efforts. But Tramp, Street Smart Dog, you know him, you love him. He is going to go ahead and alter, do kind of a mid-game alter for Josh to make sure he sizes his hand the way he wants. Against this board, obviously, Under the Sea is the one that everybody knows and loves. But it's kind of scary to get Under the Sea when you're not ready to sing it, just because you know that there could be an Ursula Deceiver or a Mowgli happy to take it off your hand. So in this case, he does go ahead and discard a Nani, an Eleanor, a Bobby Zimmerowski, and then we'll see if he has anything valuable in there. I think I saw a queen.
Yeah, just hanging on to that queen. I think you play it next turn and also keep your board a little bit more resistant to a potential Under the Sea. We got that. We have that Grandmother Willow. However, you weren't able to take out any characters off this board this turn. So Grandmother Willow is probably not going to be around for much longer, as is Eleanor, renowned diplomat, coming in very late into the Infinity format, has now matriculated over to the core constructed format. And this card seems to be more powerful here than even there.
Right. It's so, I think, there we go. So there's that card I said that, ooh, you might not want that Under the Sea too early. And this is a perfect setup. That Ursula Deceiver does not hit any songs, but what we see is another Tramp Street Smart Dog. So if we play that next turn, then we absolutely can go digging for an Under the Sea and sing it that turn. So it's a little scary if you're Bobby, and there's not really anything you can do about it except hope he doesn't have it.
Yeah, holding out hope. Hope is a powerful tool. I mean,
rebellions were built on hope.
you just gotta absolutely hope sometimes, as we are going to send 1 damage, taking out that Grandmother Willow, and you will not be. Well, I guess you have the ink, and you can play this Tramp, but you're only digging for 3 cards. And that is not going to be what you want to see, as the Lilo Escape Artist is going to be drawn from hand, which is a quality discarding outlet, as the Rhino Shift or Rhino Power Hamster down being played. Here it is. You can reduce the Eleanor as well. And if we can find it, Katie, we can win this game. What a line.
We can. So we got 4 cards. Will we find Under the Sea? I don't see it. Well, I saw something funky at the end, but he didn't do an instant pick. I think, as we've all seen, if someone goes, that usually means they have it. He's doing some thinking right now, which tells me he's like, okay, I got to survive 1 more turn. How much lore do you have on board? And the answer is a lot.
Howl's Pickens, and the pickings are slim.
Slim pickings.
Slim pickings, as they may be, as Josh quickly. He does snatch up 1 character. I believe that might be that queen, that evil queen. What's her?
Devious Disguise?
Devious Disguise.
Right? I think so. There's certainly a disguise in it. And as we learned, she is great at channeling. She's terrible at going under the sea. She's great at singing, and she draws you a card. And that is just enough in these kind of matchups. In this case, we are entering the challenge zone. He did just play that hamster, that rhino this turn.
Yeah, I think we might have to get a lore guide involved. Never mind. Shout out to the lore guides. They got it super quickly.
Shout out to production. I said lore guide, and she full body sat up. But you're good. But we are sending those Bobby Zimmerowskis in because our plan A was Under the Sea. Plan B is, all right, let's get our hands dirty here. Now we have on the other side, we have a lady in hand, no shift target. So things aren't looking so
Yeah, they're looking pretty grim there. As we also have the ability to go double Eleanor in this late game stage.
Does he have 3 Lady Miss Park Avenues in it?
He's ready to go to the park.
Yeah, he's like, let's go shopping, girls.
He's ready to get active with these Lady Miss Park Avenues, but I really still like the spot. I mean, these double Eleanors.
Right.
You will have to. You can also keep them both ready as well this next turn, and then you can just really start to send a lot of these glimmers off the board as Bobby is thinking about how you want to break this turn down. Bobby playing Bobby Zimmerowski, very interesting there. A little bit of flavor win.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, as we have learned in this as we learned in the tournament, patience usually pays off in these decks. I think that's one of the counterintuitive parts of this Amber Emerald deck is you feel you want to go fast, right? Under the Sea could come at any moment, but oftentimes patience is rewarded. I think I was mistaken. I think he has a shift target lady in hand. So he's just got a lot of lady business, which is good because it's kind of hedging yourself where if you do happen to get your board wiped under some kind of circumstances, Miss Park Avenue is a wonderful way back into the game.
And keep building back. I like that. Keeping that shift in hand as well. No issue, as I think your discard will require a bit more setup. You have that Lilo Escape Artist there already. You'd rather keep that in and not bring that back to the hand with that Miss Park Avenue. So your spot is not that bad. You have these double Eleanor up. You will have that Fire the Cannons. You will have that Gathering Wisdom and Knowledge. And you will have that Friends on the Other Side ability all triggering at the end of your turn. And those are 2 high-impact cards that have been added as Josh's position looks vulnerable here as the Queen, Devious Disguise there, is going to find her way into the field of play, gaining 2 more lore as well, just to draw yourself 2 cards. And I think this one just might be Jover, Katie.
Well, it all depends. If he does find, I mean, he has ample singers on board. That's the good news. But instead, we are going to send Tramp on a challenge again. This is not how this deck wants to perform.
No.
So in hand, he's got a Tramp Decisive Dog and a Lilo Escape Artist. Like you said, I mean, is it over? No, but very close because he is at 13 and he has a clutch of cards in hand. So it's just Josh can keep trying in this kind of position, but I think not hitting that Under the Sea twice in a row really left him in a vulnerable state right now.
That's kind of what this mirror comes down to. And with the inclusion of a lot of these tech choices, we see Eleanor, we see Dale being played, we see Rhino coming back in, Delamoon's Lullaby has been in and out of these decks as well. It does kind of sometimes feel like it is an Under the Sea speed run, Under the Sea simulator, and if you don't get it, you just don't get it. But with these new robust includes of these queens and these Eleanors, I think Under the Sea might have to take a back seat from time to time, as even if you were to find it now, it wouldn't do that much for you, as the Nani stage manager is going to be another resistant Under the Sea threat.
Yeah, and that is so smart because I'm sure Bobby is doing the math. It's like, statistically speaking, if Under the Sea not yet, then when? And then soon is probably the answer. We have a Bobby Zimmerowski, which will be nice to get, the hand thinned out. He has those 2 Miss Park Avenues in hand that probably he won't have time to use to the full advantage this game. But like you mentioned, I mean, it is just, this is a game with no Under the Sea. And this is what the game looks like if you don't have Under the Sea. It's who can go ahead and retain their board. And the answer is Bobby's been doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, you are putting a lot of lore pressure as well. These double Eleanors being part of the strategy as well, being able to gain you 2 lore a turn just passively while sitting and sending damage. Looking at it now, you will have to potentially make those Eleanors vulnerable. So Bobby also could just take an opportunity to just pass and really put some pressure on the following turn, or you can keep questing and really, really put the pressure on. Choices are endless. I think it's time to exert.
Yeah, because I mean, you think about like what other things could Josh do. Yes, he could sing Under the Sea, but I mean, like you said, those Eleanors are very resistant. Nani's resistant. So if you have the opportunity to quest and gain that lore, I would do it. That lady technically could shift if Under the Sea does not come. In this case, we're going to deal 1 more tramp damage is trammage to Tramp here. But now it is really do or don't, and he says, I cannot.
Yeah.
Emerald Chromacon is not going to get it done here. That would have been actually quite good in this match that had a ton of challenging. But unfortunately, Josh did not get this game, and Bobby's feeling pretty good.
Taking game number 1 on the draw or I believe he was on the draw. I can't quite recall who went first, but I believe Bobby did go first, winning on the play. Very important to do. Josh Wong, incredible player, but this deck, this matchup, this is going to be the meta right now here in Core Constructed. I believe here in the final stages before we get into rotation, I think the community has pretty much determined that this is the best deck in the game, and that is going to be evident with our top cut. I see you have some information
It
there, Kate,
is.
if you want to kind of.
This is beep, 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 from Dog Doomland. Here comes a little bit of good news.
Okay.
Of the 6 people that I'm 99% sure are going to be in the top, only 3 of the 6 are dogs. We probably will have a Blurple and an Amethyst Amber and a Ruby Sapphire. Now, mind you, one of these is probably going to make it in, so it will likely be 50% dogs. But for those who are at home that's like, man, I can't believe tomorrow it's going to be all dogs. The sun will come out tomorrow.
Yeah, there's a chance. There's a slight chance that the dog, every dog will have its day, but maybe tomorrow, maybe tomorrow we can find some other strats to get in there. But again, the deck is just very powerful.
Good. Yes,
it's very consistent. It has a lot of different curves that it can take. We saw not a lot. It was 2 very powerful curves that it can take with the Eleanor and also the tramp lines they have available to it. But the thing is, if you don't like this deck, rotation is happening, and you're going to have more of this deck, Katie. I think it gets even better going into the next set.
Yeah, I mean, if you like dogs, have you tried toys? Because, I mean, a lot of the things that dogs does is synergize, get things in for cheaper than they should be, and toys is going to do so much of that. So the sequel is coming. Toy Story 5, Dogs of Sequel. We love it. Now, for people that missed the beginning, this round does very much matter. It is probably definitely a win and in for Josh. But for either of these Illumineers, like if Josh loses, he still might make it in, but it's not a definite.
Right.
If he wins, it's a stamping into the top 8. Bobby, he probably would make it in the top 8. So whoever wins this will probably definitely be in the top 8. But whoever loses it, they're not out of the top 8, but they're having a much worse day.
That does feel bad. Like pairing down is already a bad feeling, but pairing down into a dog's mirror is absolutely abysmal. As we are in round number 8, we have we will get to round number 8 on the screen for everyone who's just tuning in. We are not in round number 7, it's round number 8. No big deal. This is the last round of Swiss we're going to be playing today, followed by a top 8 cut tomorrow. Okay, so it is a brutal top 8, but this is where the Illumineers are coming to sharpen their steel, as top 8 is old school, a little bit of retro top 8 there. I like it.
It's Sunday. We're going to play a little of Disney Lorcana. I do believe there's going to be some side events, but we're going to start this round 8, game number 2, with a Bobby Zimmerowski into a lady, decisive dog. A decisive start, but that Bobby discarded a tramp, which makes me want to be like, what else is going on in that hand? Inking Adela's Moon Lullaby. He does look like he has some bigger uninkable things going on, but he's able to go wide, which is what you kind of want, right? Just get as much value as you can early, because if Bobby doesn't have one of those ramp-adjacent cards like Willow or Aurora, he can easily get outclassed quickly.
And 1/2/1 into a Eleanor is a powerful play. I mean, a very early Eleanor, it's hard to deal with, as Bobby's going to return with a 1/2/1 of their own, setting up and threatening the Eleanor line in response. So that could be a way to clap back, as we have double Eleanor in hand as well. So you double Eleanor me, I can double Eleanor you, but I don't think we have the ink. We're looking at the hand. Did we have an inkable card that we can play to get this Eleanor down? And it is, but it's one that you probably don't want to put into the inkwell. It's the second tramp is going to be used here, and we'll go for that 3 lore, send damage, and draw another card here at the end of the turn.
Yeah, and that is the comfort of being across. The one positive of the mirror is that the punish for questing is not always so bad. As we know, there is that enterprising dog that can punish one character by going ahead and increasing the strength, but otherwise you might as well get that Eleanor benefit, because as we saw, his hand was a little congested, and Eleanor is going to try to do a remedy for that congestion. In the meantime, we have 2 queens going on, another lady, a rhino. So neither of them, this is what it looks like when you have an under the sea list.
And now everyone is trying to include more cards and glimmers in their decks to help resist the opposition under the sea. You're building towards this mirror. This Queen Devious Disguise, when it came out from Wilds Unknown, is a legendary character that I just did not want to have in my deck. I did eat one, as a matter of
What?
fact. I did.
Wow.
Maybe
that was the
kept
witch's
pulling-
curse if you ate it and you made it powerful.
And actually now it seems to be a very high impact Glimmer, as it is resistant to Under the Sea. It will allow you to draw some cards. It does have a slight downside of giving your opponent a little bit of lore, but at the end of the day, that doesn't really matter as much, as we are challenging with our Lady Decisive Dogs, who got a little bit of strength. We're going to tag up and take down the Grandmother Willow and force some interaction out of this Eleanor. And now our queen will be able to check the other queen, little queen on queen action there.
I do have a problem of sometimes calling her the evil queen. That is editorializing. It doesn't say evil. She is up to no good.
She looks evil.
She's up to, I mean,
we gotta stop normalizing that, though.
Yeah,
Just
old
because
people are not just evil.
Old people aren't evil, and just because she's not the cutest in this form, that doesn't make her bad.
Yeah.
We gotta knock it off as a society there.
Is that a poison apple in her hand? Yeah.
Might be.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But whatever, you know.
Yeah, but I just think that was rude. She's like, oh, I'm so evil just because I don't look good. I gotta be
That's
evil.
probably, well, to be fair, she was a little vain.
She's a
That was
peddler.
kind of a plot
Yeah,
point in
I
the
guess
movie. She kinda
that's
had
what
a
I'm saying.
vanity
Snow White is problematic. Get it canceled. We're done.
Cancel all of them. But here we go. As you mentioned, we have an exertion issue. The queen does not like to turn sideways. She is a diplomat that wants to kind of hold court standing upright. But there we go. This is a nice solution to backup queen.
Yeah, a little.
So now we get 2 triggers.
And there we go, as we are going to be able to send some damages in. We got a challenge with into the ladies and also some exertion. So sending 2 damage from these queens. I believe we are going to decide how we want to stack this up. Maybe just taking out that Grandmother Willow and sending 1 over to the queen.
Yeah, and this is very, very excellent board management. Because, I mean, we talk about, Tramp and Under the Sea, so important. But Eleanor has kind of shaped the game a little bit, where when you have her on the board, you're just able to kind of augment the power of your other cards. Now, we do have Under the Sea in Bobby's hand. And one thing I mentioned in a couple other matches is the queen. She's an excellent singer, but we need to get some backup vocalists to harmonize on that journey. But he has to kind of decide how wide can he go. He only has 3 ink. That's another pitfall of this Dogs deck, is you're like, wow, look at all this economy I have with Auroras and Grandmother Willows. But if you lose your Grandmother Willows and suddenly you just have 3 ink and a dream.
And you're in a compromised spot here as well, because this queen will have to trade in with this queen. If you don't, you're going to force this queen, Eleanor, to take out your queen, and she's going to get less value than what you would have wanted. Maybe you can even quest for 3, I think, to put some pressure on, but I don't know how good that is. But I think taking down this second Eleanor to at least cut off some of that potential gain, I think, is a high value maneuver. We have that lady to get some cards back, and maybe we can set up an Undersea at a later date. And I believe Bobby agrees. We'll take the trade.
Yeah, and that is one of those kind of really unfortunate things, is sometimes you have to make decisions that it doesn't feel good. It says it was all he had, and now he's only able to do 1 thing per turn. Like we mentioned, I mean, the most powerful decks in the meta are doing several things per turn. In this case, he has to trade the 1 queen, get another on the board. He's doing the math thing of how much lore can you get next turn, and it is 4 if he does exert that queen. And yeah, it is a little bit of a uphill climb. In Joshua's hand, we have a Go-Go Tamago, which is kind of interesting. Probably not the best for this matchup, because there's not a lot of things carrying damage unless a Tramp comes down, which is very, very possible. A little less possible with 4 ink and 1 character. The math equation is just not great for Bobby, but it's not perfect for Josh either. He knows that any pitfall that he can fall into, Bobby could also activate.
Yeah, I like this. Maybe we can continue to build another wide board, as this, the Queen Devious Disguise being able to check down this Eleanor is going to kind of slow down your questing plan that you have kind of leaned on so heavily, as you're going to play your own Queen Devious Disguise. And let's see if we give up 2 lore here in this situation, and we will, to favor drawing an additional card, just trying to build up this wide board. If you wanted, you could exert here now and get another damage and get another card, but it might not be worth it. Ink 1 cost seems like a vibe, as well, as we're going to gear up to put the Tramp Street Smart Dog down. What do you think about that one? That seems tough here in this spot.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked at great length about the power of a Tramp 7 cost, but in this case, he says, I don't know where I'm going. I do wonder, does that mean that's my thought if I see it inked. I'm like, it's because he has another one. But I do think he's hedging like the fact that he needs his inkwell to be big, because if an Under the Sea maybe happens, then he can just build back his board really quickly right after. But man, yeah, that is. He didn't even play something that turn, so he's definitely afraid a little bit.
Especially when you have so many resources in hand. You want to get, but Josh is clearly a much better player
Yes,
than I think
he's
I
played
can
this deck
be.
for a long time.
And he knows what the best cards to have in certain scenarios. But I would love to see that Tramp maybe find at least maybe even get some more lore pressure, or you're just trying to play this anti under the sea strat. That could be the game plan that you're trying to hold out hope, as now Bobby is threatening under the sea. Only 2 glimmers go sit under that deck, where that Tramp would also find his way buried beneath the deck for Josh Wong.
Now, I think this is a difficult one because if he keeps this queen upright, it kind of telegraphs that there's under the sea. That's one of like the really frustrating things, is because you're like, well, I have to protect this queen because I need to sing it. And then it's like, hey, that's a very suspiciously upright queen over there. However, I don't see an Ursula Deceiver or a Mowgli in hand. So he can kind of play around it too and say, hey, if you're going to do it, you're going to do it. And 2 of his characters are notably not under the seeable. So I don't know if he's too worried about that right now.
Is there maybe there's a world where we can go for a Tramp and find a Delamoon or something and our own Under the Sea, but that might be a bit too much to ask for in this scenario. We could potentially go for it and send some of these glimmers to the bottom of the deck on Bobby's side, as we are going for a there is the Rhino. That's only going to take off 1 strength, and still the board remains under the seeable, as you have stated. And
Backup
here
Tramp.
it is. Here it is. Big body Tramp. Can we find Undersea and a Delamoon's Lullaby to clear some of these characters off the board? And we find neither, Katie.
And that, they always have it, except for when they don't have it. Depends on which side you're at. So he is fanning out the hand, being like, well, what are the odds that would happen? 100%. Now, that is kind of miserable, because I mean, he can try to find, like we said, an Ursula. I don't think he runs Mowgli. I think everybody got together as a society and said we don't do that anymore. But I don't think he got either of those.
I don't think so either, but we know that there is Gogo Tomago still a part of this. Maybe we should start questing and maybe send some damage onto this Lady Miss Park Avenue and set up a Gogo as a walk-off win condition. That's a lot of lore pressure being added.
Right.
It gets you all the way up to 16. We have a ping as well with our Eleanor, the renowned diplomat. So we can send one over to this lady and maybe force some interaction there. And because now if they sing, you can potentially challenge in, stack more damage, and maybe walk out of here.
And that's a good point, because sometimes I'm so focused, like, where's Under the Sea, that you kind of will, I forget that I'm like, he's at 17. So like you mentioned, like, he doesn't have to win next turn. He has a pretty wide runway to just not lose. And like you said, a Go-Go, even if it's only for 2, and he sticks a character that can't be wiped, that is enough to win the game. And like we mentioned, Eleanor is not Under the Seeable. So he has to pick. Bobby has to say, am I singing Under the Sea? Am I challenging that Eleanor? This is a tough one here.
I think you gotta sing. I
Yeah.
think, unfortunately for Bobby, your hands are tied behind your back, as we will play our own Eleanor, the renowned diplomat. We're going to gear up, I think, because there's just too much lore in play. And honestly, even if you do sing the Under the Sea, I still don't know if you can clear enough lore off the board with this Eleanor around, or excuse me, with the character being able to quest, and also Gogo Tomago hanging out in reserve. We are going to continue to flood this board, and last card in hand, Under the Sea, will send those glimmers away, but I think Ace now still is in a pretty decent spot, as we have the pass. No characters, not enough characters are in. There it is.
And that is the funny part of Eleanor, right? Is you're able, so many times you're trying to not have damage on things, but Eleanor says it doesn't really matter if we're challenging or not. You're going to get little damage, and that 2 damage just sitting there from the 2 pings from Eleanor is enough for Gogo Tomago to take it to a 2-2, all tied up, going into game 3.
Game number 3, and it all comes down to this, all the way from New Zealand to Central Texas in the name of Lorcana, but Bobby seems unfazed on the play with the Amber and Emerald Dogs deck. Maybe they can find the power curve this time, as Josh came out of the gate, rip roaring and running, leaning on those Eleanors. And I know a lot of the Amber Emerald Dogs decks, there's a lot of cards they can play. They got a ton of tools to work with. And Gogo Tomago is one of those cards that have been on the ins and on the outs, along with Emerald Chromacon. I haven't seen any of those from Bobby. So this is a mirror match, but there is a tech match involved in this as well to determine who can have the better tech. And maybe that can be the deciding factor of who wins this match. Put yourself in the top 8.
It is fascinating watching like what the debates kind of, because I mean at the beginning it was like it was Snowford or nothing, and then all one day somebody woke up and they did the Andy meme of I don't want to play with you anymore. Josh is favoring the Chromacon. We saw that in game 1 when he threw down his hand at the end. But yeah, this altering phase can be it's tricky because like in some ways it's a very forgiving deck, but you do want to have a pretty stable start. He's putting down 1. Josh either sending back the whole hand or keeping or just waiting, because you do the player going first will go ahead and say how many they're keeping.
Yeah, that's a nice little thing for the newer players out there. If you are going first, you must alter first. If you're going second, you get to alter second. A lot of times you can give up some advantage that way. It's not really that big of an advantage, but it's some. It's a little micro advantage. As sometimes you alter a lot, that tells a story. You alter one, that might tell a story, and it might change your altering decisions. So always just be a little patient and keep all the advantage you can.
Yeah, that's one of the things that the more you talk to pro players, you hear about these strategies. They're like, oh, I'm always like, if there's a foil, I'm keeping track of where the foil was, and I'm checking the altar, and then I'm looking at their face, because one time I put my cards in order in my hand just on how I was going to play. And they're like, you can't do that, because now they know your curve. I'm like, am I playing against like David Blaine? And the thing is yeah, a little bit. Like if you happen to make it to the top tables, there are people who are watching all of it, and you should be. You should be kind of paying attention to these things, and that is how you get to the top tables at a CCQ. At this point, they think they both elected to either 3 or 4, so they both had what I would call a serviceable but could be better hand. And now they are off. I mean, it's so crazy that just hitting something on one, either that Aurora or the Lady Decisive Dog, which I think I saw that in Josh's hand, means so much. But I do think Bobby has favored a Pluto technology, which, as we saw, is another way to get things in a little cheaper. Let's see, we're off.
But looking at Josh's hand, we have that 1-2-1 as well. So the lady on 1, the Grandmother Willow into another 1-cost character, into the Eleanor as well. So you have another power curve available to you as the Ink Lady, Play Lady. Pluto, good boy, using his good dog ability. I'm sort of friendly pooch with the good dog ability.
A good boy.
He is a good boy, but he's got the good dog, and he's a friendly pooch. And that is another way to kind of help cheat out this Eleanor Renowned Diplomat early. So it seems like both of these Luminaries are playing towards an Eleanor, but Josh has the curve in hand. Bobby, though, looking over on this Luminary side, I don't know if you got it.
It is kind of fascinating to think that when we talk about Toys deck, when we talk about Super deck, Racer decks, it's because it's talking about its classification. Dogs is not a classification. It just happens to synergize fantastically with each other. But now we have 2 discount cards in play. We have that Friendly Pooch and now Aurora, which means Eleanor can absolutely come in next turn, even if we don't have enough ink to do it. We also have the evil. She's not evil. Well, she is evil. She is a queen, and she's a little nefarious.
Right.
We can do that next turn. But I do think Josh is firing up, like you mentioned. He has the ability to get that Willow down, and that Willenor.
You can also go for your own Aurora as well, as you can get a little bit of cheap characters and play and return a serve with your own cheap queen as well. But this, if I'm Bobby, I'm loving this queen to help check down this Eleanor in the event that it does become exerted and start to waylay some of these characters once they do become exerted to support the Eleanor. So a little bit of gamesmanship from both of these Lumineers. We also have that Mickey Mouse, who is the expedition leader. We're going to put him down to the Inkwell. You like to probably keep that around to help with this under the siege strategy that you have.
He's good for a lot of things, right? Like we talk about Eleanor needing something exerted, and a lot of time they get rid of one character and they're like, now what? But that Mickey Mouse can.
Interplay exerted,
which is a nice little fun synergy. In this case, it is time to start getting those discounts. Unfortunately, you do have to exert that for Friendly Pooch. But like you said, it is to play a very beefy queen here. We did not get the discount from the Aurora. We're just keeping as much up as possible. They can do some backup singing, and we know that lady can shift. So it is kind of a race to who is going to get to that devastating combo first. Bobby is not winning the card race, but he does have a Mowgli in hand, the first one we've seen. So now it's a question of how much does he fear the Under the Sea, and does Josh have it?
And you aren't. I think you're still kind of feeling okay adjacent here with the board presented by Bobby that there is no undersea threat. Granted, Shift Lady seeing undersea is always going to be a clear and ever-present threat available, but you still have a little bit of time, and you don't have any interaction in your hand to check to see if the undersea is already there. And looking at your curve now, it looks a little bit more raggedy when this situation is set up with that queen, again, being such a powerful, impactful glimmer coming in from this wild unknown. And I love that. When a character can go from the bulk bin to the top tables, it's always going to be a great story to tell. here in Disney Lorcana, as we are going to still put our Eleanor, the renowned diplomat, into play, and it's time to quest, as we'll gain. Oh, we're challenging here. Take on that Pluto.
Yeah, and that is not something you always see. Like we've mentioned, these cards aren't known for wanting to get into the interaction battle. However, that power hamster can come in. He can lower the strength. In this case, not a super big thing because that Pooch did have 0 willpower. We'll put a damage on the Aurora. You'll need 1 more to get rid of her for once and all. And now the board is looking pretty good. That Queen, like we said, she can do some challenging. She can't challenge the whole board.
Yeah, that 3 willpower doesn't really carry a lot of water from the Queen Devious Disguise. 5 strength is very nice. You really like that. As we do get to the Under the Sea, Katie, we don't have the Shift Lady available. So you have an absolute unit in your hand right now. As you're holding on to this Under the Sea with everything you got, you will clear a vast majority of this board, leaving nothing but that Queen Renowned Diplomat in play. You just need to find the characters to be able to sing this high-cost ballot, and I think it might be worth it. However, with this Eleanor established, you're going to lose more characters each turn as they go by. So you need to really be able to establish. I'd send this Queen so fast, my head will be spinning. I'm passing.
That's the sound. And that is why these decks can be deceptively, I think you mentioned, like, yes, this is one of the more popular decks, but if you're in an outmatched situation where you're against somebody who's just better at the deck than you, then you make a choice. The worst thing that's ever happened is you play a card and they look happy. You're like, why are you happy? But that can happen. In this case, he, like you said, he sends that Queen down, gets a card, makes his board nice and bulky. Now we don't have the singing capacity. Like you said, he got the Under the Sea, but he doesn't have the singing. But next turn he will. But then it's a question of, Josh, do you have what you need?
You need to have an Ursula Deceiver right now. I think this is the counterplay. Maybe if you can find a Tramp, you can get that Tramp Street Smart Dog into play quite cheap, and then find an Ursula Deceiver to disrupt this hand, because you want to save the Under the Sea until you have, or disruption until you have the ability to disrupt. Now it's time to disrupt if you can't get this Under the Sea taken from hand now. You probably are going to be back against the wall. The game's not over, but it's going to come to a screeching halt. I believe the draw was Tramp Street Smart Dog. Doing the math, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, pay 1. You can play it and leave your ink available to play that Ursula. That looks like a play to me.
Yeah, so he is doing the calculus, getting out the TI or Texas Instrument, which was invented where we were at apparently. And like you said, just making sure that everything is balanced out, because he needs a couple things. He needs something that is inkable. He's doing because he has the ability to discount the Tramp with the Willow. He will need something ink. Okay, here we go. This changes the math again.
Yeah, Bobby here, he will come out for Grandmother Willow. And we find the Ursula Deceiver. So that is an actually stellar turn. And we're going to play the Ursula Deceiver, and it will be able to rip the Under the Sea from Bobby, who has to be devastated seeing your Under the Sea be taken in this spot. And I would go full tilt mode ultra. You still have more copies of the deck card in your strategy, but man, that thing came right on time. As Ursula Deceiver, you'll never miss it. I'm sure Bobby is for sure going to miss that action there.
And now, after he has done that fortuitous 2 plays of Bobby into Ursula, you can play the Tramp for a nice steep discount of just 1 ink here, able to go ahead and draw 6 cards and pick his favorite. I think he had 1 or 2 cards in hand prior. I think 2. So the tricky thing is as we've mentioned, the Queen is sturdy. She's not very under the seeable. But just keeping your hand nice and full with answers, if he does happen to top deck Under the Sea, feels very good right now.
And you can't even really afford to keep your own Under the Sea if you're Josh, because it's really not doing anything for you. And you know, they could potentially have a return counterplay with their own Ursula Deceiver or any type of disruption that may be. So I'm interested to see what they kept here. Maybe some Lady as a follow-up, maybe some shift options to grab some more cards from the discard pile, because now that you have disrupted the Under the Sea, it might be time to start questing, get some value from that Eleanor, and I don't hate it. Get these glimmers exerted. Even the Queen Renowned Diplomat is going to exert as well, as Eleanor is getting active, forcing some challenges, putting a lot of pressure up on Bobby, as Josh now is seeing the vision and trying to punch his ticket to the Disney Lorcana Challenge North American Championship. You're so close. Bobby, can you stop it from happening? Let's see.
Yeah, and then he's going to draw the cut card at end of turn. I think it was a Tramp, which is either really good or really bad, depending on if he gets to keep his board. Unfortunately, Bobby did not draw into the Under the Sea, but this is rough, because Nani is one of those cards. Very good for staying in the game. Terrible if you're looking for Under the Sea, because you might even find it and have to send it deeper into the ocean. And here we go.
And we fortunately do not. Quickly grabbing the Spray Cheese Kid.
Good.
There's a chance. You're telling me there's a chance. We have the ink available. If that next card off the top of that deck is the Under the Sea, we have a ball game here, folks. And that will literally clear everything except for this Eleanor, the renowned diplomat, staring down Oblivion. I think you got to send it and hope your deck can bail you out.
Yeah.
I think backs against the wall here.
Yeah,
We're sending it. Oh, and it's Grandmother Willow. It is not the Glimmer. You need it. You need that Undersea there.
Yeah, and this is like one of my favorite parts. Is obviously Grandmother Willow is one of the most powerful cards in the deck. Nani is one of the most powerful cards in the deck, but it's all about timing. If they come at the wrong time, it is miserable.
Mm-hmm.
He can play Ink this Mowgli, get down the Rhino, but it is just nothing he can do to stop what's. I mean, he can challenge. So we're at that point. He has 3 challengers available, and that lady can now challenge for 3.
Lady challenging for 3. I think you might have to. You got to get at least 5 lore off the board. You can't do it. And the handshake is delivered, and Bobby is going to fall to Josh Wong, who is going to get it done, winning this Dog's Mirror on the pair down. Now you are comfortably placed into the top 8, and you are on your way to continue your journey to the victory of the DCI CCQ. And what a way to wrap up round number 8 and all of our rounds of Swiss. What a day. What a tournament. What a vibe.
Yeah, and I will say, I know that people, as a society, we've all decided we don't like dog mirrors. I still think it is kind of fun, especially when you get to this round. Because like you said, I mean, there are these decisions that add up where it's like, obviously the queen is good unless she doesn't get what you need. The tramp is great unless you get hit by Under the Sea. It's the timing of all that I find fascinating. And Josh has a little bit, I think we caught up some people in his interview, but I mean, he is from New Zealand. You saw him in Australia make a pretty big splash onto the scene. And now he's just been traveling worldwide, picking up accolades.
I love that. I think that's such a great story, and I know a lot of people can't, share that same type of experience. He said that he took time away from his job to really just pursue this Lorcana dream, and it seems like a really cool thing to do. I know a lot of people obviously would love to try things like that, but just the way your life is, you probably can't do something like that where you can just commit to following your passion and chasing it all the way to the end of that rainbow, and he's continuing to do that. So huge kudos to Josh for another stellar performance. The deck was actually moving on all cylinders. You kind of hit some very pivotal cards in the right timeline. Taking nothing away from Bobby, who has to be feeling a little upset the way that thing shook out, but maybe there's a world you still could potentially eke your way into the top cut. It's going to be a very,
I'm
very
doing
tough.
math.
Katie's
You
doing
see
math.
it.
Here
You
we
see
go.
it. I'm like over here. This is not my DoorDash order. This is patent pending. I don't know if the camera can bring it up. It's Katie's math. And I wasn't going to do it. I opened up the printer. I got some paper out. So it's at a point where there is a match. There's 2 people who were at 16 points. They took an ID last round, and that was Bobby G and TLD, Yerd Boy.
Oh, that's Fetty Wap, isn't it?
No, Fetty Guap is sitting here comfortably.
Ah, okay.
He's up here. He's like, I'm sorry, peasants. I'm up here. I'm number
Okay.
1 seed. But TLD, Yerd Boy, also is at 16 points. And so there's 3 people who are sitting at 16. All this to say is whoever wins that match probably is going to be the last person, which means that anybody who started this round at 15 points probably can't get in. And that's kind of like the funky thing, right? So is there a bubble? Probably not. It might be a very clean, decisive. Anybody who had 18 or more points. Well, actually, no, 18 was not enough. It looks like 19 was the cutoff.
I hope you like bubbles, because you're in one. That's their joke. I stole that joke from Katie there.
You best start believing in bubbles, because you're in one.
We got an interview. Okay.
You best start liking interviews. You're about to have one.
I stole that joke from Katie. I'm going to keep stealing
I
it.
know, but it's Disney. It's Barbosa, and it's fun.
It's a fair one.
It's
But
fun.
we have an interview, again, I believe, with Josh Wong, who won that. We're going to see what they have to say about it. So, interview, take it away.
I'm here with Josh. How are you feeling?
Stressed. Less stressed now. The heart rate's high.
The heart rate's high. So you went into this round expecting to be able to ID,
Yeah.
but ended up having to play it out.
Yeah. Well, I was aware there'd be a pair down, but I was just hoping it wasn't me. It's all right.
Overall, how are you feeling about the day? You got
The day went about as expected. Mostly smoothish wins against things that weren't dogs, and then a pair of pretty stressful dogs mirrors towards the end. But yeah, mostly pretty good.
in your build, do you have anything in particular that you are looking for in your dog's mirrors?
Yeah, I'd say like I think most people are on it, but I'm like especially looking for those 4 copies of the Queen.
Yep.
That thing just lives under the sea no matter what. You would have seen it in that last game, even though my opponent, his name is escaping me right now, was looking a bit down and out in that 3rd game. He had 2 queens up, and I couldn't do a whole lot about it. So those queens kind of can just flip the mirror at any point.
That's very true. How are you feeling going into day 2? Ready for a few more dog mirrors?
Yeah, I really hope you guys like watching dogs versus dogs. But yeah, I heard there's some cool decks in there, so hopefully I wish the dogs mirrors actually.
Is this your, so obviously you traveled here from New Zealand. Anything exciting that you've done in Dallas so far? Or is this your first time in Dallas?
It's my first time in Dallas.
Okay.
Yeah, first time kind of down south-ish. We went out to a smokehouse last night and tried out some barbecue.
Barbecue, all right.
Yeah. But no, it's mostly testing after getting in last night.
Yep, that makes sense.
Yeah.
How else? So you have this CCQ, and I know you've been playing in quite a few this season.
Yep.
Traveling around, trying to get that invite to Nats. Do you have an invite to any of the European?
Yeah, so
Yes.
I've got a European invite and a Brazil invite.
That's what I thought. I was like, I thought you've had quite a good year.
Yeah, quite.
So got to get the North American one in there now.
Yeah, really hoping to get the North American one, just because it's the first one of the kind of set of continentals. So I'm really excited to play in that kind of fresh meta. Once I get down, I think it's America, then Asia, and then Europe and Brazil. So the 2 that I'm qualified for are towards the end, which is more reacting to what's already happened.
Yes.
And I'd like to be part of that innovating group.
That's awesome. I think it'll be exciting seeing the new innovations that we get post rotations.
Yeah, absolutely.
What are you most excited for post rotations?
Most excited for the green yellow stuff still.
Okay.
Still looking at the toy package, kind of coming in to replace the dogs.
Ready to see the dogs kind of disappear and get something new in?
Yeah, I'd say the mirrors mostly solved for the most part. When you get to kind of the higher level mirrors, it's a whole lot of who drew what.
Who drew what and who gets the answer and who gets it first.
Yeah, you kind of get out of the parts where your opponent's kind of inking their own cards. You've kind of just got 2 players that kind of know what they're looking for, and they just hope they shuffle the deck better than the other person.
Yes. That you take those top 8 cards that they needed and just put them at the bottom.
Yeah, just cut them straight to the bottom.
Sometimes I like to be a menace and literally cut 8 cards.
Cut 8, just 8.
Yeah, just to spice it up every once in a while. Well, I'm really excited to see you tomorrow in top 8. I think we're good for the day, and we will be throwing it back to the room.
Cool.
Oh, God!
Josh was like, I didn't sign up for that.
Here we go.
Run in.
Give me this. All right.
Yeah, Josh, you're a part of this. You're part of
Yeah,
this.
you can stay, or
You can stay. You can do whatever.
You can get out of here, Josh, if you want to stay. We're about to close this show down. You can hang out if you want. But what an incredible day one of the. Here we go. Get past the mic over here. I got a lav on me.
He's doubled up.
What an incredible day one of the DCI. We're going to really quickly, as we start to wrap the show, kick it around the horn one time. Thoughts on the day? We'll start over here. Katie, you have some updates on what's happening on the tournament?
I mean, I'm pretty sure we have our top 8 breakdown. If my math is correct, we have 5 dogs, but what I call it is 3 not dogs.
No offense to the dogs players.
Yeah, no offense, dogs is great. Statistical, yeah.
Who plays that?
Yeah, nobody on this couch. But yeah, it's very exciting, and it turns out I don't think there's a bubble. I think there's a distinct line.
Who are the other decks, Katie?
You want to
Besides
hear?
dogs,
You want to hear? You want to hear this?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll tell you. It's Amethyst Amber, Ruby Sapphire, Blurple.
There you go.
It makes sense.
There you go.
Those are the 3 next most represented decks, right?
Right? Yeah. So shout out to those
Steel.
3 decks
Amber
for showing
Steel,
up with their
yeah.
banners. Amber Steel, it'll be back.
Pour
We're
one
so
out.
back one day. We're so back one day.
Yep.
Not into this Blurple meta. Merriweather's a bit of a problem.
Yeah, saying like, you know your songs? I don't care. I'm tone deaf. Disgusting. But yeah, I think that this top 8, like we said, it's a brutal, but I mean, 3 games tomorrow. 3 rounds.
We could have done a little less today, a little bit more tomorrow. We'll talk about that in the after action review of this tournament. But so far, what do you guys think about day number 1? It's in the books. Any highlights of the day for anyone?
Just all the Diet Coke. It's always a wonderful time having a cup of Diet Coke and an excuse to drink it.
I've never burped so much during a stream. It was a
That's
problem.
amazing. Highlight for me is going to be this Merida I'm about to win on the raffle.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Put a pin in that. We're going to talk about that in just a moment. I know that JD's going to plug that for. No, it's for me, wonderful vibes here. If you haven't been to a DCI, it's a really fun event, and I hope the positivity came across on stream. It's really, there's so many players who hang out to play at the tournament all the way through, even when they're mathematically eliminated. So really, really fun event, and I enjoyed meeting and chatting with everybody out there. And thank you all, as always, thank you all for watching, because if you're not watching, we're talking to ourselves, which we would do anyway.
True.
But it's more fun with you all hanging out with us. So thanks, you all.
Absolutely, and we'll be starting this thing bright and early again tomorrow to bring you guys the top 8. Also, we have that iconic Merida draft, raffle, which is happening tonight. We're going to close that at precisely 9 p.m. Central Time. So if you want to get in, you still have opportunities to get in. After that, we're going to pull the raffle tonight, and then we'll announce who won tomorrow. If you won, you're gonna know that. So make sure you tune into the stream tomorrow to see if you won. But any other closing remarks? As we start to close down the show, wrap it up until the next day.
No, can't wait to see you guys. See everybody here tomorrow.
Excited.
More Diet Coke to be drank. With that, my fellow Luminaires, if you are live on YouTube, you're not done. Hang out. Twitch, you got a raid coming in. We're going to send the raid back over to South Florida. I think they got somebody doing a set championship happen there in South Florida. So we're going to kick the Twitch stream over there. And everybody else on YouTube, make sure you guys come back tomorrow. Hit the subscribe button on the way in and out. Follow the Twitch and lock in with the program. Until then, my fellow Luminaires, I'm JDZ. I'm on a quest. Shout out to the real ones. Salute to the OGs. Peace.
Peace.
Bye.
All right. Raid up.
Now.